Having traversed the realm of pirates, Ron inadvertently activated the system after consuming the surgical fruit, resulting in his unexpected ceiling for 4 decades. During the Marineford War, Admiral Sengoku devised a cunning plan to entice Whitebeard to the Navy headquarters in an effort to enhance his retirement legacy. What was initially perceived as a straightforward conflict turned chaotic when Akainu, in a moment of impulsiveness, provoked Whitebeard, leading to the partial collapse of Marineford and the inadvertent release of the long-imprisoned Ron. From that moment onward, the 5 elders exclaimed, "Damn you, Sengoku, you are unworthy of the title of strategist." Kaido lamented, "Stop fighting. I don't wish to die. Had I known this would happen, I would have risked everything to assist Whitebeard." Chapter 1. The seal is lifted, the might of Whitebeard's fist. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, the age of pirates commenced with the emergence of a devil fruit known as the Dark Fruit, which precipitated a catastrophic upheaval, marking this year as the most tumultuous. Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, was captured and sent to the Navy headquarters, where he was utilized as leverage by Blackbeard to become a warlord of the sea. Admiral Sengoku seized the opportunity to publicly execute Ace, laying elaborate traps at Marine headquarters, eagerly awaiting Whitebeard's arrival. The Great Maritime Log. Ace. Damn it, avenge Ace. Echoing wails of despair reverberated across the skies of Marineford. Blood and remnants cluttered the battlefield, while countless crew members under Whitebeard's command wept as they gazed at the figure lying in a pool of blood, tears of anguish streaming down their faces. At that moment, the architect of this chaos, Akainu, clad in crimson, coldly traversed the battlefield. "It seems you still possess some breath, Ace. In that case, let the 2 wicked bloodlines, you and Straw Hat Luffy, vanish together." As his words hung in the air, the temperature surged rapidly. Akainu's fist glowed ominously red, and with ferocious force, he swung down upon the defenseless duo, launching a lethal strike. The magma boiled with fury. The scene darkened instantly, and the sight sent a chill through the hearts of Whitebeard's crew. "Damn it, stop! Curse it! We cannot allow him to harm Ace's brother. He is Ace's last hope." They shouted hoarsely, expending every ounce of strength to rush towards Akainu in a desperate attempt to intervene, yet all was in vain. Before the might of the Marine Admiral, the strength of ordinary men proved as futile as a grasshopper attempting to stop a chariot. In this moment of despair, a dull thud resonated on the battlefield, illuminating the darkness like a beacon of hope, and abruptly, silence enveloped the scene. The eyes of all present widened in shock. The members of Whitebeard's crew halted their pursuit, gazing in astonishment at the direction behind Akainu, their expressions betraying a glimmer of hope. "Pops!" Among the crowd, Bistus stood in a daze. Unbeknownst to them, a towering figure had emerged behind Akainu, broad-shouldered, with scars crisscrossing his chest, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. In an instant, Akainu's body stiffened, a chill creeping up his spine as if a serpent had fixed its gaze upon him. He slowly turned, and before him stood the silver-haired visage of Edward Newgate. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a wave of dread washed over Akainu. His pupils dilated to their fullest, and before he could react, Whitebeard's eyes gradually opened, a mere simple motion, and then he swung his fist with tremendous force. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the entire battlefield trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Whitebeard's fist connected solidly with the right side of Akainu's face, distorting his expression in an instant. With a single blow, this top-tier Marine combatant was sent crashing to the ground, his head buried deep in the earth. Boom! Like a cataclysmic landslide, visible fissures radiated from beneath Akainu. In the blink of an eye, the Navy headquarters, which had stood for countless years, collapsed significantly. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the unfolding scene with wide eyes filled with terror and dread of the unknown power. After many years, they once again felt the imposing presence of the strongest man. Whitebeard stood, panting, while his sons on the opposite side, witnessing their father's state, attempted to cross the fissures to offer assistance. "Stay back!" Whitebeard's voice rang out, halting them. "Pops! Pops!" The members of the Whitebeard pirates burst into tears, their hearts aching as they beheld the anxious gazes and cries of their children. A fleeting look of sorrow crossed Whitebeard's eyes as he shifted his gaze toward the fallen Akainu. "Time spares no one," he sighed softly. Not far away, Akainu slid across the ground, teetering toward the precipice, while Whitebeard could only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. It was evident that Akainu's chest still heaved with breath. Clearly, he was still alive. It was foreseeable that someone like Akainu, granted even the slightest opportunity, could seize the moment and, in the near future, become a formidable marine admiral. Alas, today's plan had faltered. He had failed to rescue Ace, and could only watch helplessly as his child was slain by Akainu before his very eyes, allowing the enemy to escape his grasp. As a father, he felt utterly defeated. He felt deeply remorseful toward those who fought alongside him on the battlefield and for those children who had already fallen. Whitebeard was engulfed in a sense of failure. A flicker of resignation surfaced in his heart as his gaze drifted toward the figures on the distant spectators' platform. Sengoku, Garp Kizaru. Very well, if I can consider the Navy headquarters as my final sanctuary, it is a fitting conclusion to my life's journey. Counting the Navy's elite forces, a sense of calm began to settle within Whitebeard. At this moment, the scene was enveloped in silence. It seemed the attendees had yet to recover from the cataclysmic display of power unleashed by the Emperor. They stood in stunned silence, covered in dust and dirt. Yet, at that instant, a faint golden light suddenly shot forth from the cliff where Akainu had fallen, soaring high above Marineford before crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the crowd's attention was momentarily diverted. What just happened? What was that? It seemed to emit light. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain as they gazed at the smoke-covered area. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, equally captivated by this unexpected turn of events. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired, "What is it?" Under the collective gaze of the multitude, time quietly slipped away, and the smoke enveloping the battlefield began to dissipate gradually, accompanied by an unusual sound reminiscent of an egg cracking. Crack! As the sound echoed, the smoke vanished entirely. A young figure clad in a white coat suddenly emerged into view, his eyes sparkling like stars, and a warm, approachable smile graced his handsome visage. "Newgate, it has been an age," Ron exclaimed cheerfully, standing atop a freshly excavated pit, greeting the distant figure of Whitebeard with a smile. Chapter 2. The Supreme Criminal. Sengoku was alarmed. The sea breeze howled, sweeping across the ravaged battlefield, swirling as it departed. The onlookers stood frozen in place, mouths agape, their expressions exaggerated with astonishment, utterly taken aback by Ron's sudden appearance. "Wait, if I am not mistaken, this fellow must have sprung forth from the depths of the earth," a naval elite exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, it appears so." Another naval elite, brandishing a long spear, echoed, uncertainty lacing his tone. Who could have anticipated that someone would emerge from beneath the ground, especially from a fissure created by Whitebeard's might? Could it be that this man has been dwelling underground all this time? With this thought, the crowd's gaze towards Ron began to shift, their expressions turning peculiar, dissipating some of the battlefield's tense atmosphere. In this strange ambience, Whitebeard, upon hearing that familiar voice, exhibited a look of astonishment. You are Ron?" he stammered, gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar, strikingly youthful visage before him. A long-buried memory quietly resurfaced in Whitebeard's mind. Ha, Newgate, you seem in quite the predicament. What has happened?" "With your strength, it should be far beyond this. Shall I assist you with some treatment? You know my capabilities." Ron replied with a smile, indirectly addressing Whitebeard's query. As his words faded, Whitebeard's doubts evaporated, erupting into a hearty laugh. "Gururara, Dr. Ron, it truly is you, still so youthful. After all these years of searching, who would have thought you would hide away in Marineford?" Whitebeard's laughter was raucous, and as Ron listened to the jests directed at him, he felt a wave of exasperation. That damn Newgate. After so many years, his tongue remains as sharp as ever. Just moments after awakening, having crawled from the earth, he was already being ridiculed by this man. What a dark chapter of my past. Had it not been for accidentally consuming a devil fruit that inadvertently activated the system, how could he have ended up as a pawn for the Navy? Ron, who is this man? Why is he conversing so amiably with that individual? Damn it. Have we missed something? When did such a formidable presence emerge on the seas? It appears the outcome of this war has become even more enigmatic. As Ron and Whitebeard engaged in jovial conversation, this scene inevitably sparked suspicion among the spectators, prompting a flurry of discussions. Meanwhile, Sengoku stood atop the platform, his expression grim. Fists clenched, his eyes fixated on the unexpected figure below, unwavering for even a moment. At that instant, a hurried figure suddenly appeared from the side, hastily leaping onto the platform. Marshal Sengoku, something terrible has happened." The highest-ranking criminal, Ron, has vanished from his underground confinement. The crowd looked up, witnessing a communications officer clad in a naval uniform, urgently shouting the alarming news. The highest-ranking criminal? Ron. Could it be that fellow is? The sensitive listeners caught the key words uttered by the officer, their faces displaying shock, and upon seeing the grim expression of the naval marshal, an overwhelming wave of anxiety surged within them. Enough, I understand. You may leave, Sengoku replied, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. After the officer departed, a dark cloud settled upon his countenance, a flicker of anger surfacing within him. Why must he appear now of all times? Sengoku found himself in a most difficult predicament, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Sengoku, it must be that man. At that moment, Garp appeared at the platform, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sengoku, his voice low and grave. Yes. Sengoku remained silent, his expression grave as he nodded slightly. Hiss. Garp inhaled sharply. It truly is him? Even though he had suspected it. Hearing the truth from Sengoku sent waves of shock through him, momentarily alleviating the pain of Ace's loss. All these years have passed, and not only is that man alive, he remains as youthful as ever? A monster indeed. The world knows that Impel Down is the largest prison. Yet they are unaware that above the 6th level of infinite hell lies an even higher security facility, personally overseen by the naval marshal at Marineford. Ron is the prisoner held there, the only individual to have been treated with such gravity since the Navy's inception. A man capable of stirring upheaval across the seas. His perilous words continue to circulate across the world, influencing even his son, who has become an ardent fan, thus giving rise to an organization that poses a grave threat to the stability of the world government. This is troublesome. With this thought, Garp could not help but let out a deep sigh. Crash. A wine bottle shattered, crimson liquid spilling across the ground. Meanwhile, far away on the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh stood atop a rooftop, his gaze fixed on the familiar visage on the distant screen, his mind beginning to drift into a haze as memories flooded back. Mr. Ron. How could this be? In that moment, he felt as if he had been transported back over 40 years. Back then, Captain Roger was still alive, and they were vibrant youth, intent on turning the world upside down. However, an unforeseen encounter brought them face to face with Ron. He stood high upon the ship's railing, a natural-born king, looking down upon them. An inevitable battle ensued, one that provided them with clarity. It was during that confrontation that Captain Roger resolved to become the Pirate King, to venture to the end of the world, Laugh-Tale. We have already visited Laugh-Tale. But what should we do next, Mr. Ron? Rayleigh murmured to himself, staring at the screen. They had reached the world's end and grasped the truth of history and the meaning of freedom. Yet what should their next step be? Clutching this conviction, they had been searching for Ron, yearning for guidance to uncover the answer they had sought for so long. Unfortunately, despite their waiting, they had found no trace of Ron. As if he had vanished from this world entirely. He had been gone for over 40 years. During that time, their Captain Roger had succumbed to a grave illness, leaving them to struggle for survival in this vast sea, awaiting the next generation to follow their lead and continue the quest. Gradually, as Rayleigh awaited Ron's response in vain, his eyes began to clear. He gazed at Ron, who was engaging in lively conversation with Whitebeard on the screen, determination taking root in his expression. He would take up Roger's mantle and demand the answers they had long pursued. Hey, Shaki, I need to step out for a while. Rayleigh extracted a din-din mushy from his pocket, addressing Shaki on the other end. After a brief exchange, Rayleigh set down the din-din mushy, no longer hesitating. He cast one last glance at Ron on the screen before turning and disappearing in the direction of Marineford. Chapter 3. That man, the Dark King stirred. Unbeknownst to Ron, Rayleigh was en route. At Marineford, Ron gazed at Whitebeard's battered and scarred form, a frown creasing the corners of his eyes. I say, Newgate, do you truly require no assistance? Your injuries cannot withstand much longer. To be precise, Whitebeard's current state was sustained solely by an extraordinary willpower, making him susceptible to collapse at any moment. Frankly speaking, Ron did not wish to witness the demise of an old friend immediately upon awakening. Gururara, there's no need. Dr. Ron, after today, I fear this may be the last time I address you as captain. Ace is gone, and there is no longer a vessel in this new world that can bear the weight of an old fool like me. He paused, glancing back at the sorrowful faces of his children. A tender smile graced his lips before he turned resolutely towards Sengoku and the others, his expression somber. Like a king at the twilight of his reign, he emanated an overwhelming aura of dominance. Ron, the old man is departing, he bellowed. The onlookers turned their heads in unison. This was troubling. It seemed Whitebeard was prepared to fight to the death. On the viewing platform, Carp furrowed his brow. speaking in a tone laden with gravity. What does it matter? As long as that fellow refrains from intervening. Sengoku sighed softly, his gaze lingering on Ron. His words betraying a hint of relaxation. A physician with unparalleled skills could, at times, sway the outcome of a battle. Especially when that physician possessed formidable strength and the ability to rally the masses, his impact transcended mere simplicity. What stubbornness! Ron could not help but mutter under his breath. Watching Whitebeard's retreating figure, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even at 70 or 80 years old, the old man's temperament remained unchanged. Shifting his gaze, he looked upon the battered members of the Whitebeard pirates across the fissure and spoke once more. What are you all waiting for? Did you not hear what your father said? Hurry and board the ship, retreat to the New World. On the other side of the chasm, the Whitebeard pirates lingered in confusion, their expressions revealing uncertainty upon hearing Ron's command. They were unsure whether to heed the words of this man who seemed so amiable with their father. What should we do? Should we withdraw? But what about father? Can we just leave him behind? As the crew grappled with their dilemma, a familiar voice pierced through the air, drawing their attention. Retreat. Listen to Mr. Ron, their leader. Marco shouted while fending off Admiral Kizaru. Are we really retreating? Asked Vista, the flower sword. This time, Marco offered a succinct response. After all, Kizaru was a Navy admiral, and he could not afford to be distracted in battle. Retreat. Vista commanded, his tone heavy with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes as he urged his comrades to turn back towards safety. In an instant, their eyes reddened, and with cries filled with nostalgia, they dashed away towards their earlier path. Father, you must hold on. Vista stood amidst the scorched battlefield, his gaze fixed on the towering figure in the distance, silently praying in distress before turning to ensure the crew's safe departure. In a moment, the battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically. The once ferocious pirates, swayed by Ron's words, abandoned their aggression and fled in a frenzy, while the Navy's elite, witnessing this, were momentarily taken aback before revealing sinister smiles. Kill them. Not a single one must escape. A Navy lieutenant shouted, brandishing his sword. At his command, countless beleaguered Navy soldiers regained their composure, weapons raised high as they pursued the retreating Whitebeard pirates. The sounds of battle echoing deafeningly. Yet at that moment, a blinding light suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing down before the multitude of Navy personnel. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled violently, and dust billowed into the air. In the wake of the fissure created by Whitebeard, another crack appeared. Though less dramatic, it was no less chilling. Countless sailors halted, a cold sweat trickling down their brows. That was a close call. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they might have been cleaved in twain. Just as relief washed over them, a clear voice resonated from ahead, echoing in their ears. They looked up to find Ron, clad in a white doctor-esque coat, hands tucked into his pockets, smiling cheerfully at them. Esteemed gentlemen, this path is impassable. With those words, the boiling fervor within the Navy personnel instantly cooled. Despite being but a single individual, the strength he had inadvertently displayed rivaled that of an admiral. Such astonishing power inevitably drew the attention of all present. Witnessing Ron single-handedly obstruct the Navy's advance stirred their hearts, despite their earlier expectations. A man who could converse as an equal with Whitebeard. Indeed, his prowess was remarkable. Sengoku. Shall I intervene? On the viewing platform, Carp, sensing the terrifying strength Ron had manifested, grew anxious, hastily seeking Sengoku's counsel. The emergence of a force on par with the four emperors and Navy admirals could inflict immeasurable damage upon the Navy, particularly in the absence of top-tier combatants. Chapter 4. The legendary monarch's curtain falls, Blackbeard's fury. At Marineford, a fierce clash between the Navy and pirates unfolded. Yet, with the unexpected arrival of an individual, the trajectory of this war began to veer into uncharted territory. On the viewing platform, Carp, filled with urgency, turned to Sengoku, awaiting his old comrade's command. However, to his surprise, Sengoku declined the proposal. No need to act. Just wait quietly. His gaze remained tranquil, eyes glimmering with a hint of strategy. Carp paused, momentarily taken aback. No need to act? But if we don't intervene, the pirates will escape. Perhaps sensing the confusion in Carp's eyes, Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at his old companion's perplexed expression and sighed softly. From the moment Ron appeared, the course of this battle had already begun to shift. For now, he could only ensure that the overarching direction remained intact, as long as Whitebeard could be kept here. The Navy's public execution would not be deemed a total loss, perhaps even heralding an unprecedented victory. Yet, dealing with Whitebeard would not be an easy task. With that thought, Sengoku's gaze shifted towards the slowly advancing figure of Whitebeard below, a look of hesitation crossing his face. A final eruption from one of the four emperors was not something to be taken lightly. Just as Sengoku pondered how to handle the situation, the previous messenger returned, hastening towards him with urgency in every step. The sound of hurried footsteps caught Sengoku's attention. He turned slightly, recognizing the newcomer, and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. What new trouble had arisen now? No, this is terrible. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we have received alarming news from the Justice Gate. It seems someone has opened the passage leading to our side. The correspondent shouted breathlessly. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's brow furrowed tightly. What? The Justice Gate has actually been breached? Before he could inquire further, a cacophony of piercing laughter seized his attention. He looked up to see several shadowy figures emerging from a higher vantage point behind him. This group, clad in stark black and white striped prison uniforms, were evidently convicts who had just escaped from Impel Down. As the situation became clear, Sengoku's expression darkened further. The appearance of these prisoners here signified an undeniable crisis. The world's most notorious prison had been compromised. But how could this have happened? Once Sengoku discerned the identity of the leader among them, everything became apparent. Marshal D. Teach. Sengoku clenched his teeth as he uttered the name. There stood Blackbeard on the platform, his face adorned with a triumphant grin, brazenly disregarding the murderous glares from Sengoku and the other high-ranking Navy officials. Ha ha ha, old man. Do you remember me? It must be said that Blackbeard was a master at inciting hatred, and with his presence on the battlefield, he immediately caught the attention of Whitebeard. The slumbering king was awakening. With an overwhelming aura manifesting, Whitebeard abruptly shifted his focus and swung his bicinto with tremendous force toward Blackbeard. The air shattered as the high ground where Blackbeard and his accomplices stood crumbled beneath the assault. The ground shook violently. Dust and debris filled the air, threatening to engulf Blackbeard and his cohorts. Teach! Whitebeard roared, his voice echoing through the chaos. After launching his attack, he strode heavily toward the cloud of dust. At that moment, he was merely a father consumed by rage, seeking vengeance against the executioner who had shattered his hard-earned family. An unexpected battle was thus initiated. The war, which had captivated the attention of the entire world, was about to take a turn, one that Sengoku welcomed. They would finally be spared from Whitebeard's final wrath. Had this development been a foregone conclusion? In the distance, Law furrowed his brow, disregarding the panicked elite Navy personnel before him. His gaze fixated on the figure of Blackbeard, shrouded in dust. The battle on the field was inevitably leaning toward a one-sided affair. In the face of Whitebeard's overwhelming ferocity, Blackbeard Teach resembled a pitiful dog, desperately pleading for mercy. It hurts. Damn it, it hurts. Blackbeard writhed on the ground, blood flowing from his chest, mingling grotesquely with his thick black chest hair. Yet, Whitebeard's indifference to Blackbeard's pleas for mercy was palpable. He swung his fist once more, channeling all his might into a devastating blow, a faint glow enveloping his fist, seemingly unremarkable, yet radiating an unparalleled aura of danger. Blackbeard was rendered speechless. No, old man. Stop. I'm your son. Are you really going to kill me? His pitiful wails reverberated across the battlefield. Countless onlookers were disgusted by Blackbeard's behavior, their faces contorting with contempt. Life and death hung by a thread. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot pierced the cacophony, restoring a tense silence to the battlefield, causing the glow around Whitebeard's fist to fade as it halted just a mere inch from Blackbeard's nose. Blackbeard froze. However, upon noticing Whitebeard's lack of further action, he scrambled to his feet, drawing a pistol from his coat. You monster, why not just die quietly? Shoot him. Blackbeard's features twisted into a venomous snarl as he frantically pulled the trigger. With a single command, the convicts he had rallied unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon the incapacitated Whitebeard. Gunfire, clashing swords, spear thrusts, and crushing fists. In the span of a heartbeat, Whitebeard's body was marred with dozens of new wounds, a sight so harrowing it was almost unbearable. The spectators, awed by Whitebeard's seemingly superhuman resilience, were equally shocked by the unexpected brutality displayed by Blackbeard Teach, making it difficult to fathom such cruelty directed at a man who had cared for him for 7 or 8 years. Old man, in the distance, the fleeing members of the pirate crew were collapsing under the weight of despair. They could not bear the thought of their father's demise, nor could they accept the reality that he, once so gentle, had faced such vile treatment in his final moments. Their wails echoed like the cries of bloodied cuckoos. Damn it, I will kill you. That cursed Teach. In that moment, the Whitebeard pirates were driven to madness. Law stood at a distance, observing the impulsive youths with a twinge of sorrow in his eyes. Do you wish to see these children fight for you, Newgate? With a heavy sigh, Law took his first step, slowly making his way toward Blackbeard's position. Indeed, he could not bear to see such a loathsome creature continue to exist. Chapter 5. Under the world's gaze, Law makes his move for the first time. Amidst the baptism of cannon fire, Marineford had been transformed into a wasteland. Savoring the acrid scent of gunpowder in the air, Law walked steadily across the battlefield, the sea breeze tugging at his white doctor's coat, creating a stark contrast against the charred landscape. Such a glaring sight drew the attention of countless onlookers. What was he intending to do? The elite Navy personnel who had attempted to intercept him watched with growing curiosity as Law continued on his path. No one responded. The entire battlefield felt as though it had fallen silent. Only the faint sound of Law's footsteps broke the stillness. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The soft soles of his shoes crunched against the hardened, scorched earth. Whitebeard lay lifeless, his breath long extinguished. As a pillar of the Navy, Sengoku's observation skills were undoubtedly at their peak. When he sensed the absence of breath from Whitebeard, the tension in his furrowed brow finally began to ease. Yet, before he could fully relax, his gaze fell upon Law, who was walking toward the very location of Blackbeard. A strange unease stirred within Sengoku. Was this man intending to avenge Whitebeard? No one answered his unspoken question. All eyes were fixed on Law, eagerly anticipating his next move. In this eerily quiet atmosphere, Blackbeard and his crew were preparing their own actions. Ladies and gentlemen, today, you are fortunate to witness an unprecedented spectacle on this stage. Let us look forward to what is to come. Blackbeard bellowed with laughter, and as his voice rang out, the convicts behind him produced a massive black cloth, seemingly prearranged, and draped it over the lifeless body of Whitebeard. What the hell does this guy intend to do to our father? The remaining crew members of Whitebeard had begun to board their ships, leaving only a few division captains behind. However, upon noticing Blackbeard's actions, a surge of fury ignited within them. Their father was already gone, yet this man showed no signs of relinquishing his malice. Fool, I swear I will kill Teach. The tempestuous Diamond Jozu erupted in fury, charging towards Blackbeard, only to be halted by an intervening figure. Do not act impulsively, exclaimed the swordsman Vista, stepping forward. Before Jozu could voice his thoughts, Vista hurriedly elaborated. Let us assess the situation. With Mr. Ron here, father shall surely be safe. Upon hearing this, Jozu immediately ceased his aggressive motion. Witnessing this, Vista's tense heart finally began to ease, and as he gazed at Ron's distant silhouette, a wave of relief washed over him. How fortunate it is to have Mr. Ron by our side. Had Ron not previously demonstrated his remarkable prowess, Jozu may not have calmed down so readily, which would have rendered father's efforts futile. For now, they could only wait for Mr. Ron to potentially deliver a surprise. In front of the Navy headquarters building, an unexpected silence enveloped the air. Unbeknownst to them, the clash between the Navy and the pirates had ceased. After casually repelling Marco with a laser strike, Kizaru lingered, intrigued, his gaze fixed on Ron in the distance. Oh ho, it seems there's a spectacle unfolding. On another front, the Shichibukai, who had been biding their time, had sheathed their weapons and stood quietly, their expressions reflecting a patient curiosity as they monitored the ongoing developments. The one entrusted by Whitebeard at his last breath. How intriguing. What will he do? Avenge Whitebeard or flee obediently? Unbeknownst to them, Ron had become the fulcrum of this chaotic war, with each of his movements resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. His pace was deliberate, yet he traversed the battlefield in mere seconds, arriving before Blackbeard and his crew. Gentlemen, may I inquire about your intentions with that black cloth? Ron asked, gesturing towards the piece in the hands of the ghoulish officer Lafitte, a disarming smile gracing his face, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Lafitte and the others exchanged furtive glances, then turned their gaze towards their captain, Blackbeard Teach, seemingly seeking his counsel. As Ron interjected, a fleeting shadow of malice flickered in Blackbeard's eyes, quickly replaced by a facade of nonchalance as he laughed boisterously. Ah, young man, there's no need to rush. You will soon find out. With that, he gestured to Lafitte and the others, prompting the other criminals to brandish the black cloth, ready to envelop Whitebeard. However, before they could proceed, Ron's body flickered, appearing beside Whitebeard with a gentle expression, akin to an old friend reuniting after a long separation. Patience, let us clarify matters. After all, I intend to bring Whitebeard's body back. Upon hearing this, Lafitte and his companions' faces paled. Blackbeard's expression darkened visibly. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions, boy? Ron appeared utterly unfazed. Realizing the negotiations had collapsed, Blackbeard wasted no time in revealing his intentions. Eliminate him. His eyes hardened as he raised his pistol. The gunfire erupted, and Blackbeard's crew surged forward to attack Ron. Standing his ground, a glimmer of cold light shone from Ron's slightly curved eyes. So, the mask slips, does it? In the next instant, a swift motion saw Ron evade the incoming assault, extending his finger like a blade and lightly slicing at Blackbeard. Blood erupted instantly as a gash opened on Blackbeard's chest, akin to a torn rag, revealing glimpses of his entrails. He stumbled backward, his pistol cleaved in two. Who are you? Teach stammered, disbelief washing over him. Unbeknownst to him, the connection between Ron and Whitebeard eluded him, but soon, an excruciating pain surged through him, amplified by the powers of his devil fruit, forcing him to howl in agony. His wails echoed throughout Marineford, haunting and sorrowful. How did I miss? Ron lamented, observing the writhing Blackbeard on the ground, as he had aimed for his neck. Ultimately, he attributed his miscalculation to years of neglect and practice. Oh well, since I'm here, I might as well ensure Whitebeard's remains return with me. He cast a glance at Whitebeard's body nearby. As a former comrade, it would be a disgrace for him to perish so cheaply. If he wished to die, it must be with the consent of this doctor. Chapter 6, Akainu vs. Ron. Sengoku's resolution. In the desolate expanse of the battlefield, Blackbeard's piercing shrieks reverberated through the air. Ron approached Whitebeard, casting a mournful gaze upon the battered figure. Once a stalwart protector of family, he had instead suffered from familial betrayal. In this grotesque world, so be it. Let us return you home, Ron declared, turning to Sengoku in the stands. You there, boy? I intend to take Whitebeard's body. You have no objections, I trust? Having been in the field longer than Sengoku and his peers, Ron felt entitled to address Sengoku in such a manner. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was taken aback by Ron's audacious address. Meanwhile, the criminals brought by Blackbeard remained unmoving, mere spectators, particularly after witnessing Ron's formidable capabilities. They certainly had no desire to provoke him now. No words? Then I shall take it as your tacit consent. Observing the scene, Ron turned towards the pirate captains watching from a distance. You there, the lad named Marco. Be ready to receive your father. As his words echoed, Ron lightly tapped his foot on the ground. An intangible aura emanated from his form, enveloping the battlefield. If Trafalgar Law were present, he would surely recognize it. Indeed, it was the very devil fruit that Ron had unwittingly consumed, the previous surgery fruit. Under the unique intervention of the system, two wielders of the surgery fruit manifested upon these seas simultaneously. Next, I shall return you home, Ron whispered to himself, just as he prepared to act. A thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield. You dare to take Whitebeard's corpse? What place do you assign to Navy justice? From the ground near Ron, a surge of magma erupted, and a crimson figure emerged with a thunderous crash. With incredible speed, it traced a long red line through the air, immediately launching an assault on Ron with a colossal magma fist. It was Akainu, who had not perished but had instead regrouped to challenge Ron once more. Sensing the searing heat surrounding him, Ron remained composed, smiling as he spoke. I did not intend to seek your approval. With that, he snapped his fingers. Abruptly, Whitebeard's body vanished from its position, only to reappear high above Marco's head, hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Marco had yet to comprehend the manner in which Ron would bring Whitebeard to his side. Lost in thought, his observation hockey suddenly detected the familiar aura of Whitebeard. Father. Without a moment's hesitation, Marco leaped into the air, enveloped in blue flames. Transformed into a phoenix, he caught Whitebeard midair and soared rapidly back in the direction from whence he came. The abrupt turn of events left those present momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses, Marco had already traversed a distance of over 100 meters with Whitebeard in tow. Below, Vista, wielding a floral sword, immediately called out to the other captains, quickly, retreat, and escort Captain Marco. With this command, the captains sprang into action, methodically covering Marco's retreat amidst the chaos. Oh, a paramecia fruit ability? This is troublesome. I cannot allow you to escape, or else the Admiral shall dock my pay. The yellow monkey mused with a hint of exasperation. Scratching his head, as his voice echoed, he propelled himself into the sky with a powerful leap. With his hands forming the shape of an orchid, blinding golden light illuminated the sky, resembling two miniature suns. Yada no Kagami. Countless golden rays transformed into a torrential downpour of deadly energy, raining down upon Marco and his allies. Meanwhile, after distancing Whitebeard, the Red Dog's assault followed in rapid succession. A surging mass of magma morphed into a colossal fist, crashing down with ferocity. Ron remained calm, countering with a punch of his own, enveloped in dense armament hockey. The The stark contrast between his pitch-black fist and the fiery magma ignited an unprecedented clash, sending shockwaves through the air. The intense heat shattered the magma, scattering countless droplets like shooting stars across the battlefield. Quick, run. The magma is coming. Retreat, retreat. Damn it, it hurts. The battlefield erupted into chaos as the elite Navy forces scrambled to escape. In the midst of this divine clash, mere mortals suffered. On the viewing platform, Carp was commanding his subordinates to retreat swiftly. Upon noticing Sengoku still standing in place, his anxiety grew. Sengoku, what are you waiting for? Should I intervene now? We cannot afford any more casualties. The war had reached its conclusion, and the damage was irrevocable. As a Marine Vice Admiral who had grown up in this land, Carp was deeply concerned for his comrades. He had to halt this conflict before further loss ensued. This guy has grown stronger. Sengoku finally spoke, his gaze fixed on Ron, who was engaged in battle with the Red Dog, a complex expression on his face. Once, Ron had drawn an extraordinary crew solely through his unparalleled medical skills and personal charisma, becoming the singular vice captain of the Rocks Pirates. After 40 years, not only had he not deteriorated, but he had also acquired a mystifying fruit ability, matching the Red Dog blow for blow. It seemed increasingly unrealistic to hope to detain Ron now. Beside him, Carp, unable to contain his frustration at Sengoku's ambiguous remarks, finally erupted. Damn it, Sengoku. Are you even listening? If you don't respond, I'll take matters into my own hands. As he spoke, Carp prepared to charge at Ron. But Sengoku's subsequent words left him utterly bewildered. Let Ron go, cease the fighting, Sengoku declared slowly. Upon hearing this, Carp was visibly taken aback, standing frozen in place, even forgetting his intention to confront Ron. Wait, Sengoku, are you serious? Carp asked, incredulous. Are you serious, Sengoku? Carp gazed at his old comrade, astonished. Sengoku had dedicated decades of his youth to safeguarding Ron. Alongside him, 2 of the Marines' top-tier forces had been stationed here, taking turns to maintain watch. To simply let him go now seemed unfathomable. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku softly uttered, Go, execute the orders. Hearing this, Carp stared for a moment, then turned to leave, fully aware that his old friend was earnest in his decision. Watching Carp depart, Sengoku sighed deeply. I have underestimated him. He had thought that after 40 years, even they would have aged significantly. Yet Ron, this anomaly, had not only retained his strength, but had surpassed it. The most infuriating aspect was that he still appeared so youthful. Reflecting on his own appearance, graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Meanwhile, the battle between Ron and the Red Dog raged on, escalating in intensity, with the aftermath of their clash threatening to engulf a significant portion of Marineford in flames. The ground cracked under the searing heat. Damn it, where did this monster Ron come from? Whitebeard's corpse should belong to me. Moria howled from a distance, his eyes burning with jealousy. A mysterious powerhouse from the old era? It seems inevitable that we shall clash. Observing the fierce battle, Mihawk remained impassive, though a flicker of battle intent glimmered in his amber eyes. This is interesting. Let the fighting commence. Let us turn this world upside down, Doflamingo exclaimed. Intoxicated by the acrid scent of sulfur in the air, his demeanor frenzied and erratic. Beside him, Bartolomeo Kuma stood silently, shifting slightly away from Doflamingo's manic energy. In an instant, following the conclusion of Whitebeard's battle, the conflict between Ron and the Red Dog captured the attention of countless onlookers. All were astounded by Ron's remarkable prowess. Marco, you all go ahead. I will hold him off. Jozu, amidst the retreating crowd, suddenly halted, shouting towards the yellow monkey hovering in the sky. His form gleamed. Encased in diamond, and with a fierce roar, he transformed into a human cannonball, charging at the yellow monkey. At this moment, Marco, still struggling against the yellow monkey's pursuit, heard Jozu's call and dared not linger, casting a sorrowful glance back as he continued his retreat toward the fleet, with only a few halting to assist Jozu. I shall aid you. Vista unsheathed his dual swords, unleashing 2 arcs of sword energy towards the yellow monkey above. The yellow monkey, caught off guard, was forced to halt his attack and evade. Oh dear, are you 2 truly willing to risk it all? How terrifying, he remarked, a mocking grin plastered across his face, clearly underestimating his opponents. Just as he prepared to further obstruct Marco's escape, he caught sight of a shadow in the distance, prompting him to instinctively slow his actions. Then, unexpectedly, a command that left everyone astounded erupted from his lips. Everyone, cease your attacks, Carp bellowed. The audience was left utterly dumbfounded after hearing everything. Cease the assault? Why? Damn it, why must we stop? We cannot halt now. The corpse of Whitebeard has yet to be reclaimed. Moonlight Moria erupted into a furious roar, but alas, his words fell on deaf ears, as he was but a negligible presence. As the foremost figure of the Navy, Kizaru was the first to halt his attacks, turning back to the stands as if nothing had transpired. Ah, what a pity. I was so close to capturing him. This statement reached Sengoku's ears, prompting him to glance over frequently, his brow twitching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, amidst a thunderous crash, two figures collided with great speed, Akainu and Ron, after a brief pause. Separated with even greater haste, the turbulent air resonated across the battlefield. You've got quite the temper, kid, but it seems today's battle is off. Ron chuckled, brushing non-existent dirt off his attire while gazing at his opponent. Akainu's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. Every pirate must die. Ignoring Akainu's menacing glare, Ron surveyed the scene and, upon spotting Blackbeard in the distance, realized that the man had seized the opportunity to escape on a ship with his crew of criminals, already drifting away. Fast on his feet. But I suppose he'll leave the mess for that bastard Newgate. With that, Ron turned and walked away, completely disregarding the scrutiny of the Navy's higher-ups. As if no one were present. Such audacity nearly provoked Akainu to explode in rage, but in his helplessness, he could only watch Ron's silhouette fade into the distance. Damn it! Akainu nearly ground his teeth to dust. Chapter 8. The monarch buried in history, the Navy's upper echelons stunned. After the Navy unilaterally ceased combat, Marco and the others swiftly boarded a ship without obstruction. After securely placing Whitebeard's body, Marco, concerned for Ron's safety, turned to look back, only to find Ron approaching them, clad in a white doctor's uniform, as if traversing an uninhabited land. Marco's heart leaped with joy, and he leaped down from the ship to greet Ron. Mr. Ron, please come aboard. Wherever you wish to go, we shall escort you. Very well, I appreciate your kindness. Ron replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. Marco insisted, taking the lead to guide Ron onto the ship. In many respects, Ron was akin to a benefactor, having not only assisted in reclaiming their father's body, but also in ensuring their safe departure. Such a minor request was trivial in comparison. Once Ron boarded, Marco promptly issued the command, set sail, retreat. In an instant, countless vessels began to move, heading towards the Crescent Bay. The atmosphere aboard the ships steeped in sorrow as they departed. This war had cost them dearly. Thus, an unprecedented battle concluded in a manner that took everyone by surprise. After Ron and the others left, Akainu, unable to contain himself any longer, was the first to approach Sengoku, demanding answers. Admiral Sengoku, I believe you owe me an explanation as to why Ron was allowed to escape. Was this your intention? As he spoke, the other high-ranking Navy officials, including Admiral Kizaru and Vice Admiral Tsuru, gathered around, awaiting an explanation. Sensing the confusion and inquiries in Akainu's eyes, Sengoku could not help but shake his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Do you think I desired this outcome? At this revelation, the assembled individuals were left momentarily stunned. Observing their reactions, Sengoku sighed softly. Realizing that this day might mark the end of his tenure as admiral, it was the perfect opportunity to elucidate matters. You may have long wondered who was imprisoned beneath Marineford. Indeed, that individual is Ron, a remorseless pirate and former vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates. With Sengoku's declaration, the atmosphere crackled with disbelief, akin to a clap of thunder in their minds. Vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates? How could that be? So young? In that instant. Apart from Kizaru, who was already privy to the truth, the rest of the Navy's upper echelons grappled with disbelief. That man had been their highest-level prisoner for over 40 years? The atmosphere grew tense. He is merely a prisoner, Admiral Sengoku. Do you not think the Navy is capable of suppressing him? Have you considered the ramifications of allowing him to escape before countless witnesses? Akainu pressed further. As the only one who had battled Ron, he felt entitled to voice his concerns. Gazing at the irascible admiral, who was an unwavering advocate for the complete eradication of pirates, Sengoku's eyes flickered with complexity. If only matters were so simple. Alas, that individual is far more formidable than one might assume. Over 40 years ago, he was already a significant thorn in the Navy's side, his threat level surpassing even the renowned Captain Rocks, not merely due to his combat prowess, but because of his astounding medical expertise and exceptional charisma. Even so, the strength he wielded had long eclipsed that of most individuals, and now, he possessed a mysterious and unfathomable devil fruit ability. As Sengoku spoke, his expression darkened, foreseeing the chaos that would ensue once that individual departed from this place. Yet, what could be done? The Navy had already suffered irreparable losses due to Whitebeard. The addition of Ron, coupled with Whitebeard's former crew, could spell catastrophe for the Navy. At that point, even if they remained unscathed, the absence of the Navy's foundational combat strength would render the grand institution as fragile as a castle built on sand. Could they rely solely on their own capabilities? Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Navy soldiers in white uniforms rushed about, the cries of the wounded echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, on the stands, Akainu and the others remained unusually silent. Having heard Sengoku's explanation, they found it difficult to accept, yet were compelled to confront the reality before them. Observing his speechless subordinates, Sengoku sighed inwardly, pondering how the Navy would navigate its future. In that moment, even this astute strategist felt a sense of bewilderment. However, he soon managed a bittersweet smile. What difference did it make to dwell on it further? Those in Marineford likely already viewed him with disdain. Enough of this standing around. Let us clean the battlefield and assess our losses. With his final command issued, Sengoku turned and walked wearily into the dilapidated headquarters building. Chapter 9. The Scapegoat Red-Haired. Is there hope for Whitebeard's resurrection? An hour later, Marineford had settled into an unusual calm. Craftsmen busied themselves with repairing the damaged structures, while only a few Navy personnel remained on the battlefield, collecting the remnants of weaponry. On the eastern dock of the Navy headquarters, a damp figure emerged from the surface of the sea and, upon climbing onto the dock, wiped the lenses of his glasses before resting them upon his nose. Am I late? Rayleigh gazed at the distant Navy personnel bustling about on the scorched earth, his brow furrowing instantly. This was indeed his swiftest pace. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Marineford, a dragon boat floated upon the water. Red-haired Shanks, we seem to have arrived late. A rotund man at the bow of the boat, clutching a chicken leg in one hand while the other, slick with grease, grasped a telescope, mumbled indistinctly as he tore into the meat, observing the situation at Marineford. This group was none other than the red-haired pirates, who had journeyed from the New World. Upon hearing the remark, Shanks frowned. How could this happen so quickly? Did something unexpected occur? To this inquiry, Jesus Burgess and the others had no satisfactory answer. They merely exchanged glances, waiting for their captain's further direction. Let us go take a look. Without hesitation, Shanks commanded his crew to steer the ship closer to Marineford, believing it better to inquire directly than to indulge in baseless speculation. Thus, a band of pirates boldly stepped onto the Navy's territory under Shanks' leadership, immediately capturing the attention of countless onlookers. With a series of whooshing sounds, the previously absent admirals reappeared before Shanks, their expressions grim. However, Shanks appeared unfazed, wearing a sunny smile. It was only when Admiral Sengoku stepped forward that the atmosphere shifted. Shanks, what brings you here? Sengoku inquired, pushing through the crowd. Shanks smiled slightly. Nothing much. I fear my old friend Whitebeard has passed away, and I would appreciate it if you could allow me to take his body. As his words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the surroundings, the temperature plummeting instantly. The next moment, Akainu roared, Shanks, are you challenging the Navy's authority? He was the first to strike, launching an attack toward Shanks, while the other three admirals materialized around them, their expressions icy, seemingly eager to detain Shanks. Throughout this unfolding scene, Sengoku remained a detached observer. Shanks, caught off guard by the sudden aggression, was bewildered. He couldn't comprehend why his wish to reclaim Whitebeard's body would incite such fury. Unbeknownst to him, he was bearing the brunt of Luffy's previous actions. There is a limit to audacity. First, Luffy wreaked havoc at Navy headquarters, and now Shanks dared to provoke them. Did he truly believe the Navy could be trampled upon without consequence? Even if they couldn't defeat him, they were determined to deliver a few blows, making him regret his insolence. This was, indeed, the unspoken sentiment among the Navy ranks. With a resounding crash, Shanks found himself inexplicably embroiled in battle. Marco, we must avenge father. Several dozen kilometers away from Marineford, the remaining crew of the Whitebeard pirates gathered. Encircled around the deck where two battered bodies lay, their hearts heavy with grief. The irritable Jozu, tears brimming in his eyes, exuded an intense aura of vengeance. In the face of their father's demise, this towering figure shed sorrowful tears. Yes, we must seek revenge. That damn Teach, how could he do this to father? I will kill him. Kill him. As Jozu spoke, the assembled crew displayed a fierce intent to murder, yearning to capture Blackbeard and exact a thousandfold punishment upon him. Faced with his comrades' outcry, Marco's expression darkened. On this day, he had lost two cherished ones, his beloved father and his dearest brother, both departing from his life simultaneously. The weight of this loss drove him to the brink of madness. At that moment, Ron stood atop the ship's cabin, lost in thought until the sudden uproar jolted him back to reality. He He slowly looked down to find the crew seething with rage, fervently discussing their desire for revenge against Blackbeard. Seeing the scene unfold, Ron sighed and finally spoke. Do you know where Blackbeard is? What about your father's body? At his words, an immediate silence fell over the gathering. Confronted by Ron's inquiry, the crew lowered their heads, hesitant to speak further. They were well aware that this seemingly youthful man, even when Whitebeard was alive, would have commanded their utmost respect. Moreover, he had previously saved their lives. Thus, it was neither the time nor place to undermine his authority. Noticing the silence, Ron leapt down from the cabin and began to walk towards Whitebeard's location. The surrounding pirates parted to grant him passage. Approaching the group, Ron gazed upon the battered forms of Whitebeard and Ace, unable to suppress another sigh. Earlier, the crew had attempted to tend to their wounds and even provided fresh clothing, yet the scars remained glaringly evident. What a fierce battle, Ron lamented, then continued. Enough. Stop your crying. Who said your father cannot be saved? Suddenly, the air grew still, and everyone froze, staring blankly at Ron's youthful countenance, dazed, as if they questioned whether their grief had led to hallucinations. Did he just say father can be saved? Observing the crew standing around like statues, Ron felt a pang of sympathy for them. What has this era done to these poor souls? What are you all standing around for? Quickly, help remove your father's clothes. I need to examine him, he urged again, prompting the crew to finally take action. Once they realized that this man might indeed possess the means to resurrect their father, their hearts raced with excitement, yet a sense of trepidation loomed over them. They feared disappointment, apprehensive of what it meant to have never glimpsed the light of hope. Gulp. Marco swallowed hard, his voice quivering with unintentional anxiety as he asked, Ron, can you really bring father back? Yes. Ron shot a sidelong glance at the visibly anxious Marco, nodding affirmatively. 40 years ago, he might have thought it impossible, but he was no longer the same man. Unbeknownst to all, a system template detailing Ron's capabilities quietly manifested before him. Ron, real age, 20. Basic skills, observation hockey, armament hockey, conqueror-s hockey, swordsmanship, surgical fruit skills, purification field, create a special domain where skills are doubled in power. Scan, investigate the internal condition of targets. Usable simultaneously with observation hockey, extending range. Cut, disassemble any target's body, even manipulating souls. Control, manipulate all objects within the purification field at will. Surgical blade, the host's body can transform into any desired surgical instrument. Special skill, backfeeding. The host can cure ailments and randomly replicate a single ability from the patient's body. Note, the highest physician heals the nation, the intermediate physician heals people, and the lower physician treats ailments. Chapter 10, the perverse ability that determines life's length. Ron takes action. How extraordinary can a fruit that manipulates and processes souls truly be? Even Ron cannot ascertain this. He can only respond thus. The King of Hell may decree your death at the third watch, but he can allow you to live until the fifth. Indeed, Ron now embodies the very essence of Yama, the King of Hell, with the power to dictate the length of a person's life at will. Upon receiving Ron's precise affirmation, Marco's body trembled violently for a moment, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy that welled up within him. It is indeed possible. Mr. Ron has declared that father can truly be resurrected. What are we waiting for? Did you not hear Mr. Ron? Quickly strip father of his garments. Marco shouted fervently at the crew, even expressing disdain at their slow movements as he rushed forward to take command. Trusting in Ron, the crew hesitated not a moment, swiftly and efficiently stripping their father bare. Once this was accomplished, the crew members promptly vacated the area, clearing a sizable space at the center of the deck. As the captain, Marco stepped forward cautiously to consult Ron. Mr. Ron, it's done. Please have a look. Ron nodded, advancing with an inscrutable expression. However, upon seeing Whitebeard lying completely bare on the ground, his lips involuntarily twitched. This was excessively thorough. Not even a single pair of underpants left behind. In truth, Ron had misjudged Marco and the others. They had stripped him entirely to avoid hindering his performance. In comparison to their father's life, such trivial matters seemed inconsequential. Given the circumstances, Ron, albeit reluctantly, chose to feign ignorance. Any further scrutiny might lead to unfortunate consequences. One could only imagine that Whitebeard, even in death, never fathomed he would face such an embarrassing spectacle. As this thought flickered through his mind, Ron felt a slight stirring within him. In the next instant, a purifying field emanated from his form, enveloping Whitebeard. He then extended his right hand, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a spectral figure emerged from Ron's palm, lifted into the air. What is that? Is it Father S. soul? Lacquer could not suppress his astonishment, only to be swiftly hushed by the vigilant swordsman, Vista. Be quiet. Do not disturb Mr. Ron. Vista covered Lacquer's mouth, and only when he saw that Ron's healing process remained undisturbed did he reveal a look of palpable relief. Close call. Relaxing, Vista too gazed at the ethereal figure in Ron's palm, a flicker of shock dancing in his eyes. Is that truly Father S. soul? At this moment, he gradually began to believe Ron's earlier assertion that Father could indeed be resurrected. The treatment continued. Return to me, Ron commanded, vigorously flinging his hand, causing Whitebeard's soul to transform into a streak of light and swiftly enter his body. In the next heartbeat, as the flesh and spirit merged, a faint, barely perceptible glimmer of life quietly emerged within Whitebeard. Yet, this flicker of vitality was short-lived, rapidly beginning to dissipate. Noticing the changes within Whitebeard, Ron's brow arched slightly. Ultimately, the injuries were too severe. To illustrate with an imperfect analogy, if one were to liken the human body to a grand water tank, the soul would be the water contained within. Should the tank have too great a leak, the water would completely drain before the breach could be mended. Ron had long anticipated such a scenario. His expression remained unchanged as he turned to Marco beside him. Marco, to save your father, we must draw upon the vitality from your bodies to aid in his healing. This will irreparably affect your lifespans. Are you prepared for this? Upon hearing this, Marco did not hesitate. Come on, Mr. Ron. I have made up my mind. Take my life entirely. I do not mind dying. His words were resolute, echoing with conviction. If his life could be exchanged for his father's rebirth, he would spare no effort. Very well. Ron swung his hand decisively. Instantly, a milky white light was drawn from Marco's body, accompanied by his agonized cries, the essence of vitality being wholly infused into Whitebeard. The injuries on Whitebeard's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In that moment, every onlooker widened their eyes, fixated on Whitebeard, a profound premonition stirring within their hearts. Their father was likely on the verge of resurrection. Silence. The atmosphere hung heavy and still, as if the air itself had died. No one dared to breathe, lest they disturb Ron's concentration. If this were to jeopardize Father's rebirth, they would bear the weight of 1,000 deaths. Yet, as everyone anticipated Whitebeard's revival, Ron, the orchestrator of this resurrection, quietly furrowed his brow. Not enough. The injuries were too grave, and they were far from recovery. He clearly observed that, in this short span, the tips of Marco's hair had begun to turn white, the consequence of drawing excessive vitality in such a brief period. Though only 5 years of life had been lost, the toll on Marco's body was unprecedented, leaving him resembling a man aged by decades. Initially believing this lad possessed the traits of a phoenix, capable of withstanding such a brutal extraction of life force, Ron now realized he had underestimated the situation. With a silent sigh, Ron ceased drawing from Marco. Continuing further would likely result in a fatality before Whitebeard could be revived. Meanwhile, Marco struggled to endure, the profound agony emanating from the depths of his being causing him to feel as though he were drowning, drenched in sweat. Just then, he inexplicably felt a wave of relief. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that, at some point, Mr. Ron had halted the treatment. Confusion clouded Marco's pale face as he weakly asked, Mr. Ron, why have you stopped? He could see that the wounds on his father had healed significantly, and that resurrection was imminent. Why halt now, at such a critical juncture? With this thought, anxiety surged within him, yet he dared not urge Ron, fearing it might provoke discontent. In response to Marco's inquiry, Ron scanned the surroundings, his expression filled with confusion and urgency. Before his gaze settled once more on Marco's wan, bloodless visage. Reviving your father requires more vitality than you possess. It cannot be accomplished solely by your own. The consequence of continuing down this path would be your demise, and even then, your father would remain unrecovered. Upon Ron's explanation, Marco was left utterly stunned. He did not fear death. Yet now Mr. Ron had made it clear that even his own life could not secure his father's revival. Was there truly no other way? Overwhelmed by this crushing blow, Marco staggered, barely managing to maintain his footing, as despair engulfed his heart. The others present fell silent, their faces etched with profound sorrow. The salty sea breeze howled, yet it could not dispel the gloom that hung over the hearts of the crowd. At that moment, even the sun in the sky had lost its warmth, leaving everyone feeling a chill in their bones. Was there truly no other way? Suddenly, a voice rang out from among the throng. The crowd, upon hearing it, lifted their heads, their previously numb expressions replaced by eyes brimming with hope, eagerly anticipating a confirming response from Ron. Chapter 11 Manhood. The trials of a man gazing into the hopeful eyes before him, Ron paused for a moment in silence, before giving a slight nod, affirming to the crowd, yes. Just a single word, yet it seemed to imbue everyone with boundless hope and strength. In an instant, the despondency that had enveloped the crowd dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented excitement. The atmosphere became vibrant once more. What is the plan, Mr. Ron? Just say the word, and we would gladly sacrifice our lives. Marco staggered forward, eagerly inquiring. Ron hesitated briefly, but ultimately provided a definitive answer. It may require drawing upon the life force of every one of you present. To be frank, as this was his first time wielding such an ability, Ron had significantly underestimated the requirements. For merely healing wounds, perhaps Marco's life force alone would suffice. However, to resurrect someone who had already passed, the life force needed at the moment of bonding soul and body was an extraordinarily vast quantity, potentially dozens or even hundreds of times greater. This was precisely why Ron had decisively halted the resurrection ritual when he sensed the life force was insufficient. After all, human nature is inherently selfish. Who would willingly trade their own life for another's revival? When Ron articulated this solution, he initially expected the crew to hesitate, yet to his surprise, they responded with fervor. So simple, it's just a bit of life force. Come on, don't hold back. If I scream in pain, I'm just a grandchild. Yes, bring it on. I'm not afraid of being cut. If Captain Marco can endure it, surely we can too. The men boisterously clamored on the deck, seemingly oblivious to the notion of sacrificing their lifespans. At this sight, Ron was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, a faint smile crept onto his lips. That rascal Newgate truly had gathered a dependable family. Almost forgetting, he was no longer aboard the rock ship, and thus could not apply antiquated thoughts to this current era. All right then, brace yourselves, Ron said with a smile. The crowd responded in unison, brimming with confidence. Bring it on, Mr. Ron. The morale was soaring, unmatched in enthusiasm. Yet, in the next heartbeat, as Ron activated his ability, the deck was suddenly filled with anguished cries that echoed like wails of the damned. Confronted with the excruciating pain brought on by the extraction of life force, even these stalwart men could not help but reveal a vulnerability rarely seen. Ouch! It hurts so much. Damn it, this is unbearable. Various bizarre cries erupted from the deck, creating a lively scene. Meanwhile, Marco, the only one spared from this ordeal, sat to the side, watching the chaotic scene unfold with a mischievous grin. Ha ha ha, if we're brothers, we should share both joy and suffering. How can I be the only one to endure the pain? Standing in the center of the deck, Ron, listening to the wails around him, couldn't he help but display an expression of helplessness. Is this really it? With a substantial life force backing him, the entire healing process progressed remarkably smoothly. The wounds on Whitebeard's body began to heal at an astonishing rate, with the largest wound on his chest shrinking rapidly until it vanished entirely. Get ready, Ron suddenly called out as he observed that all wounds on Whitebeard had healed. The crowd instantly focused, fully aware that during the final moments of resurrection, a powerful surge of life force would need to be drawn swiftly to bridge the connection between soul and body. This meant it would be immensely painful. In the next moment, accompanied by Ron's deft maneuvers, an enormous surge of life force, far exceeding previous amounts, was extracted simultaneously from these men and infused into Whitebeard. Concurrently, their cries of agony intensified, the extreme pain rendering their voices hoarse. Mother, this is excruciating. Their screams reverberated across the sea, startling countless passing seabirds. At that moment, a faint heartbeat began to emerge in the vicinity. Thump, thump. As the sole observer on the scene, Marco was the first to sense something amiss. With a swift motion, he leapt to his feet and rushed to Whitebeard's side, feeling the faint heartbeat emanating from within. Marco's pupils dilated in astonishment. It's beating. The heart is beating. Dad is alive. His lips quivered, transitioning from a mere whisper to an exuberant shout. Boom. This declaration struck like a thunderclap, leaving the crowd momentarily dazed, still reeling from the pain of the life force extraction. Captain, what did you just say? Came the strained voice of the swordsman Vista nearby. At this moment, the extraction continued, but sensing the improvement within Whitebeard, Ron minimized the extraction process to provide these burdened men a moment to breathe. I said, Dad has come back to life. His heart is beating. Marco reiterated. As the words settled, the crew stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting uncontainable joy and disbelief. It took them a while to fully accept this long-awaited good news. Instinctively, their pleading gazes turned toward Ron, feeling their eager stares. Ron smiled gently and ceased the extraction. All right, the treatment is complete. Go see your father. He understood precisely what these men wished to convey. After a period of nurturing through the life force, Whitebeard's heartbeat had grown stronger, fully returning to normal. As soon as Ron finished speaking, the crew members seemed to receive a signal, each brimming with excitement, rushing toward where Whitebeard lay. Noticing their exuberant expressions, Ron contemplated offering a caution, but ultimately decided against it. Forget it. It's not me who'll be embarrassed. With that, Ron turned to find a quiet spot and sat down. The revival of Whitebeard had drained not only the life force of others, but had also exhausted Ron's own strength. Good grief, this is exhausting. I'm never doing this again, no matter who asks. Ron grumbled, panting. Yet, just as he finished speaking, ding, the host has successfully treated a patient. Medical evaluation, flawless. The special skill, reciprocity, has now been activated, allowing the host to randomly acquire one ability possessed by the patient. Random selection in progress. Selection complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the power of the Tremor fruit, with the note that side effects have been nullified. What on earth? The power of the Tremor fruit? Ron felt a jolt and sat upright from the ground. Chapter 12. Unexpected gains. The moment Whitebeard faces social embarrassment. Accompanied by the system's prompt, a mysterious force descended, materializing within him, flowing through his limbs, and ultimately vanishing from sight. Though there was no significant turbulence, Ron could distinctly sense the presence of an unfamiliar power within him, in addition to the surgical fruit. With but a mere thought, the next moment, a familiar glow enveloped his palm, subtle, yet radiating an unparalleled aura of terror. Instinctively, Ron clenched his fist, feeling a marked enhancement in his physical prowess, estimating it to be about 1/10 of his original capacity. Is this the ability that accompanies the fruit? Ron mused, and then casually waved his hand. In an instant, crystalline fissures visibly appeared in the air before him, as if he had torn apart the very fabric of space. Holy smokes! Ron was taken aback. This is no place like the land. A misstep could leave everyone swimming back. Particularly with that guy, Whitebeard, still unconscious. If they had to swim back, Ron suspected he might disregard the debt of gratitude and go all out against him. After a few seconds, observing the calmness of the surrounding sea, Ron finally eased his racing heart, relieved that nothing had gone awry. I hope this isn't some shoddy imitation product. Why is there no reaction at all? Relaxed. Ron couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Yet, what transpired next utterly dispelled his doubts. Amidst a resounding roar, one could see a vessel, comparable to a large Navy warship, suddenly suffer catastrophic damage on the right side of Ron's ship. Boom. The entire ship splintered apart, splitting down the middle as torrents of seawater surged into the hull, gradually submerging it in the depths, while countless crew members leapt overboard, desperately swimming towards nearby friendly vessels. Witnessing this scene, Ron couldn't help but smirk, then sheepishly scanned his surroundings, and upon realizing that no one was paying attention to him, he finally allowed himself to relax. Thankfully, it shouldn't be a significant issue. And besides, I saved their father. The Whitebeard pirates are a formidable crew, so perhaps they won't dwell on such trivial matters. Ron muttered softly. Perhaps due to the commotion Ron had just caused, or perhaps because the crew had been too noisy, the ever-sleeping Whitebeard finally roused. He slowly opened his eyes to behold the wide-eyed stares of Marco and the others, their noses nearly touching his forehead. Rather than being perturbed by the scene, Whitebeard displayed a serene smile. Is this heaven? In my lifetime, I have taken countless lives. To have so many family members by my side after death is a form of fulfillment. Just as Whitebeard finished his thoughts, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from Marco and the others. He.S. awake. Dad.S. awake. Hooray, Dad has finally awakened. The sudden cacophony pierced Whitebeard's eardrums, nearly overwhelming him. But then he saw his son Jozu rushing into his embrace, clinging tightly as if never to let go. Even a man as seasoned as Whitebeard found himself momentarily stunned. Am I not dead? Feeling the tangible warmth of Jozu's body, an incredulous thought blossomed in Whitebeard's mind. Yet, as soon as his gaze fell upon a familiar figure smiling at him from the corner, Whitebeard's heart confirmed his earlier suspicion. If anyone in this world could pull him back from the depths of hell, without a doubt, it was Ron. Upon piecing together the sequence of events, Whitebeard shook his head helplessly. That damn doctor, ever as willful, showing no consideration for this elderly man in his twilight years. Very well. Let me make the most of this borrowed time to cherish my family once more and express my gratitude to this former first mate. With that thought, Whitebeard finally spoke. Clear the way, let me rise. As his words fell, everyone hastily stepped back, granting their father ample space. Whitebeard, unceremoniously, pushed himself up with both hands, preparing to seek out Ron for a heartfelt reunion. However, just as he was about to stand, a refreshing sea breeze brushed across the deck. and Whitebeard suddenly sensed something amiss in his attire. The next moment, where are my clothes? Who stripped me? The voice of Whitebeard echoed across the sea, laced with a hint of exasperation. In response to their father's inquiry, the crew members, rarely united, exchanged nervous glances, unable to meet his gaze. This comical scene brought Ron to the brink of laughter. A rare sight indeed. If this were in my previous life, it would surely make headlines. Shocking. The strongest man at sea apparently enjoys running around naked. After several more minutes of comedic turmoil, Whitebeard, his face a mask of indignation, finally managed to don his clothing. Surrounded by his crew, he approached Ron and settled beside him. Mr. Ron, I, wish to inquire about Ace, Marco said, a tinge of embarrassment in his voice. Oh, him? Just burn him. Ron casually glanced at Ace, still sprawled on the ground, and replied nonchalantly. What? Burn him? The crew's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions turning to despair. Did Mr. Ron refuse to resurrect Ace? Whitebeard's expression froze, momentarily forgetting his earlier humiliation in front of his children. As a flicker of sorrow crossed his gaze, would he have to lose another son? In an instant, the atmosphere on the deck grew heavy. Hey, I only said Ace can't be revived right now, not that he can't be revived in the future. Besides, didn't you see how exhausted I was reviving your father? Ron said, exasperated, as the misunderstanding was evident. Silence. The entire deck fell into a profound hush. Suddenly, a wave of fervent cheers erupted. Oh, wonderful, there's hope for Ace's resurrection. Thank you, Dr. Ron. We are immensely grateful. Dr. Ron, are you serious? Marco asked, his demeanor anxious as he sought confirmation. Of course. Noticing the tension in Marco's eyes, Ron calmly nodded. At that moment, Marco completely relaxed, and a rare smile appeared in the depths of Whitebeard's eyes. He gave a hearty slap on Ron's shoulder, exclaiming, Gulalala, your heavy breathing nearly frightened me to death. Dr. Ron. To this, Ron merely smiled in silence. Suddenly, Whitebeard stood up and shouted to the children before him. Children, the feast begins. Oh, the feast is on. The atmosphere instantly ignited, and everyone present began to bustle with excitement. Countless bottles of fine wine were hurriedly retrieved from the storeroom. Gradually, delectable aromas wafted from the kitchen as an array of oversized dishes were brought up to the deck. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Bring the Binks brew to your side. Like the carefree sea breeze, we sail through the waves. On the distant shore, the sunset clamors. The songs of birds circle through the air. Farewell, harbor, land of silk. As the sky darkened, the melodious singing reverberated in the night, and every face radiated with joy. Ron, as the honored guest, was naturally assigned the seat of honor. Crew members rushed to toast him. To you, Mr. Ron. Cheers. I toast you, Mr. Ron. Thank you, Mr. Ron. Whitebeard, already dressed, sat nearby, watching Ron surrounded by the crowd, a look of satisfaction gracing his lips. This is family, he mused. By the way, could we perhaps keep Dr. Ron aboard? As he observed Ron being engulfed by the throng, Whitebeard couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. Chapter 13. The Legend That Shook the Seas. Kaido has gone mad. As the night deepened, while a joyous feast was underway aboard Whitebeard's ship, on the other side, a dragon boat sailing from Marineford exhibited an eerily tense atmosphere. What on earth is going on, Captain? These Navy folks are utterly unreasonable. Luffy, feeling frustrated, looked at his tattered clothing. Even the chicken leg in his hand losing its appeal. Shut up. Keep it down. I didn't even complain when my sniper rifle was broken. What do you have to say? Let us see what red-haired Shanks has to say about it. At that moment, Jesus Burgess abruptly intervened to put a stop to the commotion. Luffy felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, ready to retort, but then his gaze fell upon Shanks, who was pressing his forehead with a hand, and suddenly, clarity struck him, rendering him speechless. All right, I was careless this time. I didn't expect the Navy to be so erratic. Even Sengoku has gone mad. Shanks sighed, lowering his hand from his forehead, revealing dark circles under his eyes. Clearly the result of a beating. This topic weighed heavily on Shanks' heart as well. Among the four emperors, he was the one who valued relationships the most. What had he done to deserve this? Surrounded by that gang, he had been mercilessly beaten. Even more infuriating was that they deliberately targeted his eyes and wouldn't let go. How could he, a dignified emperor, face anyone again? With that thought, Shanks resolutely decided that upon returning, he must gather intelligence to understand precisely what transpired during the battle at Marineford. He had come too hastily, preoccupied with stopping Kaido, and had overlooked such vital information, which was truly inexcusable. Thus, Shanks and his crew, devoid of any enthusiasm, slipped away under the cover of night from Marineford, heading towards their base. A battle led by the Navy was decisively concluded from this moment onward. Yet, the fervor of the populace was far from extinguished. Rather, it erupted across the world after a day and night of fermentation. The following morning, a commotion erupted in the Sabaody archipelago. What? Whitebeard is dead. Fire Fist Ace is also dead. But that's not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that a man named Ron caused a scene at Navy headquarters. And the Navy couldn't do anything about it. Not only did he help Whitebeard's remnants escape unscathed, but he also audaciously snatched Whitebeard's corpse right in front of the three admirals. Hiss, who exactly is this Ron? That's terrifying. Indeed. Why have we never heard of him before? Your information is outdated. Have you heard of the red-haired pirates from over 40 years ago? They were the ones who plunged the entire ocean into the Dark Era. Whitebeard was a crew member on that ship. And that Ron is even more fearsome. He was the first mate of that pirate crew. Nanny? That can't be. How is that possible? Yes. A figure from over 40 years ago, yet we've never heard of him. And that Ron is still so young. Who knows? Perhaps he just prefers to keep a low profile. The crowd couldn't help but engage in fervent discussions, each holding their own opinions. Wano country, on the island of Oni. Inside the eerie Grand Hall. Crack. With a crisp sound, it seemed as if something had shattered, and following that sound, the hall fell into a profound silence. In the lower part of the hall, a corpulent figure trembled slightly, as if soaked in a bathtub, drenched in sweat. This person was the infamous Plague Queen. However, it remained unclear what he had witnessed that could instill such fear in this notorious individual. Are you saying that on the battlefield of Marineford, a guy named Ron appeared and took away Whitebeard's corpse? Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the front of the hall. Upon hearing it, Queen's body trembled uncontrollably. Why yes, Chief. Queen nervously raised his head, cautiously gazing at the Beast King before him. After he spoke, the hall returned to its previous silence. Time passed, and just as Queen thought the chief had departed, a low murmur suddenly reached his ears. Ron, why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly, Kaido seemed to sense something. His eyes snapping open as he stood up from his chair, unleashing an invisible aura. The wine jars and dishes around the area were affected, shattering into pieces. Crash. Dr. Ron? Yes, other than you. Who else could have taken Whitebeard from the hands of the Navy? The more Kaido pondered, the more convinced he became of his speculation. He paced restlessly, finally halting, revealing his eyes, bloodshot with fervor. First mate Ron. I've been searching for you for so long. I never expected to hear your name in my lifetime. I will find you. I must find you. At this moment, Kaido was in an unprecedented frenzy. Without any external provocation, merely hearing a name drove him into a mad state, alternating between weeping and laughing, which left Queen below in sheer terror. Oh no, Chief Kaido has gone mad again. Chapter 14, Ron's Past, Whitebeard aborts. In the morning, as the gentle sea breeze caressed his face, Ron, who had not slept all night, sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, gazing at the rising sun. As he basked in the long-lost warmth, he could not help but close his eyes, feeling utterly comfortable. Indeed, only after losing something does one realize the preciousness of what they once possessed. As if echoing the human experience, history imparts its greatest lesson. It perpetually repeats itself. Gain followed by loss, then gain once more. This cyclical pattern endures. Just as he pondered this, a sudden sound of footsteps reached his ears from behind. Is it here? Ron opened his eyes, revealing the glimmer of mirth hidden within his dark orbs. Gulalala, Dr. Ron, your observation skills remain as astute as ever. Came the familiar, jovial laughter of Whitebeard, who approached and stood beside Ron, both gazing at the sun rising in the distance. Huh, if one cannot discern the condition of their patients, how can they ever aspire to be a competent physician? Ron replied with a smile. Ah, you're still the same old Ron, always presenting arguments that are utterly irrefutable. Whitebeard retorted with a hint of irritation. Ron turned to face him, his expression warm with a smile. Because I've always been right, otherwise. Why would you have willingly boarded Rockship back then? Faced with Ron's almost audacious comments, Whitebeard could only acquiesce in silence. In that moment, the atmosphere fell into a serene stillness. The two stood at the bow of the ship, embraced by the liberating sea breeze as they gazed out at the vast ocean. The sun ascended higher, and the ambient temperature began to rise. Meanwhile, on the deck behind them, Whitebeard's crew lay inebriated, scattered like fallen leaves, deep in slumber. Dr. Ron, came Whitebeard's voice suddenly. What is it? Ron inquired, turning back. Do you have any plans this time? I know you. You are anything but a placid soul. If not for your sudden disappearance, we might not have lost that battle years ago on God's Island. Now that Rox has fallen, your ambitions remain unfulfilled. Are you considering regrouping? Whitebeard's tone bore a shade of melancholy. Ron turned, momentarily taken aback, as he met the gaze of his former comrade. Seeing this, a subtle smile graced Ron's lips. What can I say? Rox was a fool who failed to rise to the occasion, leaving it to me to stir the pot personally. He feigned exasperation. Once, this man who had dominated the seas and been forcibly erased from history was merely a pawn in Ron's grand strategy. If such words were to leak out, they would undoubtedly incite a global uproar. Is that so? Whitebeard's heart sank at the revelation. Even amidst their utter defeat, this man's formidable spirit remained unscathed. Whitebeard lapsed into silence. After a moment, he finally spoke again. Our era has passed. The ship of the new age can no longer sail. Before he could finish, Ron interrupted him. A new age? The sea remains chaotic. What distinguishes a new era from an old one? As long as this ocean remains turbulent, we shall never be out of date. Freedom? What is freedom? It is not merely embarking on voyages or oppressing the weak, but rather the assurance that, regardless of the circumstances, one need not fear losing their head or bearing the bullets lodged in their flesh. Suddenly, Ron's demeanor turned fervent, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. These words struck Whitebeard, leaving him momentarily stunned as he beheld the young visage before him, so starkly contrasting the gentleness he had come to know. A sigh escaped Whitebeard's lips. Is there still a wound that lingers? The past of Ron was obscured to them all, only hinted at through fragmented conversations, suggesting a connection to the celestial dragons, a connection that fueled his obsession with toppling the world government. In that instant, Whitebeard found himself at a loss for how to console his old friend, who, it seemed, required no consolation. Quickly, Ron sensed his emotions spiraling and reined himself in, offering Whitebeard a smile. My apologies for losing my composure. Once more, Ron embodied his usual calm, optimistic demeanor. Then, he resumed speaking. Hey, Newgate. Whitebeard looked up, noticing Ron's gaze fixed upon him, a playful glimmer evident in his dark eyes. Instantly, an uneasy premonition gripped Whitebeard's heart. He recalled the last time such a situation arose. It was when he had been coaxed aboard Rock's pirate ship by Ron. As anticipated, Ron exclaimed, "Join me in overturning this world." Whitebeard's expression shifted to one of irritation. Ron, you used the same reasoning to deceive me once before. Do you truly believe I am still that naive child? Ron scratched his head in mock distress. I almost forgot. Newgate is no longer a child. I can't use the same childish tactics on you anymore. My apologies. A few beads of sweat formed on Whitebeard's forehead as he realized that Ron had indeed treated him like a child back then. All right, no more jesting. Noticing Whitebeard's displeased expression, Ron quickly waved his hands and shifted to serious matters. As part of this crew you're joining, I can assist you in reviving Ace. Ace? Whitebeard's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he looked at Ron. You can still bring Ace back to life? This revelation momentarily left the elder in a state of disbelief. Ron, observing this reaction, felt a twinge of regret. You still care deeply for your family, don't you? My apologies, Newgate. Forgive my audacity. Fists can only resolve transient issues. Only by thoroughly cleansing this world of its filth can we achieve genuine peace and freedom. But now is not the time. Ace's injuries are far too severe for repair, and your sons, in their desperate attempt to save you, have drawn their own life force. They need rest. After expressing his remorse, Ron began to explain the situation. Is that so? Gulalala, then it's no problem. I can wait a while. Whitebeard responded, unfazed by the news. Every endeavor comes with a price, especially one as audacious as resurrecting the dead. Moreover, considering Ron's temperament, if there existed a possibility for revival, he would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly. The only regret for Whitebeard lay in the fact that his son's lost lifetimes could never be reclaimed. The thought weighed heavily on his heart. Well then, Newgate, will you agree? Ron noted the flicker of uncertainty in Whitebeard's eyes and seized the moment. Moreover, next time I revive Ace, I have a method that won't require sacrificing anyone's life force, and I can even provide Ace with a new body, if possible. Ron truly wished to avoid coercing an elder onto his ship in such a manner, yet he understood that should their negotiations falter, this elder might resort to ending his own life to repay Ron's favor of resurrecting his son. For this was Edward Newgate. At that point, the family he had painstakingly built would be shattered due to the presence of a single individual. This was also a conclusion Ron fervently wished to avoid. As Ron's words lingered in the air, the surrounding sea breeze suddenly came to a halt. After a moment, it seemed that the old man had no room left to refuse. Whitebeard picked up a barrel of wine from the side and took a hearty swig. Have you agreed? Witnessing this scene, Ron's face instantly lit up with relief. Don't drink alone, let us share. He too grabbed an unopened barrel of wine and approached. Bang! The barrels collided with a dull thud, and the rich, fragrant liquid splashed out. After more than 40 years, this fellow had finally been coaxed back onto his ship. As Ron savored the wine, he was filled with countless emotions. Chapter 15. The Tremor Fruit? From the paternal affection of Ron. Glug glug glug, delightful. Indeed. Drinking is the epitome of a man's romance. After a hearty drink, Whitebeard's former bravado returned. He casually tossed the wine barrel into the sea and burst into laughter. At that moment, the sun began to rise. As the temperature of the air rose, the crew members lying on the deck gradually woke up, rubbing their sleepy eyes and rising from the ground, only to find that their father had been secretly drinking with Mr. Ron. Instantly, they became wide awake. Oh, our father was secretly drinking without waking us. How sly of him. Hearing the children's complaints, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Glug glug glug. Children, from this day forth, I am no longer your captain. I have promised Dr. Ron that I would join his ranks. This statement, uttered casually by Whitebeard, seemed as if he had made a trivial decision. However, to the ears of the many crew members aboard, it was akin to unleashing a tempest. What? Father no longer wants us? Upon hearing this news, the entire deck erupted. No, Father, we can't do without you. Hey, that's too reckless. How can you casually say you want to abandon us? Exactly. This is so sudden. Father, you aren't drunk, are you? A cacophony of voices erupted among the crew. Waking up in the morning to hear that their father no longer wanted them, they began to doubt whether they were still dreaming. Observing this, Whitebeard not only felt no sorrow but instead laughed even more joyfully, as if a proud father had watched his son fall into a trap he had set. Do you see, Dr. Ron? My children cannot bear to part with me. What should we do? Should we bring them along as well? Whitebeard said with a mischievous tone, his words laced with a hint of pride. Well then, let's take them. We could use a few extra hands. We can't have you and me doing the cooking and cleaning, can we? Ron replied nonchalantly, determined not to give this fellow a chance to boast about his family. Whitebeard fell silent, bemused. How had his painstakingly nurtured sons turned into mere helpers in Ron's eyes? Such arrogance. Dr. Ron, glug glug glug. So what do you say, sons? Do you agree to join Dr. Ron? Whitebeard turned to face his sons. Upon hearing the exchange between their father and Mr. Ron, everyone realized they were not dreaming. Their father was indeed serious. For a moment, they exchanged bewildered glances. This is preposterous. They had taken a nap, and now their father was selling them off? Although Mr. Ron was not an outsider, this was too absurd. The atmosphere grew awkward, leaving everyone unsure of how to react. At that moment, Jozu was the first to speak. Wherever father goes, I shall follow, he said in his deep voice. Jozu's suggestion sparked a realization among the others. As long as their father was with them, where could they not go? The atmosphere instantly shifted to one of joy. Yes, Jozu is right. Wherever father goes, we shall follow. Indeed, as long as father is with us, we would willingly go to our demise. Listening to the impassioned declarations of the children, Whitebeard felt a surge of emotion. He then stepped forward, standing before Marco and the others. Very well, from this day forth, our Whitebeard pirates will heed Mr. Ron's commands. Understood? Whitebeard proclaimed loudly. Understood, father. Acknowledged. The deck resonated with the cheers of the crew. Witnessing this scene, Whitebeard wore a satisfied smile. He and his children would finally not be separated again. However, as he turned back and noticed Ron still wearing that knowing expression, Whitebeard felt a sudden pang of discomfort. Dr. Ron, what is it, Newgate? Ron replied, surprised. Glug glug glug. It's nothing really, but as our future captain, shouldn't Dr. Ron showcase some of his authority to these little rascals? Merely possessing exceptional medical skills may not suffice, Whitebeard teased lightly. Upon hearing this, Ron understood the intent behind his words. Well then, let us do it. As he spoke, Ron patted non-existent dust off his clothes, rose to his feet, and surveyed the surroundings. So, is it here or elsewhere? 2 hours later, New World, on a desolate, uninhabited island. Ron stood at the center of the island, surrounded by the various squad captains of Whitebeard's crew, while Whitebeard, as the former captain, sat on a protruding rock in the distance, observing the excitement. Under the sky, Ron donned a pure white outfit, paired with his handsome and gentle visage. It was hard to imagine this was a doctor about to partake in a great battle. He meticulously rolled up his sleeves, tucked his stethoscope into his pocket, and after making all necessary preparations, he turned to face the crowd. Let us begin. With his words, a cloud of dust erupted on the battlefield. The squad captains, as if having coordinated beforehand, launched their attacks simultaneously, moving with such speed that they seemed to vanish in an instant, reappearing just under 5 meters from Ron. From a distance, it appeared as though Ron was encircled. Multiple figures appeared around him, cutting off all avenues of escape. Oh, Ron raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to intimidate me? In that case, let me show you what paternal affection truly feels like. In a place unnoticed by everyone. A faint smile curved Ron's lips, revealing a hint of danger. He then clenched his fists and struck downwards into the air. Crack, crack. The next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the very spot where Ron had struck suddenly split open. Transparent and intricate fissures spread through the air. As if the barrier of space had been shattered, this familiar sight instantly dropped jaws across the gathering. Nanny, the tremor fruit? Vista's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that Father-S power? How could it manifest in Dr. Ron? Above, Marco watched the familiar scene unfold, nearly losing his mind. Father's signature move. How could it appear in Dr. Ron? This question remains unanswered. Subsequently, the power of the tremor fruit was set into motion. With a faint rumble, the entire island seemed to shatter as a powerful shockwave emanated from around Ron, crashing toward Marco and his crew like a cataclysmic disaster. Boom. In an instant, the crew members were struck down, their expressions transforming in horror as they were sent flying like mere playthings, their bodies tracing graceful arcs through the air before crashing far away. Chapter 16. The emergence of Whitebeard's power and the shock of the division commanders. In the aftermath, as Marco and the other commanders were repelled, the atmosphere suddenly turned eerily silent. The solitary island was shrouded in smoke, except for the area where Ron stood. He remained composed in his stance, yet a flicker of relief danced in his eyes. That was indeed perilous. Fortuitously, he had drawn the fruit ability of that fellow, Newgate. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have faced a brutal beating today, leading to an immense loss of face. After all, the commanders of Whitebeard were formidable members of the Yonko pirate crew. Speaking of which, the tremor fruit proved unexpectedly useful, especially in terms of clearing the field. It was as if tables could be overturned at a moment's notice. It seemed that if given the chance, reviving such abilities could occur multiple times. However, he pondered whether merely healing others would allow him to attain such a monstrous power. Gazing down at the faint glow enveloping his hands, Ron contemplated deeply. At present, he had yet to fully grasp the capabilities of this system. Just as he began to entertain the notion of visiting Wano country to defeat Kaido and revive him, a familiar booming laughter echoed from afar. Gururora, Dr. Ron, it seems you have acquired an extraordinary ability. Whitebeard strode closer, his presence commanding. Ron turned, a smile gracing his lips. What's this, Newgate? Do you wish to engage in a battle? He was eager to gauge the extent of Whitebeard's restored strength. After some time recovering, the commanders who had been knocked back began to regain consciousness, emerging from the surrounding shadows. They gazed at Ron, impeccably attired, their eyes betraying a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Indeed, that earlier force was undeniably the power of their Father-S tremor fruit. Yet how had Mr. Ron come to possess it? Was it a fruit that could replicate the abilities of others? Their conjectures were overly cautious. They failed to realize that Ron's abilities transcended mere replication. After all, replication is inherently limited. Ron, on the other hand, would randomly acquire a power from any patient he had healed, with no upper limit. As curiosity about Ron swelled among the onlookers, Whitebeard, undeterred by the challenge posed by Ron, readily accepted. Gururora, Dr. Ron, my great blade is not so easily met. With a shrill sound, Whitebeard swung his weapon, the quake, forcefully toward Ron. A dim glow manifested at the blade's edge, unmistakably heralding the activation of his fruit's power. Clearly, Whitebeard regarded Ron as an equal adversary and unleashed his full might. Damn, Newgate, that's a sneak attack, Ron exclaimed, feeling the terrifying pressure as the blade sliced through the air. He retaliated, throwing a punch in response. Their attacks collided across the void, and before they could fully meet, an unprecedented shockwave erupted, manifesting as a palpable force that ravaged the earth. Boom. The ground trembled violently, uprooting trees across the island. Numerous visible fissures appeared in the earth, rapidly spreading throughout the island. The clouds were scattered, and the sky cleared in an instant. Failing to land a blow, Whitebeard swiftly withdrew his blade and struck again with even greater speed. Ron could do nothing but evade, a formless aura manifesting around them. In an instant, Ron vanished from his spot, replaced by an unassuming stone that Whitebeard's fist smashed to smithereens. Truly devious, Newgate, Ron remarked, hundreds of meters away, his attire torn and his expression displeased. Gururora, Dr. Ron, you've been too complacent. Do you not understand the laws of the sea? One must remain vigilant. Battles can erupt at any moment. As he concluded, Whitebeard leaped into the air, his fist poised to strike Ron once more. In response, Ron braced himself. Boom. The The sound reverberated through the air. Amid the astonished expressions of the surrounding crew, their combat escalated, and soon the very island began to fracture. Debris cascading from the edges of the fissures. It was evident that if this continued, the solitary island would soon vanish beneath the waves. Not good, we must flee. The island is sinking. Panic surged as the crew realized the gravity of the situation. Have they lost their minds? Don't they understand the consequences of their actions? Witnessing the island crumble under the fury of their father and Mr. Ron, the division commanders could no longer remain idle. They rushed towards the ships anchored nearby, fearing not only the potential for becoming drenched, but also the risk of being caught in the crossfire of the fray. Within mere moments, amidst their frantic escape, the commanders managed to reach the ship S-hold just before the island was utterly destroyed. As they collected themselves, they beheld the island reduced to ruins under the relentless assault of their father and Mr. Ron, who remained unfazed, continuing their fierce battle atop scattered rocks upon the sea. The ocean surged violently, towering waves crashing down around them, drenching the deck with a thunderous sound. Bang! Bang! Jozu swallowed hard, astonished. Incredible strength. As the strongest defense in their crew, he doubted his ability to withstand such a tumultuous battle unscathed. Was this truly their father's genuine prowess? Beside him, Vista appeared somewhat dazed. If only father had maintained this state during the Marine headquarters incident, perhaps the outcome would have been quite different. With this statement, a somber mood enveloped the deck. They were reminded of Ace. Fear not. Father previously assured us that Mr. Ron promised to revive Ace. It merely requires time. Perceiving the shift in emotions, Marco interjected with a smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. More importantly, have you not noticed? Even now, Father cannot secure a victory over Mr. Ron in a short time. As his words echoed, the atmosphere brightened once more. Indeed, could it be that Mr. Ron was concealing his true prowess all along? It remains unclear. One must remember that prior to Mr. Ron's emergence, old Dad held him in the highest esteem, declaring him the only man on these vast seas whose depths he could not fathom. Little wonder then, Mr. Ron is indeed shrouded in mystery, possessing not only the miraculous art of healing, but also exhibiting extraordinary strength. Quite so, quite so. Chapter 17. I am old Dad, and you are second Dad. Amidst the chatter of the captains of the divisions, the island in the distance was utterly obliterated, sinking forever into the depths of the ocean. At this juncture, the clash between Ron and Whitebeard finally ceased. Hey, Newgate, have you had your fill of nonsense? Standing upon a solitary remnant of rock, Ron casually discarded his tattered doctor's coat, revealing a damp blue shirt beneath, his expression one of vexation. Is it too much to ask to remind me to dress appropriately while healing? What kind of absurdity is it to shred my clothes during battle? Be mindful. Muttering to himself, Ron began to stride towards the docked ship. This time, after facing Whitebeard, he felt like a dog, observing Ron's indifference. A flicker of amusement crossed Whitebeard's eyes. Truly remarkable, Dr. Ron. After being imprisoned for over 40 years, you still possess such formidable strength that even I, at this age, cannot inflict harm upon you. Had it not been for that incident long ago, you would have undoubtedly succeeded by now, and perhaps there would have been no Roger to claim the title of Pirate King. Thus, Ron and Whitebeard returned to the ship together. On this day, following their battle, Ron successfully garnered the entire Whitebeard pirate crew under his command. A few days later, in the first half of the Grand Line, the sun shone brightly as a solitary, enormous three-masted ship sailed serenely across the sea. Hey, Dr. Ron, what are your thoughts on my previous proposal? Sitting on the deck, Whitebeard cradled a barrel of liquor and inquired towards the bow where Ron stood. Nearly a week had passed since their battle on the island, and most of the pirates had been dispatched by Ron for various tasks, leaving only a few to manage their daily affairs. Without his sons by his side, Whitebeard felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and boredom. Even drinking lost its charm, despite this being the freedom he had longed for. Damn it, Newgate. I've told you numerous times, do not mention making me your children's father again. Do you hear me? Ron felt on the verge of madness. I want your crew, not to be your son's father, especially not second Dad. Indeed, he had not misheard. Second Dad it was. In Whitebeard's words, I am old Dad, and you are second Dad, but he preferred to call him Captain, and they would each have their own roles. This was utterly absurd. Ron could not fathom what obsession Newgate had with fatherhood. Collecting sons was one thing, but now he was fixating on him. Fine, fine if you refuse. I shall bring it up again another time. Noticing Ron's simmering frustration, Whitebeard seemingly nonchalantly shifted the topic, though a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Isn't being second Dad splendid? Hearing Marco and the others call me old Dad brings me great joy. After this fleeting thought crossed Whitebeard's mind, his expression returned to normal. By the way, Dr. Ron, what exactly is your goal? My pirate crew now belongs entirely to you. Do you not intend to summon Kaido and the remnants of Rock's crew? I know you well enough. You've long desired to overthrow those up in Mariawa. He turned to gaze into the distance, where he could just make out the Shabandi archipelago. I wonder what this Ron is up to here. No, it is still insufficient. Insufficient? Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback by Ron's words. Indeed, merely relying on those individuals cannot sustain my dream of toppling the world. I require the collective might of the entire sea. Ron replied with a light chuckle as he turned around. Over 40 years ago, Rox failed once. He never even laid eyes on the figure upon the empty throne of the Gorosei. I refuse to repeat past mistakes. This time, I will amass a greater force to confront the world government, gathering the power of the entire sea. Whitebeard perhaps foresaw the unfolding future, letting out a sigh. You truly dare to say that, Dr. Ron. Just dealing with the remnants of the Rock's pirates would keep you busy for quite some time. Do you intend to capture Roger's crew and the current new generation all in one fell swoop? We shall see. If I falter, isn't there still you, Newgate? Together. Who would dare oppose us? I truly regret it, Dr. Ron. It's too late, Newgate. From the moment you agreed to join me, you have forever been under my command. You are indeed a complete scoundrel. How could a sacred profession like medicine be associated with someone like you? Who knows? Perhaps the world truly needs a savior like me. Ron jested, facing Whitebeard at the bow. Observing Ron's obstinate demeanor, Whitebeard felt a pang of frustration. Very well, what is the next target? Is it Rayleigh? Of course. Ron replied with a smile, revealing his perfectly aligned white teeth. Having resolved to make a significant impact in this world, one certainly requires a competent ally. In my view, Rayleigh fits the bill well. After all, he managed to elevate Roger to the throne of Pirate King, which is no small feat moreover. I can only imagine that Rayleigh is likely frantic, desperately searching for his whereabouts. Chapter 18. A miserable Luffy, Carp, and Akainu join forces. The sun hung low in the sky. Under Ron's command, the ship advanced towards the nearby Shabandi archipelago. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island near Amazon Lily, in the Calm Belt, Luffy was enduring a torturous special training session under Rayleigh. Ah, Master Rayleigh, save me. I'm about to be eaten. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, Luffy, unable to use his devil fruit abilities, inadvertently found himself ensnared by a ferocious beast that had bitten into half of his body. Struggling desperately, he called out for help to Rayleigh, who was obliviously on a phone call, completely unaware that his apprentice was about to become the beast's meal. Hello, Shaki. Have there been any updates on Mr. Ron? Rayleigh inquired. What about the specific location of Whitebeard's fleet? What? How could this be? After a moment, Rayleigh finally set down the phone, letting out a slight sigh. He had acquired some information, yet why had Newgate chosen this moment to disperse his crew? Did he not realize this would provide an opportunity for those with ulterior motives? Rayleigh remained unaware of Whitebeard's thoughts. Just as he was about to hang up, a voice filled with surprise erupted from the phone. Ron, first mate. You're here? As this voice echoed, a youthful yet oddly familiar voice followed. Hee. What's this, Shaki? Am I not welcome? Mr. Ron. Suddenly, Rayleigh's pupils widened dramatically, his entire being struck as if by lightning, standing dazed and motionless, his eyes brimming with disbelief. It was Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron had truly arrived, and he was presently in Shaki's bar. With this thought, Rayleigh hesitated not for a moment, plunging headlong into the ocean before him, leaving only a single remark for Luffy, who remained on the spot. Luffy, I have something to attend to. I'll come find you when the opportunity arises. Master. Seeing Rayleigh depart, Luffy instantly panicked, shouting loudly, but to his dismay, it seemed as though Rayleigh did not hear him at all. Luffy could only watch helplessly as Rayleigh swam further away, until he eventually transformed into a mere silhouette that vanished completely from sight. At this moment, Luffy felt as though he might burst into tears. Master, I am still trapped inside this tigress belly. Above the island, Luffy's desperate wail echoed through the air. In the New World, with Ron's appearance in the Shabandi archipelago, this news swiftly reached the interior of the former G1 naval base, now serving as the temporary headquarters of the Navy. The most wanted criminal, Ron, is now in the Shabandi archipelago. In a room marked as the Intelligence Department, an officer, glancing at the freshly minted intelligence report in his hand, involuntarily read aloud. However, his eyes widened in shock, and he quickly rose from his chair. The highest bounty criminal, Ron? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the officer dared not linger. Sprinting out of the door, as he was instructed to pay close attention to this individual, he could not afford any delays. Should any superior place blame upon him, he would be in serious trouble. especially during this sensitive period following the retirement of former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, with the new admiral yet to be appointed. Just as the officer burst out of the room, he was suddenly enveloped in darkness, colliding with a figure. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground. Who? He began to raise his head, ready to curse, only to despairingly discover that the figure before him was none other than Admiral Sakazuki, who appeared to be preparing to embark on a mission. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. As the officer stood there, unsure of how to explain his predicament, the stoic Admiral Akainu silently picked up the file that had fallen to the ground and opened it. In the next moment, the officer distinctly noticed the cold air surrounding the iron-willed admiral as his brow furrowed, an intense aura emanating from him, leaving the officer dumbfounded. The most wanted criminal, Ron. At that moment, Akainu seemed to have gleaned the contents of the file, reading aloud. The officer was taken aback. Immediately afterward, he saw Admiral Akainu suddenly turn to Vice Admiral Enigmo beside him and issue a terse command, before turning back and departing. In an instant, the scene was left with the officer sitting there, feeling utterly lost and inconsequential. What is happening? I have even planned where to be buried after I die. And yet you all have left? Unbeknownst to Akainu, the thoughts of this minor character, who was not even worthy of a name, were of no concern to him. Nor was the identity of the officer significant enough to warrant further investigation. Upon receiving the news of Ron's appearance in the Sabaody archipelago, he immediately abandoned his current mission to seek assistance from Garp. Indeed, it was a plea for help, having gained experience from their previous encounter. Akainu recognized that Ron's physical prowess far surpassed his own, compounded by that unpredictable devil fruit ability. He did not believe he could capture him alone. Sakazuki, what brings you here? Minutes later, in the office of the Vice Admiral, Garp observed Akainu entering with a grim expression. His grandson had perished at the hands of this very man, were it not for his commitment to naval justice. He feared he would have been unable to restrain himself from killing him. Before Akainu could speak, Garp continued. If you seek my support to secure the position of Fleet Admiral, let me tell you, don't hold your breath. It is utterly impossible. Vice Admiral Garp, I certainly do not expect your support in becoming Fleet Admiral. In fact, I am quite aware that a significant portion of the Navy here does not believe I am fit for the role. Akainu responded calmly to Garp's inquiry. Then what brings you here? Garp's brow furrowed, perplexed by Akainu's purpose. Given that Akainu was acutely aware of Garp's stance, Garp could not fathom any reason for their interaction outside of the matter of the Fleet Admiral position. Ron. Akainu's voice was steady as he uttered the name. Ron. Garp's eyelids flickered, the name resonating deeply within him, a memory he found challenging to forget. Especially since it was Ron's influence that had led his son to defect from the Navy and establish that so-called Revolutionary Army. Noticing the flicker of complexity in Garp's eyes, Akainu smiled slightly. Yes, Ron. I just received news that he has appeared in the Sabaody archipelago. I have come to propose that we join forces to capture him. On what grounds do you believe I would assist you? Garp's expression darkened to an almost chilling degree. Simply because of your criminal son, Dragon. Akainu responded impassively. If I am not mistaken, your son, upon learning of his idol Ron's appearance, will likely rush to join him. At that point, the Navy and your son will be truly at odds, especially since that fellow named Ron is anything but predictable. As his words hung in the air, the room fell into a profound silence, with Garp's expression darkening to its utmost severity. Before his retirement, Sengoku had shared all intelligence regarding Ron with a select few, and through scattered clues, he had boldly deduced that the notorious Rocks pirates, who had once terrorized an era, were largely orchestrated by Ron himself. Should Sengoku's insights prove accurate, the Navy would soon face considerable troubles. Garp was unwilling to gamble, nor did he dare to. Thus, shortly after Akainu's declaration, Garp's resolute voice echoed through the room. Very well, I accept your proposal. Let us join forces to capture Ron. With this agreement, a barely perceptible gleam of satisfaction crossed Akainu's eyes. You may not support my ascension to Fleet Admiral, but that remains to be seen. Chapter 19, Rayleigh wept. At this moment, in Shaki's ripoff bar on the Sabaody archipelago, Ron, with an expression of mild agony, placed his glass on the bar before him, teasingly remarking, Shaki, your drinks remain as dreadful as ever. I apologize, Mr. Ron. I've caused you trouble. Shaki, crouched behind the counter, quickly bowed in apology upon hearing Ron's words, her heart secretly anxious. Damn it, Rayleigh, why haven't you returned? Didn't I inform you well in advance? As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, Shaki understood all too well the significance of the man before her, Ron. It could be said that he could command the crew merely through his unparalleled medical skills, particularly back on the pirate ship. She often witnessed some of the most vicious criminals being brought into Ron's workshop, only to emerge emitting ghastly wails, as though subjected to some horrifying experiments. A source of terror indeed. Thus, Shaki believed that no precaution was too great. Thus, the scene before us has come to be. What is it, Xiachi? You seem rather tense. At that moment, Ron cast a meaningful glance towards her, prompting Xiachi's body to stiffen instantaneously, as if frozen in place. She couldn't help but shudder slightly, responding, and no, it's nothing at all. Her smile was painfully forced, and inwardly, she fervently wished for Rayleigh to return swiftly. Perhaps her prayers were answered, for almost in the next instant, the bell of the bar chimed suddenly, and Xiachi looked up in delight, spotting Rayleigh rushing in from outside. Rayleigh, she exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Her cry immediately captured the attention of both Rayleigh and Ron. What is the matter, Xiachi? Rayleigh inquired with curiosity. Feeling the weight of Ron's amused gaze upon her, Xiachi offered an awkward smile, replying, It's nothing, really. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh visibly relaxed. Striding directly to Ron's side, slightly bent over, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor and anxiety. Mr. Ron, it's been a long time. Indeed, Rayleigh. I hardly recognized you. You've aged quite a bit. Ron replied with a gentle smile. Perhaps the years of anticipation had finally culminated in this moment. For upon receiving Ron's accurate acknowledgement, Rayleigh's eyes brimmed with tears. It was hard to fathom that the former right-hand man of the Pirate King was on the verge of tears before Ron. Hey, this isn't like you, Rayleigh. It doesn't quite fit the persona of the Dark King, Ron remarked, somewhat exasperated. He had never realized before that Rayleigh possessed such a side. How could someone like him manage the unruly crew of Whitebeard? Doubts began to creep into Ron's mind. Unbeknownst to him, Rayleigh and the others had waited over 40 years for him, even outliving Captain Roger. Finally meeting after such a long separation. The feeling of having waited so long for the clouds to part and the moon to shine was indescribable. Soon, while Ron spoke, Rayleigh managed to compose himself. And after calming his emotions, he returned to his usual demeanor. He sat next to Ron, took a gulp from the glass Xiachi had pushed towards him, and then refocused his attention on Ron. Mr. Ron, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for words. As if his heart was congested with a tumult of emotions, concern mingled with apprehension regarding the truth. Observing Rayleigh's expression, Ron couldn't help but smile slightly. You wish to inquire about the matter of Laughtail, correct? Yes. Rayleigh nodded eagerly, perhaps encouraged by Ron's initiative, which allowed his thoughts to flow more freely. We have been to where we wanted to go and received the answers we sought. Yet we are unable to act upon them. Mr. Ron, could you? You cannot. Not yet. Ron interjected before Rayleigh could finish. Why not? Rayleigh's expression turned bewildered. They had already learned the outcome, so why wouldn't Mr. Ron share the process with them? Seeing the disappointment etched on Rayleigh's face, Ron felt a pang of regret and began to explain. I can only share this much. Freedom is never the domain of a single individual or a solitary group, but belongs to the entire world. If your mindset is merely to overthrow the world government, you will only create another world government in its place. He stressed the need for appropriate policies, such as prohibiting private forces from wielding firearms and restricting the indiscriminate use of devil fruit powers. Only when every individual in this world is treated with complete equality can the visions you witnessed at Laughtail be realized. Imagine a world where sea trains traverse the oceans, and everyone can enjoy delicacies and specialties from all over the world from the comfort of their homes. When there are no privileges or plunders, but only heroes safeguarding the people, are they not all heroes? In that time, with no external threats and no internal exploitation, the vast seas would be open to all, and one could set sail at any time. That would be true freedom. As Ron's voice resonated, Rayleigh found himself momentarily entranced. Catching a glimpse of the world Ron had painted, a world akin to universal harmony. Gradually, insights began to dawn upon him. Is this the process? No wonder the captain said his time was not yet ripe. Without a guide, they might never fathom these concepts. Prohibiting the abuse of devil fruit powers and the misuse of force. They had only been focused on the dire state of the world, yet lacked any viable solutions. Indeed, Mr. Ron is the true revolutionary and creator of this era. Chapter 20. The Tremor Fruit? Sakazuki had a sharp pain in his lower back. So, Rayleigh, are you willing to join me in overturning this world? Ron's voice broke through Rayleigh's reverie, and as he began to awaken, he realized Ron was smiling at him. Awaiting his response, Mr. Ron, your unexpected invitation leaves me at a loss for words, Rayleigh admitted, the world Ron described igniting a longing within him. Yet, could it truly succeed? Doubt loomed in Rayleigh's mind. Suddenly, the door burst open, jolting Rayleigh from his deep contemplation. He looked up to see Xia had returned, her expression fraught with urgency. "What is it?" he began, but Xiaqi's next words rendered him momentarily speechless. "It's bad. The Navy is here." "What?" Rayleigh was taken aback. He had always maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Navy, so what had changed today? Then it struck him. Instinctively, he glanced at Ron, who rose gracefully, smiling as he addressed him. "It seems the Navy can hardly tolerate my presence any longer." Without waiting for Rayleigh to respond, Ron strode out of the bar, confident that this battle would yield a satisfactory answer from Rayleigh regarding his proposal. "Two top-tier Navy forces have arrived. They certainly hold me in high regard." Stepping into the open space outside the bar, Ron called out to the distant woods. Next moment, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed as a wave of Navy elites surged forth from the surrounding buildings, encircling Ron. Two figures gradually emerged from his line of sight, parting the crowd of Navy personnel who regarded them with reverence, stepping forward to stand before Ron. It was none other than Akainu and Garp. "Ron, you best comply with the Navy's capture, or else you may find my patience wearing thin," Garp declared first. Although Akainu remained silent, the heat radiating from his clenched fists indicated he was prepared for action. "This is quite troublesome. Are you all so eager?" Ron remarked, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. In response, Akainu and Garp maintained their silence. The information revealed before Sengoku's retirement was too significant to ignore. They could not afford to take the potential threat of someone like Ron lightly. "How utterly tedious. It seems you have lost even the desire to engage in conversation." Ron shook his head in regret, then a faint smile graced his lips. "But do you truly believe you can capture me?" As his words faded, an invisible aura emanated from Ron's body, enveloping the entire Sabaody archipelago. "Seeking death." Akainu's expression darkened as he swung his fist, transforming it into a torrent of magma that hurtled toward Ron. Yet, his reaction was ultimately a moment too slow. Ron vanished, leaving behind only a decayed red tree branch. Boom. The searing magma created a vast crater in the ground. "Ron, cease these futile tricks. They only serve to make me regard you with even greater disdain. Let us engage in a proper battle." Garp bellowed, leaping powerfully from the ground, his body soaring like a cannonball toward the spot where Ron had been standing 100 meters to his right. At that precise moment, Ron reappeared there, and Garp's forceful fist compressed the air into substance. Sensing the chilling intent emanating from his opponent, Ron finally set aside his nonchalance and adopted a serious demeanor. "Your blade remains sharp, Garp." As his words echoed, Ron formed his fingers into a blade, enveloped in a faint green luminescence, and then forcefully sliced downward toward the oncoming Garp. Surgical scalpel, with a sharp sound. It seemed as if Ron had cleaved through the very air itself, producing an eerie noise as it collided solidly with Garp's fist. Clang. The air resonated with a metallic sound unlike any human collision, a piercing noise that threatened to penetrate the eardrums. Almost instantly, a palpable wave of energy surged forth from their clash. The force generated by their encounter was akin to that of a bulldozer, leveling all visible structures above ground in an instant. Trees splintered, and dust and debris were sent flying. In mere seconds, the once serene island, reminiscent of a fairy tale, was thrown into chaos. "Oh dear, what a splendid place, and you've ruined it. Garp, this is the responsibility of your Navy," Ron lamented, feigning sorrow over the devastation wrought upon Sabaody. In his previous life, this had been a natural 5A amusement park, now so carelessly desecrated. However, Akainu wasted no time lamenting, launching directly into a powerful attack. Great eruption. A colossal magma fist, nearly 5 meters in size, surged forth from Akainu, aimed directly at Ron's position. In an instant, the surrounding redwood trees within a 100-meter radius all lost their moisture simultaneously, igniting into charred remnants. The consequences of such an attack were dire. "You've gone too far, Navy brat." Ron's countenance darkened, disregarding even Garp, who was approaching him. "Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. All of this is property from my future world. How can it be wantonly destroyed?" This thought took root in Ron's mind, and soon, a mysterious aura began to rise from his body. "Perish!" Ron shouted. His fist was enveloped in a soft, luminescent glow before he struck fiercely at the magma giant's fist. In an instant, the space before him seemed to tear apart. The island trembled slightly, and the magma fist disintegrated under Ron's attack, breaking into countless small fragments that fell to the ground nearby. At that moment, the air fell silent. Seeing the magma extinguished, Ron couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The fire had been contained. However, when he lifted his gaze, he was met with the astonished expressions of those around him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "What is wrong with you all? Do I have flowers on my face?" No one responded. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time dragged on until suddenly a voice rang out from behind Ron. Quake fruit. ISNT that negates power? How do you possess it, Ron? Garp stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of suspicion and awe. He had been ready to strike. But Ron's sudden display of power was unforgettable, especially considering the last individual to wield such abilities had left a profound impact on these seas. Nearby, Akainu also uncharacteristically halted his assault, instinctively touching the area around his waist, a flicker of discomfort crossing his gaze. It had been a month, and even now, the pain lingered, with every visit to the restroom a reminder in crimson. Chapter 21. Am I your father, Garp? Meanwhile, at the dock where Ron's ship was moored. Has that kid Ron made his move? Beneath the inky night sky, Whitebeard lay asleep in his cabin, cradling a barrel of sake. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered, as if sensing something, and his eyes snapped open, revealing a thoughtful smile. It seems my decision to remain off the island was indeed wise. That kid must be in quite the predicament now. However, with 2 top-tier Navy forces arriving simultaneously, he wondered if Ron could handle it, especially with Garp being a particularly troublesome opponent. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard reclined back down. Oh well, that boy is no stranger to adversity. Why should I worry? Just as he relaxed, a rapid knocking echoed from outside his door. Bang, bang, bang. Not good, old man. The Navy's Akainu and Garp have both appeared on the island and are fighting with Mr. Ron. Came Josu's deep and anxious voice from outside. Gururara, silly son, have you forgotten that Dr. Ron is the man who saved me from the battlefield? There's no need to worry. Whitebeard responded with a hearty laugh. As his words fell, the commotion outside ceased, replaced by Josu's murmured reassurances and retreating footsteps. Right, Mr. Ron is so formidable, he even brought old man back to life. He will be just fine. Hearing this, Whitebeard's expression darkened slightly. For some reason, whenever someone mentioned Ron saving him, a vivid image flashed through his mind. What a foolish son. No wonder Ron said his character is too naive for handling matters. Whitebeard muttered, grumpily returning to his barrel of sake. On the island, Ron's simultaneous display of 2 abilities had caused both Garp and Akainu to hesitate, halting their combat. Their eyes were fixed intently on Ron, awaiting an explanation. In the face of their scrutiny, Ron appeared utterly unconcerned. What about that just now? I have no idea. At this declaration, Garp and Akainu's expressions transformed dramatically. You're toying with us. Garp's face darkened. Garp, stop wasting time. Just capture him, and everything will become clear. Akainu, now losing his patience, urged. Garp fell silent. Yet the dark, dense haki slowly manifesting from his arms signaled his agreement with Akainu's perspective. Ron scoffed at the performance of the two. Why should I answer you just because you ask? Am I your father? If you're going to fight, then fight. If not, I intend to sleep, as I have no time to waste with you, he said with evident impatience. This declaration escalated the animosity to its zenith. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with impending conflict. With a deafening roar, both Garp and Akainu launched their assault on Ron. Their speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Iron Fist, Dog-Tooth Red Lotus. This time, both combatants unleashed their full strength, determined to subdue Ron. The palpable aura of haki surged forth with every clash, inflicting unprecedented devastation upon the town, leaving its residents in a state of sheer panic as they screamed and fled. Run, run for your lives. The Navy is fighting again. Hurry, get away from there. Damn it, can't they take a break for a few days? I just want to live my life. On the island, the chilling wails and terrified screams echoed beneath the night sky, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare, all of which was observed by Rayleigh from a distance. I had thought this place was a paradise for the celestial dragons, yet here we are, unable to escape the specter of battle. Can't the Navy show some mercy to these unfortunate souls? Rayleigh lamented. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resolve began to replace the hesitation in his gaze. Meanwhile, Ron found himself gradually at a disadvantage against the combined might of Garp and Akainu. Even with the powers of 2 devil fruits at his disposal, he was struggling to maintain his ground. With a resounding thud, Ron endured a powerful punch from Garp, and could no longer suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth. Damn it, the Navy truly has no sense of reason, ganging up on me, he exclaimed, wiping the blood from his lips and rising to his feet. In the brief moment he spoke, a renewed onslaught from Garp and Akainu was already upon him, the wind from their fists whipping his clothes violently, while the air was suffused with an intense heat, causing his hair to slightly curl from Akainu's attack. Just as Ron was about to retaliate, he suddenly froze, noticing a figure had stepped in front of him, intercepting Akainu and Garp's assault. My apologies, Mr. Ron. for the delay in my response. Regarding your invitation, I accept. From this day forth, I look forward to your guidance, Rayleigh declared, his formidable fists blocking the attacks of Carp and Akainu. The sheer force exerted by the two adversaries pushed the aging pirate king back, his feet scraping against the ground in a desperate retreat. Hearing Rayleigh's strained voice from ahead, Ron's eyes momentarily shimmered with a rare smile. He shook his head, saying no. It's not too late. Everything is just beginning. As the last word left his lips, radiant green light began to shimmer around his arms. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, reappearing near Akainu. Hey, little candle. Didn't your mother tell you that playing with fire will lead to bedwetting? As Ron's voice echoed, a look of horror flashed in Akainu's eyes. When he turned around, he was met with the dazzling green glow of Ron. With a familiar tearing sound, one of Akainu's arms was severed cleanly, falling to the ground, blood gushing from the severed end and staining the earth. In an instant, the air was permeated not only with the acrid scent of sulfur, but also with a faint scent of blood. The tide of battle had shifted in an instant. Akainu's expression darkened as he clutched the stump of his severed arm, standing beside Carp and glaring at Ron and Rayleigh with unrestrained malice. Your gaze is quite fearsome. What? Do you wish to continue fighting, little candle? Ron quipped, completely disregarding Akainu's murderous glare. Rayleigh couldn't help but find himself both amused and exasperated by Ron's unflappable demeanor. Chapter 22. Is reviving a person so difficult? Ron, consider this a past this time, but I hope you remember one thing. No matter how the world changes, the Navy remains an indispensable force. Order is needed to maintain balance. Carp said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Ron. However, upon observing Ron's unwavering smile, Carp sighed inwardly, realizing his words might fall on deaf ears. Turning to Rayleigh, Carp continued seriously, Rayleigh, a peaceful life is hard-earned. You should cherish it. With that, Carp lost all desire to remain, redirecting his attention to Ron. Could you return Akainu's arm to me? You know the Navy needs him, Carp stated candidly. In response, Ron graciously extended his hand with a smile, saying, Be my guest. Carp fell silent, retrieving Akainu's severed limb from the ground before turning and disappearing into the woods, not uttering another word, save for ordering his subordinate navy to retreat. As for Akainu, he had departed even before Carp declared the battle over. Carp had resolved to cease hostilities, and with the loss of an arm, he knew he could not hope to detain Ron. Why remain in place to endure further humiliation at the hands of these pirates? With a commanding step, Carp ordered the nearby navy to withdraw. Watching the retreating figures of the navy, Rayleigh finally spoke, turning to Ron with a look of bewilderment on his face. Mr. Ron, can we not join forces with the navy? He had begun to accept Ron's overtures, learning to view matters from the other's perspective. Reflecting on Carp's earlier words, Rayleigh saw the merit in forming an alliance with such a formidable force, believing it could bring them closer to realizing their dreams, perhaps even simplifying their journey. Do you know why I so generously returned Akainu's arm to the Navy? Ron inquired, shifting the conversation to an unrelated topic. Because Akainu is part of the Navy? Rayleigh ventured tentatively. Exactly. Ron nodded with a smile. Carp is right. The seas still require the Navy's maintenance. However, if the Navy exists, why is the sea still so chaotic? Aside from the celestial dragons, a significant part of the chaos is due to the Navy's own decay. Even if it hasn't yet reached the core, its roots have already begun to rot, and the day of collapse is not far off. Rather than accept a thoroughly corrupt entity, it would be wiser to allow it to expend its remaining energy, while we seize this opportunity to establish our own influence. Of course, we shouldn't absorb it entirely. Swaying even a small faction of well-meaning Navy personnel is still feasible. Do you understand this principle? Ron patiently elucidated the pros and cons to his future deputy, watching as Rayleigh's expression grew contemplative. Noticing this change, Ron's lips curled into a faint smile. The individual capable of elevating Roger to the throne of the Pirate King may indeed harbor genuine expectations regarding the other's abilities. Now, enough of this idle standing around. We must provide the station Navy personnel at Sabaody Archipelago with an opportunity to catch their breath. Come aboard my ship. I shall introduce you to an unexpected individual and tend to your wounds. That recent joint assault by Garp and Akainu must have been quite unbearable. Ron clapped Rayleigh on the shoulder and, with an arm around him, strode purposefully towards the dock where the ships were moored. However, after only a few steps, he abruptly halted, as if recalling something. By the way, Shaki, would you care to join us? As the words echoed, Shaki, who had been lurking at a distance, instinctively shivered, then revealed an awkward expression. She had just overheard Mr. Ron mention treating Rayleigh, and she was somewhat reluctant to go. Yet, she pondered whether refusing Ron might provoke his ire. Caught in this dilemma, Shaki found herself conflicted. This entire scene did not escape Rayleigh's notice. Observing Shaki's troubled expression, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was indeed Mr. Ron who could even intimidate a woman like Shaki, who thrived on extortion and chaos. Ultimately, Shaki declined the invitation, leaving only Rayleigh to board the ship, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. At that moment, beneath the inky night sky, Luffy was recklessly sprinting across an island in the calm belt, pursued by a horde of colossal beasts rivaling sea kings. "Aw, help me, Rayleigh-san." A few minutes later, aboard Ron's ship, Rayleigh stepped into the cabin, his gaze falling upon the towering figure before him, disbelief and awe flickering in his eyes. "Mr. Newgate, you are alive." Given the circumstances at Marineford, such a reality seemed unfathomable. Moreover, having viewed footage of the event afterward, Rayleigh was certain Whitebeard had perished. What could this mean? Had he returned to life? The mere thought struck Rayleigh like a cannonball, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. "Gururara. Rayleigh, have you also been duped by Ron? This is splendid. With your company, my days shall no longer be so solitary." Whitebeard laughed heartily, devoid of any intent to clarify. While the rare sight of Rayleigh's astonishment was amusing, yet, Ron, overhearing, expressed his discontent. "Hey, Newgate, what do you mean by duped? This is a convergence of heroic vision, understand?" Amidst their playful banter, Rayleigh began to regain his composure. He turned to Ron, his swollen eyes fixated on him. "Ron, it is truly you. If miracles exist in this world, you must be the embodiment of one." Noticing Rayleigh's earnest expression, Ron scratched his head in mild exasperation. "Well, Rayleigh, Newgate's revival is feasible because he has only recently passed. However, as for Roger, I fear that is unlikely. His remains are likely nothing but ash by now. Perhaps merely a few dry bones." "Is that so?" A deep disappointment washed over Rayleigh's features. If even Mr. Ron deemed it impossible, it must indeed be hopeless. A heavy silence enveloped the cabin. Perhaps sensing the shift in atmosphere, Whitebeard interjected. "Dr. Ron, if it truly proves unfeasible, surely you can devise a solution? I have faith in your capabilities." Though he often engaged in light-hearted banter with Ron, he could not deny Ron's standing as a paragon of medical expertise in this world. If he could achieve resurrection, what was a little extra time to worry about? After all, what was merely turning to ash? As this thought lingered, even Whitebeard began to feel a tinge of uncertainty. Could turning to ash truly be possible? It should be, for this was Ron. If need be, he could simply create another. "Hey, you scoundrel Newgate, don't make wild promises," Ron retorted, visibly perturbed. "Is resurrecting someone such a simple feat? Is it not?" Whitebeard countered. Ron found himself momentarily at a loss for words before scratching his head in agitation. "Well, it's not entirely out of reach. We could always find another body. The only issue is locating Captain Roger's soul. If we can find it, the problem should be manageable." Scarcely had Ron finished speaking when Rayleigh's face brightened with unmistakable hope. "Is it truly possible, Mr. Ron? I only mentioned there is a chance. The prerequisite is that you must find Roger's soul." Ron was cautious not to make any promises. No matter, as long as there is a possibility." Rayleigh responded with unabated enthusiasm. Observing this exchange, Whitebeard's eyes glimmered with a complex emotion. The sentiment of reluctance to part ways. As someone who had experienced death, he comprehended the depth of Rayleigh's feelings and understood why the formidable Dark King would be so moved by Ron's mere words. It was akin to the moment he had perished at Marineford, when his greatest sorrow was for the children aboard his ship. One could say Ron's existence was akin to that of a reborn parent to him. Reborn parents? Those four words seemed to flick a switch within Whitebeard, and he instinctively straightened up, redirecting his focus onto Ron. Observing Ron's demeanor today appeared quite promising. Should he broach the subject of Ron becoming a second father? Chapter 23. The Upgrade of Armament Haki, the Mastery of Flowing Sakura. The following day, amidst a cacophony of noise, Ron opened his eyes, battling the remnants of sleep in his mind as he pushed open the cabin door. "What is all this ruckus about? What is going on?" he queried with irritation. Anyone would be in a foul mood when awakened so early, especially after being dragged into late-night revelries by that rascally Whitebeard. As his voice rang out, the deck fell silent. How embarrassing. How could he have just awakened? Rayleigh had just recalled that he had left Luffy, that lad, stranded on an uninhabited island, and had forgotten all about him. "I want to head back," Whitebeard declared loudly. "Get lost. Who says a man must drink? I prefer sweet. Bubbly soda, all right?" Ron retorted promptly to Whitebeard's customary jibe, employing an old joke from his past life in response. But soon after, a sea breeze swept past, instantly sharpening his senses. "Luffy, Rayleigh, you're heading back?" He instinctively turned to Rayleigh. "My apologies. Rayleigh replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. I left in such haste yesterday that I forgot about a young lad I was mentoring, who was left on an island in the Calm Belt. Luffy is the younger brother of Fire Fist Ace, the former captain of the 3rd Division under Newgate. The events of yesterday had been so overwhelming, compounded by Whitebeard's bluster and the shocking revelation of Roger's revival, that he had completely lost track of what he had initially remembered. I thought it was something significant. Young people must face reality sooner or later. At worst, just inform the people of Amazon Lily. I recall you have an old flame there, Ron remarked nonchalantly, dismissing it as trivial. Is that all? Upon hearing this, Rayleigh hesitated, ultimately conceding under Ron's gaze, nodding. All right then, I'll inform the folks at Amazon Lily right away. Upon finishing his words, Rayleigh withdrew a transponder snail from his pocket and made his way into the cabin, only to re-emerge several minutes later. Just in time, Rayleigh. Allow me to attend to your wounds first, Ron called out eagerly, noticing the relaxed demeanor on Rayleigh's face. Due to Rayleigh's recent involvement, Ron had been dragged into another drinking session with Whitebeard the previous day, postponing the treatment for Rayleigh until today. Without restraint, Newgate had transformed into a veritable spirit of intoxication, leading Ron to suspect that the man's body contained naught but alcohol. Haha, splendid. I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Ron. Rayleigh responded as he settled onto the deck, removing the bandages that wrapped around his hands. His right forearm bore a mild burn, while his left showed signs of a hairline fracture, a minor inconvenience at best. With just a cursory glance, Ron quickly assessed Rayleigh's condition. After discussing the specifics, he began the treatment, effortlessly channeling vitality within Rayleigh's body to reinforce the fractured area, requiring no further intervention to complete the healing process. As for the minor burn on Rayleigh's right arm, Ron chose to dismiss it entirely. It's merely a slight burn. What man fears pain? He remarked nonchalantly. Now, just refrain from any strenuous activities for the next few days. Ron concluded his treatment irresponsibly. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed within his mind. Ding. Patient successfully treated. Medical evaluation, ordinary. Special skill, reciprocity, activated, randomly extracting one ability from the patient. The extraction commenced. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of armament hockey from the patient. Note, due to the host's low evaluation, the current ability is only 1/4 of the original patient's capacity. Ordinary treatment can lead to the acquisition of abilities. Ron momentarily found himself lost in thought, only to be struck by the realization that he had only received 1/4 of the ability. So that is the mechanism at play. The extent of ability acquired is contingent upon the system's evaluation, but I wonder what criteria are employed, difficulty of treatment, methods used, or perhaps a combination of both. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a peculiar energy suddenly materialized within Ron, awakening him from his reverie. It was the armament hockey he had just received from Rayleigh. Ron could distinctly feel that energy permeating every cell in his body, blending seamlessly with his existing armament hockey. In an instant, he sensed his mastery of the technique reaching a critical point, culminating in a breakthrough. A wave of ease surged through him, as if he could command armament hockey in any part of his body at will, effortlessly condensing it into a single point to strike deep within any object. Flowing cherry blossom. Observing the transformation within himself, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Ron's eyes. Generally speaking, there are no distinctions in armament hockey, only in the techniques employed. And flowing cherry blossom represents a high-level application of armament hockey, allowing for a unique method of delivering it into an enemy's body to inflict even graver injuries. However, it must be noted that without a certain level of proficiency in armament hockey, one cannot hope to utilize its corresponding advanced techniques. Even Ron, prior to this, had only grasped the basics and could not wield it with mastery, let alone condense his entire armament hockey into a single point with flowing cherry blossom. It was as if he had obtained an extraordinary advantage. Unconsciously, Ron's expression grew fervent as he gazed at Whitebeard, his eyes practically glistening with longing. He pondered, if Rayleigh alone could bestow such formidable power upon him, what might be possible with Whitebeard's addition? Just as Ron was lost in thought, Whitebeard, comfortably seated on the deck with a drink in hand, suddenly paused, acutely sensing a troubling intent directed at him. Instinctively lifting his gaze, the two men's eyes interlocked in the air. Hey, Ron, what's with that look? Whitebeard felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Even discarding the barrel of alcohol he held, the barrel thudded against the deck, spilling its rich contents. This abrupt movement snapped Ron back to reality. He blinked and, donning a calm facade, replied, What look? Newgate, don't go looking for trouble. His words lacked conviction, prompting Whitebeard to observe him with bemusement. Meanwhile, Ron, caught in a moment of embarrassment, felt a pang of regret. It seemed impossible to pursue Newgate further. Perhaps it would be wiser to explore other potential allies in the future, as there were still 3 other emperors aside from that rascal Newgate. This very thought would soon lead to considerable difficulties for those strong individuals wishing to join Ron, resulting in him earning the moniker of a quack doctor. Chapter 24. Genetic Factor Technology Morality? Or is it a matter of principle? The sea remained ever constant. After departing from the Sabaody archipelago, the group found rare moments of leisure. On the deck, Rayleigh observed the antics of Ron and Whitebeard, struggling to reconcile their behavior with that of individuals poised to upend the world. Ron lay sprawled like a corpse on a lounge chair, while nearby, Whitebeard reclined in an even larger chair, his ever-present barrel of alcohol close at hand. Gulalala. Dr. Ron, you truly know how to indulge. I never expected sunbathing could be so delightful. TCH. What do you know, you uncultured bumpkin? If only a few gentle ladies could come and give a full-body spa treatment right about now, that would be exhilarating. Spa? What is that? Oh, you wouldn't understand if I explained it to you. Let me tell you. As Ron and Whitebeard's conversation grew increasingly absurd, Rayleigh felt sweat bead on his forehead. Finally, unable to contain himself, he interjected, Mr. Ron, what should our next steps be? Should we aim to recruit more powerful pirates? Upon hearing Rayleigh's inquiry, Ron immediately halted his banter with Whitebeard, pondering for a moment before sharing his plan. That's not an incorrect assumption. If we are to accomplish our objectives, we must recognize that not only the Navy poses an obstacle, but also those lurking in the New World. However, before proceeding, we should wait a bit longer. Wait longer? On the deck, both Whitebeard and Rayleigh paused in surprise at this statement, exchanging puzzled glances as they struggled to understand what Ron was waiting for. Mr. Ron, what are you waiting for? Is there another contingency plan aside from us? Rayleigh could not help but ask. The dominant forces of the old era were merely the Rocks and Roger pirate crews. He believed that he and Whitebeard sufficiently represented that age, making it difficult for him to comprehend who else might warrant Ron's patience. It was a bittersweet realization. But there was no alternative. Who could have anticipated that not only Rocks, but even the later Roger remained within Ron's calculations? Or else he would not have made those remarks at Laughtail. Don't rush. Noticing the inquiry in their eyes, Ron comforted them before privately calculating the time. It should be about time. Upon hearing this, confusion deepened in Rayleigh and Whitebeard's eyes. Suddenly, amidst the commotion, the shrill sound of a phone bug pierced the air, prompting Whitebeard and Rayleigh to turn around. To their astonishment, they noticed a phone bug resting beside Ron's reclining chair. It's here. With a subtle smile, Ron approached and pressed the answer button. In the next moment, a familiar and urgent voice echoed from the device. Mr. Ron, we've found it. We've discovered the technology for the bloodline factor. As per your request, we've had the King of Germa cultivate a clone of Ace, and it should be operational in about 3 months. Marco exclaimed, brimming with excitement over the phone. Marco, the bloodline factor technology? Hearing the seemingly nonsensical words from the phone, both Rayleigh and Whitebeard felt utterly bewildered. It was no wonder they were confused. The Germa kingdom belonged to the realm of technology, while they were entrenched in the domain of physical prowess, existing on entirely different wavelengths. Ah, Dad, are you there? I have good news to share. Ace is about to be revived. According to Mr. Ron's specifications, we've truly found a way to create Ace's body. Marco could hardly contain his enthusiasm, especially upon hearing his father's voice. Revival. Although Whitebeard was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the bloodline factor, upon hearing that Ace could be brought back to life, he finally grasped the purpose behind Ron sending Marco and the others on their mission. He looked up, casting a deep gaze at Ron, refraining from uttering any words of gratitude. Ron, in turn, responded with a smile, fully aware that their bond could not be effortlessly dissolved by mere expressions of thanks. Rayleigh, standing nearby, also bore an expression of excitement. Though he did not fully comprehend the process, the prospect of finding a method to create Ace's body sparked hope within him that perhaps his captain could also be resurrected. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, brimming with joy thanks to Marco's phone call. All right, I understand. Since you found it, come back. Your father has been missing you dearly, Ron said with a smile before hanging up the phone. Then, turning to the 2 normally stoic individuals, he could not resist dousing their elation with a splash of cold water. But do not rejoice too soon. The revival of Ace is still a distant prospect. At these words, Whitebeard froze, while a flicker of tension crossed Rayleigh's eyes. Have you forgotten what it costs for your own revival, Newgate? Ron interjected. Cost. A realization dawned upon Whitebeard. It was indeed the essence of life. Essence of life. Rayleigh exclaimed with a perplexed expression, questioning the nature of this term, which bore an ominous undertone. Precisely. Have you considered where you will procure such an abundance of life essence? Ron countered, his expression laden with significance. Keep in mind, your sons have already been deprived of their lifespans once before. As the weight of Ron's words settled, Whitebeard's countenance darkened. For the notion of depriving others of their lifetimes was exceedingly cruel. Aside from those who conducted human experiments, few in this world could bear the moral burden of such an act. The atmosphere plummeted, palpable tension emanating from Whitebeard, a mere fraction of which cast an unbearable weight upon the ship. Cracks visibly spread across the floor beneath Whitebeard's feet. His eyes flickered with intense struggle and anguish. Ensnared in an endless dilemma, on one side lay the lives of others, and on the other, the resurrection of his son. Such a choice was agonizing. Yet if placed in the context of a father, the torment was magnified. Ron, Doctor, Newgate, have you made your decision? Ron's voice rang out, startling Whitebeard, who gazed at Ron with a mixture of pain and confusion. What a gaze it was, dark eyes brimming with determination, resolve, and earnestness. In that moment, Whitebeard inexplicably calmed, as if a realization dawned upon him, and he became despondent. Once the mightiest man upon the seas, he now appeared before Ron as a frail elder, devoid of strength. It is difficult to fathom what life has imparted upon this venerable figure. Chapter 25. The heavy cost of revival, returning to Marineford. The air had inexplicably grown heavy. Even the surrounding sea breeze had come to a standstill. As an observer, Rayleigh felt a tumultuous wave of emotions within him. Lifespan, the deprivation of life essence. Each gruesome term compelled him to contemplate the harrowing cost of revival, though he had not been present at the time. Fragments of the conversation revealed that reviving Whitebeard had cost the entire crew a portion of their lifetimes. What an immense figure that was. How many men did Whitebeard command? The battle at Marineford had already provided insight into that. For it was not solely the efforts of a handful of captains or Whitebeard himself that held the line against the 10,000 elite Marines. Countless nameless crew members played their part as well. If each of them had 2 years of life taken, that amounted to thousands of years in total. Contemplating this, Rayleigh felt a chill wash over him. On the deck, Ron suddenly sighed. Newgate, you cherish your family above all. I believe you understand the principle that as humans, as sons, and as fathers, we must uphold the fundamental moral boundaries of our humanity. If you truly uttered those words earlier, what meaning would my preparations hold? Even the celestial dragons have yet to possess the ability to deprive others of their lives. Do you wish to be the first to do so? Ron's words struck like daggers, piercing Whitebeard's heart, rendering his face increasingly pallid. The gaze Whitebeard directed at Ron shifted from desolation to guilt. Observing the transformation in his demeanor, Ron felt a sense of relief. Finally, I've managed to sway this old man. It was not out of boredom. In this era, his heart had long grown cold. The seas brimmed with malice, and countless wrongdoers thrived. Capturing a few or even dozens would bear no consequence. Death would be preferable. Yet such precedents could not be set. Even with great power, the burden of labor was too great. Have you seen that 2 have already been scheduled for revival? He thought. Today one, tomorrow another. What would that make me? I am no saint. Seeing the moment was ripe, Ron decided to speak up. Otherwise, Newgate might leap into the sea out of guilt. Actually, there might be a solution. He pondered aloud. In that instant, Whitebeard and Rayleigh perceived a glimmer of hope, their eyes sparkling as they awaited Ron's forthcoming answer. Advance to impel down. Ron's response consisted of 3 words. Indeed. Isn't impel down merely a ready-made logistical reserve warehouse? Both Whitebeard and Rayleigh couldn't help but clap in approval. Over the years, the Navy may have neglected other pressing matters, but they have certainly maintained this prison rather well. It houses a plethora of heinous criminals, and aside from a few wrongfully accused individuals, there is no need to worry about innocents being harmed. For these individuals, neither Whitebeard nor Rayleigh harbored any concerns about moral reproach. Instantly, the atmosphere aboard the ship lifted considerably. However, at this moment, storming Impel Down could impact our subsequent actions. Rayleigh couldn't help but voice his worries. In the past, when he was solitary, he would have charged into a place like Impel Down without a second thought, as he believed the Navy couldn't do anything to him. But now, the circumstances were different. Rarely, Whitebeard remained silent, instead turning to look at Ron. From the glimmer of hope in Ron's eyes, it was evident that the sword in his hand, Inma, was yearning for action. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Outside Marineford, a familiar ship reappeared. Unlike the last time, the place was much quieter. After the Great Battle, the Navy headquarters had relocated, leaving behind only a dilapidated shell and a handful of guards to continue the repairs on the remaining structures. It truly was nostalgic. Ever since that battle, it had been difficult for the old man to accept the fact that he had been defeated by a few youngsters. Standing at the bow of the ship, Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaim. Gazing at the distant familiar scenery, memories of the past flooded his mind. If it weren't for Ron's intervention, he might have met the same fate as Roger, with his crew either dead or scattered. You can keep pretending to be tough, but if I had treated you back then, you wouldn't have been ambushed by that treacherous little brat. That was truly embarrassing, Ron remarked, clicking his tongue. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was momentarily at a loss for words, then shot Ron a dangerous look. Dr. Ron, has anyone told you that your mouth is rather foul? Many have. Ron nodded confidently, pausing before adding, but they are all dead now. As the two conversed, a blue figure streaked through the sky. Upon landing, it excitedly shouted towards Ron and the others, Dad. Mr. Ron, I'm here. It was Marco, and as the blue flames dissipated, he revealed a figure cradled in his arms. Marco's here. Whitebeard greeted Marco calmly, but when he noticed the familiar figure in Marco's embrace, he couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter. Gorora, Mr. Ron. I entrust my son to you. Rayleigh, standing nearby, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Despite having heard the news, witnessing the reality was hard to believe. It was miraculous that two identical beings could be created from just a few strands of hair or blood from the original. Well, it appears Marco has employed some clever techniques. The Germa King is indeed compliant. Ace's current body can last 2 years, and with my modifications, it can sustain for 20 years. As for what happens afterward, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ron approached and, after a thorough examination, confirmed that Ace's clone exhibited no abnormalities, nodding in approval. Upon hearing such reassurances, Marco's anxiety dissipated, and he began to cheer joyfully on the spot. Wonderful. Ace is saved. This is fantastic. After waiting for a full 3 months, during which he watched his brother grow from an infant, he had taken on the role of a devoted mother. Now, witnessing the fruits of his labor was an indescribable joy. After calming his excitement, Marco began to inquire about the specific plans for the assault on Impel Down. Dr. Ron, when shall we strike at the gates of justice? Is there a plan we need to prepare for in advance? To this, Ron's response was simple, no need. Just open the gates of justice and then enter Impel Down. What? Marco was taken aback. Chapter 26. Target, break through the gates of justice. The gates of justice. Towering and immeasurable, constructed with the Navy's utmost resources, composed entirely of special alloy materials, interspersed with the world's most durable material, sea stone. It can withstand the most powerful attacks in existence. It truly is magnificent. Would it be too regrettable to destroy it? Gazing at the gates of justice from a rather inconspicuous ship, Ron sighed, and then turned to Whitebeard, saying, Newgate, it's your turn to take action. Gururara. Watch as I smash it with a single punch. Whitebeard declared with great fervor, knowing that the revival of Ace was within reach. He, as the father, could not falter at this moment. As he charged his right arm, everyone could clearly see his muscles swell dramatically, blue veins emerging from beneath his skin like small dragons. This display left Ron in awe, inexplicably reminding him of the legendary Chilean arm from his past life. Then, Whitebeard swung his fist. A dull sound of shattering echoed as the space before him erupted with vast fissures that spread rapidly, covering a radius of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Such a sight had never been witnessed even during the battle at Marineford. Is he already using his full strength? Rayleigh noted, observing the tremendous force behind Whitebeard's punch, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. However, he quickly recalled that if reviving someone was possible, a mere shadow injury would be trivial for Mr. Ron. As Rayleigh pondered, a greater commotion erupted from the distant gates of justice. Boom. The gates of justice, which had stood undisturbed until now, sounded as if struck by a meteor, producing a tremendous noise, with powerful shockwaves surging skyward, overturning the clouds. At that moment, the true appearance of the gates of justice was finally revealed to the world. Under such a powerful attack, a formidable and distinct fist imprint was left on its surface, towering 100 meters high. The spectators could see that, at some point, a gap had been blasted open in the gates of justice. Even though it was merely a fissure, it was at least 100 meters wide, sufficient for their inconspicuous ship to pass through freely. With this realization, cheers erupted among those on the ship. Fantastic, Dad. We can enter now, Marco exclaimed excitedly. Finally, we can rescue Ace, Jozu said with a goofy grin. In the midst of this jubilant atmosphere, an ill-timed and irksome voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Newgate, are you just blowing hot air? Didn't you say you would smash it with one punch? This seems a bit underwhelming. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd shot furious glares at the source. Who dares to insult our father? But when they turned to see their beloved Dr. Ron, their expressions immediately softened. Oh, Dr. Ron, then it's no problem. Ignoring the chaotic thoughts swirling in their minds, Ron gazed at the still-standing gates of justice, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. It could only be said that the gates of justice, crafted with the full might of the Navy, was indeed formidable. Even a brute like Newgate could not break it. However, this is not the outcome I desire, Ron murmured to himself, then turned to the side, casting a dangerous smile at Whitebeard. What do you say, Newgate? Shall we join forces to obliterate it and revolutionize this era, starting from here? Ha 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 ha. Certainly. Let this old man be the catalyst for the upheaval of this age. Whitebeard bellowed with a hearty laugh. Listening to the outrageous remarks of the two, Marco was utterly astonished. Is it customary for such formidable figures to act so recklessly? Must they truly resort to destruction? Can't we first consult the opinion of the Gate of Justice? Mr. Ron, are we not wasting too much time? The Admiral might arrive at any moment, Marco urgently advised. Rest assured, it won't take long, Ron replied with a grin. Right, Newgate? Ha 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 ha. Of course. Whitebeard concurred. If these two could not even push open a door, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Rayleigh, could you please persuade them? Marco, seeing that his attempts were futile, quickly sought assistance from Rayleigh, who stood nearby. Rayleigh's response was simple. Marco, do not fret. Trust Mr. Ron and your father's plans. After all, compared to the trivial matter of resurrecting Ace, they are considering much more. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Marco could only helplessly stand by, waiting. Observing Marco's demeanor, Rayleigh couldn't help but shake his head. After all, Newgate had spoiled him too much. This child is far too naive. If it were merely to resurrect Ace, it hardly warranted the involvement of these old geezers. What sort of power could two individuals wield, both possessing the most destructive devil fruit abilities in the world? No one could fathom. Yet, the scene that unfolded next was enough to shatter everyone's perception entirely. Boom, boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Ron and Whitebeard struck simultaneously. Just the beginning, the sea was instantly overturned, generating towering waves. Following this, one could clearly see as if a divine hand had gently swept across the waters before them, and the sea surface suddenly split open, creating a safe passage between them and the Gate of Justice. The riverbed was exposed, revealing the foul, dark silt below and the fish and shrimp that had not escaped in time. Under the compounding effects of their powers, minute fissures spread across several kilometers, permeating the air with an aura of extreme danger. Under such a surging assault, the Gate of Justice crumbled at the slightest touch, akin to a mere sheet of paper, soaring into the sky without a moment's pause until it disappeared. In an instant, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Even Rayleigh, the man who had traversed the world with Roger, displayed a shocked expression in the face of this unprecedented spectacle. Raindrops of seawater fell upon them, yet none were aware. The air had come to a standstill at that moment. What are you all dawdling for? It's time to set sail. Don't forget, there's a Gate of Justice waiting for us in Impel Down. At that moment, Ron's voice rang out, shattering their reverie and awakening them. Chapter 27. What? Impel Down is gone. A few minutes after Ron and the others entered the Gate of Justice, a call from the Marine headquarters in the New World reached Impel Down, instantly causing chaos in the world's largest prison. What? The Gate of Justice has been breached? Is Ron, who seemingly possesses the powers of the Tremor fruit, heading towards Impel Down? In the director's office, the freshly appointed Hannibal jumped up upon hearing this news, standing abruptly from the still warm seat of the director. Hang in there for a moment. Marine reinforcements will arrive shortly. On the other end of the line, Admiral Tsuru concluded and immediately hung up, clearly caught off guard by Ron's sudden actions and busy coordinating support. How long until the Marine reinforcements arrive? Hannibal was about to inquire further, but unfortunately, the Den Mushi on the other side afforded him no opportunity. This is bad. I just got appointed. Hannibal's face fell, staring at the silent Den Mushi, on the verge of tears. At this moment, he was unaware of the greater disaster awaiting Impel Down. The Calm Belt. Due to its unique geography, this maritime region felt not a whisper of wind. Yet today, the colossal tsunami created by the combined efforts of Whitebeard and Ron shattered this silence. Boom. The waves, churned by the sea, blotted out the sky, accompanied by intense roaring sounds, as tens of thousands of tons of seawater surged into the Calm Belt, racing towards Impel Down. The momentum was grand, with the sound of the waves echoing throughout the sea. Behind this tsunami, a small boat leisurely followed, carrying Ron and his companions. Gulp. Marco, witnessing this terrifying scene, could not help but swallow hard. Mr. Ron, isn't this commotion a bit too grand? It won't affect Impel Down, will it? It shouldn't, right? Ron replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. After all, he was a doctor, not an expert in such matters. Hearing Ron's irresponsible remark, Marco's eyes twitched involuntarily. For a moment, the atmosphere on the deck grew silent. Everyone was speechless, fixated on the impending impact of the tsunami. Gradually, time ticked away. Eventually, the group spotted through the back of the tsunami the familiar Gate of Justice standing before Impel Down. The Gate of Justice, we've arrived, old man, Marco exclaimed excitedly. Whitebeard, beside him, also wore a benevolent smile, eager to converse with Ace at last. However, in the next moment, boom, the tsunami crashed, and the Gate of Justice suddenly became as fragile as a paper before the force of nature. With a single impact, the once formidable door was obliterated, and the seawater, carrying the residual force, surged through the gate, sweeping over Impel Down and rushing into the deeper seas, leaving only ruins in its wake. Nanny, on the deck, everyone's expressions turned blank, gazing at the desolate sea, now littered with remnants of Impel Down. They were utterly dumbfounded. It's over. Not only has the Gate of Justice been blown away, but now Impel Down is also gone. How can we rescue anyone now? In the distance, Ron was momentarily stunned as well. This unforeseen turn of events had indeed caught him off guard. Yet, almost immediately, he seemed to sense something, his expression returning to calm. At that moment, Marco leaned over the boat's bow, staring vacantly at the sea. Seeing this, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh, stepping forward to pat Marco's shoulder. Don't worry, only the surface of the sea has been destroyed. What lies beneath is unharmed. Upon hearing this, Marco's eyes lit up. After using his observation hockey to investigate, he exclaimed with excitement, it really hasn't been destroyed. Ace is saved. We will finally be able to see Ace. Joza chimed in, his dark face beaming with a joyous smile. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh felt his heart grow weary. In just a few days, why did he constantly feel like a babysitter to these kids? He was supposed to be in charge of taking care of Whitebeard and the others. Cough, Rayleigh. We must devise a strategy for infiltrating Impel Down. At that moment, Ron's voice echoed nearby, nearly causing Rayleigh to falter. Goodness. After comforting the young ones, must you also concern yourself with the larger matters? Shouldn't such worries fall upon the shoulders of a captain like yourself? If you could only restrain yourself a bit, this old man would not have to personally intervene in such chaos. There are a few warships that remain largely intact. They should serve as a passage to assist us in breaching the inner sanctum of Impel Down, Rayleigh remarked darkly. Upon hearing this, Ron's eyes brightened. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, what a brilliant idea. As expected of you, Rayleigh. Oh, stop it, you flatter me, Rayleigh replied, a hint of blush appearing on his cheeks. In that case, I shall trouble you to take the lead, Rayleigh. Chapter 28. The Prison Riot. The guards are in a panic. Meanwhile, within the bustling confines of Impel Down, an unforeseen calamity had thrown the newly appointed warden, Hannibal, into disarray. Chief Suddy, you are tasked with leading the guards to transfer the prisoners to the lower levels. Yes. And Domino, organize all personnel immediately to repair the breached walls. Understood, Warden. Furthermore, Magellan, we have intelligence suggesting that the notorious wanted criminal Ron may invade Impel Down. Join me in intercepting him. We must not allow him to breach our defenses. In the searing depths of the 4th level, Hannibal issued urgent commands. Standing beside the former warden, Magellan. Upon hearing that Ron might invade, Magellan's expression grew serious. Without hesitation, he turned and made his way toward the lower level. Ron, while others may be unaware, as the former top warden of Impel Down, he was acutely aware of the implications. Ron was the only criminal ever deemed too dangerous to be imprisoned even in the depths of the 6th level's inferno. What a tumultuous time. I hope Hannibal can withstand the pressure. As he departed, Magellan cast a glance back at Hannibal, who was busily engaged, before stepping into the ascending elevator, his demeanor grave. Boom. At that moment, a violent rumble erupted, causing Impel Down to tremble once more, sending the station guards into a frenzy. What now? Could it be that the Sea Kings have caught the scent of humans and are attempting to breach Impel Down? Damn it, we don't know. The guards repairing the damaged walls instinctively halted, their expressions a mix of confusion and terror. Everyone, calm down. Rest assured, with Hannibal and Magellan here, the prison will be safe. The voice of Chief Domino resonated through the intercom, instilling a sense of reassurance among the guards. As Magellan's name echoed through the air, it seemed to erect a pillar of confidence within everyone, immediately calming their nerves. However, Domino, observing the monitors, felt a flicker of concern cross her beautiful face. Her gaze lingered on a feed from the corner, closest to the sea on the ground level. If it were merely an incursion by the Sea Kings, it might be manageable. After all, Warden Magellan could easily handle that. Yet, The situation was far more dire. The notorious wanted criminal Ron, a name that instilled fear just by its mention. Moreover, she had just learned from Warden Hannibal that this man had breached the defenses of Justice Gate. At that moment, under Domino's watchful gaze, 2 naval warships suddenly crashed through the ceiling of the first level, seawater gushing in through the breach. I hope Deputy Warden Magellan can resolve this. Domino sighed inwardly, having seen Magellan's elevator arrive at the first level. However, as she looked around for Hannibal, who was supposed to join forces with Magellan, she was astonished to find that dear Warden Hannibal was still holed up in his office on the 4th level, yet to depart. On the 1st level, within the Red Lotus Hell, as the area most severely affected by the disaster, all prisoners had been evacuated, leaving only guards under Chief Domino's coordination to repair the breaches in the walls. Yet, at this moment, their expressions were somewhat vacant. Under their watch, a young man suddenly leaped down from one of the naval vessels embedded in the ceiling. Is this truly the world's largest prison? It seems rather rudimentary. They haven't even managed proper waterproofing, and there's water leaking everywhere. Ron surveyed his surroundings, displaying a look of disdain. Following closely behind him were Marco and Whitebeard, carrying Ace's new body. As they appeared, the guards turned pale, the air thick with tension. Whitebeard, how is it possible he is still alive? And 1st Division Commander Marco. Ron, this is disastrous. Are they here to destroy us? The guards panicked, trembling and retreating in fear, for Whitebeard's presence impacted them far more than Ron's. What? Whitebeard. At that moment, Domino, stationed in the monitoring room, recognized the figure on the screen, her heart racing as her hand inadvertently brushed the intercom button. Suddenly, her previous words resonated loudly through the intercom, reaching the prisons above the 6th level of Impel Down. In the next moment, what? Whitebeard. As this voice echoed throughout the 5th level prison, Impel Down erupted into chaos. Whitebeard, the strongest man? Impossible, he was supposed to be dead. How could he be here? The prisoners went wild, some shaking their cell doors, others running amok, and many screaming in panic. Among them, a group of prisoners being transferred by the guards attempted to seize the opportunity to escape, but Chief Suddy quickly noticed and ordered the guards to suppress the situation. Even a few who had managed to flee amidst the chaos were swiftly recaptured and returned to the ranks. Meanwhile, the strongest man? Is Domino jesting? Inside the elevator, Magellan was stunned, having also heard the broadcast. Just as the elevator chimed, the door slid open. What he beheld next was beyond his comprehension. In the center of the Red Lotus Hell, 3 figures emerged, the most prominent being Whitebeard himself. Gasp! Magellan inhaled sharply, his mind momentarily blank. Just then, Ron seemed to sense something, slowly raising his gaze to meet Magellan's eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Oh, someone's coming, Newgate. This one is yours. Chapter 29. Is human nature innately good or innately evil? Oh, someone's coming, Newgate. This one is yours. In the stillness of the prison, Ron's voice rang clear amidst the quiet. As he finished speaking, he turned and beckoned to Marco, bypassing Magellan to head toward the elevator, seemingly preparing to delve deeper into the prison's depths. Marco, keep up. Understood, Mr. Ron. Marco, cradling Ace, followed closely behind Ron. The two of them disregarding Magellan as they approached the elevator. Ding! A familiar elevator chime echoed, and as the door slid open, it seemed to jolt Magellan, who had been lost in a daze, back to full awareness. He abruptly lifted his head, veins standing out on his forehead. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget. This is my domain, Magellan. With a thunderous roar, a crimson venom erupted from Magellan's body, swiftly transforming into a vast ocean of poison that surged toward the retreating figures of Ron and his companion. At this moment, Magellan cast aside any contemplation regarding the reason behind Whitebeard's revival. His singular focus was to prevent anyone from trespassing in this forbidden territory. The viscous poison writhed, countless bubbles rolling and bursting within, each explosion releasing a noxious crimson mist into the air. Hey, you little prison wretch. Do you intend to obstruct Ron from resurrecting my son? Suddenly, Whitebeard moved, appearing behind Ron with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, the wave of poison detonated, and Magellan, as the primary target, was sent hurtling backward, shattering numerous walls before he came to rest, suspended against one, gradually sliding down. With a sputtering cough, blood sprayed from Magellan's mouth, sizzling on the ground and rising in tendrils of black smoke. Is this the might of the world's strongest man? Truly formidable. Magellan struggled to rise from the ground, then added, "What perplexes me is why someone like you would willingly become another's vassal." After a brief skirmish, Magellan had completely abandoned the absurd notion of blocking Ron and his companion's passage. Even facing just Whitebeard was proving to be exceedingly arduous. In this predicament, attempting to divide his focus would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. I must endeavor to hold this fellow at bay. The rest shall be entrusted to you, Hannibal. Magellan mused internally. As long as he could delay until the Navy reinforcements arrived, victory would be theirs. You cunning little brat, have you already resigned yourself to death? However, I have no time to waste with you today. Ace is on the brink of resurrection. Whitebeard approached Magellan with a heavy stride, his fists faintly glowing. The sound of his weighty footsteps reverberated throughout the prison's level. As the guards surrounding him gazed at this legendary figure, their hearts steeped in despair. Why? Is the Emperor truly so powerful that even Director Magellan is no match for him? Meanwhile, Ron remained indifferent to the foregone conclusion of the battle between Whitebeard and Magellan. After entering the elevator, he and Marco descended. Level 2, nothing. Level 3, nothing. Level 4. Ah, here it is. So this is where they are. A smile crept across Ron's face as he slightly raised his head, the elevator doors opening to reveal countless cells, each housing a multitude of prisoners. It was evident that the inmates who had vanished earlier had all been confined here. The origins of the world's largest prison, constructed to mimic the infernal environment. It truly is unsettling. Upon stepping out of the elevator, a wave of scorching air rushed toward him. The temperature so high that it felt as though his hair might curl under its intensity. Navigating such a scene was akin to stepping into the very depths of hell. As the two traversed the dimly lit corridor, the rows of cells on either side stretched endlessly, leading deep into the heart of the prison. After a moment, Ron halted abruptly. This is the spot. Place Ace down. Following Ron's command, Marco cautiously surveyed their surroundings before gently laying Ace's body onto the searing floor. At that moment, the prisoners around them took note of their arrival and peculiar actions. The oppressive heat ignited a restless agitation among them, with angry shouts erupting. New arrivals in the prison? That kid on the ground is surely dead. How about letting me out? I know of a devil fruit that can bring someone back to life. One sharp-eyed inmate spoke up first. Upon hearing this, the nearby prisoners rushed to the front, spewing forth a torrent of vile and grotesque language, alternating between threats and temptations. You lot, hurry and open the cell doors for me. Do you hear? Are you looking to die? Why are you dawdling there? Be careful, or I'll come out and kill you. Want some treasure? I'm a king. If you let me out, all my riches are yours. Ha ha ha. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Truly, one cannot overestimate the depths of human nature. Ron, maintaining a calm demeanor, surveyed the sordid scene around him, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. Then, he planted his foot firmly on the ground, unleashing an invisible aura that enveloped the entire fiery hellscape, extending to the icy abyss, the paradise of newcomers. And the infinite hell as well. Ron raised an eyebrow slightly. So this is where it is, one of the Revolutionary Army's secret bases? What? Marco did not quite catch that. Nothing, just stumbled upon something interesting, Ron replied with a slight smile. Now, let us prepare to begin. As his words fell, a dim glow emerged from Ron's palm, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the cacophony of anguished cries ceased abruptly. In that instant, Ron transformed into the true harbinger of this earthly hell, wielding complete dominion over the fates of all criminals present. The silence lasted less than a heartbeat before it was replaced by an even louder chorus of wails. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Damn it, what is this? Stop. Can you hear me? You bastard, are you looking to die? Streams of milky white light began to emanate from the chests of the criminals, slicing through the air before converging at Ace's heart, merging deeper into his being. In the dim and despairing depths of hell, the emergence of a faint, life-giving glow was strikingly apparent, illuminating the surroundings and enhancing the pristine whiteness of Ron's doctor's coat. The resurrection ritual has commenced. Chapter 30. The Truth of the Devil Fruit? In the searing hell, the oppressive heat continued to rise, coupled with the moans of the writhing prisoners, rendering this place increasingly reminiscent of a demonic underworld. The extraction of life energy persisted. As the orchestrator, Ron could distinctly feel his strength waning, the sensation of weakness resurfacing within him. Damn it. This is truly beyond human capability. Ron lamented helplessly. The abilities granted by the fruit were, for beings of their caliber, far too abundant to significantly enhance their power. They merely provided an additional means to an end. It could be said that Ron had been thoroughly exploited by Whitebeard. Mr. Ron, is life energy only extractable from humans? What about other animals, such as sea creatures? Marco, who had been intently observing Ace's body, suddenly voiced his curiosity. The process of extracting life energy from criminals and injecting it into Ace sparked an intriguing thought within him. If life energy exists within humans, could it not also reside within animals? If so, it would alleviate the need for such complications, especially considering the ocean is teeming with sea creatures. Marco's audacity grew with each passing moment. He even envisioned future battles against the Navy, with Mr. Ron as their formidable backup, making them feel invincible. You must be dreaming. I am a doctor, not a veterinarian. Medicine demands precision. Can you guarantee that the vitality of sea kings is entirely compatible with that of humans? What if something goes awry and we inadvertently harm the soul? Ron remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Marco. He could easily discern that the lad was entertaining fantastical notions. I wield a golden touch, not an invincible leg. If I were truly unbeatable, what would I need to do? Despite being utterly exhausted, Marco's relentless chatter was grating on his nerves. Leave me be. I crave solitude. Ron found a clean spot to sit, completely disregarding Marco's awkward expression. The atmosphere shifted, becoming strangely tense. After an indeterminate period, a faint pulsating sound resonated through the space, and both men, possessing keen senses, immediately realized that Ace was on the verge of awakening. A flicker of palpable excitement crossed Marco's eyes. It seemed the moment was nearly upon them. Ron brushed off non-existent dirt from his clothing and approached Ace to assess his condition. Upon realizing that a few more minutes were required, he returned to his previous spot to await in silence. During this interval, his mind began to wander. Although Marco was somewhat unreliable, he pondered the feasibility of extracting life force from sea kings. Even if that proved impossible, discovering a method to store vitality would suffice, alleviating his burden. Then, regardless of who was resurrected, they could simply be placed into the life force storage device, and he would merely need to manage the crucial aspect of the soul. Should he attempt to store a batch as a trial? If successful, it would save him immense effort. Unconsciously, Ron's attention shifted to the surrounding prisoners. At this moment, he was no longer content with merely reviving Ace. He regarded the area as a life force logistics warehouse. As Ron's gaze lingered on the prisoners, he began to sense something amiss. Wait, there is something peculiar about these individual souls, he remarked with a furrowed brow. Under the domain of his surgical fruit abilities, he could perceive not only the physical conditions of the individuals, but also their soul states, which were laid bare before him. Scanning the room, he noted that while a significant portion of the souls appeared in a normal, transparent humanoid form, many others exhibited bizarre shapes resembling pigs, horses, cows, and sheep, with varied colors and materials. Furthermore, these souls were enveloped in a mist-like, eerie blue fog. Could it be the influence of the devil fruits? Gradually, Ron felt he was on the cusp of uncovering the true secret behind the devil fruits. Quickly, everyone. The adversaries are the highly wanted Ron and the captain of the Whitebeard crew's 1st Division. Capture them. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from around them, abruptly rousing Ron from his reverie. He slowly lifted his gaze to find a throng of guards and beast wardens surrounding them, armed and ready. Do you fear for your lives? You cannot defeat us, so what is with this fervor? Ron remarked, his expression one of exasperation. He had long noticed their ambush but had assumed they possessed enough sense not to act. Yet, here they were, unable to restrain themselves. As his words fell, the prison warden Hannibal's face darkened. He yearned to retort, but found no suitable justification. Upon reflection, Ron's words made a rather compelling point. We are here to uphold justice in this world. Ultimately, he resorted to this mantra to bolster his resolve, though he felt an inexplicable lack of conviction under the gazes of his subordinates. Suddenly, laughter erupted in the vicinity as Hannibal spoke, and upon looking up, he saw Marco, which only deepened his scowl, rendering his complexion nearly unrecognizable. Apologies, I couldn't help myself, Mr. Ron. Marco, noticing the attention of everyone in the room, stifled his laughter and quickly offered his apology. He hadn't realized it before, but Ron's comment had illuminated the Navy's propensity for such mindless actions. Enough of this idle amusement. Instead of laughing, why not assist in taking care of them? Can't you see Ace is in a critical moment? Besides, have you forgotten the reputation of your pirate crew at Marineford? Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a predicament, Ron said coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. The cold water of reality doused Marco's mirth, his smile stiffening. I understand, Mr. Ron. Marco, somewhat sheepish, stepped forward, ready to handle the guards. However, before he could advance far, Ron sighed from behind him. All right, let me handle this. In the next instant, a crimson glow flickered at the corner of Ron's eye. A powerful, invisible wave of energy surged forth from him, enveloping the crowd and instantly saturating the entire hellish environment. Time seemed to freeze as one by one. The guards' minds were overwhelmed, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground, unconscious, like a row of toppled dominoes. In mere moments, the area was cleared, leaving only Hannibal standing alone and bewildered. Ah, what a relief. Finally, it's quiet. It should have been cleared long ago. Observing the entire prison, including the prisoners. Lying down, Ron felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The prisoners' earlier screams had been excruciatingly jarring, and now his mind was at ease. With that, Ron turned to check on Ace's condition, calculating that the time was nearly ripe. Just then, a somewhat weak voice broke the silence, capturing Marco's attention immediately. Where am I? Is this hell? Ace opened his eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Ace! Marco's voice erupted in an excited scream that echoed through the prison. Ace! Captain Marco? Have you also perished? No, I'm alive. Mr. Ron resurrected you. What? Resurrected? Yes, and Father was also brought back by Mr. Ron. He should still be waiting for us upstairs. Upon hearing that Ace had awakened, Marco dashed forward, disregarding Hannibal entirely. The two brothers began to reminisce at that moment. Right there in the prison, Ron stood to the side, his face twitching. Were these two brothers really going to stage a heartfelt reunion before him? Just as he contemplated this, another round of boisterous laughter erupted within the prison, resonating throughout the entire facility. Indeed, it was Whitebeard, who had just dealt with Magellan. Descending from above. Gururara. Ace. Father. Ace looked up, tears of joy streaming down his face. Ron rolled his eyes. Great. Now it could be dubbed a grand familial reunion drama. The scene continued for an indeterminate duration. Ron, having reached the point of unbearable impatience, finally interjected. Hey. I say, you three, isn't it about time to cut it out? Does the aroma in this place strike you as particularly pleasant? Previously, during the extraction of vitality, the prisoners had not exhibited the same fortitude as Marco and the others. They had succumbed to utter humiliation, soiling themselves in fear. Coupled with the prolonged delay and the relentless inferno of this hellish environment, the situation was akin to that of forbidden weaponry. It is indeed remarkable that these three could maintain a semblance of warmth amidst such conditions. At Ron's admonition, the trio of Whitebeard quickly regained their senses, with the somewhat bashful Marco blushing for an unusual moment. In contrast, Ace, much like Whitebeard, displayed an unabashed demeanor, casting a curious glance at Ron. Gulalala Ace. Allow me to introduce you to Dr. Ron, the benefactor who has resurrected you. You ought to regard Dr. Ron with the same reverence as you do for dear old dad. However, before Whitebeard could finish his sentence, Ron's interruption was swift and decisive. Enough already, let's hurry along. I have no time to engage in idle chatter with you. Ron, visibly exasperated, turned on his heel and departed, fully aware that if he allowed Newgate to continue, nothing beneficial would arise from it. Perhaps Ron's earlier remarks had an effect, or perhaps the authoritative presence of both him and Whitebeard was too formidable. Regardless, they left the place unimpeded by Hannibal. The trio smoothly ascended the elevator out of the searing hell and successfully departed from Impel Down via the same route they had taken earlier. The moment they emerged, they immediately captured the attention of Rayleigh and the others aboard the ship. Particularly, when Jozo laid eyes on Ace, he lunged forward, exclaiming with fervor, Ace. Haha. Big brother Jozo. Ace reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. The two embraced, draping their arms around each other's shoulders as they followed Ron and Whitebeard back onto the vessel they had arrived on. Once Ron boarded, Rayleigh approached with a smile. Greeting him, welcome back, Mr. Ron. It appears everything went smoothly. Relatively so, Ron nodded, responding with a smile. However, his expression soon faltered, as if he had sensed something, and instinctively cast his gaze toward the distant sea. A hint of resignation and a smile played on his lips as he remarked, however, not everyone may perceive our success so favorably. At this, the previously jubilant atmosphere on the deck grew tense. Nearby, Whitebeard and Rayleigh exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed as they sensed an unusual disturbance. After all, Ron's observation skills were unparalleled among them. If he felt such trepidation, it likely indicated that something was amiss. Sure enough, within moments, several indistinct vessels appeared on the horizon, gradually becoming clearer, revealing a substantial naval fleet advancing toward them. It was the Navy. Upon realizing the identity of their approachers, Marco and Ace's expressions darkened. Ace, in particular, when he discerned the crimson emblem upon the prow of the enemy ship, felt orange flames erupt from his body. Memories flooded his mind, vivid and unyielding. How could the grudge of life and death be so easily forgotten? Gulalala, it seems we cannot escape this, Dr. Ron. What shall we do? Shall we create a tumult? The joy of having his son resurrected had ignited a fervor within him, and he was eager for a grand confrontation. The Navy was notably swift this time, clearly. They had come specifically to intercept them. Remarkably, Rayleigh refrained from suggesting a retreat, Beneath his glasses, his eyes sparkled with fierce determination. It was evident that the arrival of the Navy had ignited a desire within these two veterans to showcase their full prowess. Feeling the intense battle spirit emanating from both elders, Ron allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, choosing not to rush into combat. Instead, he advised, "Wait a moment. Let us not be hasty," as this would be their first formal confrontation with the Navy. He was keen to witness the expressions on their faces when they beheld Whitebeard, who they had so meticulously plotted against, resurrected once more. Surely, it would be a sight to behold. In that moment, Ron couldn't help but revel in a sense of dark amusement. Chapter 32. The Marshal's Preparatory Battle. More intruders? Ron's plans quickly unraveled. As the Navy drew nearer, they initiated the assault. The once tranquil sea erupted into chaos, the air thick with the thunderous roar of cannon fire. And countless dark projectiles soared through the sky, hurtling toward Ron and his companions. Gulalala, Dr. Ron. Though I am unaware of your intentions, it is evident they have failed. Whitebeard boomed with laughter, swinging his fist to create fissures in the surrounding air, obliterating cannonballs and igniting brilliant bursts of flame. Ron's expression soured. But he soon chuckled wryly. Having nearly breached Impel Down, it was only natural that the admirals were simmering with pent-up frustration for not having responded sooner. Just then, he noticed a figure leaping from one of the naval ships, pausing mid-air to declare, "Ice Age." In the blink of an eye, the sea transformed into a frozen expanse, rapidly spreading like a malignant growth, encasing everything in sight, including Ron's vessel, in a sheet of ice. The warm weather plummeted, the temperature dropping sharply. Another of the same trick? Such a lack of creativity. Whitebeard scoffed, unfazed as his ship was entrapped in ice. Clearly, this young fool had not learned his lesson. As his words fell, a brilliant golden light erupted above Ron and the others, and Kizaru's figure materialized. Accompanied by a rain of golden light points aimed at sinking Ron's ship entirely, illuminating the sky in a dazzling display. Rayleigh, seemingly prepared, unleashed his haki. And with a swift motion, the intangible force solidified in the air, colliding with Kizaru's assault. Boom. The explosion reverberated instantly. Gulalala, Rayleigh, I leave this to you. I need to attend to a certain little candle. Whitebeard laughed heartily, leaping from the ship, his feet striking the ice as he advanced toward the enemy. Having already spotted Akainu disembarking from his vessel, the latter, as the murderer of his son, could not be ignored. "Hey, Newgate, you bastard, those old men truly are reckless." Ron sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. While these two seemed to revel in the chaos, he found himself in a predicament. It was impossible to contend with two top-tier fighters from the Navy simultaneously. In Ron's gaze, he observed the figure of Akiji, who had just frozen the sea, charging toward them, alongside that old rascal Sengoku. Mobilizing four top-tier fighters simultaneously, they truly did hold him in high regard. Ron felt a twinge of despair. His ability to engage with Whitebeard had relied on the fact that neither had fought with full might, coupled with his slightly superior observation skills. Moreover, even Newgate could not entirely disregard the presence of those two. Ron was left in a state of uncertainty. It was precisely due to his audacious incursion into Impel Down that the entire Naval High Command was stirred, and they once again felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Even the late Whitebeard had seemingly resurfaced, and if this continued unchecked, the calamity reminiscent of Rock's reign of terror might once again befall the seas. To this end, the Navy headquarters hastened the selection process for the new fleet admiral, with Sengoku leading the charge, as this battle was deemed a criterion for the appointment. On one front, they aimed to apprehend Ron, while on another, they sought to finalize the choice for the fleet admiral. Of course, whether there were ulterior motives behind this was unclear to anyone, including Ron, who found himself bereft of the time to ponder such matters, as Akiji and Sengoku were already upon him. Ultimately, action was imperative. Could they not coexist in harmony? With a sigh, Ron charged forth, initiating the first strike. Boom. Suddenly, Ron halted, an expression of surprise gracing his features. Both Rayleigh and Whitebeard, engaged in battle with the Navy, displayed looks of confusion. Instinctively, everyone ceased their assault. The explosion did not originate from their battleground. Rather, it seemed to emanate from the direction of Marineford. Seemingly sensing something, a contemplative expression crossed Ron's face, and he turned to his adversaries, playfully remarking, "It appears the Navy has encountered quite a bit of trouble today, Sengoku. Your old friend has arrived." At that moment, Sengoku and Akiji wore particularly grim visages. Damn it, how could this happen? They no longer needed to rely on observation haki to perceive the distant skyline, where a vast array of structures floated ominously. The previous thunderous sounds had originated from there, and judging by the trajectory of the attack, it was unmistakably aimed at the former Navy headquarters at Marineford. The repaired Marineford, now unexpectedly hosting a rather special guest, would soon bear witness to chaos. Marineford, I have returned, cackled the Golden Lion, a shadow eclipsing the island's light, accompanied by a cacophony of maniacal laughter that unsettled the Navy personnel. As they looked up, their expressions transformed into sheer panic. In the sky, an enormous floating vessel had appeared, with a peculiar figure standing at its bow. Sporting a ship's helm atop his head and two renowned swords in place of his legs, he was an unsettling sight. Before the island's denizens could react, a resounding snap echoed as he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the islands surrounding the floating ship began to plummet violently, crashing down upon Marineford with tremendous force, causing the newly revitalized naval base to shatter once more. Countless frenzied beasts surged forth from the island, pursuing the terrified populace, plunging the area into utter chaos. Gazing at the mayhem he had wrought, the Golden Lion erupted into a near-manic fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, Garp, where have you two old bastards gone? Are you satisfied with the welcome gift I prepared for you? At that moment, a nearby Indigo approached, offering a reminder. Boss, it seems Sengoku and Garp are no longer here. What? Have they already perished? The Golden Lion, incredulous, retorted. You dolt. Haven't you read the news? Sengoku has retired, and the Navy headquarters has temporarily relocated to the New World. This is merely a naval outpost. How could Sengoku and Garp possibly be here? Indigo, exasperated, could only facepalm at the absurdity of his leader's ignorance. Meanwhile, near impelled down, Ron paused his onslaught, unable to resist a teasing remark. Should we continue? It seems your Marineford is about to face destruction once more. Ron had not anticipated that the Mad Lion would prove to be such a formidable ally, arriving at the perfect moment, for otherwise, he would have encountered significant difficulties today. It appeared Sengoku and his cohorts were likely seething with rage at the lion's antics. On the opposite side, Sengoku's countenance darkened ominously, while Akiji's expression mirrored his dismay. Neither had foreseen that what was supposed to be a foolproof plan would be thwarted by a Mad Lion, disrupting the timing of their combined might. The rumbling sounds from Marineford continued to resonate, a relentless echo that weighed heavily upon Sengoku and Akiji's hearts. Let us go. Without hesitation, Sengoku turned to depart, followed closely by Akiji. The position of Fleet Admiral was undoubtedly significant, yet he could not bear to witness the Navy personnel under his command perish before his eyes. Nor could he allow the Navy's reputation to suffer a devastating blow. The two left decisively, leaving behind Kizaru and Akainu, who remained entangled in combat. Almost immediately, Kizaru shimmered with golden light, reappearing several hundred meters away from Rayleigh. The strength of the Dark King Rayleigh is truly formidable, he remarked with a mockingly playful expression from a distance. Noticing that his opponent had no intention of continuing the fight, Rayleigh relished the opportunity to relax, and the two engaged in a banter reminiscent of newlyweds enjoying their honeymoon, filled with flirtation. In stark contrast, Akainu found himself in a dire predicament. His head felt as though it might explode. Unlike before, his opponent was now the fully recovered Whitebeard, who showed no signs of relenting. The arrival of the Golden Lion only intensified the ferocity of their battle. Gururara, little candle snuffer, is your magma truly only capable of lighting candles? Whitebeard bellowed, swinging his sword. NTI, with a mighty cleave. Akainu staggered back, crossing his arms defensively as waves of intense pain coursed through him. His expression darkened. Damn it. Unbeknownst to him, blood had begun to seep from the corner of his mouth once more. His previous injuries had not healed. Even with the medical team's special abilities to reattach his severed arm, it would require time to mend. Mr. Ron, shall we allow them to escape? As Akainu struggled against Whitebeard, Marco inquired, gazing at the retreating figures of Sengoku and the others with curiosity. What is the rush? It's not every day we have someone working so hard for us. We can't afford to miss such a splendid performance. Ron replied with a smile, completely unfazed by Sengoku and Akiji's departure. Instead, he was eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. He returned to his ship and commanded, set sail, follow them. Understood. Marco nodded, raising the sails to notify the others. Set sail. Once again, Akainu was left behind, along with Whitebeard. On the other side, the Golden Lion, now alerted, regained his composure. Those Navy bastards failed to inform me of the relocation of their headquarters. How infuriating. I shall wreak havoc in the New World. With an irritable expression, he leaped into the air, seemingly buoyed by invisible wings, and gracefully descended onto the land of Marineford. As he prepared to depart with Marineford, His expression suddenly shifted as he sensed the familiar auras of Sengoku and Akiji approaching from afar. This realization caused the Golden Lion to become even more patient, merely standing in place, awaiting Sengoku to come to him. Soon, Sengoku and Akiji appeared, traversing the ice with remarkable speed, each leap spanning over 100 meters, until they quickly re-emerged onto the familiar grounds of Marineford. Golden Lion Shiki, you wretched scoundrel, have you come seeking your own demise? Despite the profound depths of his composure, Sengoku could no longer contain his fury and unleashed a torrent of invective. In stark contrast, the Golden Lion appeared utterly unfazed, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. You have finally arrived. With Carp absent this time, let me deal with you first. Lion's roar. As his voice faded, Shiki's will surged forth, shattering the earth beneath. A vast expanse of soil erupted skyward, coalescing into 4 colossal earthen lions that swept towards Sengoku from all directions. The island trembled violently, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Buildings toppled and were swiftly engulfed in the tumult, all hurtling towards Sengoku to crush him. Damn it! Sengoku gritted his teeth, his body radiating a brilliant golden light. And in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering Buddha that overshadowed the sun itself. With a fierce swing of his fist, the massive earthen lion disintegrated, scattering dirt across the sky. Unyielding, Sengoku continued his assault, unleashing a barrage of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Each of the 4 earthen lions shattered under his relentless blows. Without pausing, Sengoku stomped the ground, propelling himself towards the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, Akiji, who had accompanied him, had already vanished from his side, reappearing before Shiki with astonishing speed. Ice Spear Barrage. 2 gleaming ice spears materialized behind Akiji, their crystalline tips glinting with lethal intent. With a mere thought, Akiji summoned the spears, which reappeared mere inches from the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha, playing with ice, are we? Do you think such tricks can harm me? Shiki scoffed, dismissively waving his hand as torrents of earth surged forth to intercept the ice spears. He had already marked Marineford with his powers. A simple invocation would unleash a cataclysmic force capable of obliterating cities. However, his moment of triumph was short-lived, for Sengoku's counterattack was imminent. A blinding golden light heralded the arrival of the immense Buddha, extending its hand towards him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shiki braced himself, activating his abilities in preparation for the confrontation. At that critical moment, Akiji launched his subsequent assault. A colossal bird, adorned in shimmering ice crystals, soared through the distance, barreling towards Shiki from beneath. Caught off guard, Shiki was struck head-on, his body encased in bitter, bone-chilling ice. In the following instant, half of his form transformed into ice just as he endured Sengoku's mighty strike. Gurgling, he spat forth a mouthful of hot blood, his frozen exterior shattering upon impact, sending him hurtling several hundred meters away, stirring up clouds of dust across the island. Witnessing this, Sengoku showed no mercy, pressing the advantage as he charged after Shiki. The colossal Buddha racing through Marineford, his golden eyes ablaze with righteous fury, clearly indicating that the admiral was now fully engaged in the fray. On the other side, Akiji anticipated any further underhanded tactics from Shiki and immediately unleashed his full power. Frozen time capsule. He stomped the ground, causing a pathway of ice to snake towards Shiki's trajectory, rapidly extending in its wake. Faced with the wrath of 2 top-tier marine forces, Shiki had underestimated the situation. And with his body severely injured, he lacked the formidable presence he once commanded as a legendary pirate, relying solely on his mastery of the float fruit. Chapter 34. Akainu is once again gravely injured. Mr. Ron, should we intervene to assist him? Amidst the clash between the Golden Lion and Sengoku, a ship glided effortlessly across the sea. Marco stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the beleaguered Golden Lion, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. His worry was not born from empathy for Shiki, but rather from the apprehension that should the Marines divert their attention towards them. Even with unwavering confidence in his father's prowess, he could not afford to underestimate the 4 top-tier Marine forces. Patience, let us wait a moment longer. Ron replied calmly, his demeanor serene. If it were merely this, it would not suffice to stand alongside legends like Whitebeard and Roger, even in the twilight of their years. I believe they can still unleash a dazzling brilliance. As his words echoed, a resounding roar erupted in the distance. The Golden Lion's silhouette burst forth from the clouds of dust as the sea churned violently behind him, waves crashing like living entities, transforming into towering lions that encircled Marineford. Lion's roar. The next moment, the waves surged, threatening to engulf the seemingly insignificant island in a tempest of water. Clearly, The Golden Lion intended to submerge this bothersome all completely. Marco stood in awe, utterly taken aback by the spectacle before him. Hiss. Is this what it means to be a legendary pirate, comparable to my father? Truly formidable. Legendary pirate? Ace's expression turned contemplative, pondering when he might reach such heights. The distance seemed vast, yet soon his expression hardened once more. No matter how far away, I will not falter, for I am Fire Fist Ace. Ron observed the shifting expressions of the two, particularly noting Ace's clenched fists and resolute gaze, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Youth is a marvelous thing, full of dreams. Alas, their ambitions remain too limited. Moreover, I, Ron, do not possess the luxury of time to await your growth. The only course is to resurrect the reckless era of yore, serving as a fulcrum to pry open this world. As for the new era? Heh, that scoundrel Roger merely spouts grandiose claims. Let us deem it a new era, albeit not the one I desire. Meanwhile, as the Golden Lion and Sengoku engaged in a fierce battle on the other side, Great Fire, Akainu's eyes blazed with intensity, his arm transforming into a massive torrent of magma, propelled by volcanic fury. The air around him turned searing hot, even the ground beneath, with its week-long layer of ice, rapidly melted away. Blah blah blah. Is this all you've got, kid? Across from him, Whitebeard roared with laughter, retaliating with equal force. Boom. The fabric of space itself fractured as countless molten fists collided, exploding into streams of fiery lava that scattered across the surrounding seas, generating clouds of steam and obscuring visibility. At that moment, Akainu felt a surge of urgency. After Sengoku's departure, he lacked the strength to confront a figure of Whitebeard's caliber without one arm. Noticing the flicker of anxiety in Akainu's eyes, Whitebeard felt a surge of exhilaration. This brat had previously dealt him a significant blow, leaving a gaping wound in his chest. It was time for Akainu to experience the grave consequences of provoking Edward Newgate. Are you faltering, kid? It seems the Marines have yet to sufficiently toughen you up. Allow me to impart a lesson. Devil fruits are merely external forces. True strength lies in one's physical prowess. Whitebeard thundered, brandishing his blade, the sharp edge slicing through the air with a piercing shriek before plummeting down towards Akainu in a sudden, fierce descent. Flish! Admiral Akainu's chest was struck directly, and vivid crimson blood splattered into the air like pearls, landing on the ice below and freezing into vibrant ice flowers. In that instant, he was propelled backward, soaring over 100 meters before crashing through the ice and plunging into the sea. It seemed he had exerted himself too much. Well, for this time, I shall spare you. That scoundrel Ron has proclaimed he wishes to keep the Navy intact. Whitebeard gazed at the immense ice hole in the distance, and the pent-up frustration within him was instantaneously released with that single strike. You hit me twice, and I only retaliated once. It's only fair. He then brandished his blade, calling to Rayleigh beside him, and they departed together, leaving only the contemplative Kizaru and a host of Navy personnel scrambling to retrieve Akainu from the depths. Quickly, what are you waiting for? Hurry and rescue Admiral Sakazuki. At the bow of the ship, Kizaru, who had appeared there unbeknownst to anyone, commanded the Navy below. Yes, Admiral Borsellino. Understood. The sailors hurriedly leapt from the warship, diving into the frigid waters to search for Akainu. Thus, the unfortunate Akainu, following his ordeal at Marineford and the Sabaody archipelago, once again became the outlet for Whitebeard's wrath. The rationale for sparing him, as Ron had put it, was that the world of pirates is not merely about fighting. It involves human connections. To put it simply, since Akainu had not provoked Ron directly, Ron had no reason to act against him, particularly before he gathered a host of pirates and overthrew the world government. The Navy still had its place in these waters, and the stronger it became, the better. Chapter 35. A great uproar, proclaiming to the world. At Marineford, the fierce battle between the Golden Lion and Sengoku raged on. However, due to Akiji's intervention, the Golden Lion's plan to submerge the island in seawater had failed. From a distance, Marineford was encircled by towering ice walls, atop which lions carved from ice stood sentinel every few steps, creating a magnificent yet imposing spectacle. Gulalala, it seems Shiki has had a rough day. After so many years, he appears utterly disheveled, even losing his legs, Whitebeard remarked, sitting on his ship, sipping his drink with immense satisfaction. Having just returned from the encounter with Akainu, he had also witnessed the clash between the Golden Lion and Sengoku. As a fellow pirate of that era, he couldn't help but scoff at the Golden Lion's growing reliance on his devil fruit abilities. He has become too impulsive. Rayleigh, observing this scene, felt a twinge of regret. He mused that had Roger still been alive, the outcome might have been vastly different. Unconsciously, Rayleigh's peripheral vision caught Ron, who was watching the battle with a smile. Feeling a sudden impulse, he asked, "Mr. Ron, do you intend to recruit that fellow?" As those words fell, an unexpected silence enveloped the deck. All attention turned to Rayleigh's inquiry, while Whitebeard paused, glancing at Ron. "Recruit the Golden Lion? Ace Marco." And others were momentarily taken aback, their hearts stirring with tumultuous emotions, unable to maintain their previous calm. After all, the Golden Lion Shiki was a legendary pirate. How could he possibly consent to become someone else's subordinate? Some of the more naive members completely forgot that sitting on the same ship as them were not only their father, but also Mr. Rayleigh, both of whom were figures of comparable stature to the Golden Lion. Shiki's devil fruit abilities are indeed quite formidable. Noticing the gazes upon him, Ron turned with a smile. "Indeed, they are." In an instant, the crew fell into a daze. "You truly are something else, Ron. That fellow is notoriously difficult to deal with. You must be prepared." Whitebeard chuckled as he took another sip of his drink. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Captain. I have had a few encounters with the Golden Lion when our captain was still around. He is ambitious and unlikely to join us. However, if the three of us, myself, you, and Newgate, approach him simultaneously, there may be a chance." Listening to their analyses, Ron's lips curled into a faint smile. "Do you really think you understand the Golden Lion better than I, his vice-captain?" Rayleigh was taken aback and then chuckled. "I nearly forgot. You were the vice-captain on Rock's ship." "Gulalala, it's not just that. Ever since Ron brought us aboard, aside from studying medicine, he most enjoys reminiscing with us over drinks. At the time, we were quite perplexed by him, but now it appears, Dr. Ron, you had this plan all along." Whitebeard chimed in. "No, I merely found it enjoyable to converse with you all." Ron replied with a smile. He certainly wouldn't divulge the truth, that he admired them and believed they would become famous pirates in the future. Ron had no intention of giving them the opportunity to ridicule him. After all, doing so would shatter his carefully crafted persona. Besides admiration, Ron harbored deeper motives. For each of them held dreams in their hearts, after undergoing his ultimate teachings. The fervor of 9 years of compulsory education would surely transform them into his loyal subordinates once again. Ultimately, it was simple. Rox, that foolish man, had failed, and the past was best left unspoken. On the deck, Ace and the others were enjoying the salty sea breeze, quietly listening to their father and Mr. Ron recount tales of their era, their eyes gleaming with longing. The fierce battle raged in the distance, churning up tremendous waves, yet nothing could disturb their rapt attention. The Rox Pirates, a crew that gathered all the monsters of the world. How they yearned to return to that age, to fight alongside their father. Just as they were lost in such beautiful fantasies, suddenly, they noticed Mr. Ron rising from his seat, and confusion washed over them. "The time is ripe, Newgate Rayleigh. Are you prepared to act?" Ron faced Marineford, a glint of cunning flashing beneath his dark eyes. As his words fell, both Whitebeard and Rayleigh, as if anticipating this moment, wore confident smiles, a hint of battle intent radiating from them. "We are ready. Is it finally about to begin?" Gulalala. Hearing their enthusiastic responses, Ron's battle spirit surged even higher. "If so, let us create a great uproar and proclaim to the world that those reckless individuals have returned." With a leap, Ron stepped onto the surface of the sea, charging towards Marineford, with Whitebeard's laughter echoing behind him, accompanied by the sound of Rayleigh drawing his sword. Chapter 36. The Golden Lion captured again? Bang! A cloud of dust erupted. In the new round of battle, the Golden Lion, caught off guard, was struck head-on by Sengoku. At that moment, he lay on his back in a massive pit at Marineford, blood streaming from his forehead, his limbs utterly devoid of strength. "Cough, cough, Sengoku. I never imagined the Navy's new generation would possess such formidable strength." The Golden Lion coughed up blood, gazing at his right arm, now encased in impenetrable ice and devoid of sensation, before turning his head to face the front. Thud, thud. There, Sengoku and Akiji walked side by side. One radiated a golden glow like a colossal Buddha, while the other had half his face shrouded in ice, resembling divine beings descended from the heavens, come to eradicate the world's evils. "Golden Lion Shiki, you are under arrest," Sengoku declared coldly, stepping closer with an air of superiority. Beside him, Akiji promptly brandished a sea stone chain, poised to place it upon the fallen Golden Lion. What a spectacular battle it was. Yet, this contraption is hardly suitable for wearing. "You too." A voice echoed as if approaching from a distance, and in an instant, a figure materialized before Sengoku and Akiji. An uncanny sensation as though he had just been speaking from hundreds of meters away moments before. "Ron." Sengoku's brow furrowed instantly, his expression darkening. "Damn. Has he come again?" Despite his prior mental preparation, witnessing Ron arrive with reinforcements was still a bitter pill to swallow. These ruffians are utterly audacious. At this moment, two figures trailed behind Ron, the recently arrived Whitebeard and Rayleigh. Gururara. Dr. Ron, your fruit abilities are indeed quite convenient. Whitebeard laughed heartily, marveling at Ron's extraordinary capabilities. Not only harnessing the powers of the Tremor fruit, but also wielding the surgery fruit with equal proficiency, surpassing even his own prowess. At times, Whitebeard couldn't help but ponder whether anyone treated by Ron would have their abilities replicated. If that were true, wouldn't Ace's flame fruit also be at risk of being usurped? It must be said, Whitebeard's speculation was remarkably astute. Should Ron have heard it, he would undoubtedly have offered his praise. Well done, Hwasun, you've identified the blind spot. Newgate, you and Rayleigh, your presence has roused the Golden Lion from his stupor. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he became alert once more, and when he beheld Whitebeard and Rayleigh simultaneously appearing, he was momentarily disoriented. How did these two end up together? Gwahaha, how shameful, Shiki, to be brought down to this extent. Had it not been for us, you would have surely been shackled in sea stone and tossed into impelled down. Whitebeard turned and mocked him openly. Don't underestimate me, Newgate. I am a man intent on destroying the world. Feeling somewhat more lucid now, the Golden Lion retorted defiantly. After uttering his words, he seemed to remember something and turned to Rayleigh with derision. You scoundrel. Ever since Roger's death, haven't you been huddling in a corner to enjoy retirement? What brings you out now? It must be noted that those who became legendary pirates were all quite foul-mouthed, and their insults were delivered without the slightest mercy. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, wore a bitter smile. My apologies, Captain Shiki, in comparison to Captain Roger. I have indeed brought him shame. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion scoffed with a haughty expression. Humph, you are certainly no match for that man. Thus, the great pirates engaged in their banter without a care in the world, while Sengoku grew increasingly impatient, his brow furrowing deeper and his expression darkening ominously. I say, are you all not too full of yourselves? With that, Sengoku erupted in brilliant golden light, swinging his colossal fist downward at the group. Having decided to act, he would take the initiative. The air around them was thrown into chaos, his fist creating a powerful sonic boom, dispersing the smoke that had just begun to rise. Simultaneously, Akiji also made his move. As if they had previously conspired, countless gleaming ice spears materialized behind him, only to vanish instantaneously, transforming into lethal projectiles aimed at Ron and his companions. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, the previously laid-back Kizaru arrived at the scene just in time. With a burst of dazzling light overhead, countless beams of golden laser descended from the sky, launching an attack toward Ron and his group. Though all appeared intricate, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. While others might have been overwhelmed by the flurry of attacks, Ron and his companions maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. So, this is what it means to burn bridges? A hint of a dangerous smile danced at the corner of Ron's eye as he pressed his foot against the ground, unleashing an invisible aura that enveloped the surroundings. In the next moment, the assault commenced. The first to arrive was Kizaru's laser, igniting a massive explosion upon contact with the ground, reminiscent of a missile strike, as earth and debris were sent flying, accompanied by Sengoku's overwhelming haki surging forth. Finally, the ice spears from Akiji followed suit. In the span of merely an instant, under the combined might of the three top-tier navy powers, the land where Ron and his companions stood vanished, replaced by a bottomless pit, its charred edges littered with ice spears, glinting dangerously in the sunlight. Chapter 37. The Lethargic Justice, the Reappearance of the Flame Fruit. Burning bridges, indeed? From a distance, several hundred meters away, Ron gazed at the Navy troops launching yet another offensive against them, a flicker of amusement flashing in his eyes. Upon realizing that Ron and his companions had evaded danger, Sengoku wasted no time in initiating a new wave of attacks. In the time it took to speak, he had already crossed 100 meters. A colossal Buddha palm descending from above, imbued with unparalleled power. The wind pressure generated by the palm was bone-chilling. Just then, a robust voice burst forth, accompanied by a familiar tone. Gorara, don't even think about laying a hand on Dr. Ron in my presence. Clang. Whitebeard raised his Bicento, swinging it with all his might toward Sengoku's gargantuan palm, as the size disparity between Sengoku transformed into a Buddha and Whitebeard was staggering, enough to render the latter almost insignificant. Yet, even so, the overwhelming aura radiating from Whitebeard was undiminished. In the next instant, dirt flew, and rocks scattered as their attacks collided, unleashing a hurricane upon the island, as though a tangible pressure wave had cleared everything in its vicinity. Ron and his companions remained rooted in place, their garments billowing in the fierce wind. "You're in quite a hurry, Newgate," Rayleigh chuckled, and then he looked up at his old rival in the sky, offering Ron a slight smile. "Mr. Ron, I won't hold back any longer." In the next moment, a sharp sword intent surged toward the heavens. With one hand gripping his blade, Rayleigh swung fiercely, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that shot forth from the tip of his sword toward Kizaru above. Then, with a powerful push from his feet, he leaped into the air, aiming to cleave Kizaru. In an instant, only Ron remained in place, alongside the Golden Lion, who had just endured a severe beating. "It seems my only opponent left is you, Akiji." Completely ignoring the Golden Lion, who was nearly buried in the earth, Ron lifted his gaze, a unique glint in his dark eyes, and slowly spoke. "Lethargic justice, you say?" Rather than being lethargic, it could be described as bewildered, or perhaps timid and indecisive justice. To speak frankly, Ron harbored quite an affinity for the Navy in his past life. One who exudes an aura of coldness consumes the hottest fruit in the world, while another, with a heart ablaze, is forced to endure the frigid chill. It must be said that this is perhaps the marvelous intricacy of fate, and also the reason countless admirers of the sea find themselves hopelessly ensnared within its grasp. The lethargic justice, the obsessive justice, the ambiguous justice. The Navy is indeed a peculiar organization. Why is it that there is no justice that rises in rebellion? Such thoughts flitted through Ron's mind. At this moment, his form had vanished from the spot, only to reappear behind Akiji, where he slowly raised his fist, enveloped in a dense coating of Busashoku haki, indicating that a battle was imminent. Bang! A dull thud resonated between the two. Feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from the impact of his fist, Ron maintained a smirk, casually brushing off the shards of ice clinging to his arm, remarking, "Your Kinbunshika haki is commendable." Across from him, Akiji remained as stoic as ever, silent and unyielding. In the next instant, both figures vanished from sight, and when they reappeared, a fierce clash ensued, their fists colliding with forceful impact. Ice shards, imbued with an aura of low temperature, erupted from their exchanges, crashing to the ground and freezing upon contact, rendering the battlefield perilously intense. Boom, boom, boom. The combat raged on, and as time elapsed, the ground beneath them unknowingly transformed into a thick layer of ice, while nearby, the Golden Lion, with frost clinging to his brows, trembled in the cold. In the distance, Ace and Marco, among others, were spectating the fierce confrontation. As they beheld the scene, reminiscent of a battle among deities, they were left astounded. This was markedly different from the previous Marineford incident. Last time they were participants, but now they were mere spectators. Their mindset wholly altered, especially given the unparalleled grandeur of the combatants. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, prompting everyone to look up, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Gulalala, Sengoku, this is not your true strength, is it? Has the position of Fleet Admiral made you neglect your physical training?" On the battlefield, Whitebeard swung a fist with immense might, sending Sengoku reeling backward. His form now reverted from that of the great Buddha to a normal human size. In such a premier battle, this was the only way to ensure maximum output from him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yada no Kagami, accompanied by Kizaru's characteristic insufferable voice, countless golden specks were unleashed, raining down upon Rayleigh. Yet, he deftly evaded each one and countered with a towering sword aura that shot upwards. The scene erupted in a cascade of flames, obscuring Rayleigh from view, and just as the audience lamented the obscured sight, Josu's voice broke through. "Look, is that not Ace's Mara no Mi ability?" Suddenly, all eyes turned towards the now separated Ron and Akiji, standing opposite each other, a distance of over 100 meters between them. Ron, on his side, was inexplicably engulfed in flames, orange tongues of fire flickering in the air, unmistakably revealing that he was employing Ace's signature fruit ability. How could this be? To possess two devil fruit abilities was already unfathomable, and now there was a third? Was Mr. Ron's capacity for power truly limitless? Unafraid of the peril of exploding from within, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual astonishment. Chapter 38. A battle lacking enthusiasm. The ice fruit. Truly, this is a battle devoid of fervor. In that case, it must be resolved swiftly. Ron murmured to himself, gazing at the ice shards on his body. Then shifting his focus to Akiji, with a slight curve of his lips, he silently intoned, "Accept the Mara no Mi ability." In the next moment, a familiar warmth surged through his body. With a mere thought, orange flames erupted from his surface, melting away the ice fragments and restoring a comforting heat. "Well then, Let the probing cease here. Akiji, are you prepared to endure my fervor? Ron softly declared. Fire fist. With that proclamation, he swung his fist forward. A torrent of flames surging forth, aimed squarely at Akiji. The Mera no Mi? How could this be? Akiji dodged Ron's fiery assault, but his heart felt as if struck by lightning. According to prior intelligence, Ron had mastered a mysterious ability beyond the first, namely Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. Yet now he wielded not just one, but also Ace's Mera no Mi. The explosive flames struck the ground, resulting in a powerful detonation, filling the air with the acrid scent of smoke. At this juncture, Ron launched another wave of attack, this time choosing not to engage from afar, compressing the flames into his fist as he charged at Akiji. Akiji, with no other choice, was compelled to retaliate. The clash of heat and cold resumed, igniting an even more intense battle. However, upon first contact, Akiji was instantly overwhelmed by the ferocity of Ron's fiery onslaught. Unlike Ace's playful antics, the Mera no Mi in Ron's hands unleashed a different kind of power, akin to an explosion, with flames that penetrated all defenses. Akiji, caught off guard, suffered a significant blow. Bang! Akiji was sent hurtling backward, a mouthful of hot blood spraying through the air. And only after being propelled several meters did he manage to come to a halt. His expression darkened as he disregarded the wisps of smoke rising from his shoes, fixating instead on the stark, black imprint of a fist emblazoned on his chest, his eyes alight with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had not fully defended against that punch. It had broken through his guard and struck him squarely. The searing heat of the flames penetrated his very being, an agonizing sensation reminiscent of being engulfed in fire. On the battlefield, the fierce clash between the two drew the attention of others. Upon witnessing the injured Akiji and the flame-engulfed Ron, their gazes faltered. Gulalala, I was right. Ron has indeed mastered an extraordinary ability, even Ace's Mera no Mi. Whitebeard's familiar laughter echoed again over Marineford. Yet, for Sengoku, hearing this caused his expression to darken considerably. Another new ability after the Gura no Mi? Damn it, what kind of fruit has Ron consumed? How is he able to completely disregard the side effects of the devil fruit? Meanwhile, on the other side, Rayleigh and Kizaru unconsciously slowed their attacks, frequently glancing over, captivated by the wonders emanating from Ron. As the spectators, Ron now initiated another assault, launching himself toward Akiji with a surge of flames coalescing in his palm. His fist clenched tightly as he struck at Akiji with all his might. Ice blade. A low growl reverberated from Akiji's throat as he unsheathed an ice blade enveloped in haki, gritting his teeth and rising to defend himself. In the next moment, the ice knife shattered upon impact, and the collision between fist and blade unleashed a force akin to an explosion, with a torrent of energy swirling violently, carrying the fragmented ice shards in its wake. Several shards hurtled towards Ron and his companion, yet Ron's haki enveloped him, deflecting the icy projectiles. However, Akiji found himself unable to defend in time, resulting in a direct hit to his vital points. With a sickening sound, a pool of crimson blood flowed from Akiji's chest, and before it could fully escape, the chill emanating from him encased it in ice, the penetrating cold and pain causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Lifting his gaze, he met the cheerful black eyes of Ron. Can you still endure, Navy brat? Ron inquired, a familiar flame once again swirling around his body. To them, the concept of elemental transformation was merely a jest. Akiji's forehead twitched as he prepared to respond, but suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and in the next instant, he was rendered unconscious. Thud. Dust billowed from the ground. Ah, it seems you can't hold on anymore, Ron remarked with a raised eyebrow, glancing at Akiji's buried form. He then turned to observe the fierce battle still raging between Whitebeard and his adversaries, continuing, I ask you, haven't you had enough fun yet? At the sound of his words, silence descended upon the scene. Everyone halted their actions, momentarily taken aback by Akiji lying beside Ron. At that moment, Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically, and with a slight sigh, he turned to Kizaru on the other side and commanded, Borsellino, cease your attacks. As soon as his command was issued, Kizaru, engaged in combat with Rayleigh, vanished in an instant, evading Rayleigh's next strike and appearing several hundred meters away. His movements executed with a grace that was almost painful to witness. However, Sengoku had no time to lament Kizaru's agility. After giving his orders, he retracted his Buddha form and advanced directly towards Ron. Akiji was the candidate he had deemed worthy of inheriting the position of Fleet Admiral. He could not afford any missteps. What, must we halt again? Ron stood his ground, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yet, Sengoku wore no smile. his expression darkening as he spoke calmly. If you release Kazan, we will withdraw the Navy. At that moment, Ron could not suppress a laugh, which only deepened Sengoku's scowl. Ron waved his hand apologetically. My apologies, but I never anticipated the Navy's audacity to demand such terms. Strike, when you please. Halt when it suits you. And now you wish for me to release him? I must ask, who grants you such boldness? The world government? The number of times the Navy had attempted to eliminate them had become a blur for Ron. Once at Sabeti Archipelago, again at Impel Down, and just now. As Whitebeard had mentioned, Ron contemplated whether he should alter his strategy. Otherwise, the incessant disturbances from the Navy might extinguish his resolve. After all, this was a world steeped in reality, where countless lives were lost at any moment. He did not wish for his mercy to be the cause of his own demise or that of others. Chapter 39. The Foolish Gold Lion. Following Ron's words, Sengoku fell silent. The individuals before him were no mere small-time pirates. The predicament was that he was no longer the fleet admiral, incapable of making promises on behalf of the Navy. Yet he could not simply disregard the matter either. Akiji's strength was paramount, as was his importance to the Navy. And furthermore, he was a talent Sengoku had high hopes for. What are your conditions? Sengoku finally spoke, his tone low. He had steeled himself for the possibility of Ron demanding exorbitant terms. No matter the challenge, he had to ensure Akiji's safety. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed the unintentional smile that crept onto Ron's lips. His demeanor shifted to one of caution. What was this young man plotting? My conditions? Let me ponder that for a moment. Ron mused, stepping closer to the wary Sengoku with a smile. My demand is. As he trailed off, Ron lowered his voice, rendering his words inaudible. Yet, Sengoku's expression shifted from caution to shock, and ultimately, to incredulity. In that instant, the air grew heavy, as if Sengoku faced a formidable choice. At this juncture, Ron had clearly finished his proposition. He rose, locking eyes with Sengoku, and inquired, How do you find my proposal, Mr. Sengoku? This was the first time Ron had addressed him by name. Sengoku's gaze was complex as he murmured a seemingly ambiguous response. Are you so certain of your idea? What if you lose? What if? Ron's smile deepened. If I lose, I bear no loss. However, I, Ron, never engage in unprepared battles. With that declaration, Ron turned and strode towards the direction outside Marineford. Newgate. Rayleigh, it's time to withdraw. And do remember to bring along that gold line fellow. Gururara. Ron, what scheme are you concocting now? Nothing of great import. Merely an amusing wager. Though the battle had not lasted excessively long, after a day filled with intensity, the sun had unknowingly begun its descent towards the western horizon. Sengoku stood rooted in place, gazing at the retreating figures of Ron and his companions, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. Is the world truly so wretched in your sight, Ron? If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid making this wager with Ron. Admiral Sengoku, Aokiji approached, dragging his injured form, his expression betraying his hesitance. Enough, there's nothing to worry about. Just keep your distance from Ron for now. We'll discuss this further once you ascend to the rank of Admiral. Sengoku chuckled, patting Aokiji on the shoulder. He then turned, and out of Akiji's sight. He silently lamented, Let us hope it is not as Ron predicts. Otherwise, this world may truly descend into chaos. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, a few strands of silver graced Sengoku's temples. Meanwhile, in the distance, several naval vessels hastened across the shimmering Red Sea, making their way towards Marineford. Everything seemed to foreshadow a tide of blood ready to flood the ocean. On the other side, after departing from Marineford, Ron and his companions ventured deeper into the sea. On the deck, they formed a circle around the shivering gold lion, who lay discarded on the ground, akin to visitors at a zoo observing a panda. So this is the only individual who managed to escape from Impel Down? He doesn't seem all that impressive. Are those two swords on his legs renowned blades? They appear quite sharp. Such a disappointment. He is supposed to be a legendary pirate on par with my father, yet he is utterly embarrassing. Ace, do not disrespect Mr. Shiki. Understood, Captain Marco. Having endured a series of battles, Ron and his companions were taking a moment to rest when Whitebeard cast a glance at the encircled gold lion and chuckled. Dr. Ron. Leaving him on the ground like this will surely infuriate that proud fellow when he awakens. Rayleigh, who was about to interject, fell silent upon hearing Ron's next words. Alas, I find myself devoid of the strength to engage in further exertions. If any of you are willing to lend a hand, please relocate him to your quarters. Provided you are unconcerned about this fellow stirring awake and causing a ruckus, Ron declared nonchalantly. Immediately, both Rayleigh and Whitebeard shook their heads vigorously, every cell in their bodies resounding with a firm refusal. Witnessing this spectacle, Ron rolled his eyes, bemused by their contradictory natures. While the three conversed, a sudden, urgent call from Ace pierced the air. P.S. Awake. Dr. Ron, Pops, Mr. Rayleigh, the Golden Lion Shiki has regained consciousness. Before he could finish, Marco swiftly struck Ace on the head, leaving a sizable bump. What are you saying, Ace? Show some respect. It's Mr. Shiki. Oh, right. I understand now, Captain Marco. Ace replied, rubbing his head, looking quite aggrieved. Perhaps having faced death, Ace now grasped the true essence of family and had reverted to his former, less formal demeanor. Oh, P.S. Awake? Let us go have a look. Upon hearing that the Golden Lion had awoken, Ron immediately dragged his languid body towards Shiki. Were it not for his reluctance to squander the man's abilities, he would have preferred to avoid dealings with this lunatic altogether. Pushing through the crowd, Ron approached the Golden Lion lying on the ground and said, Hey, Mad Lion, do you remember who I am? Beside him, Whitebeard and Rayleigh watched this old acquaintance with keen interest, secretly harboring mischievous thoughts, eager to see the spectacle unfold. What expression would Shiki wear upon realizing he was staring at his former first mate? Surely, it would be one of shock. On the deck, having endured beatings from Sengoku and Akainu, followed by freezing and then burning, Shiki's mental state was completely disoriented. If not for his abnormal constitution, he likely would have succumbed long ago. Yet, this was the Golden Lion, and that made all the difference. He opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar yet somewhat alien face of the young man before him, momentarily taken aback. Huh, gorilla? Where's my sword? Let me slay this bastard. Ron, utterly exasperated, felt a powerful urge to cleave open the skull of this imbecile before him and meticulously examine what lay within. Calm down, Dr. Ron, please. Ace and Marco interjected in a flurry, their panic palpable. After all, the man lying on the ground was a legendary pirate. If Ron were to eliminate him in such a manner, what would that signify? Meanwhile, Rayleigh stood speechless, utterly defeated by this peculiar character on the ground. No wonder Captain Roger never sought him out until his dying breath. He was indeed an oddity. Gulalalala, Shiki, you scoundrel, that was our former first mate. Such jokes are ill-advised. Otherwise, Dr. Ron might genuinely dissect your head for research. Whitebeard exclaimed, amusedly observing the unfolding drama. Perhaps this remark had an effect, for the Golden Lion finally ceased his antics, struggling to rise from the ground. Of course, I am aware, after all. I can never forget that infuriating smell of disinfectant that clings to Dr. Ron. What surprises me is how he still appears so youthful. But then again, it is Dr. Ron. Nothing about him would truly astonish, he said, albeit with a hint of sincerity. But Rayleigh, and you too, Newgate, what are you all gathered here for? Especially you. Newgate, didn't you perish in that battle at Marineford? How have you returned? Chapter 40, that legendary pirate, whose eyes have lost their light. On the deck, Shiki's voice echoed in the sea breeze. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze to Ron, seemingly awaiting his perspective. At this moment, Ron had returned to his usual demeanor, smiling as he replied, It's nothing much, just that I've established a faction and gathered everyone together. Shiki, would you care to join us? Keek, first mate. That same line of reasoning won't sway me. Ever since your disappearance from the rock ship, I, Shiki, have decided to overthrow this sea myself. Those fools, Kaido and his lot, presume to claim dominion over the new world with their trivial fame, while pirates dream of uncovering the elusive treasures of One Piece. They seem to have forgotten that this very sea is the true treasure for pirates. I wish to ask you, first mate, do you share this sentiment? Shiki concluded, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he awaited Ron's response. He paid no mind to his injuries. Such minor wounds were insignificant to someone of his caliber. Ron, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he began to assess Shiki's injuries. Multiple broken ribs, internal bleeding, and most critically, a head injury that was continuously exerting pressure on his cranial nerves, posing an imminent risk of death. He supported Shiki's chin, lost in contemplation. Observing this, Shiki, surprisingly composed, chuckled and said, I trust the first mate does not naively believe that simply healing my injuries will compel me to acquiesce to your request. In the next moment, Ron raised his head, seemingly resolved in his decision, and walked directly to Shiki. With an air of determination, he placed one hand on the ship's helm embedded in Shiki's head. Upon sensing Ron's action, Shiki's expression turned alarmed. Hey, first mate. On the deck. Amidst a chorus of horrified gasps, Ron forcefully yanked the helm from Shiki's head, blood gushing forth like a fountain. It splattered onto Ron's pristine attire, and combined with his calm demeanor, the previously tranquil atmosphere morphed into one of sheer horror. With a collective instinct, The onlookers recoiled several steps, eyes wide with terror, desperate to distance themselves from Ron. Dr. Ron, is this truly how you treat patients? Ace stammered. No, I had no idea. I've never witnessed anything like this before. Marco's throat felt inexplicably dry. Alas, I think I understand why Shaki is so terrified of Dr. Ron. Rayleigh turned away, seemingly unable to bear the sight, letting out a deep sigh, while feeling profound sympathy for Shiki. Do not move. Steady your head. Yes, keep still. If I pierce your brain, does that count as mine or yours? Just a moment longer, it will be over soon. On the silent deck, apart from Ron's persistent voice, the sound of blood pooling on the floor mingled with the quivering of Shiki's body. All right. After 10 minutes, Ron finally ceased his actions, meticulously examining his handiwork. A satisfied smile inadvertently crept onto his face, causing those nearby to shudder involuntarily. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, one should never seek Dr. Ron for healing. At this moment, the once commanding presence of the Golden Lion had vanished, his head wrapped in thick bandages, his eyes devoid of light. His pale lips quivered as he emitted faint sounds. Ron, Dr. Ron, does this signify the end for me? Not at all. It's still too early. Have you not yet healed from your injuries? Ron replied with an expression of utmost seriousness. What? The Golden Lion's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being rendered speechless. No, no more treatment, Dr. Ron. I can endure, I refuse treatment. He frantically waved his hands in refusal, his body instinctively recoiling. Observing this scene, Ron sighed in disappointment. To shun diagnosis is a grave error. Stay still, I assure you. I shall be gentle. With that, and amidst the Golden Lion's almost hopeless gaze, Ron slowly advanced once more. The next moment, a heart-wrenching wail erupted into the air above the sea, a sound both piercing and agonizing, reminiscent of a cuckoo lamenting in blood and a monkey's mournful cry. On the opposite side of the deck, Whitebeard hesitated momentarily before turning to Ace. That Ace, what is it, Pops? Ace looked up, still haunted by the bloody scene before him, clearly not yet recovered from the gruesome spectacle. In the future, do not act so impulsively as you did earlier, Whitebeard advised after much contemplation. Ace fell silent, glancing at the still screaming Golden Lion, and felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Ultimately, he obediently lowered his head and nodded several times. I understand, Pops. And you as well, Marco. We shall remember, Pops. Marco and the others echoed, still shaken. Seeing this, a hint of relief finally appeared on Whitebeard's face. However, when he noticed the clear imprint of a fist on his chest, his expression instantly stiffened, and he nonchalantly buttoned up his shirt. Rayleigh, mirroring his actions, removed his blood-stained shirt and quietly slipped into the cabin to change into a fresh one. After completing these tasks, both men instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Minutes passed. All done. The surgery is complete, Ron announced with a smile, his pristine hands now stained with blood. He signaled to Jozu beside him to fetch a basin of clean water for him to wash his hands. The Golden Lion lay on the ground, his body swathed in bandages, the last glimmer of light in his eyes utterly extinguished. He trembled, resembling a mummy, his lips still stubbornly moving. Dr. Ron, I agree to join. Huh. Ron paused, turning back with curiosity. So quick to acquiesce? But I have yet to answer your question. No need, Dr. Ron. I trust you. The Golden Lion weakly replied, his voice barely audible, akin to a whisper, so faint that without Ron's keen observation, it might have gone unheard. Witnessing the Golden Lion's pitiful state, a chill surged through everyone, creeping up from their feet to their minds. I knew it, Golden Lion, you understand me best. Ron approached and lightly punched the Golden Lion's chest, then turned to Marco and the others. What are you all waiting for? Don't you see Mr. Shiki needs rest? Quickly, take him to the cabin. Oh, I understand. I'm on it. Ace was the first to react, with the others quickly following suit, eagerly shouting that they would assist. And I shall fetch the stretcher. I'll open the door. Marco and the others scrambled forward, fearful of falling behind, preferring to assist the bloodied Golden Lion rather than linger with Ron for even a moment longer. Chapter 41. Breakthrough in Swordsmanship, the Great Swordsman. Ding. A notification detected that the host has successfully treated a patient. Medical skill evaluation, excellent. Special skill, reciprocity, activated, randomly extracting one ability from the patient. Extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Great Swordsman's swordsmanship ability from the patient. Note, due to the host's low evaluation, the current ability is only half of the original patient's. In the dead of night, within the ship's cabin, accompanied by the system's prompt, a complex array of sword techniques suddenly surged into Ron's mind, as if frames of a movie were flashing before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the protagonist in these scenes was strikingly familiar. All were images of the Golden Lion whom Ron had treated. From the Golden Lion's youth to his gradual aging, the scenes unfolded, but as time progressed, the figure within became more upright, clothed in white, and before long, it was Ron himself who was absorbing the sword techniques. Surrounding him, the sword intent, akin to a tranquil lake, suddenly began to boil, akin to a furious sea. In the next moment, the sword intent erupted, razor-sharp sword energy radiating from Ron's body, shooting skyward and violently tearing through the fragile wooden ceiling, soaring into the clouds. The entire ship began to tremble violently. Outside, the moonlight was bright and the stars sparse over the sea. After the day's battle, the exhausted crew had succumbed to deep slumber. Even Ace, the ever-energetic youth, quietly returned to his cabin. The deck lay in silence, with only the ship gliding through the darkness, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of sword energy that shattered the night's tranquility, causing the ship to shake as if it could not bear the strain. The unexpected roar immediately startled everyone aboard. In an instant, the previously deserted deck was filled with figures, the first to react being Whitebeard and Rayleigh. What is happening? Is the Navy here? Not sure, but it seems a great swordsman has arrived. A great swordsman? Could it be my hawk? The crew rushed out of their cabins, slightly disheveled, yet serious, though not in a state of panic, for they were accustomed to the unpredictable nature of the sea. What surprised them was that Pops and Mr. Rayleigh had already emerged, standing still as if in a daze. I didn't expect Mr. Ron's strength to have increased yet again, Rayleigh remarked with a smile. Quite a commotion indeed. All right, everyone, back to sleep. Whitebeard urged the crew before turning and heading back to the cabin. The scene left Ace and the others, who were oblivious to the situation, bewildered. What does this mean? Where are the enemies? Wait, did Mr. Rayleigh just say that Mr. Ron had a breakthrough in strength? Could it be that Mr. Ron is the great swordsman whose overwhelming sword energy we sensed before? The eyes of several present widened in shock. Sleep no longer an option. Across the vast sea, how many great swordsmen could there be? Perhaps even fewer than the number of emperors in the New World, with physical prowess already formidable, and now achieving such heights in swordsmanship. Was there no respite for them? What is the most frustrating thing in this world? It is watching one's elder peers strive, while one so young has already mastered the art of relaxation. This night was destined to bring countless sleepless souls. As the architect of this upheaval, Ron sat cross-legged at the head of his bed, seemingly lost in contemplation, entirely unaffected by the external turmoil. Days later, a news bird soared through the endless sea, its small pack on its back. As it passed a certain area, it suddenly caught sight of a ship gliding gently over the water. After a moment's hesitation, it decided to stop and circle above the vessel. Is that Morgan's informant? Perfect. Let me see what that fellow has published. At the bow of the ship, Ron lazily opened his eyes, flipping his hand to reveal a gleaming golden coin resting in his palm, then flicked it with his finger, producing a crisp sound. A coin soared through the air for dozens of meters before being deftly tossed into the money box of the newsbird, who momentarily paused in astonishment, lingering in midair for several seconds before finally flapping its wings and descending towards the deck below. Prior to his post, Lord Morgan had trained extensively, for the guests upon the vast ocean often possessed peculiar tempers and unique methods. As long as they were willing to pay, the exchange of mere paper notes was sufficient. A few minutes later, a transaction was completed. The newsbird joyfully departed with its newfound coins, anticipating the delectable insects it could procure. Meanwhile, Ron held the freshly printed newspaper and began to peruse its contents, where he found the headlines proclaiming, "Shocking, the once invincible man has returned from the dead. An Impeldown has been breached once again, this time by the notorious Ron. What are his intentions?" Followed by "Why has the appointment of a new admiral of the Navy been hastened?" A series of captivating articles caught Ron's eye, leaving him utterly bemused. This young man truly deserves a career in media. As he continued reading, a playful glint appeared in Ron's eyes. The formerly esteemed Impeldown, known as the world's greatest prison, had recently been struck by a tsunami, leading to significant flooding within the facility and a shortage of guards. This unfortunate turn of events provided Ron and his crew with the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack, resulting in the prison's downfall. The recent battle at Marineford remained fresh in Ron's memory, where the Navy had displayed overwhelming might, vanquishing the strongest man of the old era. Yet now, that very man appeared to have returned, perhaps due to some extraordinary fruit power. The former admiral of the Navy, the sagacious Sengoku, had chosen to retire after that momentous conflict, leaving the path open for the younger generation. Recently, The Navy and the world government had been particularly active. Had they already selected the next admiral in advance? As Ron read aloud from the newspaper, the crew on deck instinctively tuned in, only to find that the entire article was devoid of valuable information, filled instead with excessive praise for the Navy. Blah, blah, blah. The Navy and the world government certainly haven't changed a bit. Dr. Ron, your belly has been wasted. Whitebeard quipped from the side. Perhaps not all is lost. At least one piece of information seems credible. Mr. Ron, I suspect the world government has begun to actively select the next admiral due to our previous actions. This could mean even greater challenges ahead. Rayleigh interjected. Is that so? Ron mused, a faint smile playing on his lips. Then let us turn our course towards the new world. Since the world government is accelerating their actions, we cannot afford to lag behind. Rather than chasing after small fry across the seas, it would be wiser to recruit the emperors of the new world first. By then, my foundation will be nearly complete. As for the remaining matters, I shall devise a plan. Chapter 42. The Temptation of Taboo, Greed on the Red Earth Continent. Above the Red Earth Continent, a sacred ground in the hearts of countless impoverished souls, lies the highest center of power for the world government, where the esteemed celestial dragons reside. This place is also known as Marineford. Pathetic. The world government allocates such vast military funding each year, and yet your navy is utterly incompetent? You've merely engaged in a skirmish with Whitebeard, and now the Navy headquarters is in shambles. And what of Edward Newgate? Is he dead? No, he has not perished. Sengoku, is this your grand strategy? In the conference room of the world government, a furious blonde celestial dragon slammed his palm on the table, reprimanding Sengoku, whose expression was one of resignation. He had believed that retirement would spare him from such gatherings, only to be summoned back under these circumstances. At that moment, silence enveloped the room, the air thick with an oppressive tension. The other four celestial dragons remained mute, their faces reflecting extreme displeasure, while the Navy headquarters was somewhat manageable. Impel Down was a different matter entirely. It concerned the very reputation of the world government. Perhaps you should take a look at this bounty notice, Sengoku suggested, producing a wanted poster and slapping it down on the table. A bounty notice? The celestial dragons regarded it with indifference. How many pirates were truly worth their attention? Even the emperors of the New World seemed to waste away, lacking any fighting spirit. A cursory glance at the notice failed to pique their interest. Wait a moment. This looks familiar. Upon a closer inspection, the celestial dragons could not tear their eyes away from the poster. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted within the room, akin to a physical presence, as the haki surged forth, shattering the finely crafted mahogany table into splinters, leaving the chamber in disarray. The only object remaining intact was the wanted poster, which gently floated to the ground, revealing the figure it depicted. Ron, the blonde celestial dragon exclaimed in astonishment. This fellow is still alive? Indeed, not only that, but Edward Newgate has indeed passed away, yet Ron revived shortly thereafter. I suspect he has acquired some form of forbidden ability, Sengoku replied gravely. As his words hung in the air, expressions of greed began to emerge among the others. Resurrection. The ability to manipulate life itself was a power that even they could not ignore, especially if it could be harnessed for the purpose of immortality. Unconsciously, the celestial dragons exchanged glances, each recognizing the urgency in the other's expressions. With a sharp rap of his cane against the floor, Sengoku looked toward the eldest of the celestial dragons, who approached with a stooped posture, donning a felt hat. Since this situation has arisen from the Navy, it must be resolved by the Navy. I care not what methods they employ, we only seek one outcome. Capture Ron alive. Do you understand, Sengoku? Capture Ron alive? Sengoku faltered, staring blankly at the elder, struggling to comprehend the implications. Was Ron truly so easily apprehended? I will inform Kazan and the others, Sengoku replied. Seemingly satisfied with his response, the other celestial dragons nodded in agreement, while the elder grinned faintly. Very well, let us raise Ron's bounty to 10 billion, effective indefinitely. Also, the position of admiral has been vacant for too long. We find Sakazuki to be a suitable candidate. He shall be appointed as the next admiral shortly. Let this be settled. If there is nothing else, Sengoku, you may take your leave. The elder dismissed him with a wave, as if the appointment of an admiral was merely a trivial matter to them. Shouldn't the position of admiral be filled through assessment? Such unilateral decisions may provoke discontent among the ranks. Upon hearing the news of the marshal's designation, Sengoku's spirit jolted violently, and he exclaimed in a fit of rage, "Humph! Sengoku, do not forget that you are no longer the fleet admiral. As for who the candidate for marshal is, you have no authority to partake in this matter. The sole reason for your summons is to glean some information, You may take your leave now." At that moment, a bald-headed elder with a sword cradled in his arms stepped forward, his demeanor brusque and commanding. The tone left no room for dissent. "Damn it!" Sengoku's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched involuntarily. What on earth did these individuals consider the Navy to be? A mere toy? They could so casually bestow such an important title as Fleet Admiral. The air thickened with an acrid tension as Sengoku stood firm, prepared to confront the elders. Yet those opposite him merely wore cold smirks, their expressions tinged with amusement. It appeared they were eager to witness whether their once loyal hound had truly reached the point of turning against its master. The sound of cracking joints echoed ominously through the room as Sengoku glared furiously at the figures before him, the seconds ticking away. After what felt like an eternity, he sighed deeply. "I shall take my leave." With that, he turned, his posture suddenly stooped, his face etched with desolation. He had surrendered. It seemed that Ron's assertions were indeed correct. The Navy was nothing more than the private army of the world government, while these few remained ensnared in their own delusions. Justice? A justice without a stance is utterly laughable. "I have ultimately lost this wager, thoroughly and completely," Sengoku murmured to himself as he wearily exited the suffocating atmosphere. Boom. The heavy doors closed behind him, and unbeknownst to Sengoku, the expressions of the elders varied. Some wore smirks, others mockery, and yet more had a glint of derision. Not a trace of regret was to be found among them. Chapter 43, The Struggle for Command, Akainu versus Aokiji. The following day, at the Navy headquarters in the New World, a freshly issued bounty notice was disseminated, rippling across the seas and shaking the world. Countless individuals gaped in astonishment at the staggering bounty inscribed upon it. 100 billion berries. The latest news on the infamous pirate, the enigmatic Ron, revealed that his bounty had soared to 100 billion. Isn't he the fifth emperor? No. Even among the four emperors, Whitebeard's bounty barely reaches half of this. If this man were captured and handed over to the Navy, wouldn't they strike it rich? Are you insane? That's Ron, the one who brazenly mocked the Navy headquarters and still walked away unscathed. Though his true origins remain a mystery, the Navy's unprecedented concern for him suggests a certain recklessness. How terrifying must his strength be to surpass even the four emperors? From the East Sea to the West Sea, from the South Sea to the North Sea, and including the Grand Line, the entire world was set ablaze with shock at this bounty notice. Thus began Ron's ascent to fame, a vortex of era led by him that would soon engulf the globe. At this moment within the Navy headquarters, Akainu addressed the assembly, stating, "I trust you are all aware of my ascension to Admiral. I shall not dwell on this further. The Navy has but one objective, to capture Ron and eradicate this threat once and for all." In the war room of the headquarters, Akainu sat confidently at the head of the table, his eyes sweeping over the senior officers as he unveiled his first operational deployment plan since his rise to power. When his gaze fell upon an empty seat in the conference room, a flicker of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes before quickly vanishing. He was acutely aware of the discontent surrounding his elevation, yet what did it matter? The facts were indisputable. With this thought, Akainu felt reassured, and he spoke with a firm voice. "Is everyone clear on this?" Below him, Kizaru maintained his usual languid demeanor, while Vice Admiral Tsuru appeared deep in thought, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of the situation. The other high-ranking officers exchanged glances, uncertain of the current state of affairs. Suddenly, the room fell into an expectant silence. Bang! Just then, the door to the conference room burst open, revealing Aokiji's furious form. The unexpected interruption altered the dynamics of the meeting instantly, and the expressions of those present shifted to one of subtle tension. "I knew this was bound to happen." Tsuru's aged face bore a look of resignation, and she gestured to the assembled crowd, saying, "You may leave for now. The Admiral and Admiral Kazan wish to discuss a matter. The details of the meeting will be communicated to you shortly." With those words, the others rose and hastily exited, leaving the conference room eerily empty, save for Tsuru. She glanced at the two men, then uttered a final remark as she turned to leave. "If you must fight, do not disturb others." The wise elder perceived that the discord between the two had reached an irreconcilable point. "What brings you to seek me, Admiral Kazan?" With the others gone, Akainu no longer concealed his demeanor, relaxing into his seat. "Sakazuki, are you so eager to become the lapdog of the world government? Do you truly believe Ron is so easily subdued?" Aokiji confronted him directly. "Oh," Akainu responded, somewhat taken aback, scrutinizing Aokiji with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. "Have you truly lost your nerve after your encounter with Ron?" Aokiji's expression grew colder at the mention of old wounds, and he retorted icily, "That may be more favorable than being a certain someone who has been severely injured 3 times and requires rescue from subordinates." You. Akainu's fury ignited, his fists glowing red-hot with magma. Akiji's words struck a profound chord, and he took a deep breath, suppressing his boiling rage as he darkly proclaimed, I am now the Admiral, Kazan. Do not forget your place. He emphasized their differences in rank, prompting a palpable disdain to surface on Akiji's icy visage. Is it the position of an admiral that you attained through sycophancy? Boom. In an instant, with that declaration, the temperature in the room soared, and Akainu was nowhere to be seen. Flames erupted. Ice clashed. The two, one embodying fire and the other ice, engaged in a fierce battle within the Navy headquarters war room. The intense pressure sweeping throughout the entire facility. In mere moments, the roof of the building was torn asunder, flames shooting skyward, and icy blasts filling the air. What a calamity! Below, Vice Admiral Tsuru, making her way home, glanced back at the raging battle within the building, a sigh escaping her lips. Chapter 44. The new title of the enigmatic doctor. Ron, do you want a wife? Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Sabaody archipelago, enigmatic Dr. Ron, gurgle, gurgle. Ron Doctor, you have acquired yet another title. On the deck, Whitebeard held Ron's bounty notice, tauntingly proclaiming it aloud. Barely days had passed since the impelled down incident, and they were preparing to venture into the new world when they were met with such a significant reaction from the Navy, confirming that Ron's bounty had indeed surged to 100 billion. Beside him, Ron wore a disdainful expression and retorted, Humph, what a ridiculous name. Those Navy fools didn't even bother to consult me. As the two conversed, Rayleigh happened to overhear and approached with a smile, saying, I find this name quite fitting. Doctor. Ron is a man capable of even resurrection. The cunning physician indeed suits your identity. To this, Ron merely scoffed. At that moment, Ace also joined the lively banter, exclaiming, Exactly, and let us not forget Mr. Ron S. bounty, which is simply terrifying, 10 billion berries. That's enough to buy 2 fathers. The words had scarcely left his lips when Whitebeard, nearby, expressed his displeasure. He set down his barrel and delivered a playful yet firm punch to Ace's head, saying, Hey Ace, what do you mean by buying 2 fathers? Are you belittling your old man? With a thud, Ace's head swelled from the impact. Ouch, old man. That hurt, he complained while cradling his head, feeling somewhat wronged. After all, he had spoken the truth. Whitebeard's bounty barely surpassed 50 billion berries, while Mr. Ron S. was already double that amount. Observing his son's disgruntled expression, Whitebeard felt increasingly irked. The once adoring Ace, who would call him father with reverence, seemed to have shifted his allegiance to Ron. If this continued, Whitebeard feared that his son might soon become someone else's child. Watching this amusing scene, Ron felt quite pleased. At last, he witnessed the great Newgate in a moment of embarrassment. Haven't you always cared about family? Now your son is growing distant, beginning to idolize me. Isn't that infuriating? Most of their time sailing the vast ocean was rather dull. Since deciding to venture into the new world, they had been sailing for over 2 days. This prolonged confinement had left a crew of burly men feeling restless. Their days consisted solely of eating and sleeping, and the 3 meals a day hardly sufficed, driving them to a point of desperation for entertainment. Just as Ron was reveling in the light-hearted atmosphere, Whitebeard's mood soured. By the way, Dr. Ron, I recall you were imprisoned and impelled down for over 40 years, weren't you? He inquired, his tone veiled with intrigue. Roughly, yes. Why do you ask? Ron replied, caught off guard. Although he had been sealed during his imprisonment, and his lifespan had not diminished, there was no need to elaborate. The essence of the situation was clear, and he doubted Whitebeard would nitpick over such details. 40 years is quite a stretch, Whitebeard mused, before abruptly shifting the conversation. Dr. Ron, do you desire a wife? I believe during your time at Impel Down, you had little interaction with women. I have a few daughters who are quite lovely. Would you like an introduction? Laughter echoed across the deck, and the expressions of those present froze momentarily, their gazes subtly revealing a hint of pity. How unfortunate! In an instant, Ron's expression stiffened, especially upon noticing the incredulous looks from Ace and the others, causing his lips to twitch uncontrollably. At that moment, Rayleigh perked up as well. I happen to know a younger woman. She has a rather proud disposition, and aside from occasionally petrifying people, she's not too bad. However, she's quite renowned at sea and adored by many. Dr. Ron, would you like me to make an introduction? Enough already, you lot. Ron finally erupted. At that moment, a voice from the lookout tower interjected. Naval forces ahead. Marco's shout diverted the attention of everyone on board. On the calm sea, a naval ship was engaged in fierce combat with a pirate vessel approximately 1 kilometer away, the battle echoing across the waves. Unexpectedly, the projectiles fired from the naval cannons were not cannonballs, but sharp, black spears, each capable of piercing through the pirate ship. With a series of thuds, chaos erupted aboard the pirate ship as its crew scrambled in disarray. A woman with pink hair, wearing sunglasses and draped in a naval coat, stood at the bow of the warship, her expression cold and unyielding. A naval officer approached her, reporting, "Major Tina, the captain of the Snakebite Pirates has been severely injured from the recent assault. Should we proceed with a boarding action? Get close to them. We must apprehend them all." Tina replied with an icy demeanor. "Understood." Following her command, the Navy swiftly turned their ship towards the pirate vessel. Moments later, the two ships collided with a resounding thud, causing the crew aboard to sway. Before they could regain their footing, they witnessed Major Tina leap over the railing, landing directly on the enemy ship. With a flick of her hand, a dark barrier extended from her arms, encircling the startled pirates. As the barrier constricted, they were rendered powerless. By the time the other Navy personnel arrived, they found that Tina had single-handedly subdued all the pirates. Instantly, praises flowed from the crew, as if they were freely given. As expected of Major Tina, beautiful and powerful. Indeed, she is the goddess of my dreams. Marry me, Major Tina. No, wait, I'm not worthy. I'd gladly be your loyal servant. You can indulge, and I'll take care of the children. Accustomed to such nonsensical flattery from her subordinates, Tina merely tossed her hair, her alabaster neck held high. Tina is the strongest. Without further ado, this display only incited a wave of admiration from countless admirers. At that moment, an untimely laughter echoed from a distance. "Ha ha ha, this little naval girl isn't too bad. Dr. Ron, what do you say? Should I personally bring her back for you?" The characteristic laughter drew immediate attention, inciting glares from the Navy. Which pirate would dare to provoke a goddess they themselves did not dare to approach? Yet, in the next second, as the figure drew closer, the expressions of the bystanders shifted to shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as their knees weakened, paralyzed by fear. Edward Newgate, the Dark King Rayleigh, and the cunning physician, Ron. Tina stuttered, her previously unwavering confidence evaporating. The appearance of these three formidable pirates sent shivers down the spines of the Navy, rendering them unable to utter a coherent word, let alone attempt an escape. Those still aboard the naval ship could only cower in corners, silently praying that these powerful figures would overlook their presence. Hey, Newgate, you're crossing the line. I have no interest in such women. Just a little girl, completely uninteresting, only serving to hinder the speed of my scalpel. Let us move on. Don't forget our itinerary." A youthful voice rang out from across the way. Tina shifted her gaze slightly to find Ron speaking. "Ha ha ha, well then, since Dr. Ron isn't interested, I'll spare the trouble. Sons, let us depart." Whitebeard called out, and the ship immediately accelerated, drifting away under the watchful eyes of Tina and the other naval officers until it vanished from sight. Only then did Tina finally exhale. Phew, that was close. Turning around, she realized her clothes were completely soaked. The oppressive aura of the four emperors was indeed terrifying. Had it not been for Ron's interjection, she might not have been so fortunate to escape unscathed. It appears that Whitebeard is quite concerned about the thoughts of others. Yet he merely expressed a lack of interest in someone like me, Tina mused quietly, attempting to extract useful intelligence from their brief encounter. However, she gradually began to sense something amiss. What does he mean by someone like me? What does he mean by little girl? Suddenly, Tina was jolted awake, her beautiful visage filled with indignation. How dare he claim disinterest in me? What flaws do I possess? And calling me a little girl, how old are you anyway? Chapter 45. Luffy, I want to become stronger. Rubber stamp, rubber rocket launcher, rubber machine gun. On a small island in the doldrums, a fierce chase was unfolding. Amidst the billowing clouds of dust, Luffy, donning his straw hat, showcased remarkable agility, while his adversaries were a horde of ferocious beasts. They sprinted at breakneck speed, decimating the trees in their path under the relentless assault of the beasts. At this moment, Luffy's arms were enveloped in a thick layer of haki, and with each strike, another beast collapsed to the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave that resonated throughout the forest, startling countless birds that had taken refuge there. Ha ha ha, Luffy. Your haki has reached a level of proficiency. You are soon ready for the next phase of training, observation haki. At that moment, a rotund figure with blue skin appeared on the island, striding toward Luffy in wooden clogs. Jinbei? Luffy's eyes lit up, and he turned back excitedly, exclaiming, "Can we eat now?" He noticed the enormous bundle on Jinbei's back, taking a deep whiff as the aroma of food wafted towards him, causing his stomach to rumble uncontrollably. Luffy swiftly dispatched his opponents and dashed in front of Jinbei, brimming with impatience. "Luffy, I have some wonderful news. Your brother Ace has been resurrected." Jinbei smiled broadly as he observed Luffy devouring his meal. Ace. Luffy halted, a mouthful of roasted meat still in his mouth, looking rather dazed. After swallowing with a gulp, his eyes sparkled as he grasped Jinbei's arm, asking, "You mean, Ace has come back? I can see Ace again." "Yes, he has returned. You can meet Ace anytime from now on. It was Mr. Ron who brought him back, and even Ace's father, Whitebeard, has come back to life." Jinbei nodded, his voice brimming with joy. "Yay, that's fantastic. Ace is back. I can see Ace again." Upon hearing this news, Luffy leaped into the air, his excitement erupting in a loud cheer. Jinbei, sitting beside him, wore a satisfied expression. When he first learned of this news, he could not react as carefree as Luffy. It wasn't until recently, with Mr. Ron's bounty notice and news concerning them reaching the doldrums, that he confirmed the earlier reports were indeed true. However, if that is the case, he could not remain there any longer. After all, the situation back home at Fishman Island was becoming increasingly urgent. Jinbei hesitated for a moment, deciding to broach the subject of leaving with Luffy. Yet, Luffy remained blissfully immersed in the joy of reuniting with his brother, finding it hard to extricate himself from the excitement. "Jinbei, how about we go find Ace right now? It's been so long since we last met. I miss him," Luffy exclaimed. "Also, I need to tell Ace that I've learned a new power to become stronger, taught to me by Rayleigh, called Haki," he added. "And we should bring this food with us. I'll get hungry on the way." Seeing Luffy lost in his own world, Jinbei, feeling helpless, raised his voice once more. "Luffy." "Huh. Jinbei, what's wrong?" Luffy paused his actions, looking puzzled. "Are you really going to leave just like that? Have you forgotten the helplessness you felt at the Navy headquarters? Don't you intend to become stronger?" Jinbei took a deep breath and said. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet, and Luffy appeared visibly startled. After a moment of contemplation, he silently set down the packed food and sat cross-legged. "I've made my decision. I will work hard to become stronger and seize the chance to defeat that Admiral Akainu, avenging Ace. As for expressing my gratitude to Mr. Ron, I must leave that to you, Jinbei, to convey when you have the opportunity." A radiant smile returned to Luffy's face. Seeing this, Jinbei let out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely concerned that Luffy might rush out without thinking, leaving him unable to explain things to Rayleigh. After a moment of hesitation, he continued. "Now that your haki has become quite proficient, the next step is to practice observation haki." Before Jinbei could finish his sentence, he witnessed Luffy devouring the food before him at a terrifying speed. Luffy patted his flat stomach and declared earnestly, "All right, from today onwards, I will practice observation haki." With that, under Jinbei's bewildered gaze, Luffy miraculously procured a piece of opaque cloth and wrapped it tightly around his forehead. Following Rayleigh's previous instructions, he promptly found an open space and sat cross-legged once more. Observing Luffy's enthusiastic demeanor, Jinbei sighed. There was no way to communicate with him. Well, he might as well leave a note for this guy. Feeling a bit weary, he turned around, found a stone, and etched a message onto it. After glancing back at Luffy, who was still seated and awaiting his challenge, he quietly slipped into the sea. After Whitebeard's departure, the crisis at Fishman Island intensified. Reports of missing fishmen were becoming increasingly frequent. He needed to seek out Whitebeard once more for protection. As for Luffy's request to convey his regards to Mr. Ron, Jinbei had committed it to memory. He believed that Mr. Ron was likely with Whitebeard now. Splash! The surface of the sea rippled as Jinbei left, and the empty island was once again left with only Luffy. Meanwhile, the vicious beasts he had previously defeated had somehow regrouped, their eyes glowing red, their battered heads adorned with lumps, glaring with hatred at the human before them. This little brat had just walloped them thoroughly. Chapter 46. Listening to all things. The awakening of the Golden Lion. Deep within the ocean, it felt as though the most profound darkness of the world was concealed here, rendering human strength minuscule. Amidst this boundless gloom, a ship enveloped in enormous bubbles emitted a dim light, shattering the silence. Another human has arrived? It seems they can hear our voices. In the depths of this sea, several sea kings communicated in the faintest manner, unaware that a human had overheard them. On the deck, Ron was soundly asleep in a lounge chair, while the crew, enjoying a rare moment of respite, had gathered around the deck, engaging in idle chatter or admiring the monotonous deep-sea scenery, save for the helmsman. Suddenly, Ron opened his eyes, revealing a look of surprise. "Is something wrong, Mr. Ron? Are you uncomfortable? Would you like me to fetch you a blanket?" Marco noticed Ron's expression and approached with concern. Meanwhile, the astute Ace had already dashed into the cabin and, in less than a minute, emerged carrying a thick blanket in one arm and a glass of orange juice in the other, recalling Ron's preference for non-alcoholic beverages. "No need, sigh. Ace, that will suffice." Ron, feeling somewhat helpless, casually accepted the orange juice from Ace's hand, observing as the latter spread the soft blanket over the recliner. How should one describe that feeling? Quite pleasant, provided one could disregard the frenzied Newgate nearby, voraciously consuming lemons. It's nothing really. I simply overheard some sounds and conversations, which inadvertently roused me from slumber. Ron explained as he reclined back into the plush seat. Sounds. Conversations? Ace was taken aback, while Marco beside him also displayed a puzzled expression, instinctively glancing at the lifeless sea surrounding them. He then remarked with an odd look, "Mr. Ron, we are in the deep sea. Where would sounds come from?" "Exactly. We've traversed this route countless times." Ace chimed in agreement. "You certainly wouldn't hear it. What Mr. Ron refers to is the dialogue among the Sea Kings." At that moment, Rayleigh chuckled, turning his gaze toward Ron with a look of admiration. I never imagined Mr. Ron's observation hockey had reached such a level of perceiving all things. To my knowledge, aside from Captain Roger, Ace's father, no one has attained such proficiency. "Humph, that man is unworthy of being my father," Ace retorted, visibly displeased. Grumbling to himself, having survived a life-and-death ordeal, his feelings towards his father had softened somewhat. Yet, with his prideful demeanor, how could he concede? He could only discreetly perk up his ears, attentively listening to the two elders recounting tales of his father's heroic deeds. This lad is rather proud. Noticing Ace's subtle movements, Ron couldn't help but chuckle. The personalities of this father-son duo were indeed starkly contrasting. One couldn't help but wonder how the bumbling Roger fathered such a clever and quirky son. Indeed, Roger was a genius. Had he not been born in the wrong era? Even without my guidance, he might have carved a new path for himself. After all, I am merely a guide. The predecessors have already left behind treasures capable of overturning the world, such as the pledge of Fishman Island, Joy Boy's apology letter, or even one of the three ancient weapons, Poseidon. After a brief mental adjustment, Ron spoke again, affirming Rayleigh's earlier remarks. Ancient weapons. This topic was evidently far more captivating, and in an instant, all eyes on the ship were fixed upon Ron. Could it be that Mr. Ron knows the whereabouts of the ancient weapons? Gazing at the eager expressions before him, Ron, aware of the young one's thoughts, smiled slightly and confidently affirmed, "Indeed. I know the complete whereabouts of the ancient weapons. Moreover, Ace's father, Mr. Rayleigh. Oh, and as for your father's, I cannot say." As one of the few amusing incidents aboard, he decisively dug a pit for Whitebeard, and upon his words, all eyes shifted in unison. "Hey, Ron, don't tease my son. All I wanted was to live a quiet life. Is that too much to ask?" Whitebeard quickly interjected. "Well, I couldn't keep silent any longer. This scoundrel Ron seems intent on uprooting me entirely, determined to lead all my sons astray. Serves you right for revealing my shortcomings in front of the younger generation." Ron thought with delight, recalling the previous incident when Whitebeard had attempted to find him a wife. Was that not an insult? As the ship continued to sail through the darkness, a familiar mocking voice suddenly emerged from the cabin. "Ha ha ha, Newgate, ever the naive one. Without a family, what do you truly possess? Only by ruling the vast seas does anything belong to you. Do you believe that if you were to perish, your so-called sons would not be hunted down, and your territory seized?" The cabin door swung open, revealing the bandaged figure of the Golden Lion. In an instant, Whitebeard's expression darkened. "Shiki, you remain as unlikable as ever." "Oh, am I wrong?" The Golden Lion retorted with a wild grin, striding towards Ron and seizing the glass of orange juice Ace had offered him, downing it with gusto. "Huh, what is this? Drinking is what a man should do." At that moment, the deck fell into a profound silence. Noticing the varied expressions of those aboard, the Golden Lion felt a twinge of discomfort and scratched his head. "Ha ha, why are you all staring at me?" Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from behind him, causing the Golden Lion to feel a shiver run down his spine. "Shiki, it appears your injuries have nearly healed." Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion whipped around to find Ron's dark eyes glinting with an almost imperceptible smile. His expression instantly stiffened. "Oh, it's you, Vice Captain Ron. Long time no see." "Indeed, it has been a while," Ron replied with a smile, then turned to the others. "You lot. What about the legs of the Golden Lion's clone that I asked you to prepare? Hurry up and bring them out. I need to perform surgery on Mr. Shiki. It's rather unseemly for a swordsman to wield a sword with legs." Without waiting for the Golden Lion's reaction, Ron swiftly pulled him along towards the cabin, prompting a chorus of panicked protests from the Golden Lion along the way. "Vice Captain Ron, Dr. Ron, what are you going to do? Perform surgery? But I feel fine as I am." "That is unacceptable. Since you agreed to come aboard my ship, I must take responsibility for your health." After a brief exchange, the cabin door slammed shut with a resounding bang. On the deck, The remaining crew members were left in a state of stunned silence, maintaining their expressions for nearly 10 seconds before they finally succumbed to sighs. Sigh. All because of a glass of juice. Chapter 47. Excuse me, Rayleigh. May I trouble you for a moment? Deep beneath the sea, 10,000 meters down, at Fishman Island, in the royal palace of Ryugu Kingdom. King Neptune. This marks the third incident of missing fishmen this month, and there has been unrest in Fishman Street as well. Reports from the guards indicate that fishmen have been exhibiting signs of madness and causing chaos, as if under the influence of drugs. What do you think? Inside the hall, the atmosphere was heavy as ministers were reported the latest developments within the kingdom. Seated upon his high throne, Neptune listened to the reports, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Must he seek the support of another power? If not absolutely necessary, he truly wished to avoid this course of action. Not every pirate was as benevolent as the Whitebeard pirates. All right, I understand this matter. Are there any other issues? Neptune, feeling weary, simply wished to gaze upon his beloved daughter. There's one more piece of good news. Minister Zwa paused, his tone laced with uncertainty. Good news? Neptune replied skeptically. Ever since the death of the Yonko Whitebeard during the war at Marineford, Fishman Island had been in a downward spiral, facing new crises and pirate invasions daily. What good news could possibly arise at such a time? Speak, he said, somewhat disinterested. Before arriving here, Jinbei sent word that, according to him, it seems Whitebeard has been resurrected. Minister Zwa carefully chose his words. Resurrected? Upon hearing this, Neptune's eyes widened, not out of shock, but rather disbelief, as he wondered if this minister had lost his wits. Minister Zwa, such matters are not to be trifled with. His tone turned serious. He may have grown older, but he is certainly not foolish. The devil fruit indeed possesses extraordinary powers. However, have you ever encountered a celestial dragon who is immortal? The notion of resurrection is intrinsically linked to immortality, is it not? Left Minister remained silent, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Just as he pondered over what to say, a sudden, urgent, and furious voice erupted from outside, capturing the attention of Neptune and the left minister. All Dragon Palace guards, come with me at once. Bring your weapons. Those damned pirates are back, attempting to kidnap our residents and sell them to the repugnant celestial dragons. The moment those words were uttered, a cacophony of rustling followed, interspersed with the furious curses of the palace guards. Damn it! Do those scoundrels do anything other than abduct people? If I catch them, I will flay the skin off those beasts. Some guards expressed their concerns. I wonder how formidable these pirates are this time. If they're yet another bunch with bizarre abilities, we could be in serious trouble. More residents have been kidnapped. Hearing the enraged voice of the right minister from outside, Neptune was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly contorting into one of profound fury. Damn it! The great knight of the sea, the king of Fishman Island, rose for the first time in anger, gripping his trident resolutely as he strode towards the palace exit. He had resolved that after this incident, he would do everything within his power to ensure the safety of Fishman Island. For the sake of his people, he would gladly humble himself if necessary. Meanwhile, near Coral Hill, a chaotic scene unfolded. Hurry, hurry! Move faster! The guards of Fishman Island are about to arrive. What are you afraid of? Without Whitebeard's protection, they are nothing. Brothers, seize this opportunity to capture these fishmen and sell them in the new world. We will become wealthy, recruit soldiers, and surround ourselves with beautiful women, establishing our own kingdom. The position of the fifth emperor shall surely be ours. The pirates targeting the fishmen were numerous, at least 100 strong, with their sights set on a carefully chosen group of nearly 10 fishmen. Dozens of slender, beautiful fish women huddled together, weeping profusely, their pitiful cries echoing, "Help us! Who will save us? Ha ha ha! Scream all you want. No one will come to your rescue." The pirates laughed maniacally as they shackled the fishmen, preventing any chance of escape. Newgate, it seems that the situation on Fishman Island you have been sheltering is rather dire. Outside Fishman Island, a bubble-wrapped ship gradually approached, with Ron standing at the bow, raising an eyebrow as he surveyed the grim-faced Whitebeard beside him. Although they couldn't see the specifics of the situation on the island, their formidable observation hockey was sufficient to cover the entire area. They could hear the unfolding events clearly. Whitebeard remained silent. In the past, he might have felt discontented, but he wouldn't have cared too much. On one hand, he trusted that his children would handle it. And on the other, providing shelter to Fishman Island was already a significant contribution. However, the current circumstances were different. Previous experiences had nearly cost him his children. And now witnessing the plight of Fishman Island stirred profound emotions within him. Perhaps Ron was right. Even that fool, Shiki the lion, had a deeper understanding than he realized. Without small families, how could there be a larger one? If this world remained so filthy, how could he bear to let his children endure such torment? Thus, he declared, "Today, I shall commence the cleansing of Fishman Island." Whitebeard's forehead pulsed with veins as he raised his weapon high, preparing to strike down upon Fishman Island. This sudden movement nearly startled Ron into a panic. Hey, what are you doing, Newgate? Do you intend to destroy Fishman Island?" He quickly intervened. Regardless of whether Fishman Island was currently Whitebeard's territory, it would undoubtedly be Ron's in the future. He couldn't allow this pristine A-rank location to be destroyed by Newgate's hands. Seeing Whitebeard lower his weapon, Ron let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. He began to question whether he had been too provocative lately, triggering an anxious response from Newgate. Who among you will go handle this?" Ron inquired, looking up at the group. Faced with his question, they exchanged glances. All of them being devil fruit users, fearful of the water, and even those who weren't might lack the necessary strength. Realizing the predicament, Ron felt a sense of helplessness. He should have left behind a few who hadn't consumed devil fruits. "Rayleigh, could I trouble you once more?" Rayleigh, harboring suspicions that Ron was targeting him, ultimately agreed to go. With a resentful glance, he leaped into the endless sea, swiftly making his way toward Fishman Island. Truly, as the future steward of the new era's kingdom, he exhibited the spirit of leading by example. Ron marveled, increasingly convinced that recruiting Rayleigh had been a remarkably wise decision. Meanwhile, back on Fishman Island, the leader of the pirates shouted, "Brothers, are we all set? We must retreat. If we delay any longer, the guards from the Dragon Kingdom will arrive." "All set, Captain," the pirates responded in unison. "Then let's hurry." The captain, hoisting a beautiful fishwoman onto his back, swiftly turned and made his way toward the anchored ship. The other pirates followed suit, creating a significant commotion with nearly 100 individuals. Nearby, the residents of Fishman Island watched in rage, wanting to intervene, but one fishman was ruthlessly slain, blood spilling freely on the ground. Damn it, those bastards. Is Fishman Island destined to become nothing more than a commodity in others' hands? The fishmen gritted their teeth, despair creeping into their hearts. "Excuse me, could you wait a moment?" Suddenly, an elegant elderly man with white, curly hair and glasses appeared, capturing everyone's attention. He casually stood in the path of the departing pirates. The fishmen nearby were taken aback. The pirates, equally uncertain about this man's identity, exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. "Eliminate him," the pirate captain suddenly snarled, his face contorting with malice. "No one can impede my profit." With that command, chaos erupted. "Kill him. Take him down." The pirates dropped the fishwoman and raised their weapons, charging at Rayleigh. "Why can't we just speak civilly? Ron sure knows how to create trouble for me." Rayleigh sighed, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch. One pirate at the front was sent flying, crashing into several others along the way, and his sword clattered to the ground. Rayleigh extended his hand, catching the sword's hilt just as it fell. Suddenly displaying formidable prowess, he astounded all present. The pirates, gripped by fear, found themselves immobilized. Observing this, Rayleigh took the initiative, brandishing his sword as he approached. In an instant, the air was filled with flashes of steel, reminiscent of a hellish realm. The onlookers barely registered a swift motion before they realized that Rayleigh had, without their notice, traversed to the rear of the pirates, who stood frozen as if under a spell. At long last, the ordeal was resolved. Rayleigh appeared remarkably unperturbed, casually discarding his bloodied blade. The clang of the blade hitting the ground resonated crisply, and in the next moment, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the group of pirates began to topple like dominoes. One after another, blood mingled with the earth, oozing from their necks in a vivid, glaring crimson. Silence enveloped the scene. The fishmen stood still, akin to lifeless statues, their eyes fixed upon Rayleigh in a daze, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation until Rayleigh prompted them back to reality. "Excuse me, could you kindly assist in unbinding those fishwomen over there?" Rayleigh inquired with a smile. Instantly, the fishmen waved their hands in eager agreement, stepping forward. "Not a bother at all, not at all," they exclaimed. "Such a trivial task could never inconvenience us. We owe you our gratitude for rescuing our friends. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir?" The atmosphere shifted from one of tension to a more relaxed demeanor. At that juncture, King Neptune, albeit belatedly, descended from the sky accompanied by his royal guards. Upon witnessing the chaos below, his expression transformed drastically, and he hurriedly approached to inquire, "Are you all unharmed? Is anyone injured?" "All is well, Your Majesty, thanks to Mr. Rayleigh," replied a resident of Fishman Island enthusiastically. "Rayleigh?" Neptune exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes widened in recognition. "Mr. Rayleigh, is it truly you?" "Indeed, it is I. It has been quite some time." I happened to pass by and noticed some issues here on Fishman Island, so I resolved them as best I could, Rayleigh replied. Thank you immensely, Mr. Rayleigh. Neptune expressed with evident astonishment. Please, come to my palace. Allow me to properly host you. Rayleigh was about to decline when a youthful voice floated over from a distance, compelling him to pause. Well, Rayleigh, you seem rather illustrious. Your swordsmanship was quite impressive. It appears you're on the verge of a breakthrough. Ron sauntered forward, flanked by Whitebeard, Ace, and a throng of others. Rayleigh sighed in resignation. While your compliment brings me joy, Mr. Ron, as a renowned swordsman, your words leave me perplexed. It feels as though you regard me as your unpaid caretaker. Oh, do not speak so. Rayleigh, you are a legendary pirate. How could a mere sum of belly possibly define your worth? Ron reproached lightly, patting Rayleigh on the shoulder. Indeed, hearing this, Rayleigh felt the familiar lines of frustration etch across his forehead. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. Ron truly perceived him as a caretaker, and a free one at that. As their conversation unfolded, Neptune seemed to be struck by a profound revelation, his robust form trembling slightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. And Mr. Whitebeard, you have truly returned, he stammered. Garera, Neptune, it is good to see you again. I apologize that my circumstances have caused you distress. Whitebeard laughed heartily, though a flicker of remorse crossed his gaze. Not at all. I owe you my gratitude for your protection over the years, Neptune insisted, waving his hands dismissively. After a brief pause, he cautiously added, perhaps this request is too much to ask, but might I implore you to once again safeguard Fishman Island? Upon uttering this heartfelt plea, Neptune's expression turned earnest. As king, he bore the weight of his nation's plight, and to alleviate the fears of his people, he was compelled to make this humble request. Once these words were spoken, a rare silence enveloped the gathering. The fishmen's pleading gazes rested upon Whitebeard, their eyes reflecting hope and desperation. Peace may be commonplace, yet it is also a rarity to cherish. Gazing into those expectant eyes, Whitebeard felt a stirring within him, as if he finally comprehended the depth of Ron's earlier words. After a long moment of hesitation, Whitebeard ultimately spoke, his expression laden with difficulty. I am sorry, but the Whitebeard pirates can no longer offer protection to Fishman Island. Silence. The atmosphere suddenly became unbearably quiet. The residents of Fishman Island wore expressions of disbelief, gradually succumbing to despair. Even the esteemed Whitebeard was unwilling to shield them. Chapter 49. The Guardian of the Scenic Area, Neptune. Beneath the deep sea, Fishman Island resembled an underwater paradise, replete with a dreamy ambience. Yet, this seemingly idyllic scene now lay in stark silence. Neptune stood amidst the chaos, his body trembling. Initially reluctant to accept the news, he ultimately resolved to confront reality. Is that so? I have burdened Mr. Whitebeard. My apologies, and thank you for your past guardianship. He bowed deeply. Observing the old man's humble demeanor stirred something within Whitebeard, who turned to Ron with a look of helplessness. Hey Ron, shouldn't you say something at this moment? Ron, doctor? The crowd halted, confusion etched upon their faces. Even Neptune appeared bewildered. To clarify, the Whitebeard pirates no longer exist. We have all joined Mr. Ron's ranks. Therefore, we can no longer provide protection under the Whitebeard name. The decision to protect Fishman Island will rest with Mr. Ron. Marco stepped forward, his expression cheerful as he clarified the situation. A thunderous revelation struck the assembly. Akin to a lightning bolt, their minds were reeling. Whitebeard's crew had disbanded to follow one man. The realization sparked curiosity about Ron, a figure who had briefly appeared in Marineford, and what qualities he possessed to command the loyalty of Whitebeard and his crew. Meanwhile, Neptune was similarly overwhelmed by this monumental news, but soon, with his thoughts on the safety of Fishman Island, a flicker of hope rekindled in his eyes. His lips trembled slightly as he hesitated before speaking. Lord Ron, might you? This scene was undeniably heart-wrenching. After all, Neptune, as a king, had humbled himself for the welfare of his people to such an extent that few could fathom. Behind him, Marco and the others regarded the elder with sympathetic eyes. Despite their own stained hands, they could not bear to witness the old man's tears. Instinctively, they turned their gazes toward Ron, their eyes brimming with unspoken pleas. Seeing this, Ron sighed in resignation. Hey, what are you all doing? Don't look at me like that. I'm merely pondering what token we should offer if we are to provide protection. We are no longer pirates. After all, there is no pirate flag to display. Is that so? The crowd was taken aback, surprised by the simplicity of the matter. The question of what to use as a token is indeed a significant dilemma. Upon this thought, everyone lowered their heads to ponder carefully. How about Mr. Ron's coat? He is now a notorious pirate worth billions. And the most iconic feature of his attire must surely be that pristine white doctor's coat. Ace was the first to voice this idea. This was indeed a splendid suggestion. Suddenly, the group felt enlightened. Given Dr. Ron's esteemed status, there was no need for complexity. The doctor's coat perfectly matched the characteristics of a token, possessing strong recognizability. And all that was required was a bit more promotion from Fishman Island. With a firm decision made, they no longer hesitated and promptly approached to remove Ron's coat. Hey, what are you doing, youngsters? Is this how you treat your elders? Ron strategically retreated, worried about how he would restore his image if his coat was taken. It's just a coat, Mr. Ron. Don't be so stingy. Someone chimed in. Exactly. Our old man has been stripped bare and hasn't complained. Meanwhile, Whitebeard watched with a smug expression as Ron was surrounded by the children, only to be jolted by an unexpected remark from behind that pierced his heart, causing his smile to stiffen. At this moment, Ron continued to resist, not out of stinginess, but because using a piece of clothing as a token felt rather inappropriate. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh could only step forward with resignation. Mr. Ron, while I am unsure what you mean by a 9A scenic area, exchanging a piece of clothing for such a location seems rather advantageous, he said softly. Ron paused, taken aback by the suggestion. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to remove his coat voluntarily. I truly enjoy Fishman Island. The scenery is beautiful. I am rather unwilling to witness those wretched pirates disturb its peace. With that, Ron swiftly took off his coat. Here, take it, hang it up. If it gets damaged, don't worry, I'll prepare a few large boxes for you. Ron proclaimed grandly. Thank you, Lord Ron, Neptune said, cradling Ron's coat with both hands, his heart heavy with emotion and tears brimming in his eyes. At last, Fishman Island would find tranquility. Lord Newgate and his children would continue to protect the island, and with the knowledge that Lord Ron was now one of the few billion bounty pirates. The combined protection of these two esteemed figures would surely deter any pirate contemplating chaos on Fishman Island. Lord Ron, I assure you, I will safeguard the token you have entrusted to us, keeping it free from even a speck of dust, Neptune declared earnestly, and promptly blew a soap bubble to encase Ron's coat. Oh, it really doesn't have to be treated with such reverence. Ron scratched his head, feeling slightly awkward. No, this is Lord Ron's gift. We shall treat it with utmost care and assign guards for round-the-clock vigilance. Neptune insisted resolutely. Very well. Seeing Neptune's unwavering determination, Ron reluctantly accepted, though he felt uncomfortable with a grown man treating his coat as if it were a sacred relic. At Neptune's invitation, the group prepared to head to the Dragon Palace for a brief respite. Along the way, Ron suddenly halted, pointing to a visibly dilapidated area in the distance. Neptune, what is that place? Following Ron's finger, Neptune's pupils flickered momentarily before he replied with a hint of bitterness. Forgive me, my lord. That is the only lawless zone on Fishman Island, inhabited by fishmen harboring hatred for humans. To avoid dampening your spirits, it would be best not to concern ourselves with it. Is that so? Ron stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before turning back. Marco, you and the others go and clear Fishman Street. It is an eyesore. Such a fine place should not harbor anything filthy. Understood, Mr. Ron. We will head there immediately. Ace and Marco exchanged glances. Then, to Neptune's astonishment, they turned and made their way into the depths of Fishman Street, where the sounds of violent explosions soon echoed from within. Seeing this, Neptune's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly remarked, I apologize for the trouble, Mr. Ron. Not at all. After all, you are the scenic area's administrator. We are all on the same side. Lord Ron, what scenic area? Oh, it's nothing. Let us go to the Dragon Palace. I have yet to explore Fishman Island. Certainly, this way, Lord Ron. Chapter 50. Big Mom's plot to steal Whitebeard's home. Meanwhile, damn it, filthy humans, do you dare intrude here? Are you seeking death? On the dilapidated street, Hody Jones's features twisted in rage, his eyes glinting with a murderous glint. These thugs had the audacity to demolish his home without so much as a discussion. It was utterly outrageous. Ah, so you are the leader here. Marco assessed Hody Jones with a discerning gaze before turning to Ace, asking, shall you take this one, or shall I? Ace, eager to unleash his pent-up energy after a long hiatus from battle, leaped forward, exclaiming, I'll go first. I barely get a chance to fight by Lord Ron's side. As his words fell, Ace vanished from his spot, rushing towards Hody Jones. Hearing the latter's complaints, Marco sighed in resignation. This kid is as impulsive as ever. With that, he turned to deal with the others. On the other hand, Hody Jones was taken aback, not receiving a verbal response, but rather a pair of fists engulfed in flames. The flames blazed in his sight, expanding in intensity. You bastard! Before he could react, Hody Jones was struck by Ace's powerful punch. The flames erupted like a massive explosion of TNT against his chest, sending him flying through countless structures until he crashed against the far end of Fishman Street, finally coming to a halt. Coughing up blood, Hody felt a bitter taste in his throat. His clothes were stained crimson. Damn it, how can a human possess such formidable power? Why can't I replicate the feeling I had when I fought alongside Lord Ron? Ace, standing there, wore a dissatisfied expression. Although he wielded the same fruit ability, the results were worlds apart. In Ron's hands, it could repel admirals, yet in his, he struggled to defeat even a lowly minion. This is so embarrassing, it's infuriating. Disheartened, Ace lost the will to continue fighting and, from a distance, launched a fire punch toward Hody Jones. With a resounding roar, a torrent of flames surged from Ace's hand, hurtling toward Hody Jones. No. Hody Jones's pupils constricted as he screamed in terror. Hody Jones, it seems your status on Fishman Street isn't too high if anyone can overshadow you. As the voice echoed, a figure resembling a clucking hen, topped with a teacup and wielding a cane sword, emerged, swinging it with great force. Suddenly, the fiery torrent split apart, the impending crisis averted. At that moment, Ace finally sensed something amiss, instinctively looking up with narrowed eyes. Big Mom's people. Fire Fist Ace. How are you still alive? Baron Tamago, on the opposite side, was equally dumbfounded. If his memory served him correctly, Ace should have perished several months ago, and the Whitebeard pirates were on the brink of dissolution. Why then? Had these individuals resurfaced? Was he seeing apparitions? The atmosphere grew palpably awkward in an instant. Opposite him, Ace, after a moment of contemplation, broke into a smile. Are you members of the Big Mom pirates so eager? Perfect, let me take you to meet my father. With that, Ace strode forward. And amidst Baron Egg's terrified gaze, he cheerfully invited, would you kindly accompany us, Baron Egg? At that moment, on the other side of Baron Egg, Marco had also appeared, wearing a similarly warm smile. Faced with this situation, Baron Egg, feeling inexplicably anxious, nodded. Gulp. Then let's go. A few minutes later, in the Ryugu Palace. Father, Mr. Ron. Ace and Marco were receiving the royal hospitality of King Neptune, savoring the unique delicacies of Fishman Island, when they suddenly heard Ace and his companions' voices from outside the palace. Whitebeard immediately chuckled. Gwahaha, it appears my sons have resolved their matters. Beside him, Neptune, who was accompanying them, gratefully raised his cup towards Whitebeard and Ron. I cannot express how much I appreciate your assistance. It is truly an honor for you gentlemen to provide protection for Fishman Island, and I apologize for troubling you with trivial matters. Though Fishman Street fell within the jurisdiction of Ryugu, the transgressions it had committed over the years were utterly unforgivable, particularly in light of the untimely death of Princess Otoheim. Although Neptune had not witnessed it firsthand, he harbored his own suspicions. Ron, on the other side, raised his cup, smiling silently. Soon, Ace and Marco's figures appeared within the palace, but to their surprise, there was an additional person accompanying them. If I am not mistaken, you are one of Big Mom's subordinates. What brings you to Fishman Island? Whitebeard's expression darkened, and he began to form a conjecture. Below, Baron Egg trembled uncontrollably, especially upon seeing the real Whitebeard, beads of cold sweat forming as his clothes became thoroughly soaked in an instant. And Nugget, sir, I haven't done anything. I just came to take a look. He stammered. Gwahaha, you haven't done anything? Whitebeard laughed, though his laughter quickly turned ominous. His piercing gaze bore into Baron Egg, his voice deepening. Call Charlotte Linlin. I wish to speak with her. A few minutes later. Hello, Tamago, what is the matter? A sharp voice of an elderly woman crackled through the transponder snail. Baron Egg wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced cautiously at Whitebeard above him, unsure of how to begin. At that moment, Whitebeard bluntly cut to the chase. Charlotte Linlin, I've heard you desire Fishman Island? As his words fell, a rare silence enveloped the other end of the transponder snail. Whitebeard, unperturbed, simply waited, while the atmosphere in the palace inexplicably grew heavy. Neptune, as a minor figure, wisely chose to remain silent in the face of such a scene. After a few seconds, Big Mom's voice, tinged with arrogance, broke the silence. Mom, Nugget, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Indeed, I have my eyes on Fishman Island. Name your price. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, a barely perceptible killing intent radiating from him, causing the temperature in the palace to plummet. Not far away, Ace and Marco exchanged glances. Although their father had remained silent, they, as his sons, understood all too well. Father was furious. Crack. Under an unexplainable pressure, Baron Egg's transponder snail morphed into a grotesque mass, severing the call in an instant. After completing this, Whitebeard turned to Ron beside him, his voice devoid of emotion. Dr. Ron, would you mind making a detour to Cake Island first? I have no objections. Do as you please. Ron replied with a smile. Originally, they had intended to head to Wano, but in light of Nugget's transformation, Ron deemed it far more significant. After all, utilizing a mentally unstable woman to obliterate the last flicker of hope in Nugget's heart was quite a bargain. At this moment, the only woman among the feared for emperors, Big Mom, had been thoroughly marked with a red cross in Ron's mind. Chapter 51. The little stubbornness among the big shots. In the New World, the weather was perpetually capricious, and even the sea seemed to have grown more tempestuous. On this day, a small vessel resembling a coffin rocked precariously in the stormy seas, as if it might capsize at any moment. Mihawk sat firmly on the boat, a massive black sword slung across his back, his amber eyes exuding an unwavering resolve towards the swordsmanship. At this moment, he held a bounty poster in his hand. 100 billion. The notorious pirate, he had not anticipated that, in just a few short months since their last encounter, this individual had grown to such an extent, even surpassing red-haired Shanks. He looked forward to their battle. Mihawk mused to himself, a powerful sword intent emanating from him, causing the surrounding turbulent seas to momentarily still. After a moment of reflection, Mihawk tucked the bounty poster away and prepared to speed towards the Navy headquarters in the New World. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, his eyes drawn to a distant point on the tumultuous sea, where an inconspicuous black dot progressed alone across the waves. Is it him? Mihawk's eyebrows raised slightly, and after a brief hesitation, he swiftly turned the bow of his ship towards the shadowy figure. He no longer needed to head to the Navy headquarters, for he had finally encountered the person he wished to see. Did you feel that? Just now, there was a familiar presence. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on another ship, Ron's eyes flickered, and he turned back to inquire with a slight smile towards his companions. Moments ago, he had been reminiscing about the long-lost seas of the New World when he unexpectedly discovered a rather intriguing individual who was currently surveying their situation. It should be the newly emerged great swordsman, Mihawk, Rayleigh remarked with a smile. Wahaha, a lad who wields a sword? Quite impressive. That last strike truly surprised me. Whitebeard laughed heartily, returning to his optimistic demeanor. Following the unpleasant experience at Fishman Island, the group had lost interest in lingering and swiftly emerged from the depths of the sea, preparing to confront that madwoman. Wait. At that moment, Rayleigh's expression shifted, and he unexpectedly spoke up. It seems he is coming towards us. Perhaps he is aiming for us. Has he discovered us? I knew this lad was something special. Whitebeard exclaimed, a knowing smile on his face. Is that so? Then let us see what this world's greatest swordsman wishes to discuss with us. Ron said, a hint of amusement in his eyes, instructing the crew to halt the ship and wait for Mihawk to approach. Soon, as time passed, a coffin-shaped small sailboat gradually drifted into view, coming to a stop near their vessel. Would you mind if I come aboard? Mihawk stood straight, addressing them, his gaze fixed on Ron. Please be my guest. Ron gracefully gestured for him to enter. Under the watchful eyes of the prominent figures, Mihawk maintained his composure, firmly stepping onto the deck. His gaze fell upon Whitebeard and Ace, the two of whom in the next moment, his pupils unnaturally constricted, only to swiftly revert to normal. Gulalala, what brings you here, Hawkeye? Whitebeard inquired, seizing the opportunity while Hawkeye seemed momentarily distracted. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye regained his composure, his sharp gaze immediately locking onto Ron, and he earnestly declared, I wish to challenge you. A challenge to Mr. Ron? The crowd gasped, turning their heads in surprise, while Whitebeard chuckled in delight. Gulalala, Dr. Ron, it appears your reputation has grown to such an extent that someone is audacious enough to challenge you directly. I forgot to mention, Hawkeye, Dr. Ron is now a great swordsman, just like you, so do tread carefully. Whitebeard reminded Hawkeye with a knowing glance. Ding. Hawkeye's hazel eyes involuntarily shone with intensity, an aura of battle emanating from him, sharp and compelling, making it difficult for others to maintain their composure in his presence. Feeling the invisible pressure from Hawkeye's fighting spirit, Ron scolded, Damn it, Newgate, when did your tongue become so loose? Have you forgotten which side you're on? After venting his frustration at Whitebeard, Ron turned his attention to Hawkeye, with a hint of exasperation. Don't listen to this fool. I have no interest in sparring with you. Fights without purpose are childish play. Adults prefer to discuss matters of profit. Hawkeye remained silent, quietly drawing his sword from behind. Hey, this is not a place for fighting, Ron exclaimed, exasperated. Was this renowned swordsman truly so obstinate? Come to my home. It's nearby. This marked the first time Hawkeye had spoken so much in one go. Ron, somewhat bewildered, pondered why he had just insisted he didn't want to fight. Yet this great swordsman seemed to take it for granted that a change of venue would alter his mind. Furthermore, was this truly how a great swordsman invited someone over? The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. At that moment, Rayleigh stepped forward to diffuse the tension. Well, Dr. Ron, perhaps you could visit Hawkeye's Island for a tour. There's no hurry, right, Newgate? He glanced at Whitebeard, who shrugged nonchalantly. That sounds fine. Let us go for a look. It has been ages since I last set foot on land, galalala. Regardless, he is a commendable talent among the new generation. We cannot refuse such an invitation. Thus, the journey to conquer the remaining emperors of the sea took yet another unexpected turn. As they traveled, Hawkeye showed no intent to return, choosing instead to remain on the deck with Ron and the others, while his ship trailed behind. With some idle time on his hands, Ron casually asked, Hawkeye? You couldn't have come all this way just for me, could you? Given the current timeline, Hawkeye was expected to be on his island, instructing Zoro in swordsmanship. It was unlikely he would venture out without cause. Indeed, it is because the Navy is planning their next move against you. All the Shichibukai have been summoned to the Marine headquarters, Hawkeye replied calmly. Huh. Ace and the others widened their eyes in surprise. The Navy was preparing to strike again? Wait, such matters shouldn't be discussed in front of them. Meanwhile, the conversation between Ron and Hawkeye continued. Is that so? But if you don't go, won't it affect you? Ron asked curiously. Bang. The crowd erupted in laughter, captivated by Ron's unique perspective. Was this truly the appropriate moment to be concerned about such matters, with the Navy poised to attack? No, they value my identity and reputation. Hawkeye responded with sincere contemplation. After speaking, he glanced at Ace and the others, his expression somewhat perplexed. Under the gaze of the world's greatest swordsman, Ace and the others felt a chill. Was this the arrogance of a powerhouse, exuding confidence, one unconcerned with divulging information, while the other was indifferent to inquiry? Chapter 52. Ruins in the tide of the Arrow. One day later, on Kraikano Island. Following Hawkeye's guidance, the group finally reached a seemingly desolate and dilapidated island. We've arrived, Hawkeye stated tersely, then leaped from the boat, striding directly into the island's depths, leaving the others momentarily stationary. As they gazed upon the island, now reduced to ruins, Ron couldn't help but reflect. The tides of the era surge forth relentlessly. Any superficial splendor ultimately succumbs to decay. Once the site of the Sirakali kingdom, remnants of its former grandeur could still be discerned amidst the crumbling structures, yet it was no escape from the fate of destruction. Now serving solely as Hawkeye's solitary domain. As Ron pondered, Rayleigh stepped forward. Indeed, however, Hawkeye appears to be a proud and confident individual. Mr. Ron, do you believe you can persuade him? Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Ron glanced down, noting only the silhouette of Hawkeye gradually fading from view. Persuade? I never intended to convince anyone. Ron chuckled, leaving a vague remark in his wake as he jumped off the boat to follow in Hawkeye's footsteps. Compared to the others, Ron, now a great swordsman, understood that those who reached such heights needed a steadfast conviction, one that wasn't vast, but rather pure. And Hawkeye embodied that solitary purity. One might ponder, how could such a person be willing to become someone else's subordinate? As Ron departed, he left Rayleigh standing in a daze. No intention to persuade? Then why come at all? Rayleigh, today's youth are not as convoluted as we old-timers. Why not simply enjoy the moment? Think of it as a leisurely tour, Whitebeard remarked, patting Rayleigh on the shoulder as he passed by. Rayleigh snapped back to reality, offering a resigned smile. It seems I have become too fixated and forgotten Captain Rogers' teachings. Gulalala, that's the spirit. Pirates should live freely and according to their desires. A few minutes later, these fellows are truly bothersome. As he traversed the forest, Whitebeard appeared somewhat impatient, casually slashing through the air with his sword, causing space to rupture and unleashing a powerful force that swept across 1,000 meters. Trees toppled, and dozens of black baboons, previously hiding in the woods, were sent flying. The journey had not been smooth. Along the way, peculiar baboons wielding large machetes had emerged to harass them, proving to be quite the annoyance. Listening to Whitebeard's grievances, Ron remained unfazed, chuckling. What do you think? If we were to assemble these baboons into an army, would they not serve effectively against the world government in the future? That's an interesting thought. I just noticed these baboons exhibit traces of basic Busashoku haki usage. While I'm unsure how they achieved it, it is indeed impressive. Rayleigh responded with a smile, pausing slightly. However, there's no time to train them now. Newgate seems to have already angered these creatures. Just as he finished speaking, roar. A more intense and thunderous roar erupted from the surrounding woods and through the gaps in the trees. One could discern countless baboons with thick fur racing through the distant forest, their expressions fierce and menacing, resembling a swarm of locusts. From above, the emerald-green forest appeared as if shrouded in a cloak of darkness. Just in time, sensing the dense cacophony around him, Whitebeard stood tall and undaunted, raising his sword with unwavering determination. Let me deal with them all at once to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just as Whitebeard prepared to strike, he felt himself intercepted. Turning to find it was Ron. His face registered surprise. What is it, Dr. Ron? What do you mean? Are you planning to destroy this island? Ron replied curtly. We are here as guests, not to stir up trouble. Allow me to take the lead this time. As he spoke, Ron stepped forward. A sudden flash of crimson light ignited in the depths of his eyes. In the next moment, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure radiated from Ron's body, sweeping through the surrounding trees with such ferocity that it encompassed nearly half the island. The leaves trembled, and it was evident that, centered around Ron, the entire forest seemed to undergo a purging, the dense black stains dissipating at a terrifying speed as if they faced a natural enemy. Thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of numerous falls, the roars ceased abruptly, and the air regained its tranquility. At this moment, in the heart of Kralakava Island, on a clearing before a villa, the sound of clashing metal resonated. A bare-chested man, his body bound in bandages, was locked in a fierce battle with a baboon far larger than its usual size. The two figures darted across the ground, each collision unleashing a wave of sharp energy, leaving deep imprints on the earth with their incredible speed, the sound of their clashes merging into a singular roar. The surrounding trees had long been cleared, and above them, a young girl clad in Lolita fashion sat delicately on a parasol suspended in midair, her rosy cheeks etched with impatience. All this incessant hacking and slashing, filthy stinking men. What could possibly be entertaining? Not even as fun as my teddy bear. Perona wore a haughty expression. Bang! With another resounding clash, the battle between the man and the baboon suddenly halted. Zoro stood firm, his gaze drifting past the baboon to the trees behind it. His eyes filled with a grave intensity. There are guests arriving. What? Perona's eyes widened in confusion, her hearing faltering, but in the next moment, an invisible wave surged from the woods ahead, moving with such speed that it left little room for reaction, enveloping the entire clearing in an instant. Duong. It felt as if a heavy hammer had struck her smooth, pale forehead, causing Perona's starry eyes to roll back, her head swirling in dizziness, and before she knew it, her spirit plummeted from the sky, yanked back to the villa and into her physical form. Subsequently, a furious roar akin to that of a small beast echoed from within the villa. You imbecile! Who unleashed such overwhelming haki? Do you not realize it could injure this princess? The sound of hurried footsteps followed. Meanwhile, Zoro gritted his teeth, his arms, clutching his swords, visibly straining with veins popping. His expression one of torment, as he uttered each word. Conqueror's haki, how formidable! Beside him, the baboon he had just fought lay unconscious on the ground. Even the enormous blade akin to a guillotine tossed carelessly aside. This pain came swiftly and vanished just as quickly, leaving no trace behind. Zoro suddenly felt a wave of relief, and just then, a familiar voice floated from the woods ahead. Apologies, it seems I might have exerted a bit too much force. As the voice resonated, several figures emerged from behind the trees, led by his master and a somewhat familiar man, who was currently apologizing with a smile. Another formidable individual from the New World? Zoro mused inwardly. Having delayed for a moment, Ron and Mihawk had already stepped out from the woods, and behind them, two heavyweight figures followed. Mr. Rayleigh Whitebeard. Zoro's pupils constricted. Even he could not help but feel a tremor of awe at the sight of such a powerful assembly. Oh, you are Zoro from Luffy's crew. I didn't expect to see you here. Upon hearing Zoro's name, Rayleigh's eyes lit up with surprise. Oh, are you here as guests? Zoro inquired curiously about the elder who rarely left Sabaody. Haha, I am not worthy of an invitation. It is my captain, Mr. Ron, whom Mihawk has invited. Rayleigh chuckled. Ron? Why does that name sound so familiar? Zoro furrowed his brow, curiosity stirring within him about Ron's identity, a man whom even Mr. Rayleigh respected must be extraordinarily powerful. Would he perhaps wield swordsmanship as well? Chapter 53, Perona, I've been toyed with. Ron, the bounty of 100 billion. Just then, a diminutive figure dashed toward the group. It was Perona. She initially approached with an expression of fury, but upon learning Ron's identity, her watery gaze shifted from anger to sheer terror. Her eyes darted behind Ron to the strongest man, Whitebeard, and the Dark King, Rayleigh. How frightening. They were all significant figures. Instinctively, she shrank behind Zoro, but feeling insecure, Her little feet shifted as she sought refuge beside Mihawk. Such a cute little girl. Were you preparing to take action against me just now? Perona had barely made it halfway when Ron's voice called from behind. Perona instantly resembled a puffed-up kitten, dashing behind Mihawk, peeking cautiously with one eye over his shoulder, only to find Ron gazing at her with a broad smile. Perona wanted to say some fierce words, for as a princess, how could she be intimidated by mere pirates? Yet these pirates were too imposing and weighed too heavily. She dared not. Observing Perona's timid demeanor, Ron couldn't help but smirk. Little girl, let me remind you. Those who dare to strike at me have had their ashes scattered across the sea. Not even a blade of grass remains on their graves. Perona's expression instantly dulled, her eyes nearly losing their sparkle. Witnessing this, Ron finally wore a satisfied smile. This little girl was indeed entertaining. Well then, Mihawk, shall we not be invited inside for a chat? After teasing, Ron finally turned his gaze to Mihawk, standing beside Perona. Please, follow me inside. Mihawk glanced down at the frightened Perona clutching his sleeve, allowing a slight smile to curve his lips as he suppressed his aloof demeanor. Before extending the invitation to Ron and the others, the four of them moved to enter the villa for a brief respite. Mr. Ron, if you have time, let us spar. Suddenly, a loud voice called from behind the group. Zoro stood firm with his swords raised, determination etched on his face. A palpable fighting spirit brewing in his gaze as he fixed his stare on Ron. After Perona and the others' reminders, he finally recalled why this man seemed familiar. It was in the newspapers. The man's photograph had once graced the pages of a newspaper, and he vividly recalled the accompanying text, which suggested that the individual was also a swordsman. Did both the master and disciple share such a penchant for challenges? Sensing Zoro's fighting spirit, Ron placed a hand on his forehead, expressing his exasperation. I apologize, but Mihawk is currently your master, is he not? He has already scheduled a challenge with me. If you wish to challenge me, you may have to wait in line behind him. Is that so? Zoro responded, straightening his posture and sheathing his sword with determination. Understood. I will challenge you after my master has had his turn. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding slap landed on his head. Smack. Are you out of your mind? He is Ron, the notorious pirate whose bounty far exceeds that of the four emperors. Perona exclaimed, disregarding her fear as she delivered the blow, her expression one of exaggerated shock. No, I want to challenge someone stronger. Zoro declared resolutely. You fool. He doesn't even want to talk to you. Humph, negative ghost. Perona retorted angrily, flinging her hand and sending a transparent spirit into Zoro's body. In the next moment, Zoro collapsed to the ground, a look of profound melancholy etched on his face. I shouldn't have been born. I'm sorry. The members of Whitebeard's crew momentarily froze. Then, the revived Rayleigh burst into laughter. What an amusing young girl. Is that a paramecia-type ability? Quite an intriguing fruit, Whitebeard remarked, equally entertained. In such a light-hearted mood, the group left Zoro, who remained on the ground in a state of despair, and entered the villa's grand hall. Upon stepping inside, Ron couldn't help but feel envious. The floor was marble, the bookcase was made of mahogany, and the chandelier was, for heaven's sake, crystal. Reflecting on his tumultuous past, his previous life, where teachers painted a rosy picture only to have employers do the same after graduation, he recalled the teachers who promised him that university would grant him the freedom to love. Yet, where was his romantic partner? Having struggled to build a crew after losing his parents and watching his fortune go up in flames, he had finally managed to convince a group to join the Rocks Pirates, only to be sealed away for 40 long years. Damn capitalists. At that moment, Ron contemplated whether he should visit the colossal golden ship to seek out Tezelo before confronting Kaido and Wano. After all, he was a man of considerable wealth, worthy of enjoying some luxuries, wasn't he? No, before that, he needed to pay a visit to Cake Island to deal with that madwoman. Indeed, I am sworn enemies with capitalism. With such thoughts, Ron found even the prospect of a meal unappetizing, despite the fact that the world's greatest swordsman was cooking. During the meal, the timid Perona served diligently at the side of the prominent figures, her gaze fixated on Ron throughout, especially when she noticed his clenched jaw. Her heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that Ron had taken an interest in her? Would he truly kill her? Would he keep her ashes? Had she perhaps gone too far in advising Zoro, thus inciting the wrath of this formidable man? Instantly, Perona felt a wave of insecurity wash over her, one that even Mihawk could not alleviate. She yearned for her bear to hold her close. The meal was thoroughly unpleasant, at least for Perona and Ron, who both sensed the tension. After an interminable lunch, Mihawk silently wiped his mouth, then rose, grasping his black blade, and walked directly out of the villa into the open space outside, under the blazing sun, where he stood silently, observing Ron. Great, now I can't even enjoy my meal. Ron thought, feeling a pang of dissatisfaction. He believed this outing to be utterly futile. Unless he swiftly secured something of value, he felt an unsettling sense of loss. Perhaps this villa? Chapter 54, Mihawk vs. Ron, a life and death duel. In the New World, the weather was exceptionally fine. On the island of Kraikana, surrounded by lush greenery, Ron and Mihawk stood in the open area before the villa, facing each other from a distance of over 100 meters. The air thick with the essence of swordsmanship, the atmosphere slightly tense. With a swift motion, a dark glimmer flashed as the blade known as the world's greatest black sword, Knight, was firmly grasped in Mihawk's hand. His piercing gaze fixed on Ron, he inquired, "Where is your sword?" His tone carried a hint of fervor. "A duel for our lives, you say? How could I possibly accept such a demanding challenge?" Ron replied, feeling the weight of an unreasonable request that he found impossible to decline. This left him quite discontented. "My sword? For now, I shall use this as a substitute." Though reluctant, Ron resolved to accept the challenge. It would be a battle where both parties would exert their utmost efforts. As he spoke, a faint green luminescence emanated from Ron's right hand, and under the influence of his fruit's ability, a large surgical knife slowly extended from his palm, reaching a length of 70 centimeters. Gripping it tightly, Ron noted with astonishment that the blade vibrated at an almost imperceptible yet high frequency. "Is that a devil fruit ability?" Mihawk's brow twitched, but upon sensing the anomaly, his expression quickly returned to its usual stoicism. His eyes sharpened, glinting like blades. "If that is the case, let the duel commence," he bellowed. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure vanished in an instant, leaving a clear footprint on the ground. Just in time. Simultaneously, Ron seized his knife and also disappeared from sight. Clang. Almost immediately, the two reappeared in the center, their blades clashing, producing a deafening screech and sparks that caused all present to wince. Perona, whose willpower was the weakest among them, promptly covered her ears in fright. Before the villa, Whitebeard stood at the entrance, feeling the onslaught of sword energy and unable to suppress a hearty laugh. He turned to Zoro beside him, saying, "What a bold little brat. Watch closely, such battles are rare on the seas." "I understand, Mr. Newgate," Zoro replied earnestly. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had witnessed a duel of this caliber. "Newgate, who do you think will emerge victorious, Ron or Mihawk?" Rayleigh, sensing the excitement, could not help but ask Whitebeard. "Dr. Ron, young Mihawk, I don't know, but isn't it delightful to watch?" After some contemplation, Whitebeard erupted into laughter. The battle between men was not merely for the sake of victory or defeat, it was a pursuit of something far more profound. At the scene, both sides remained locked in combat. A tangible pressure akin to a storm emanated from their center, wreaking havoc on the surrounding area. The ground cracked, with visible fissures spreading beneath their feet, quickly extending outwards for 100 meters. Suddenly, Mihawk shifted his foot, employing a unique technique to dispel the force coming from Ron. Drawing his blade once more and launching another attack. Bang! A sharp cry echoed as Ron deflected the strike, and a potent aura of swordsmanship began to fill the entire space, heralding the onset of a new round of collisions, the intensity greater than before. An invisible tempest began to take shape between them. Their visions blurred as countless particles of dust were whipped up, merging with the air and gradually enveloping the two figures, rendering them somewhat indistinguishable. Little by little, the two renowned swordsmen found themselves dissatisfied with the current skirmish, and their rhythm of attacks unexpectedly accelerated. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of their intense clashes melded into a singular resonance. In the swirling dust, Hawkeye and Ron moved in a rapid exchange, each collision erupting with fierce roars. Their blades striking sparks. Parry, slice, thrust, and cleave. Each maneuver exemplified the fundamental techniques of swordsmanship. Yet beneath it lay a profound understanding that would render 99% of swordsmen in the world envious, coupled with an unshakable foundation. The wind grew increasingly ferocious, thrashing the distant branches into a frenzy. Countless leaves swept into the sky, drifting toward the island's periphery. The aura of sword energy became increasingly perilous, saturating the entire space. Each strike threatened to deliver irreparable devastation to everything surrounding them. An astonishing battle was unfolding on this island. Unbeknownst to them, the baboons who had been rendered unconscious by the conqueror's haki began to awaken one by one. As their primal instincts detected an overwhelming sense of terror brewing at the island's core, they quickly became agitated, scratching their heads and leaping frantically towards their nests. Oh! The forest erupted into chaos. Amidst the frenzied escape of the baboons, one peculiar baboon remained stationary, the very one that had faced Zoro moments ago. In its beastly eyes, a flicker of human-like trepidation and fear was evident, yet it also bore a hint of determination. After a brief internal struggle, it tightened its grip on the enormous black blade it held and quietly approached, concealing itself in a corner of the thicket to observe. In its gaze, the battle between Ron and Hawkeye unfolded. Unbeknownst to it, it gradually became entranced, seemingly grasping something profound. Simultaneously, another individual mirrored its sentiment. Is this the might of a grand swordsman? Zoro's expression bore an intensity as he became enraptured by the ongoing combat, unable to extricate himself. Insights surged within him, continually affirming and clashing with his own swordsmanship, culminating in a clear path of understanding. Chapter 55. The sword energy that cleaves the sky. In the midst of combat, Ron and Hawkeye's forms transformed into mere afterimages as a tempest raged. The only sensation palpable was the cataclysmic sword energy erupting from within. As far as the eye could see, devastation reigned supreme. The entire island appeared to have endured a violent conflict, with sword scars crisscrossing the landscape, some stretching for miles, resembling a chasm in the earth. Clang! A blinding flash of sword light flickered, a sharp blade's cry piercing the clouds, and in the next moment, the tempest that had taken form abruptly ceased, as if struck by some profound blow, dissipating into a gentle breeze. Countless remnants of leaves fell to the ground, and the air grew unexpectedly still. At some point, the clash between Hawkeye and Ron came to a sudden halt. It's over. The abrupt cessation elicited expressions of surprise from the onlookers, with Zoro appearing utterly bewildered. The same puzzled expression adorned the baboon lurking in the thicket. Has it ended? The baboon's dark visage reflected confusion as it scratched its head in sheer perplexity. Little one, do not fret. The true battle has yet to commence. Perhaps sensing Zoro's shifting emotions, Whitebeard maintained his gaze forward and spoke. The true battle? Zoro was taken aback. Before he could fully grasp the situation, below them, Ron declared, the warm-up should conclude here, Hawkeye. Standing atop the battered earth, he grinned at his opponent. I share the same sentiment. Hawkeye nodded, his demeanor suddenly shifting. The previously calm aura erupted into a fervent intensity, an array of chaotic sword intent emanating from his very being. With a crackling sound, it became evident that the ground beneath Hawkeye was subjected to some mysterious force, perforated with countless minute holes by invisible sword energy. Noticing this change, Zoro's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be the true power of a grand swordsman? Merely standing there, he had already exerted a profound influence on the surrounding environment. In the next instant, before Zoro could react, a thunderous roar resonated as a colossal sword energy shot upwards, soaring 1,000 meters into the sky. Its sheer terror palpable even from dozens of kilometers away. Hawkeye's gaze sharpened, and he swung his blade with ferocity, unleashing sword energy that seemed to connect heaven and earth, racing toward Ron with relentless force. Suddenly, the island began to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. The world's greatest swordsman. Is it time for me to feel the weight of your new era? In that moment, a fervor ignited in Ron's eyes. As he perceived the clouds above being cleaved apart, the island trembling as if on the brink of catastrophe. All of it was wrought by the man before him, igniting his desire for battle. This confrontation was not simply about victory or defeat. It delved deeper into affirming their respective paths of swordsmanship, seeking to explore and shatter the shackles that bound grand swordsmen. In contrast, Zoro's slight confusion regarding the path of the sword was trivial to those of their caliber, for their understanding of the sword was already crystal clear. Boom! Ron exerted force through his feet, causing the earth to crumble into dust, creating a deep pit, and his figure vanished from sight, charging toward Hawkeye. In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the pupils of every onlooker instinctively constricted, fixated on the two combatants. They sensed that after today, such a spectacular battle would be a rare sight for a long time to come. Is it time to determine a victor? Before the villa, Rayleigh's glasses glimmered faintly, as if he were nostalgically recalling something. This battle before him inevitably brought to mind the grand conflict that had once transpired in the waters of Whitewall. Back then, they were still young. It was during that time that the Golden Lion had forged his legendary reputation as a great pirate, commanding a fleet of 100,000 ships capable of stirring the seas with a mere gesture. Alas, the passage of time had rendered those days irretrievable. They were no longer the ambitious young pirates with dreams, now aged, their hearts weary. Were it not for Ron's appearance, perhaps. Suddenly, Rayleigh's contemplation was interrupted. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he abruptly looked up to witness a scene that left him spellbound. Crack! With a jarring sound akin to shattering glass, Ron swung his blade, and the sword energy burst forth, exploding into countless fragments that scattered like a torrential downpour, piercing the air and dispersing in all directions. In an instant, the island faced utter annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous roars, the fragmented sword energy rained down, each strike akin to a meteor's descent, obliterating the trees, splitting the island, and stirring the nearby waters into a tempest. On the other side, Whitebeard and his companions bore the brunt of the chaos. Hey, 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 aren't these two fellows going to rein it in? In front of the villa, Whitebeard gazed at the torrent of sword chi cascading from the heavens, his expression a portrait of resignation. He set down the sword, from cloud, tightened his fists, and unleashed a tremendous blow, shattering the very fabric of space, obliterating countless shards of sword energy. In an instant, a towering cloud of dust enveloped the entire island, marking the conclusion of this epic battle of great swordsmen. Chapter 56, The Awakening of the Great Swordsman, Ron's Choice. Kraken Island, once the site of the Kingdom of Silicary. Today it suffered a cataclysmic blow, a scar resembling an insurmountable chasm cleaving the island in twain. Centered around the Eagle Eye Villa, the land was neatly bisected. At this moment, all structures on the island lay in ruins. The once lush trees had vanished, leaving the ground marred with stark cracks. The only edifice remaining intact was that very villa. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Standing before the villa, Eagle Eye's complexion was ashen. A massive wound trailing from his right shoulder down to his waist, flesh grotesquely exposed, the injury a harrowing sight. Blood dripped like pearls onto the ground, staining it a deep brown. I lost, Eagle Eye stated calmly, as if merely stating a fact. His voice reverberated in the desolate space, amplifying the eerie silence. The air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Was it worth it? Ron inquired. Without hesitation, Eagle Eye gazed at the blood-stained fabric of his chest, slowly lifting his head and nodding. Observing the resolute glint in the latter's eyes, Ron felt a pang of helplessness. How steadfast he was. He had expended every last ounce of strength in pursuit of a higher realm of swordsmanship. Frankly, such a person earned Ron's admiration, yet he could not acquiesce. In this world, everything could be exchanged, save for time and life, which is precisely why Ron was so eager to overthrow the world government. He abhorred this filthy world, particularly those despicable celestial dragons, who held dominion over the lives of others as if they were mere pawns. Is that so? I hope you can reach the realm you seek. Ron smiled faintly, then turned to Whitebeard and Rayleigh, calling out, "It's time to go." With that, he strode away, making his way towards the island's outskirts. He had already assessed that this new era was not devoid of individuals with grand ambitions. Regrettably, this particular individual was not suited for his crew. "You're just leaving like that?" Eagle Eye furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his gaze. He had long prepared for the possibility of death as a consequence of this challenge, especially when confronting someone of Ron's caliber. Not everyone would show him mercy as Shanks had. Ron remained silent. "Gururara. Eagle Eye, you're quite impressive. I have high hopes for you." Whitebeard bellowed as he passed by. Rayleigh, smiling, patted Eagle Eye's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Mr. Ron is not that petty, but alas, we will not be able to work together joyfully in the future." There was a note of regret in his tone. The two then walked past Eagle Eye, heading towards the island's edge. As he watched their retreating figures, a complex expression flickered in Eagle Eye's eyes. This man named Ron seemed a tad different. It was only then that he suddenly awakened to a profound curiosity about Ron beyond mere strength. What kind of person could command the presence of Whitebeard and the Dark King Rayleigh? Eagle Eye found himself puzzled by this question, yet time was not on his side. After an intense battle, and with his body severely injured and bleeding profusely, merely remaining conscious was no small feat. Thud. A heavy object fell to the ground, accompanied by Perona's terrified scream. "Eagle Eye, what's wrong? Don't scare me. You bastard." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ron and his companions walked silently towards the island's edge. Just then, Rayleigh spoke up. "Dr. Ron, what is it? Are we just going to leave? Aren't you going to recruit Eagle Eye? I think I just saw Eagle Eye collapse. He probably can't hold on much longer." Rayleigh relayed another piece of news. In an instant, Ron halted, his eyes sparkling with renewed intensity. And without a moment's hesitation, he turned around. "Let us head back." Seeing Ron's spirited demeanor, Whitebeard and Rayleigh exchanged glances, each perceiving an oddity in the other's eyes. Indeed, Dr. Ron's peculiar abilities were undoubtedly related to healing. Yet, they had never heard of the surgery fruit possessing such extraordinary powers. With that thought, Whitebeard and Rayleigh followed Ron back, while Perona frantically directed Zoro to carefully carry Eagle Eye back to the villa. "You idiot, don't shoulder him. Eagle Eye is the injured one," she scolded. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of Ron and the others returning, and a look of terror flashed across her face. "What are you all doing?" Perona instinctively recoiled a few steps, her voice laced with fear. Faced with her inquiry, Ron had no time to entertain the girl. He turned to Zoro and instructed, "Get your master inside. Find a room. I will tend to his wounds." With that, he strode into Eagle Eye's villa, leaving Zoro and Perona standing there, bewildered and exchanging confused glances. "Zoro, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear Dr. Ron's orders?" Before he acquired the surgery fruit ability, his medical skills were top-notch. Even we old-timers have benefited from his expertise. Rayleigh finally could no longer refrain from interjecting. "Surgery fruit." Zoro suddenly snapped to attention. "Is that the legendary fruit that grants eternal life?" With that thought in mind, he wasted no time, scooping up Eagle Eye and rushing into the villa. Chapter 57. Breakthrough. Beyond the realm of the great swordsman, Eagle Eye in despair. At this moment, within a room on the first floor of the villa, the pristine white sheets were already stained crimson with blood. Eagle Eye lay unconscious, eyes shut tight. His body sprawled on the bed, having lost all awareness. His shirt had been entirely cut away, and aside from him, Ron was the only one present in the room. "Why go through all this? You lost, you suffer. You won, and yet now you lie in my hands?" Ron sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. He wondered what rewards the system would grant for treating the wounds of a great swordsman. Perhaps all of Eagle Eye's swordsmanship? That demand shouldn't be too unreasonable, right? With such thoughts, Ron's inner turmoil gradually eased, but soon, in a twist of fate, he found himself gasping for breath, succumbing to a fit of violent coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Unbeknownst to him, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. After wiping it away, Ron finally felt a semblance of calm return. Gazing at the blood-stained tissue in his hand, he couldn't help but grumble. "Damn it, is this kid trying to throw his life away?" In that final strike, Hawkeye relinquished all defense, exerting every ounce of strength to deliver that blow. Had he not sensed the impending danger and layered the powers of the Tremor fruit onto his scalpel in the nick of time, it would likely have been him lying defeated now. With this thought in mind, the healing commenced. A familiar glow emanated from Ron's palm as he first tended to Hawkeye's wounds, then stabilized the fractured bones with vitality, and finally began suturing the injuries. This entire treatment process consumed nearly half an hour. With a thud, Ron collapsed onto a sofa in the room, exhaling a long sigh of relief. His expression turned relaxed as he remarked, "Phew, it's finally over." After enduring a fierce battle and sustaining injuries himself, the added burden of treating the more severely wounded Hawkeye was simply overwhelming. Even a man of iron could not withstand such strain. Ron felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. "Given the arduous efforts I've put forth, I surely deserve a substantial reward," he murmured, his thoughts lingering on the system's rewards. Just as the words left his lips, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Host successfully treated a patient. Medical skill evaluation, excellent. A familiar voice echoed in Ron's consciousness. Excellent. He furrowed his brow briefly before quickly relaxing. Excellent it was, he thought, hoping for a useful reward without further ado. Special skill, reciprocity, activated. Randomly extracting one ability from the patient. The extraction commenced. Extraction completed. Congratulations, host has acquired the swordsmanship ability from the patient. Note, due to the host's low evaluation, the current ability is only half of that of the original patient. Swordsmanship? What an astonishing revelation. Upon hearing this prompt, Ron sprang to his feet, feeling invigorated and free from fatigue. Indeed, swordsmanship, he exclaimed with joy. It is worth noting that he had already ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, becoming a grand swordsman. Even a minor breakthrough would yield tremendous improvements. Almost instantaneously, a torrent of complex and immense information surged into his mind, overwhelming his consciousness and limbs. Ron barely managed to gather himself, quickly adjusting his focus to absorb this powerful sword technique. Every slash and thrust replayed vividly in his mind, as if guiding him back along the path of swordsmanship. Cutting through iron. Nothing is uncut. As time flowed, his swordsmanship gradually returned to the level of a grand swordsman, beginning to clash intensely with Hawkeye's own techniques. Clang. A fierce ringing echoed in Ron's mind, and in that moment, he caught a glimpse of an even higher realm of grand swordsmanship. At that instant, his haki surged, intertwining the three forms: armament haki, conqueror's haki, and observation haki, culminating in a unique aura. An overwhelming sword intent erupted from his being. With a cacophony, The furniture in the room began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. In the next moment, Ron opened his eyes, and a glint of sharp light shot forth, manifesting as an invisible sword aura. With a resounding crash, a hanging 4 bottle beside Hawkeye shattered, spilling its contents across the floor. So fierce, Ron's eyes widened, stunned by the unfolding spectacle, realizing he had inadvertently unleashed the legendary death glare. Just then, the door burst open, and Zoro and Perona rushed inside. Perona, her face etched with concern, exclaimed, "What happened? Is everything all right? Does Dr. Ron need my help?" Outside the door, Whitebeard and Rayleigh wore expressions of curiosity. Given their understanding of Ron, they doubted any medical mishap. However, when their gaze fell upon Ron, who was enveloped in an uncontained sword intent, even the seasoned Rayleigh could no longer remain composed. With a thud, he stumbled, clutching the wall, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stammered, "Dr. Ron, you've broken through again." Faced with Rayleigh's astonished expression, Ron modestly nodded, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. It was somewhat of an accident. Rayleigh was left speechless. Whitebeard felt his heart racing. In the realm of the sea, the most formidable adversaries are undoubtedly swordsmen, especially grand swordsmen, who instill fear in countless souls. For such individuals possess no weaknesses. Yet now, Ron had broken through once more. It was known that he was already a grand swordsman before his confrontation with Hawkeye. Now, this breakthrough was simply unfathomable. As these thoughts crossed Rayleigh's mind, he cast a sympathetic glance at the still recumbent Hawkeye. What good is effort? While one is bedridden, the other is already breaking through, treating the encounter as if he were sparring with a child. Chapter 58, 9 Mountains and 8 Seas as One World. Days later, in an open space outside the villa, Ron and Zoro engaged in a brief exchange. "Are you ready, Zoro?" "I am certain," Zoro replied resolutely. "Even if I lose again, I don't care, because Mr. Ron is different." It was evident that, following Hawkeye, Zoro had not been deterred by Ron's previous display of extraordinary power. Instead, he was resolute in fulfilling their earlier agreement. Indeed, he intended to challenge Ron. The youth truly possesses remarkable courage. Whitebeard stood in the same spot as before, addressing Rayleigh beside him. "Indeed, if it weren't for Ron, we might have had to concede this sea to the younger generation." Rayleigh nodded in agreement with a smile. He then turned to Hawkeye, asking, "Are you feeling all right?" "It's nothing." On the other side, Hawkeye, wrapped in bandages with a pale complexion, had undergone several days of recovery. Despite the severity of his injuries, the fact that he could function without hindrance under Ron's care was indeed astonishing. Yet, for men of their caliber, mere wounds were inconsequential. Especially as they watched their disciples' battle unfold, this was an event not to be missed. "TCH, just showing off." Perona couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically, adding, "That big fool Zoro, doesn't he see his master has already lost? Still wanting to challenge him. He might as well go die? Such stubbornness." On the field, Ron wore an expression of exasperation, gazing at Zoro across from him, unsure of what to say. "Very well, if that's the case, young man, are you prepared?" His calm tone belied an underlying danger. At that moment, Ron had already resolved to give this future grand swordsman an unforgettable experience. Zoro remained silent, offering no verbal reply but responding in a different manner. Clang! The crisp sound of a blade echoed as he drew his sword, gripping it firmly in both hands. A profound sword intent began to emanate from him, and then Zoro's deep voice resonated across the arena. 9 mountains and 8 seas as one world, gathering the myriad realms into a small universe. Threefold convergence. Endless self. Three-sword style. Great. 3000. Great world. With his declaration, the atmosphere shifted. Zoro vanished, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow, propelled by an unwavering momentum as he fiercely swung his blade towards Ron, the sharp edge slicing through the air and generating an overwhelming force. In an instant, it was as if the dawn's light pierced through the darkness, stirring the hearts of all present. Yet, in the following heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. Zoro and Ron exchanged positions, standing back to back in each other's former place. The familiar pale green glow illuminated the scene as Ron retracted his scalpel, slowly turning to regard Zoro, and then spoke, with reckless abandon. "You unleashed your full potential in a single strike. Young man, the path to the hell you seek is far from over. Strive diligently, for I eagerly await the day you surpass me." Huff, huff, defeated again, Mr. Ron. "It seems I have failed to uphold my previous promise." Zoro lay on his back, gazing skyward, a perplexing expression gracing his face, part sorrow, part mirth, and somewhat joy. A fresh crimson scar marred his chest, a mark left by Ron. "A promise? Huh. Young man, battling someone like me, who has crawled from the depths of hell, cannot be deemed a breach of promise. Ron chuckled, then departed. This time, he truly left, embarking on the next journey alongside Rayleigh and Whitebeard, leaving behind a cryptic remark for Mihawk and his apprentice. Throughout, he never uttered a word to entice Mihawk. Standing before the villa, Mihawk watched the retreating figures of Ron and his companions, his amber eyes reflecting an array of peculiar brilliance. Has Ron grown stronger? Next time, regardless of whether I have achieved a breakthrough, I shall accept your terms and join you, he murmured to himself. New World, Marine Headquarters. After several days of preparation, the Navy's plan to capture Ron had reached its final stage, merely awaiting the assembly of forces to launch another offensive. Yet, at this crucial juncture, a problem arose. In the Admiral's office, Akainu wore a grim expression as he stared at the communications officer, gravely stating, "Are you telling me that over half of the warlords of the sea are absent?" "Why yes, Admiral Sakazuki. Mihawk, Hancock, and Doflamingo have not arrived," the officer stammered, cold sweat pouring down his face. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a resounding thud echoed as Akainu slammed his fist onto the desk, his knuckles glowing red from the magma. Tendrils of smoke wafted into the air, and the atmosphere grew oppressive. "Damn pirates! Do they dare to rebel?" Akainu growled, then whipped around to the communications officer, bellowing, "Inform them again. If they do not come, they shall bear the consequences." "Why yes, Admiral Sakazuki." The officer, feeling as if granted a reprieve, dashed from the room to relay the command, leaving the room silent. After a lengthy pause, Akainu's voice emerged in a low murmur. "The warlords of the sea. Ron, I shall remember you all." Chapter 59. The diverse ecosystem of the warlords of the sea, the Cake Island crisis. On Amazon Lily. Within the opulent palace. "I won't go. I've already said that I will not aid those Marines." Mr. Ron is Luffy's savior. A graceful figure stood at the center of the hall, speaking defiantly. "You must go, Snake Princess. Now is not the time for your stubbornness." Granny Nyan, hunched and leaning on her cane, admonished sternly. "So what if I am? Regardless, I am so beautiful that they will surely forgive me." The Empress proudly lifted her chin, revealing her alabaster neck, speaking with haughty confidence. "You fool, Snake Princess. Do you have any idea how grave the consequences of your actions may be?" Granny Nyan was infuriated by Hancock's utter irresponsibility, chastising her fiercely. Just as her words fell, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly plummeted, as if some dreadful presence had materialized. Granny Nyan instinctively took a step back, her gaze meeting the Empress's face, which had turned as cold as ice, her eyes radiating a perilous aura. "Woman, are you commanding me?" Granny Nyan was momentarily speechless. I. Just as she faltered, her guard, Sandasonia, stepped forward to intercede. Her tone tinged with resignation. "Granny Nyan, Sister Hancock is in a foul mood today. Perhaps it's best to choose another time." "Indeed, you know how Sister can be. She'll be fine in a bit." Marigold chimed in with a gruff, yet amiable tone. Listening to the gentle persuasion from her sisters, Granny Nyan appeared troubled. "But the Navy's situation is truly dire. You are well aware of the significance of our identity as warlords of the sea. Without this protection, Amazon Lily is in peril." Before she could finish her thought, the Empress could no longer contain herself. With frigid determination, she strode forward, raising her leg to deliver a graceful yet forceful kick to Granny Nyan. "Get lost, old hag. If you prattle on, I shall kill you." With the Empress's furious declaration, Granny Nyan was sent flying, crashing through the palace window and tumbling outside. The hall fell silent. Whatever I do, they will forgive me." The Empress arrogantly turned and strode towards the rear of the hall, leaving behind her two sisters with expressions of helplessness and bitterness. "Still as headstrong as ever, sister." Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Dressrosa, at the heart of the island celebrated for love and passion. Bring. Within a palace atop the king's plateau, an exceedingly jarring sound of a transponder snail reverberated. Moshi. What is it?" "All right, I understand." A petite figure stood before the transponder snail, clad in a bear costume and wearing a crown atop her head. After hanging up, she hesitated briefly before turning to the side. There, upon a bright red sofa, lounged a languid figure, sporting an oddly shaped red pair of sunglasses and draped in a feathered coat. It was none other than one of the warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. "Sugars, what's the matter?" he asked, his demeanor nonchalant. "Young master," the Navy called again, requesting your presence. Sugar, the petite figure, seated herself beside Doflamingo and whispered the message. "The Navy?" Doflamingo set his wine glass down onto the nearby table, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes beneath the lenses. "It seems this newly appointed admiral is becoming impatient." After a moment's contemplation, he turned and declared, "Ignore them. The Don Quixote family's intelligence is not to be trifled with. Whitebeard's revival, Ace's return. These matters are clearly tied to Ron. Moreover, the former Pirate King's right-hand man, Rayleigh, is also aboard. With such formidable figures gathering, what do they expect him to do? Take a beating? He does not believe that such a minor oversight would lead those 5 ancient relics in the Holy Land to dare strip the warlords of the sea of their titles. In the New World, in an unfamiliar sea not far from Whole Cake Island, splash! A rotund figure, resembling a blue creature, was diving into the vast ocean. Periodically, he surfaced to gauge his surroundings, seemingly attempting to discern his bearings. King Neptune has informed me that Mr. Ron and his companions are en route to Cake Island. I must hasten to join them before it is too late. This figure was none other than Jinbei, who had just arrived in the New World from Fishman Island. His departure had been a proactive measure to seek out Whitebeard and alleviate the crisis enveloping Fishman Island. Little did he anticipate that Mr. Ron and his party had already made their way to Fishman Island and extended their utmost protection to it. What struck him as most astonishing was the dissolution of Whitebeard's pirate crew, with all its members choosing to align themselves under Mr. Ron's banner, including even Mr. Rayleigh. Upon receiving this news, Jinbei was utterly taken aback, and a new resolution began to crystallize within his heart. Since Mr. Ron had pledged to safeguard Fishman Island and eradicated the threats looming over Fishman Street, he felt compelled to offer his modest assistance. Perhaps my strength is insufficient, but if I can be of even the slightest help to Mr. Ron, I shall be content. With his expression growing ever resolute, Jinbei furiously paddled through the waters, making his way toward the nation of Tado Land. In less than half an hour, the distinctive sweet islands of Tado Land appeared on the horizon. However, he was perplexed by the unusual tranquility that enveloped the area. What could be the matter? Has Mr. Ron not engaged in a confrontation with Big Mom? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jinbei, filled with skepticism, chose to stealthily land on the least conspicuous of islands, opting to gather intelligence before making any further decisions. At this moment, he was unaware that Ron and his companions had been momentarily delayed by the unexpected arrival of Dracul Mihawk. Although they had resumed their journey, they were still a step behind him. Chapter 60. An unconventional greeting. Meanwhile, in the waters not far from Tado Land, Newgate pondered, "Are you prepared to greet that woman, Charlotte?" On board the ship, Ron felt the gentle sea breeze caress his face, a smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, Whitebeard strode over to stand beside Ron. Their figures aligned. "Gururara, of course I am ready. After such a prolonged period of monotony at sea, I can finally stretch these old bones," he declared, facing the ocean. In the direction they were looking lay Tado Land, where Big Mom resided. As they conversed, the deck was already teeming with figures, including Marco and Ace, who stood waiting with anticipation. "These two are truly incorrigible," Rayleigh remarked, his tone tinged with exasperation. Yet the glimmer of amusement in his eyes revealed that he was not wholly disapproving of their antics. "In that case, Newgate, what are you waiting for? Shouldn't you notify that madwoman to welcome us?" Ron turned slightly, a playful expectation illuminating his handsome profile. "All right, Gururara. Charlotte Linlin, it is time to greet our guests." With a thunderous roar, Whitebeard laughed heartily and swung his fist. With a crack, the very fabric of space shattered, unleashing an invisible, terrifying wave from the point of impact. Instantly, the ocean convulsed violently, waves surging as if enraged. Boom! The tumultuous waters rolled back, forming a towering wave that reached heights of 1,000 feet, sweeping forth with an overwhelming force towards Ron's ship, as countless eager eyes aboard watched in awe. Tado Land, also known as the Kingdom of Tado Land, consisted of 34 diverse sweet islands, home to a myriad of races. Aside from a few rare groups, such as giants and dragons, it encompassed nearly every race in the world. Big Mom, the sole female among the 4 emperors, endeavored to create a utopia where all races could coexist harmoniously. Yet, at this moment, the residents of Tado Land, known for their high happiness index, found themselves engulfed in panic. Boom! With a violent roar, the outermost island, Coco Island, began to tremble uncontrollably. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? I don't know. Could it be that a powerful adversary is attempting to invade Cake Island? Don't be absurd. This is the domain of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Who would dare cause trouble here? The startled residents initially erupted into chaos, but soon regained their composure. However, just then, a panicked voice pierced through the crowd. "The sea. A tsunami. Look over there." Following the direction of the pointer, the crowd turned to behold a colossal wave, towering like a mountain, bearing down upon Coco Island. Suddenly, their pupils dilated in shock. A piercing scream erupted from above the island. "Ah, It's true, a tsunami. Curse it, flee. The tsunami is coming. What is happening? Why is there a tsunami here? How could the sea slug be monitoring us? The island plunged into utter chaos. Countless individuals abandoned their tasks and sprinted desperately toward the dock where ships were moored. Amidst the throng, a blue-hued, rotund figure stood out distinctly, frozen in place, facing the oncoming tsunami as if paralyzed by fear. This was Jinbei, who had landed on the island earlier. How could there be a tsunami at this time? Could it be that Mr. Ron and his companions have arrived? He pondered, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After half a day of indirect inquiries, he had gleaned no information about any distinguished guests arriving on the island, which left him puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, Jinbei decided to remain and observe, eager to uncover the truth. For a fishman like him, a tsunami was merely a larger wave, posing no real threat. Boom. Soon, after half a minute, the tsunami descended. Under Jinbei's watchful gaze, the vast ocean surged, crashing down as if a calamity had struck, engulfing his figure and the entirety of Cocoa Island. Houses constructed of chocolate crumbled instantaneously, debris scattering in all directions. Under the might of this seemingly divine force, any semblance of defense on the island appeared woefully inadequate, yielding no efficacy whatsoever. In but a single bout, Cocoa Island was overturned, seawater surged in, homes collapsed. And even those frantic residents who had fled towards the dock found themselves unable to escape, as the relentless waves obliterated sturdy vessels into mere splinters. Once a realm of fairy tale allure, the island now resembled a balding middle-aged man's hairstyle, barren and utterly unsightly. After laying waste to one island, the tsunami seemed insatiable, sweeping onward with residual fury into the deeper reaches of the kingdom of Tado Land. In an instant, the entire kingdom descended into chaos. Multitudes of residents drowning in the surging waters as one picturesque island after another succumbed to destruction. Jam Island, Nut Island, Cheese Island. One by one, the islands were annihilated. And countless ministers stationed across the islands faced dire peril, submerged in the depths of the ocean. Were it not for the timely rescue of others, these individuals would likely have become the most pitiful devil fruit users in history. In less than half an hour, a significant portion of the islands within the Totland Kingdom was utterly devastated. And this alarming news finally reached Big Mom through the Den Den Mushi, startling her as she indulged in desserts on Cake Island. Chapter 61. Enraged, Big Mom's fury, bringing a cacophony of noise. The incessant ringing of the Den Den Mushi echoed throughout the villa at the heart of Cake Island, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of unbearable clamor, unsettling and disconcerting. With a crunch, Charlotte Linlin sat upright on her bed, ravenously devouring exquisite pastries, thick drool trickling from the corners of her mouth, her expression one of sheer ecstasy. However, her demeanor abruptly shifted to one of ferocity. Beneath her violet eyeshadow, her eyes, bloodshot and filled with rage, were disturbed by the incessant ringing. Give me a compelling reason. Or even if you are my most beloved child, I shall show no mercy. She pressed the answer button, her sinister voice reverberating through the room and transmitting across the line. Yet, in the next moment, I am sorry, Mother. I truly apologize for disturbing you. But we have encountered a sudden tsunami, and nearly half of the islands in Totland have been destroyed, came the anxious voice of her eldest son, Perispero, who first expressed his regret before daring to unveil the grim truth. What? Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed instantaneously. An invisible wave of terror emanated from her corpulent form, engulfing the entire room. In an instant, the house trembled, and the countless soulless pastries exploded into a chaotic mess. The sweet cream, mingled with shards of wood and debris, formed a nauseating layer on the villa's walls, rendering the space akin to a refuse dump. Unperturbed by the havoc, Charlotte Linlin's sole concern lay with the harrowing news she had just received. Are you saying the tsunami obliterated the islands of Totland? She interrogated Perispero, her words laced with an unprecedented ferocity and chill. The unexpected arrival of the tsunami instilled in her a peculiar sense of familiarity, as though she had encountered something akin to this before. Why yes, Mother, it's a tsunami, Perispero stammered, but his voice soon turned panicked. Oh no, Mother. The tsunami's range is too vast, we can barely hold on, and we're heading toward your direction. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the line fell silent. In the room, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Charlotte Linlin's expression darkened ominously, and as she gazed at the now silent Den Den Mushi, her palm clenched slightly, crushing the device with a resounding crack, repugnant slime oozing from her fingers. Whitebeard Newgate, how dare you destroy my Totland? I will not let this go. A furious growl erupted from her lips, sending shockwaves through the villa and radiating across Cake Island. Suddenly, the ministers and soldiers responsible for defense, upon hearing that familiar voice, wore expressions of horror. Oh no, mother is angry. But in the next instant, they realized the cause of her fury. It was none other than Whitebeard. At this thought, an icy chill ran down their spines. The strongest man was truly coming for them. Indeed, Charlotte Linlin had finally recalled that similar events had been reported in the news, where Whitebeard and his crew had exploited a tsunami to forcibly breach the gates of justice while attempting to invade Marineford. Astonishingly, the same tactic had now been employed against them. Meanwhile, did you hear that, Newgate? Out at sea, not far from Totland, Ron stood at the bow of the ship, grinning at Whitebeard beside him. Wahaha, that woman must be furious right now, Whitebeard exclaimed, feeling elated. Since joining Ron, he had discovered a newfound joy, free to do as he pleased without the burdens of survival weighing him down. Sensing the change in Whitebeard's demeanor, Ron smirked slightly and said, "All right, let us set sail. Though we are guests, we shouldn't keep our hosts waiting too long." At this, the crew shared knowing smiles. Ron was right. As guests, they should not require the hosts to come to them. A mere notification would suffice, and they ought to make the effort to approach. With that thought in mind, Ron urged the ship forward once more, the sails billowing in the wind as they advanced deeper into Totland. At that moment, the waters on either side of the ship were teeming with residents of Totland, some of whom were members of Charlotte Linlin's pirate crew, struggling to stay afloat on planks or other debris, gasping for breath. It was a scene of world-class spectacle. Just then, the sound of moving water captured everyone's attention as a round blue head suddenly emerged from the depths before them. The crew froze in surprise. Jinbei? Marco was the first to widen his eyes in astonishment, unable to contain himself. What are you doing here? In response, Jinbei greeted Whitebeard first, Old Man Whitebeard. For this four emperors who had protected Fishman Island for countless years, he held deep respect. He then turned to Ron, introducing himself. You must be Mr. Ron. King Neptune has informed me that Fishman Island is currently under your protection, and I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the island. I have come to seek your acceptance into your crew, hoping to contribute my modest strength. On the ship, observing the earnest Jinbei floating in the water, Ron was somewhat surprised, yet it was also within reason, as this future member of Luffy's crew had always possessed such a disposition. Come aboard. It's rather impolite to converse while in the water, he teased with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jinbei, for once, appeared slightly bashful, scratching his head. All right, I understand. Mr. Ron. With that, he leaped into the air as if stepping on solid ground, soaring directly onto the deck. Before he could steady himself, Ron's voice resonated in his ear. You just said you wanted to join my crew? With a thump, Jinbei felt his heart race, and even his blood seemed to flow faster. He shifted his tense body, bowing deeply to Ron with sincerity. Please grant me permission. Chapter 62. Jinbei joins, Ron's heartache. As the ship advanced through the sea, Jinbei gazed at the youthful face before him, his heart unconsciously quickening, suddenly filled with trepidation. This man was the ocean's only pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 billion. Not only that, but King Neptune has mentioned, either intentionally or inadvertently, that the former individual is likely the vice-captain of the notorious Rocks pirates, known as the Bloodhand Doctor, who once terrorized the seas decades ago. Today, this individual has assumed a new moniker, the cunning physician Ron, a king emerging from the annals of history. Just as Jinbei found himself at a loss for how to respond, he suddenly felt a hand upon his shoulder. Looking up, he was met with Ron's beaming smile. Welcome aboard, Jinbei. However, you may need to start as a mere deckhand. Shocked, Jinbei's heart raced, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He trembled slightly, but with newfound determination, he declared, I don't mind at all. Thank you, Mr. Ron, for taking me in. The crew continues to expand. A sly smile crept across Ron's lips as he mused internally. Have I inadvertently stolen a march on Luffy? But if he had, so be it. He trusted that the young man would not be overly concerned. As time passed, the surroundings gradually transformed into a crimson hue, revealing an island resembling a grand cake. What a truly indulgent woman, Ron couldn't help but exclaim. The screen, after all, is not the same as reality. Only through his own eyes could he truly appreciate the awe-inspiring sight before him. The sea appeared as sweet fruit juice, encircling the cake island, with the majority of its structures crafted from various dessert ingredients. The grass, bridges, and even the flowing streams emitted a sugary aroma that filled the air, akin to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory from another world. A sense of decadence and waste surged within Ron, prompting him to ask, is this woman always so extravagant? Noticing the concern in Ron's eyes, the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances of confusion. Indeed, Mr. Ron, is there a problem? Rayleigh inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Ron felt a pang in his heart and pressed on. Were the islands destroyed before also like this? Absolutely. Everyone in the sea knows that Big Mom devours sweets, to the point where islands and oceans are filled with desserts and various beverages. Ace chimed in to clarify. They assumed Ron was simply out of touch with the sea, unaware of the current state of affairs. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that it was ultimately a clash of societal values that rendered their complex emotions towards Ron utterly incomprehensible. Wastefulness is a shameful act. Upon receiving confirmation, Ron was heartbroken. The observation hockey could never replace the clarity of sight. How much had been wasted with so many islands destroyed? It was precisely due to his lack of direct engagement with the situation on the islands that he had carelessly issued the command for Whitebeard's attack. An eerie tension enveloped the deck as all eyes turned to Ron, their expressions filled with bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired within him. In this emotional turmoil, Ron gradually calmed his inner turmoil, regaining his composure. All right, let us disembark, he stated calmly, leaping off the ship and heading towards Cake Island. The others followed closely behind. But just a few steps in, Ron halted. With the group looking on in confusion, he slowly added, if necessary, make swift decisions and avoid causing damage to the island. Especially you, Newgate. After delivering his instructions, Ron strode away, leaving Whitebeard and the others increasingly perplexed by his enigmatic demeanor, their curiosity piqued yet unresolved. Old man, what do you think is wrong with Dr. Ron? He seems quite odd since laying eyes on Cake Island. Ace pondered, scratching his head. Gulalala, Ace, don't overthink it. We'll follow Mr. Ron S. led. Whitebeard ruffled Ace's hair vigorously before striding in the direction Ron had gone. Ask him. He is still quite muddled right now. Thus, the group ventured deeper into Cake Island, encountering scenes more extravagant than before. Houses constructed of cookies, fountains made of hot cocoa, and mountains of donuts. Yet, these precious ingredients were being trampled underfoot by the panicked residents fleeing the scene, a sight that nearly sent Ron into a rage. Waves of ominous conqueror's haki surged from his form, drawing the attention of those around him. With each step echoing against the silence, the tension escalated. As they progressed, they spotted a corpulent woman, Charlotte Linlin, at the end of the street. Ron, what brings you here? Her chilling voice resonated throughout the island. Chapter 63. It is said that schizophrenia pairs well with conqueror's haki. Cake Island, on the surface, appeared tranquil and serene. However, this atmosphere was shattered by the arrival of Ron and his companions, instantly transforming the island's mood into one of tension and hostility. Surrounding Charlotte Linlin were her numerous sons, including Perispero, who gazed at the lavish assembly across from them with a flicker of fear in their eyes. The cunning physician Ron, Whitebeard Newgate, the pirate king's right-hand man, Rayleigh, and one of the legendary pirates, Shiki the Golden Lion. Are they here to upend the world? Such a formidable assembly could undoubtedly traverse the seas and the new world with ease, and even the fabled ultimate treasure would be within their grasp. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, everything else is but an illusion, if these individuals so desired. The atmosphere was thick with silence. In response to Charlotte Linlin's inquiry, Ron spoke, but his gaze remained fixed on Whitebeard. Newgate, I've changed my mind. This woman is mine to handle. With that, he disregarded Whitebeard's bemused expression and strode forward towards Charlotte Linlin. Hey, Ron, this is a personal matter between me and that crazy woman. Whitebeard protested, visibly displeased. Yet it seemed Ron was not inclined to heed his words. Observing the situation, Whitebeard, though resigned, accepted the turn of events, pondering what had provoked this man. Who knows? Perhaps he cannot bear the suffering of the world or the extravagant wastefulness of the privileged, Rayleigh remarked with a chuckle. As their conversation unfolded, Charlotte Linlin's gaze darkened to an extreme as she witnessed Ron's disregard for her authority. Ron, your time has passed. This is my territory now. With that, a crimson glint flashed in her eyes. Instantly, the world shifted. An invisible yet overwhelmingly tyrannical aura emanated from her, bearing down upon Ron, fracturing the ground beneath them and stirring the air into a tempest. At that moment, Ron quipped, Conqueror's haki, is it? It seems that schizophrenia may indeed be more befitting of the legendary king's aptitude. Even that once troublesome girl now wields such unfathomable power. In the next moment, an even more formidable and dominating aura abruptly unfurled, with both forces clashing against each other, igniting a series of heart-stopping crimson lightning bolts in the air. Crackle, crackle. Above the island, the winds and clouds transformed dramatically, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil pond. The air currents violently swept through the surroundings, creating visible ripples that extended out to the ocean beyond the island. The waves surged, and simultaneously, the various fish inhabiting the adjacent waters seemed to sense an ethereal danger emanating from their very souls, abruptly flicking their tails and changing direction, desperately swimming further away from Cake Island. Within a mere half-minute, life in the surrounding waters vanished entirely, transforming into a desolate wasteland. At this moment, both parties remained in a deadlock. The overwhelming conqueror's haki relentlessly ravaged every inch of the island, causing the homies, endowed with souls and life, to perish instantaneously, their eyes losing their luster. Charlotte Leanlean's visage contorted into a grotesque expression, her demeanor becoming ferocious. The continued exertion was taking a toll on her psyche, and beads of cold sweat silently trickled down her temples, dampening her pink nightgown. Observing her tenacious struggle, Ron maintained a composed demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. It seems I was mistaken. Schizophrenia cannot enhance your conqueror's haki. It merely drives you to madness. Charlotte Linlin, who granted you the audacity to defy my will? This seemingly trivial rhetorical question appeared to shatter the last straw for Charlotte Linlin, as the conqueror's haki coalescing around Ron suddenly expanded, relentlessly pushing her back. Akin to kneading dough, brutally forcing the recently unleashed armament haki back into Charlotte Leanlean's consciousness. With a splatter, a mouthful of hot blood erupted from Charlotte Linlin. As if struck by a heavy blow, her throat tasted iron, and she was sent flying, crashing into the castle behind her with a tremendous impact. Crash! The exquisitely crafted castle was instantly reduced to rubble. The only structure on this island not formed by devil fruit powers or confections now lay in ruins. Emerging from the debris, Charlotte Linlin resembled a frenzied beast, her eyes bloodshot as she charged toward Ron. I will kill you, she declared, seizing the sun suspended in the air with her robust arm. With a resounding boom, the sun expanded instantaneously, transforming into a raging inferno that engulfed Ron. An alternative life form imbued with life and soul? Fascinating. As the searing flames bore down upon him, the curve of Ron's lips grew more pronounced. He then slowly extended his palm, reaching out toward the Prometheus in the sky, murmuring, however, is it not a tad presumptuous to toy with souls in my presence? With a firm grasp of his hand, a resounding explosion followed. Prometheus detonated, as if its very soul had been extracted. Its flames contracted into a singular mass before bursting forth in a dazzling display, resembling a beautiful firework, slowly dissipating within the depths of Ron's obsidian gaze. Under the augmentation of the system's abilities, the Soul fruit, which solely targeted souls, proved nearly ineffective before Ron. Meanwhile, Zeus, embodying the storm clouds, was momentarily paralyzed with fear, trembling as he hastily fled from Charlotte Leanlean's vicinity, terrified of becoming her human shield. Above them, Napoleon, donned as a bicorn hat, quivered in trepidation, attempting to take action, only to be seized by Charlotte Linlin, forcibly activating his devil fruit powers, transforming him into an unconscious blade. Not far away, Rayleigh, standing in the rear, remarked with a smile, "It seems we are no longer needed here." "Indeed, what a troublesome character," Whitebeard grumbled, glancing at Big Mom's children. "How about it, young ones? Would you care to exchange a few blows with this old man?" With a glimmer of excitement, Whitebeard turned his attention toward Perispero and the others who were spectating. Challenge us." Perispero, the eldest brother, stuttered, his voice faltering under Whitebeard's oppressive gaze, cold sweat pouring down his face as he trembled uncontrollably. There was no need to elaborate on who Whitebeard was. The strongest man on the seas challenging them made them feel like refuse. Was it true that even refuse was not entitled to a chance at survival in this world? I, Perispero stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, a towering figure stepped forward, blocking his path. "All right, I accept." Perispero's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon recognizing the individual, his composure shattered, and he frantically shouted in a hushed tone, "Katakuri, have you lost your mind? That man is Whitebeard." Katakuri turned back, his expression calm. "Do you think avoiding battle will allow us to escape this calamity, Perispero?" At this, Perispero's expression froze. Indeed, Whitebeard and his crew were coming in full force. It seemed impossible for them to spare Mother today. If Mother were to fall, what would become of them? Contemplating this, he felt a swell of despair but ultimately clenched his teeth, conceding to Katakuri's perspective, to confront the four emperors head-on. They might truly become the first pirates to light a lantern in the sea's restroom. Chapter 64, A Sword Beyond the Pinnacle. In the arena, Katakuri stepped forward proactively, his gaze sharpening as a thick layer of armament haki began to manifest from his body, an aura of royal dominance inadvertently radiating throughout the vicinity. Katakuri, be careful. Perispero couldn't help but admonish. Katakuri nodded in acknowledgement. Gurura, I hadn't anticipated that Lean's subordinate possessed such fortitude. Very well, let me test your mettle. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, brandishing his bicinto, eager to engage. With his original opponent snatched away by Ron, he was left itching for action, and fortunately, this youth appeared capable of withstanding a few exchanges. Boom. A battle erupted. Whitebeard grinned broadly, swinging his bicinto downward with ferocity, fracturing the space around them and unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged toward his opponent like a tidal wave. Just before the attack landed, Katakuri's eyes flashed with crimson light, and with a swift motion, he evaded the lethal strike. He then swung his arm, causing a mass of sticky machi to writhe and morph, revealing a sharp trident that glimmered ominously in his grasp. As he wielded the trident, enveloped in a thick layer of armament haki, it cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing sound as it struck toward Whitebeard. Clash! A sharp ringing echoed as Whitebeard's bicinto collided with the trident, a violent shockwave emanating from their clash, their garments billowing in the turbulent air. In the distance, Rayleigh and the still-injured Shiki stood side by side, both wearing expressions of awe as they observed the unfolding spectacle, a knowing smile playing upon their lips. That must have been it. I never imagined this young one possessed such rare talent. His observation haki has been honed to that extent, Rayleigh remarked with a smile. Jajajaja. A fleeting glimpse into the future? What an intriguing young lad. The Golden Lion, with a robust cigar clenched between his lips and his right hand resting upon the hilt of a grand blade at his waist, exuded an air of remarkable bravado. After several days of recuperation, the majority of his injuries had significantly healed. Even the wound on his leg, having undergone the coarse treatment of Ron, was no longer a considerable hindrance to his mobility, aside from the necessity of avoiding excessive strain. It was evident that he truly embodied the resilience characteristic of this world. The Golden Lion's physique was indeed extraordinary. He cast his gaze towards Katakuri, who was engaged in a fierce exchange with Whitebeard not far off, a deep disdain flickering in his eyes. Yet, that paltry display of courage pales in comparison to the might of that Newgate fellow. As his words fell, a sudden force thrust Katakuri backwards. He found himself several meters away, one hand pressed to his chest, his expression grave as he regarded Whitebeard in the distance. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. So powerful, it seems I have no choice but to summon all my remaining strength. With a forceful stomp on the ground, the earth beneath him transformed, becoming soft and gradually shifting to a color reminiscent of glutinous rice cake, its expanse nearly encompassing the entirety of the battlefield. The machi fruit, in its awakened state, in the air surrounding Whitebeard. Circles composed of white machi materialized densely, swiftly encircling him at the heart of the battlefield, sensing an ominous pressure emanating from the surrounding space. Whitebeard's lips curved slightly upwards as his gaze locked on Katakuri. I underestimated you, kid. At that moment, a flurry of shadowy, armed arms surged forth from the darkness, vibrating the air and creating a cacophony of destruction as they descended upon Whitebeard. With a powerful grip, Whitebeard planted his blade firmly into the ground, and with a swift motion, he clenched his fists, exerting force, causing those arms to shatter into nothingness. Though the immediate threat was averted, a new wave of assault was already upon him. Katakuri swung his arm fiercely, and the transformed ground sprang to life, resembling sharp and agile tendrils that lunged violently towards Whitebeard at the center. The air filled with a series of alarming piercing sounds. Meanwhile, the battle between Ron and Charlotte Linlin had reached a fever pitch, their clashing swords captivating the attention of countless onlookers. It's impossible. Mother has been injured. Perispero's expression shifted dramatically. An exceptional swordsman. No. Could it be that this level of sword pressure surpasses even that of a grand swordsman? The biscuit minister, Cracker, gasped in horror at the sharp sword energy emanating from Ron. Impossible. How could there be someone who surpasses a grand swordsman in this world? Even that man, heralded as the greatest swordsman, merely stands at the pinnacle of the sword path. Cracker's speculation was quickly countered by the nearby Smoogie, the 14th daughter. Amidst their scrutiny, at the very center of the island, Ron wielded an intricately designed surgical knife, effortlessly slicing through Lin's defenses, leaving a clear gash upon her seemingly impenetrable body. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air. Despite her furious state, Charlotte Linlin retained her composure. She leaped high into the air, raising her blade above her head, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki. With a resounding cry, the violet sword energy swirled around her, causing the very air to tremble. In an explosive motion, she brought her blade down, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the air towards Ron. The ground fractured beneath the onslaught, an unstoppable force. A duel before me? Ron's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of intrigue. Before he shook his head, why can't you learn from your mistakes? Haven't you suffered enough? As the fierce winds assaulted his face, he did not flinch. Instead, he charged directly towards the oncoming sword energy. The time for delay had ended. This time, I shall eliminate you completely, Ron murmured, his obsidian pupils reflecting the ever-growing violet sword silhouette. Gripping his surgical knife tightly, a faint green luminescence enveloped by dense haki emanated from him. Moreover, as he advanced, a subtle yet potent presence of observation haki and conqueror's haki began to coalesce within him, merging into a newfound force. This power, merely hinting at its existence, sent ripples of shock through the onlookers. What is that? Could it possibly be a realm beyond the Grand Swordsman? Nearby, Whitebeard's crew exchanged startled glances. Rooted in place as they beheld Ron charging towards Charlotte Lin, a mixture of horror and awe dawning in their eyes. In that fleeting moment when Ron's murderous intent had surfaced, even they felt a chill run down their spines. The next instant, slash, accompanied by a divine-sounding whisper. A golden sword light soared into the heavens, its radiance illuminating the entirety of Whole Cake Island and beyond. In an instant, from above, a sword energy akin to a celestial blade erupted from the sea, stretching for miles, reaching the horizon, as the waves roared and marine life lamented. As the origin of this sword energy, Whole Cake Island was inevitably cleaved in twain, with a significant portion of its landmass obliterated. From a distance, the island now bore a concave shape, a sight both breathtaking and terrifying. Chapter 65, Akiji's Dilemma. Simultaneously, several kilometers off the coast of Whole Cake Island, a man clad in a deep blue winter coat silently pedaled a bicycle across the ocean. Strangely, wherever the bicycle wheels rolled, a sheet of ice, perfectly matching the width of the tires, formed beneath, extending far into the distance. Suddenly, a deafening rumble of thunder echoed from the distant sky, capturing the man's attention. He removed the hood from the back of his head, revealing a familiar visage. It was Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Though his presence here was quite unexpected, such a terrifying sword intent, who among them could possess it? Stopping his bicycle, Akiji furrowed his brow as the golden light illuminating the sky reflected curiosity in his eyes. Yet soon, a young man's face flashed in his mind. Could it be him? Contemplating this individual, his expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, aside from that person, it was unlikely that any other swordsman remained unknown to him across the seas. Yet, why did this sword intent feel even more potent and perilous than he had previously encountered? It sent a shiver down his spine. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Akiji resumed pedaling his bicycle towards Whole Cake Island. Instead of speculating, he preferred to see with his own eyes. He wished to personally inquire of the man who had wagered against the fleet admiral and emerged victorious. Had all the justice he upheld been in vain? The creaking of the bicycle springs echoed as the sea returned to its desolate state, save for a singular path of ice radiating an extreme chill, extending straight across the ocean, its destination unknown. At this moment, the air hung in a profound stillness, akin to a deathly silence, as if even the wind had come to a halt, creating an oppressive sensation that threatened to suffocate. The distinct metallic scent of blood grew increasingly potent. Everyone stood frozen like statues, their eyes wide with shock, expressions vacant, utterly motionless, fixated on a single direction. At the center of the island, Ron stood with a nonchalant demeanor, his right hand cradling a surgical knife that emanated a faint green luminescence, immaculate and unblemished. Before him lay a corpulent figure clad in a pink nightgown, sprawled on the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, soaking the garment entirely and cascading down to form a small stream upon the earth. Well, perhaps I was a tad too forceful, Ron remarked, surveying the nearly devastated island before him, his expression tinged with a hint of distress. This utterance shattered the prevailing silence. Mother, how could it be possible for him to be so powerful? Mother is dead, cleaved in two. Could this man truly be a demon? The onlookers gazed at the neatly bisected body in the distance, their faces initially painted with horror, followed by disbelief, and finally a tinge of sorrow. Their mother was gone, and henceforth, the 4 Emperor's pirate crew would cease to exist. This signified that their lives would now be fraught with turmoil and uncertainty. As they beheld the excessively youthful smile of this man not far away, despite their reluctance, they ultimately accepted the grim reality. Indeed, their mother had been severed as though she were mere timber, cleaved from head to toe. The pressing question remained. What were they to do now? Surrender? Would Ron show them mercy? Inwardly grappling with these thoughts, they cast uneasy glances toward Ron. Were they to prepare to plead for their lives? Sensing their apprehensive gazes, Ron swiftly discerned their intentions, a smirk tugging at his lips as he inwardly mused. Ah, the tender bond of maternal affection. Before he could solidify his decision, Rayleigh and others approached him. What a stunning display. That last strike was remarkable. It's no wonder you're so formidable. In just a few days, you've grown to such heights. Whitebeard exclaimed with a hearty laugh, having become accustomed to Ron's sporadic and explosive power surges during their days together. Mr. Ron, have you glimpsed the path beyond the great swordsman? Rayleigh inquired, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Among those present, barring Newgate, he and Captain Shiki were the only swordsmen, and this individual, who could surpass even Mihawk, was undoubtedly a wellspring of enlightenment. Remarkably, this time, the Golden Lion refrained from his usual brash remarks, standing silently to the side, much to Ron's surprise. However, upon noticing the glimmer of curiosity in the Golden Lion's gaze, Ron understood immediately. It wasn't he that the dog had changed its ways. Rather, it recognized the distinction between a fulfilling meal and mere scraps. It isn't so much that I've gained clarity, but I have indeed begun to grasp certain aspects beyond the realm of the great swordsman. Ron explained with a smile. This statement struck the others like a meteor crashing into the ocean, stirring tumultuous waves within their minds. Had he truly surpassed the great swordsman? What did this imply? Did it not suggest that Mr. Ron's power now stood at the pinnacle of the world? With this thought, they collectively inhaled sharply. Although they were not entirely familiar with the realm beyond the great swordsman, witnessing how Ron dispatched a four-emperor as if slicing through watermelon, it was clear that, in some sense, he had indeed risen above the four emperors, becoming a true sovereign of the seas. Chapter 66, A Smile is Courtesy. Rooting out evil is his true intention. The scene bore the scars of Ron's battle with Charlotte Linlin, reducing the once vibrant Cake Island to desolation. A place once regarded as a utopia by countless souls now lay drenched in blood, stripped of its fruit-based abilities. The flora, once infused with vitality and spirit, withered in an instant, revealing the island's true nature, once reminiscent of a fairy tale. Weeds thrived, and dead trees stood in abundance. How could this happen? Our home. How could it end up like this? In the distance, Linlin's pirates and subordinates gazed at the lifeless landscape, disbelief etched into their expressions. Everything occurred too swiftly. The battle had concluded before they could even react, and now their mother lay slain, her body neatly bisected. Feelings of anguish, confusion, and panic morphed into an overwhelming chill that seeped into their very bones. Their bodies grew rigid, eyes glazing over. As some of the still maturing, young female pirates found themselves unable to contain tears of terror. Is she dead? Katakuri, having ceased combat, stared at the man not far away, his heart stirred by tumultuous emotions. That last strike had been exceedingly powerful. He hadn't even seen it clearly, only caught a glimpse of golden light before everything fell silent. Silence. The atmosphere was as quiet as death itself. The pungent scent of blood from their mother permeated the air, instilling a chilling sense of dread. After addressing the queries of Whitebeard and the others, Ron turned to face the myriad expressions of bewilderment and fear that adorned the faces before him. He felt not a ripple of emotion. Having acclimated to the brutal laws of the sea over 4 decades ago, he regarded his smile merely as a courtesy. To eradicate the roots of evil was his true intention. Yet now he had resolved to grant these individuals an opportunity to assist him in achieving his ultimate goal. Submit or perish. Ron intoned slowly. His tone was remarkably calm, yet it bore an undercurrent of fierce bloodlust that pierced through to the hearts of those who heard it, akin to the biting cold of an Arctic wind, causing them to shudder. Having lost all patience with them, Perispero and the others hesitated, grappling with Ron's sudden offer. Their mother had just been slain. Was it truly appropriate to turn and embrace the enemy? As they wrestled with their indecision, Katakuri, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of the others. Will you treat us all equally? He asked Ron, his gaze steady. This prompted a flurry of incredulous looks from the other children, yet Katakuri remained unfazed by their disapproving stares. The woman had merely been a transactional figure in their lives, devoid of any genuine affection. Everyone knows that woman could easily kill her own offspring. After all, the eldest among them was not Perispero. Absolutely. As long as you adhere to my rules. Ron replied earnestly. Very well, I agree to join. Katakuri declared, his nod immediate. So soon. The other siblings were taken aback, their gazes filled with disbelief as they regarded Katakuri, astonished that he bore no lingering affection for their mother. Regarding the chaotic thoughts of these individuals, Ron was disinclined to be informed. Upon hearing Katakuri's swift agreement, a familiar smile finally graced his lips once more. Indeed. Should you find the time, feel free to seek me out. I can assist you in alleviating your troubles, he remarked with a hint of profundity. My troubles? Katakuri was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes, exposed through his scarf, widened with unmistakable excitement. You speak the truth. Indeed. Do not forget my moniker, the cunning physician, Ron stated calmly. Yet internally he mused, confirming his earlier speculation. It appeared that Katakuri was indeed a connoisseur of aesthetics. Does he value looks? A minor cosmetic procedure seems a trivial price to pay for such a prodigy. With Katakuri, a talent revered by Whitebeard and his ilk, now secured, the others paled in significance. With this thought in mind, Ron felt no desire to solicit the opinions of the remaining individuals. He turned on his heel, preparing to depart, leaving only a remark for Whitebeard and the others. Newgate, Rayleigh, kindly take care of them. With that, Ron strode away into the distance. What? Are we really going to kill them? The other children were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that they were not afforded any further deliberation. Their minds were muddled and panic-stricken. Before they could fully regain their composure, a chilling aura of hostility suddenly enveloped them. Damn it, Vice Captain Ron. You leave us with this mess. Golden Lion Shiki, visibly displeased, unsheathed his twin swords, prepared for confrontation. Having endured 2 major surgeries, he had no intention of facing a third. Ho ho ho, Golden Lion, I leave these individuals to you. I shall observe from the sidelines. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, seemingly uninterested in tormenting the younger generation. Only Rayleigh remained, standing side by side with the Golden Lion, casting a resigned glance at Whitebeard, who appeared ready to shirk responsibility. I knew you would leave me to clean up this mess. As he spoke, Rayleigh approached the cluster of Perospero and his siblings, who were huddled together. Feeling the oppressive presence of the 2 formidable figures, Perospero and the others were filled with regret, wishing they had not feigned aloofness. Their lives now hung in the balance. Just as despair set in, Katakuri unexpectedly interjected, pleading for their mercy. Mr. Ron, could you spare my younger siblings? Instantly, Rayleigh and Golden Lion halted in surprise. Gazing at Katakuri, the latter, his expression conflicted, called out to Ron, who had already distanced himself. As his words fell, it was evident that the figure in the distance paused momentarily. Do you understand the consequences of uttering such words? A youthful voice echoed from afar. This statement reached the ears of all present, including Katakuri, who hesitated before resolutely nodding. Regardless of the cost, I am willing. Unlike Charlotte Linlin and her ilk, he harbored profound affection for these younger siblings. The others were momentarily taken aback, but hope ignited within them once more. They had anticipated doom. But who would have thought that Katakuri would advocate for their sake? Tears welled in their eyes, their hearts warmed by this revelation. They had misjudged their brother. At this moment, having spoken, Katakuri gazed expectantly at the distant figure, awaiting Ron's final response. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, time passed slowly. After what felt like an eternity, Ron's voice resonated from afar. Remember your words. Katakuri froze, his eyes alight with joy, while his siblings erupted in excited cheers. Looking up, Katakuri was surprised to find that Ron had already departed. He sighed softly, sensing that the forthcoming price might be significant. Yet, upon observing his siblings, tears of joy streaming down their faces, a sense of relief washed over him. As long as my family remains, what is my life worth if it must be given to Mr. Ron? Rayleigh, it seems we need not intervene today, Golden Lion remarked, a dangerous grin forming as he glanced at Rayleigh, observing the joyous reunion. Isn't it preferable not to engage? Mr. Ron has his own plans. Rayleigh replied with a beaming smile. Only Whitebeard, casting a glance at the bloodied form of Charlotte Linlin, exhibited a mix of resignation and contemplation. Once a comrade aboard the same ship, he now found himself playing the role of executioner. He pondered if this was right or wrong. Chapter 67, Ron's title upgrade. The deception of the quack cannot be concealed. Outside Cake Island, above the pink juice sea, Perospero and the others, following Ron's instructions, hoisted their mother's body onto the ship. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and his crew exchanged deep looks of confusion. Dr. Ron, what are you planning? Could it be that you truly intend to resurrect Charlotte Linlin? Rayleigh inquired curiously, gazing at Ron on the deck. The others awaited his response with bated breath. Indeed, Ron nodded, his gaze fixed on Charlotte Linlin's body now laid upon the deck. Resurrect? Perospero and the others were momentarily stunned. After setting down their mother-esque body, they turned to Ron, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. They had heard tales of the cunning physician's ability to bring the dead back to life, yet this was beyond their comprehension. To first sever a life and then revive it. Could it truly be done? Ace and the others began to regard Ron with newfound wariness. Hey, Dr. Ron. You can't be serious about resurrecting that woman. Whitebeard interjected, utterly astonished by Ron's audacious approach. Ha ha ha. Vice Captain Ron. Are you preparing to resurrect her only to slay her again, as a means to entice Charlotte Linlin? Golden Lion laughed heartily. But as his gaze met Ron's mirthful yet enigmatic eyes, his laughter faltered. Gradually, he found himself unable to continue laughing. What if Ron were to become unhinged one day, slicing himself in half only to reassemble and resurrect himself? That would indeed be catastrophic. With this thought, Golden Lion's demeanor shifted, and he looked at Ron with a hint of trepidation. I think my wound is acting up. Perhaps I should lie down for a bit. With that, he hurriedly made his exit. Ron stood there, bemused by the scene unfolding before him. Am I truly that terrifying? He scratched his head innocently. His words drew the attention of Ace and others, while Perospero and his companions, standing beside Charlotte Linlin's body, instinctively took a step back. After all, their mother's corpse had yet to grow cold. Upon witnessing this scene, a few dark lines appeared on Ron's forehead. Why did it feel as though these individuals were regarding him as if he were some sort of pervert? Hey, you rascals, cease that lecherous gaze upon me, he declared with a scowl, then gestured to Perospero and the others nearby to continue. And you lot, swiftly stitch your mother's body back together. I shall require it shortly. The rationale behind his decision to resurrect Charlotte Linlin was that he intended to conduct an experiment, one mentioned previously by Marco while in prison. To his astonishment, these rascals had misinterpreted his intentions, branding him a deviant. Who could possibly endure such a misunderstanding? Sensing Ron's palpable murderous intent, Ace and the others immediately dared not linger, hastily concocting excuses to make their swift exit. Isn't it time to set sail? I'll go unfurl the sails, and I shall retrieve the anchor. I'll assist. Jaws, wait for me, I'll join you. The younger generation hurriedly vanished from sight, doing their utmost to avoid Ron's attention. Meanwhile, Perospero and the other former officers of Charlotte Linlin's crew promptly retrieved their sewing needles, both men and women alike, determined to reattach their mother's body. The atmosphere on deck grew increasingly surreal, with vivid crimson blood juxtaposed against the bright sunlight, accompanied by the unsettling sound of needles piercing flesh, rendering the once cheerful deck reminiscent of a horror film. Ron, clad in white, stood at the center of the deck like a sinister doctor from a thriller, surveying his domain. The scene was, for a moment, rather harmonious. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the air, drawing the attention of those nearby. Perospero, his hands smeared with blood, was diligently stitching a garment for his mother. At that moment, his ears perked up, and as if sensing something, he abruptly turned around, his eyes widening in shock. The sea of Marine Admiral Akiji? Beneath the sunlight, the pink-hued sea shimmered, rippling with glimmers, but then, an icy blue emerged from the distance. Instantly, the waters stilled, and the tumultuous waves froze into pink ice flowers with remarkable speed, enveloping the entire sea and trapping Ron's vessel in place. A solitary figure appeared, wobbling on a bicycle across the icy surface towards the ship. Akiji. Upon hearing Perospero's exclamation, everyone looked up, surprise etched on their faces. What brings him here? Ace was the first to rush forward, curiosity evident in his voice. Uncertain. Marco replied gravely, shaking his head. Under their watchful gazes, Akiji pedaled his bicycle with a peculiar wobble, swiftly approaching the ship. Observing this scene, their expressions turned wary, instinctively scanning their surroundings for any signs of movement. This individual did not appear benevolent, and one could only speculate whether the Marines were lying in wait nearby. The tension in the air heightened once more. Just as they prepared to act, Ron's voice suddenly pierced through the mounting apprehension. Halt! Ace and Marco turned around to find Ron calmly passing by them to the ship's railing. Following his command, they extinguished their flames and reverted to their normal states. At that moment, Ron had reached the edge of the ship and spoke with a smile. Rest assured, this individual is not our enemy. Am I correct, Kazan? His gaze rested on Akiji, who donned a simple, gray winter coat. The former Marine Admiral, facing the man who had once bested him, maintained a calm demeanor. What Mr. Ron says is accurate. I am now in service to Mr. Ron. He nodded politely and, amidst the astonished stares of everyone present, inquired, May I board the ship? Come aboard. Ron replied with a smile. Akiji complied without hesitation, first dismounting his bicycle and hoisting it up, then using a powerful leap to land on the deck. Chapter 68. A man capable of shaking the world. A dull thud resonated on the ship as Akiji, cradling his prized bicycle, stepped onto the deck. Gazing at the familiar Marine Admiral, an adversary to all pirates. Ace, Marco, and everyone present stood in stunned silence. Joining Mr. Ron's ranks, a former Marine admiral. What in the world was happening? Why were they completely oblivious to this development? Nearby, Whitebeard's eyes flickered with suspicion, but he soon seemed to recall something. A smile creeping onto his lips as he shook his head in silence. Truly, Ron was remarkable. A similar expression crossed Rayleigh's face, yet his eyes betrayed a deep concern. Was it truly wise to let Aokiji join them? On the deck, the atmosphere turned peculiar with Aokiji's arrival, as everyone struggled to comprehend Mr. Ron's true intentions. Even a former Marine admiral had been lured away. Was his method truly that ruthless? Mr. Ron, he is a Marine. Can we really trust him? Ace finally broke the silence, struggling to believe that a Marine could become one of their allies. While perhaps not entirely precise, the enmity between pirates of their caliber and the Marines had always been absolute. This sudden alliance was difficult to accept, and one had to wonder if this Marine admiral harbored ulterior motives. Sensing the skepticism in the eyes of those around him, Ron's lips curled into a slight smirk as he shifted his gaze from the helpless Aokiji to the others. Do you all recall the last time you inquired why I released Aokiji and what I discussed with Sengoku? He spoke calmly. Everyone paused. Then realization dawned in their expressions. What? Ace's eyes widened, astonishment flooding his features as he stared at Ron. Mr. Ron, you can't mean that it was during that time. His voice trailed off as the implications became too surreal to fathom. A bet between pirates and Marines, wagering a Marine admiral. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Yet, to his astonishment, Ron not only affirmed his suspicions, but also provided a definitive answer. Indeed, Ron nodded, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Aokiji. However, it appears that I am the victor. Gasp. At this revelation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by Ron's audacity. Was this truly the nature of wagers among the powerful? But did this Marine admiral willingly submit to such a gamble? Instinctively, their gazes shifted towards Aokiji, who wore a wry smile. I never imagined that after so many years in the Marines, I would be outmatched in clarity by Mr. Ron. As my mentor Sengoku stated, it seems the Marines have indeed rotted from the core, allowing even the position of admiral to be so casually appointed. Mr. Ron, did you know this all along? As the conversation turned to this topic, Aokiji could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, struggling to fathom the mindset that had led Ron to propose such a wager. If he had been unaware of the outcome, it would have been one thing. He could merely admire Ron's formidable resolve. If he were to know, then this man would indeed be terrifying. His intellect and scheming capabilities far surpassed those of the entire Navy headquarters. Upon contemplating this, Aokiji dared not delve further, a chill coursing through him. At this moment, all he desired was for Ron to provide him with a definitive answer, to alleviate the doubts harbored by both himself and Admiral Sengoku. Across from him, sensing the palpable urgency in Aokiji's gaze, Ron raised an eyebrow slightly, opting not to respond directly, but instead countering Aokiji's query. Is the answer truly of such significance? Moreover, given Sengoku's reputation as a strategic genius, I believe you have already surmised much of it, haven't you? Aokiji was momentarily taken aback. He then gazed deeply into Ron's eyes. Releasing a breath he did not realize he was holding. Despite being a user of the ice fruit, his heart felt an icy void upon hearing those words. Indeed, Sengoku was right. The emergence of this man, Ron, resembled a tempestuous vortex, capable of drawing the Navy, the world government, and the entire ocean into its depths. As time progresses, this whirlpool will only expand. In the end, it may well manifest as a new regime, just as was foretold. Aokiji admitted that upon finally learning the truth from Ron's lips, he was utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Ace and the others appeared bewildered. What were these two discussing? Why was it so difficult to comprehend? Only Marco's expression hinted at contemplation. Observing this display, Ron sighed inwardly. The chasm of understanding seemed insurmountable, appearing close yet remaining utterly distant. These young ones still needed to mature. After all, he could not achieve this grand endeavor alone. With this thought, Ron chose not to elaborate further, turning to urge the similarly dazed Perospero and the others beside him. Hey, have you all finished sewing up Charlotte Linling's body? Upon hearing this, Perospero and the other children erupted into chaos, each clamoring to explain. Almost done. Just a moment. Please let Mr. Ron wait a few more minutes. Yes, we apologize, Mr. Ron. The clamor jolted Aokiji back to reality. He was astonished to witness the offspring of the once mighty Charlotte Linlin behaving so obediently. It was almost unimaginable that the ferocious Charlotte pirates could have transformed into such dutiful children. Was this the retribution of a villain met with villainous trials? And truly, did their mother not mind their filial compliance? as he watched these children diligently sewing on Charlotte Lean's body. With some even taking the audacious step of sitting atop her head due to Ron's urging, Aokiji felt as though a new world had opened before him. Simultaneously, a new question arose within him. What exactly was this man named Ron planning to do? Chapter 69, Movement of Forces, Undercurrents in the Ocean. Days later, a news article surfaced across the seas, instantly drawing the attention of countless hidden factions and various parties, igniting a frenzy worldwide. The headline read, "The Billionberry Pirate Dr. Ron strikes. Big Mom is dead." The content revealed that, following their audacious assault on Impel Down, Ron and his crew had ventured into the New World, obliterating Whole Cake Island, and that the only female among the 4 emperors had been slain. The majority of the remnants of Big Mom's crew, including all her children, had now pledged allegiance to Ron. Was this man destined to become the next pirate king? Accompanied by a photo of Ron, strikingly handsome. What? Big Mom is dead. How terrifying this man is. With Whitebeard and Rayleigh already subdued, now even Big Mom has been slain. Is he aiming to dominate the entire New World? Damn it, can't these accursed pirates find a moment's peace? Amidst the tumult, some wept while others rejoiced, each reacting differently. No one truly understood Ron's intentions. In the New World, Captain, look at the newspaper, something big is about to happen. On the dragon boat, Jesus Burgess appeared somewhat flustered, clutching a copy of today's newspaper as he rushed toward Shanks, who stood at the bow of the ship. At that moment, Shanks bore a troubled expression. Since the incident at Marineford nearly 6 months ago, he had been tirelessly tracking Ron and his crew, hoping to converse with them. However, it seemed they were deliberately avoiding him, and the Navy had been acting erratically, causing him immense frustration. What is the matter, Jesus? Why the panic? Turning to the hastily approaching Jesus, Shanks felt increasingly uneasy. Storming into Impel Down, the new Marine Admiral has been appointed. Fishman Island is under new protection. Recent events had unfolded in rapid succession. Why could this sniper not maintain his composure? With a hint of annoyance, Shanks accepted the newspaper Jesus handed over. But the next moment, Jesus' words left him utterly stunned. Captain, it's bad news. Big Mom has been wiped out by Ron and his crew. What? Shanks' eyes widened in disbelief, his grip tightening on the newspaper, his gaze fixated on Jesus with sheer astonishment. What did you say? Captain, look at today's newspaper. There's even a photo. Noticing the doubt in Shanks' eyes, Jesus grew anxious, urgently pointing at the newspaper in Shanks' hand. The paper was nearly crumpled in Shanks' hands. Yet he was beyond caring. Following Jesus' prompt, he unfurled it, and in the next moment, a shocking image met his gaze. Beneath Ron's strikingly handsome photograph lay the image of a grotesquely bloated woman, clad in a pink spotted nightgown, cleaved in two. Undoubtedly, this was the Big Mom Jesus had mentioned. Thunder rumbled ominously in Shanks' mind, his thoughts clouded, an invisible aura of conqueror's haki unintentionally emanating from him, reducing the newspaper to shreds. Unbeknownst to him, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. Something monumental was about to transpire in the ocean. Around him, other crew members, having received the news, abandoned their tasks and rushed onto the deck. Observing their captain lost in deep thought, they exchanged glances, a torrent of emotions surging within them. Although they were unaware of the entire truth, they had gleaned fragments of information from Jesus' outburst. What do we do now? Snakeman, wearing sunglasses, was the first to speak. The others fell silent, fully aware of the immense efforts Shanks had exerted to stabilize the seas. Now, with Ron emerging as a disruptive force, they found themselves at a loss for a suitable plan. Wait, let us not rush. Let us see what the captain intends to do. At this moment, Beckman, the first mate, spoke slowly. His words resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Minutes passed, as Shanks gradually regained his composure. He lifted his head and scanned the faces around him, finally resting his gaze on Beckman. Big Mom will certainly not be the last. I suspect Ron aims to subdue all the 4 emperors of the New World, and his next target will undoubtedly be Kaido of Wano. Therefore, I cannot allow him to succeed, Shanks declared resolutely. It must be said that the reason why Shanks can stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and his crew as a mere trainee is not solely due to his exceptional talent and strength, but also his remarkable strategic acumen. With just a few words, he immediately discerned the next move of Ron and his crew. The expressions of the other crew members darkened upon hearing this. It suddenly dawned on them that an immensely powerful force had silently coalesced around Ron, one capable of effortlessly dispatching a New World Emperor. This man was indeed more formidable and troublesome than Whitebeard himself. What shall we do next, Captain? Are we heading to Wano? Lucky Roo, wiping his greasy palms on his clothing, inquired with a serious demeanor. The other crew members also wore determined expressions, awaiting Shanks' next response. Indeed. Shanks nodded, then turned to face the vast ocean stretching towards Wano, his eyes shimmering with an uncertain glint. We shall go to Wano. On the island of white soil, Baldy go, desolation reigns supreme, devoid of any semblance of life such as trees or grass. The sharp winds pierced through the air, raising clouds of yellow sand. Indeed, this was the base of the Revolutionary Army, regarded by the world government as a thorn in their side. At that moment, within the underground headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, a man adorned with a red square tattoo on his face sat at the head of the table. The flickering glow from the Den Den Mushi's projection illuminated his cold expression. Click, click. Images flashed before his eyes, interspersed with brief video clips, filling the room with an eerie silence, so profound that even the sound of breathing was barely discernible. After a few seconds, a deep voice resonated within the room. Where are the commanders now? Standing beside him, a boy donning a windproof goggles and a top hat jolted awake. Pulling out a pocket watch to check the time before replying, they should be arriving in a few minutes. The speaker was none other than Sabo, once a sworn brother to Luffy and Ace. The middle-aged man, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, felt a flicker of anticipation cross his eyes upon receiving the confirmation. Quickly returning to his composed demeanor, he glanced at Sabo and offered a gentle smile. Is that so? Then we shall wait a bit longer. Yes, I believe they will be intrigued by your proposal. Sabo replied with a smile. Seeing Sabo's confidence, Dragon's previously rigid expression softened considerably, and he nodded with a smile. I think so too. After all, it was that man who first put forth such an idea. As he spoke the last words, Dragon's voice dwindled to a whisper. His gaze fixed on the distant screen where the image of Ron appeared, captured by the Den Den Mushi. Chapter 70. Parachuting from 10,000 meters, Kaido contemplates suicide. In Wano country, on Onigashima, despair enveloped the hall as Plague Queen paced anxiously, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, his plump face drained of color. Since learning that Ron was heading to Whole Cake Island to eliminate Big Mom, he could no longer remain idle and rushed to Onigashima to inquire about their leader's next course of action. To his dismay, their leader was nowhere to be found. Flap, flap. The atmosphere in the dimly lit hall was oppressive, but suddenly, the sound of wings beating against the air caught Plague Queen's attention. His eyes brightened, and he quickly turned to inquire, Inuarashi, do you have news of the captain? Inuarashi, clad in dark attire with wings folded behind him, approached the former and stood before him. No, Inuarashi replied succinctly. Nothing at all. Plague Queen's hope evaporated instantly, replaced by deep anxiety. This reaction did not go unnoticed by Inuarashi, who furrowed his brow. What? You haven't received any news of the captain either? He retorted. None. Plague Queen was on the verge of tears. At this, both men's expressions darkened. Their captain never disclosed his whereabouts, yet they could usually glean some information. However, this time, it was strange that he had vanished at such a critical juncture. If Ron and his crew were to attack at this moment, as this thought crossed their minds, both Plague Queen and Inuarashi dared not contemplate further, fearing they might succumb to the urge to flee. Yes, they were indeed among the three prominent figures of the Yonko crew. Yet, what of the identity of the one they faced? Once the vice-captain of Rocks. Even before their captain Kaido had risen to power, he had suffered grievous defeats at the hands of this individual. Not to mention, the opposing force had grown exponentially stronger, having slain the madwoman Big Mom and subdued all her progeny. To put it bluntly, their Yonko crew was merely a larger rat in comparison. In terms of strength, who among Whitebeard, Rayleigh, or Shiki could be said to be inferior to their captain? With such thoughts, Inuarashi and Plague Queen's spirits plummeted, their hopes dwindling. Suddenly, a heavy set of footsteps echoed through the hall, accompanied by the familiar voice of Drought Jack, igniting a flicker of hope within them. Inuarashi, Plague Queen. You haven't found the captain either? As these words rang out, the last vestiges of their hope shattered. There was no need to think. Their dear younger brother had also failed to locate their captain. Unconsciously, the three found themselves consumed by a profound curiosity regarding Kaido's whereabouts. Where on earth could their captain be? Meanwhile, in the New World, high above the clouds at an unknown sky island, Vice-Captain Ron lamented. Where on earth are you? Vice-Captain Ron. Kaido misses you dearly. Why won't you come to see me? Kaido, a colossal figure, sat cross-legged upon the soft yet sturdy clouds, surrounded by empty barrels of alcohol piled high like a small mountain. Tears welled in his eyes as he gulped down liquor, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, resembling a wronged little wife, evoking an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Barrel after barrel was drained, each in his hands akin to a shot glass. Time passed, and Kaido cried out in frustration, "Damn it, why can't I get drunk? Why? I long for Ron's ergo too." With a sudden crash, Kaido swung his arm, sending a barrel flying, the rich liquor spilling everywhere, saturating the air with its intoxicating fragrance. Slowly, he rose to his feet, staggering towards the edge of the clouds, gazing down at the cerulean sea below, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over him. Since he could not see Dr. Ron, Kaido felt that his existence had lost all meaning. His eyes reddened as he tentatively extended a foot, and in an instant Kaido plummeted from a great height, the fierce hurricane lashing against his body like a blade. Yet at that moment, he was utterly oblivious, his expression becoming numb as he yearned for death. As time flowed, the relentless force of gravity accelerated Kaido's descent, propelling him beyond the sound barrier, creating a thunderous roar in the air. Meanwhile, directly beneath him, on an uncharted isle, the infamous pirate crew founded by the former captain of the 11 supernovas, Kid, and his brother Killer, was reveling in a boisterous feast. "Brother, are we truly not heading to the New World?" Killer inquired, clutching a sizable piece of leg meat as he gazed at his brother, Kid, whose spiky red hair gave him the appearance of an eccentric. Hearing his brother's question, Kid furrowed his brow. "No, it is not yet the time." "Is that so?" Despite Kid's negation, Killer felt a quiet sense of relief, grateful that his brother had no intentions of courting death. Truth be told, they had once taken pride in being part of the worst generation, but since the emergence of that man, everything had altered. Compared to his deeds, their past endeavors appeared as mere child's play, utterly insignificant. Legends like Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and the Golden Lion gathered together, wreaking havoc upon the seas as colossal entities, and now, they had even stormed the New World to eliminate a Yonko, thus obliterating their future plans. Their conversation was unguarded, and the surrounding crew members exchanged glances filled with resignation. It seemed that Roger's ultimate treasure had slipped beyond their grasp. It was even possible that Law and his associates were already on the quest for the treasure, guided by the likes of the Dark King Rayleigh and Whitebeard, making their endeavor far from arduous. As the crew stared at the roasted meat by the campfire, their appetite waned. Suddenly, a howling sound echoed from above. Everyone looked up, their pupils constricting in alarm. "What on earth is that?" One of Kid's crew members trembled. "Damn it, get out of the way." Kid's countenance shifted dramatically. As the strongest in the vicinity, he was the first to react, roaring as he rushed towards the edge of the island. Yet, in the next instant, a shadow descended from the sky at an astonishing velocity, transforming from a mere dot into a monstrous figure, hurtling down with fierce momentum. Boom! It struck like a meteor, unleashing a tangible shockwave in a fan-like spread, obliterating the surrounding trees and leaving them shattered, while a thick cloud of dust enveloped the island. The members of Kid's crew at the epicenter were sent flying, spitting blood, and before they could fully recover, they collapsed into the sea, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. "Damn it," Kid gasped, blood pouring from his mouth as he struggled to rise and discern who had attacked them. But before he could fully open his eyes, he succumbed to his injuries and fell into a deep unconsciousness, leaving the scene eerily silent. Moments later, from the swirling dust, a colossal shadow emerged, its voice tinged with anguish reverberating across the island. "Damn it, why am I still alive? First Mate Ron, Kaido longs for your demise." Chapter 71. Extracting the Life Force of Sea Kings, the Sinister Experiment. Achoo, achoo, what is happening? Is someone thinking of me? On the deck, Ron rubbed his nose in confusion, having sensed something inexplicable moments ago, sending a chill down his spine. Beneath his feet lay the body of Charlotte Linlin, now fully stitched, encased in a thick layer of ice for preservation. The deck was crowded with Ace and others, all wide-eyed with anticipation. "Dr. Ron, can we begin?" Ace inquired eagerly, for this was his first encounter with a resurrection ceremony. Beside him, Marco displayed a similar impatience, having lent his ideas to Ron, eager to witness whether the life force of the Sea Kings could indeed achieve the resurrection of a person. "What are you all so anxious about?" Ron remarked, rolling his eyes. The crew quickly exchanged awkward smiles, hesitant to speak. After all, he was not one to be trifled with. Ignoring their unease, Ron turned to Kazan. "Kazan, thaw her out." Kazan's lips twitched slightly, displaying reluctance as he pointed a finger at Big Mom's frozen form. With a crackling sound, the ice began to melt, disappearing at an observable rate, as if the frigid air had been entirely siphoned away, leaving a pool of clear water on the ground, exposing Big Mom to the air once more. "All done," Kazan succinctly stated before stepping back, his thoughts occupied with the indignity of being a former Marine admiral reduced to a crew member on a pirate ship, tasked with the duty of corpse preservation. Meanwhile, Ron, having no time to tend to the injured Kazan, called out to Ace and the others upon witnessing the successful thawing. "What are you waiting for? Without the Sea Kings, Do you expect me to extract your life force? Ron scoffed. Suddenly awakened, Ace and the others sprang into action, not daring to linger, with Marco bursting into action, transforming into a magnificent phoenix engulfed in vibrant blue flames, soaring into the sky. A grand hunt for the Sea Kings had commenced. In no time, a thunderous roar echoed as a massive Sea King was sent flying from the water by Marco's powerful kick. Seizing the opportunity, he descended from the air, cradling the near-lifeless creature and rushing back towards the ship. "Mr. Ron, I've caught one," Marco shouted. Simultaneously, the rest of the crew, not to be outdone, followed suit, with Jozu, Ace, and Bista dragging their catches through the air towards Ron. One by one, the Sea Kings were piled upon the frozen surface of the sea, the smallest comparable to a small mountain, while others were as large as a modest island. In the blink of an eye, the sea spanning several kilometers was filled with the grotesque sight of blood gushing like a fountain, the stench rising to the heavens. Everything was prepared, save for the final touch. Once all was ready, Ron initiated the resurrection ceremony once more. He lightly tapped the ground, and an invisible domain emanated from his being, sweeping over everyone and enveloping the Sea Kings in the vicinity. The purification domain was activated. Extract. With that, Ron's hand grasped the air, and in an instant, torrents of immense life force were drawn from the bodies of the nearby Sea Kings, coalescing above into a colossal cloud of vitality, stretching for miles. The anguished wails of the Sea Kings echoed through the heavens, their tormented cries resonating across the entire sea, resembling a hellish realm on earth. The cacophony was jarring, compelling one to flee. Amidst the roars and growls, these majestic beings writhed in agony, frantically striking the ice, causing it to crack and unleash towering waves. Fortunately, Ron had anticipated this, and Kizaru stood ready, continuously channeling his powers to reinforce the ice, preventing the Sea Kings from escaping. "Damn it! Why do I feel a sense of guilt?" he mused. "But just this once. In the future, my focus will remain on those wretched pirates and the celestial dragons." Observing the harrowing scene around him, a flicker of compassion pierced Ron's heart. Compared to these innocent Sea Kings, the human heart often harbors greater filth. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Ron hastened the extraction process. In a mere span of seconds, the lamentations dwindled to silence, leaving the scene in a profound stillness. Gazing up at the vibrant cloud above, Ron's eyes sharpened with resolve as he waved his hand, funneling the abundant vitality downward, infusing it into Big Mom's body on the deck. It was evident that the terrifying scar Ron had inflicted was healing at an astonishing rate, vanishing in less than a second as if it had never existed. Only the threads used for stitching the wound remained. Thump, thump. The familiar sound of a heartbeat resonated once more, causing everyone to pause, while Perispero and the others, witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief, their hearts tightening with anticipation. Could their mother truly be revived? A complex emotion flickered in Katakuri's eyes. Silence reigned. All awaited the final outcome. Apart from the occasional whisper of the sea breeze, the atmosphere was devoid of sound. Even breath seemed to diminish. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Gradually, an unsettling awareness began to permeate the crowd. What was happening? This was not how it was supposed to unfold. The person should have awakened by now. As someone who had witnessed Ron's entire resurrection ceremony, Marco furrowed his brow. Individuals of Whitebeard's stature required significant energy, thus taking longer, while Ace would have awakened immediately. As for Big Mom, even the strongest should not take this long to regain consciousness. Was it true that the vitality of the Sea Kings could not be used to resurrect humans? On the deck, everyone fixated on the sleeping form of Big Mom. Their brows furrowed, each lost in thought. Chapter 72. Experiment failed? Or successful? Mr. Ron, is it true that the vitality of the Sea Kings cannot be used for resurrection? Ace finally inquired. Ron remained silent, his gaze scanning Big Mom's form. From his perspective, she was now infused with a rich vitality. Her bones and joints even sturdier than before. It could be said that Big Mom's physique was healthier than it had ever been. Yet, was the issue with the body? Ron's brow furrowed as he shifted his focus from Big Mom's body to her deeper essence, the soul. At that moment, his eyes widened in realization. He could see that Big Mom's once healthy soul was now enveloped in a mysterious and violent energy, tainted a vivid red. Previously, while impelled down, Ron had discerned the true secrets of the devil fruits through the colors and textures of souls. The only difference now was that while those souls, despite their oddities, retained a certain liveliness akin to sentience from fantasy novels, Big Mom's soul exuded an aura of lifelessness, as if it were deceased. It appeared to be a failure. Sighing inwardly, Ron acknowledged the outcome was as he had anticipated. After this experiment, it was abundantly clear that the structures of life, force, and soul between humans and beasts were fundamentally different. As for a solution, he had yet to devise an effective approach. Let us just find a place to bury her, Ron said dismissively, gesturing for Perospero and the others to find a suitable resting place for Big Mom's remains. Medical experiments yield both success and failure, and ultimately, failures are more frequent. Ron had long prepared himself for this reality and remained remarkably composed despite the disappointment. Is it truly over? Upon receiving Ron's confirmation, the group fell silent, then gradually accepted the reality. To illustrate the point simply, one cannot replace excessive blood loss in a human with that of a sow. After receiving the command, Perospero and the others concealed their sorrow, realizing their mother would not return. As they carried Big Mom's body away towards Cake Island, Katakuri and his companions stepped forward. Another life lost, and those of our generation grow ever fewer. Rayleigh lamented, watching them depart. Ha ha ha, we old bones have made it this far. Every day is a blessing. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his spirits unusually high. Even if they had not perished, their existence felt nearly extinguished. Now, being able to follow Ron and relive past glories, what was there to lament? A delusional madman, seeking to dominate the land. What's there to mourn? The Golden Lion interjected as he emerged from below deck. As the elders spoke, Ace and the younger generation remained reticent, cautiously standing aside in silence. Wait. Suddenly, Ron interjected, drawing everyone's attention. He seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing as he leapt from the ship and approached Perospero and the others. Set her down. Ron's piercing gaze fixed on Big Mom. Perospero and the others exchanged glances until Katakuri prompted them, awakening them to the urgency. And they promptly placed their mother back onto the ice. Listen to Mr. Ron, set her down, Katakuri commanded. As they laid Big Mom's body on the ground and stepped aside, revealing a large patch of ice, they turned to Ron, puzzled. Was there a chance for a breakthrough? Could Mother be revived? The cadre members exchanged glances, their eyes hinting at excitement. On the ship, Ace and the others were equally perplexed by Ron's enigmatic behavior. What is Mr. Ron up to? Ace queried, glancing curiously at Marco. Marco shook his head. I'm not sure. Let us wait and see. Reluctantly, the group settled into silence, awaiting the unfolding events. Under their watchful gaze, Ron slowly approached Big Mom, parting his lips to utter, "Rise." In an instant, the crowd's expressions transformed into sheer astonishment. The seemingly lifeless Big Mom, who lay sprawled on the ground, abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up with an expression of utter vacancy. Nanny's eyes widened in disbelief. She has come back to life? No, that can't be. At that moment, Marco sensed an unsettling anomaly, his demeanor growing somber as he fixated on Big Mom's vacant gaze, asserting with conviction, it is absolutely impossible for her to have been resurrected. Not resurrected? Then what is happening? Ace inquired, his face reflecting confusion as he turned to Marco. In response, Marco furrowed his brow deeply, replying, I cannot say for certain. But I am convinced this is not resurrection. It is entirely different from what you and Father experienced. Different? Marco nodded affirmatively. There was, in truth, an additional thought lingering unspoken in his mind. The current Big Mom bore no semblance of vitality, her form devoid of any essence. A mere flicker of observation would reveal as much, yet the sheer shock of the moment had momentarily overshadowed this realization for the onlookers. Meanwhile, Mama, you are alive. Mama, this is wonderful. Perospero's face lit up with fervor at the sight of Big Mom rising from the ground. Although it had been less than half a day, the ordeal felt like an eternity of torment akin to hell. He rushed forward, embracing her tightly. Not just he, but also Brûlé, Smoker, and other siblings. All rushed to her side, forming a tearful circle. In the moment of Big Mom's collapse, they had felt as though they had lost their very foundation, as if the sky itself had fallen. Even though Ron had spared them, the brief interval had imparted upon them the agony that a doctor's profession could inflict, akin to infernal suffering. They missed their mother dearly, truly. Even if Big Mom were to take their lives in a fit of rage, they would accept it. Ron was simply too terrifying. From a distance, observing his distraught siblings, Katakuri's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of crimson light flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. She is not Mama. Mama is dead. It was unclear what revelation Katakuri had perceived, but his words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the minds of his siblings, leaving them in a state of panic, their expressions frozen as tears glimmered in their eyes. What is Brother Katakuri saying? This is not Mama. Chapter 73, The Truth Buried in History. She is not Mama. Mama is gone. Katakuri's voice echoed ominously around them. Big Mom's children froze, gazing up at their mother, struggling to reconcile the harsh truth of her absence. Yet at that moment, Ron spoke again, "Stand up," as his command resonated. To the astonishment of Perospero and the others, their mother obediently rose from the ground and moved to stand beside Ron. Then, an even more unfathomable turn of events unfolded. It appeared Ron sensed something and began issuing new commands. Jump, run, throw a punch, bark like a dog. Oh, forget that. Boom, boom. As Ron's orders rang out, Big Mom moved like a robot, executing punches, lifting her legs, leaping into the air. Each slight movement produced a deafening and violent rush of air, scattering ice shards everywhere, instantly transforming the scene into a chaotic spectacle. Even the ice layer reinforced by Aokiji could not withstand the might of Big Mom's enhanced punches. The expressions on Perospero and the others' faces grew increasingly grim. Even Katakuri averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Though their mother was not particularly endearing, she remained their beloved matriarch, and witnessing her so easily manipulated was a bitter pill to swallow. Had she become a mere puppet devoid of intellect? After a series of tests, Ron raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. For someone like Big Mom, a paragon of pirate lineage, Ron held little affection. This deranged woman was unlike others, indulging in her pleasures at the cost of others' lives. Such behavior was scarcely different from that of a beast. However, to let such a formidable force slip away unutilized would be a regrettable loss, hence Ron's desire to resurrect her. As the Golden Lion once stated, if one does not listen, then one must be eliminated until compliance is achieved. What Ron had not anticipated was that the Big Mom now, tainted by the Sea King's essence, had transformed into a walking war machine, completely devoid of emotion. Moreover, she proved to be remarkably efficient. What an unexpected boon. Ron could not help but marvel. He was utterly indifferent to the plight of Big Mom's distressed children surrounding him. Splash! On the boundless sea, a sailboat drifted with the wind. At that moment, on the deck of this vessel, Captain Teach remarked, "This is not what we discussed, allying with the Marines. Isn't that inviting disaster?" The grim-faced Lafitte, the demon guard, interjected. "Are you, Captain Teach, having second thoughts?" Apollo, the tyrant king, instinctively took a step forward, his fierce gaze carrying an implicit threat. Exactly. Teach, do not think to use us as bargaining chips for your marine protection." The only female among them, the moonlight lover, Katerina, emerged from behind Blackbeard, her chilling laughter slicing through the air. The group subtly encircled Blackbeard, as since their escape from Marineford, they had maintained a low profile at sea, hoping Blackbeard would elevate them to the status of the Fifth Emperor, a far better fate than being prey to rampant marauders. Yet, this man now sought to betray them to the Marines. How could they endure such a fate? Sensing the murderous intent radiating from those around him, Blackbeard's eyes darkened momentarily before returning to normal. "You all know better than I what the current state of the seas is. Ron has gathered a band of reckless individuals and recently wiped out one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Even if we claim the title of emperor, can we evade a fate similar to hers?" He challenged the others. As his words hung in the air, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grim. Indeed, since the emergence of that man, life on the seas had become arduous, far more troublesome than even the Marines. They were utterly baffled by the intentions of this Ron. Observing the shift in his companion's expressions, Blackbeard felt a surge of delight. These fools were no wonder the Marines had imprisoned them and impelled down. They were fit only to serve as his subordinates. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he seized the moment to assertively state, "I trust you are all aware that the Navy's might is, in fact, formidable. The reason we were able to rescue you in the first place was entirely due to my status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now, all we need to do is to show the Navy a modicum of deference, and when the time comes, they will remain our protective shield, regardless of their current predicaments. Particularly since they are presently beleaguered by Ron's actions. Captain Teach, do not underestimate our intelligence. Your issues with Ron are your own, and we merely wish to maintain our distance from you, allowing us to lead unencumbered lives." Upon hearing Blackbeard's words, Van Oka, who had been silent until then, suddenly wore a mocking expression. "Indeed, do not attempt to drag us down with you. I shall not partake in this endeavor. While I am not averse to trouble, I have no desire to court danger again. After all, a single visit to impel down was more than sufficient. You may proceed, Captain Teach, but do not entertain any malicious intentions. Beware that we might turn against you." After Van Oka's admonition, the others promptly understood, each taking a few steps back to maintain their distance from Blackbeard, their expressions growing increasingly ambiguous. Initially, they had merely come together out of circumstance. Parting ways now seemed a natural progression. After all, Ron and his cohort were truly terrifying, and none wished to provoke such formidable beings. Damn it! Blackbeard Teach narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent escaping him as he fixated on Van Oka in the distance. Hey, Captain Teach. You aren't seriously contemplating violence at this moment, are you? Sensing the hostility, Van Oka retreated a few steps with a smug grin, exuding an air of invulnerability. Although this display did not immediately incite the others to action, Blackbeard was acutely aware that he had been fully locked onto by their observation hockey. In an instant, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Then, with a sly grin revealing his uneven yellowed teeth, his laughter resonated across the deck. Ha, my friends. Do you truly believe that the Navy is inept? Do you understand why Ron has yet to make a move against them? The laughter was grating to the ears, and upon hearing it, the others furrowed their brows. Could there be more to this situation? Instinctively, they exchanged glances, each detecting a trace of gravity on the others' faces. Their willingness to follow Blackbeard stemmed not only from his burgeoning strength, but more prominently from his audacious ambition and cunning strategies. After a few seconds, as the laughter subsided, Blackbeard Teach finally spoke, revealing a piece of crucial information. However, as he began, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. This was because, as the commanding authority of the Navy, the world government possessed weapons capable of annihilating the world. One of the ancient weapons, Uranus. Blackbeard said with a sinister smile. Ancient weapons? Uranus? The group was taken aback, exchanging startled glances. They were shaken by the astounding revelation Blackbeard had just disclosed. Do you understand why I have been so determined to seize Whitebeard's devil fruit ability? Only with this fruit, combined with the dark fruit's powers, can we mitigate the destruction wrought by Uranus. Blackbeard Teach dropped yet another bombshell. Heartbeats raced. The crew was once again stunned, their expressions vacant and laced with disbelief. Observing their reaction, Blackbeard couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Was this all it took to frighten them? Compared to Whitebeard and his crew, these individuals lacked the necessary fortitude. He recalled the moment he had first learned of this information from Whitebeard himself, their reactions strikingly similar. Truth be told, it was at that moment he had resolutely decided to acquire both the dark fruit and the Tremor fruit abilities, waiting years to do so. The sea breeze gently caressed their faces, yet it could not dispel the chilling dread that gripped their hearts. This news was too monumental to accept, too staggering to believe. Silence. An almost unbearable silence. Time slipped away. All right, we are nearing the Navy headquarters. Have you made your decisions? If you wish to depart, I shall not impede you. Blackbeard Teach's voice jolted everyone from their reverie. Turning back, they could discern a distant island on the horizon, adorned with fortifications and turrets painted in blue and white, exuding an aura of solemnity, justice, and inviolability. I have made my choice. I am willing to continue following Captain Teach, announced the demon guard Lafitte. So am I, echoed the moonlit hunter, Katarina. Haha, with the Navy as our shield, we can plunder freely. It sounds rather delightful. The combat champion, Bagus, chuckled heartily. The atmosphere aboard the ship shifted instantaneously, returning to a state of camaraderie. Observing the change in sentiment among his crew, Blackbeard Teach felt a surge of pride. But his gaze turned slightly sinister as he directed it towards Van Oka, since everyone has agreed. Should we not possess a little leverage as a condition for joining the Navy? What do you intend to do? Van Oka's heart raced with apprehension. Just as he contemplated his next move, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the demon guard and his companions had encircled him once more. Realizing the shift in dynamics, his expression morphed into one of alarm. Before he could react, Blackbeard's gaze hardened, and he raised his pistol, pointing it at him. Apologies. But it's time for you to die? Bang. In the next moment, a bullet enveloped in hockey erupted from the barrel, unleashing an excruciating pain that radiated from his chest. Bastards. Van Oka seethed, furious, but before he could retaliate, Lafitte, the demon guard, acted preemptively. Swish. A silver glimmer flashed as his cane sword was drawn, the razor-sharp blade slicing across Van Oka's neck, a crimson line appearing distinctly upon his skin. In an instant, Van Oka's expression turned blank. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and he felt himself rising, as if floating, only to be enveloped in darkness as he lost consciousness. Thud. His head fell to the ground, and the deck was permeated with a pungent, metallic scent of blood. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ron sat at the bow of the ship, his countenance dark as storm clouds, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The atmosphere on the deck grew palpably tense. What has come over Mr. Ron? Ace inquired as he approached Marco, cautiously placing a hand on his shoulder while stealing glances at Ron from afar. I cannot say, Marco replied, shaking his head. Since we departed from Cake Island, it seems Mr. Ron has been inexplicably agitated, his demeanor suddenly darkening, as if someone owed him an exorbitant sum of berries. The two, uncertain of the circumstances, exchanged brief words, only to find themselves equally bewildered, ultimately retreating to maintain a respectful distance from Ron. Their father had advised them to avoid causing trouble, primarily due to Mr. Ron's unpredictable temperament. They certainly did not wish to be subjected to his experiments. Disregarding the furtive demeanor of the two individuals, at that moment, Ron was in a particularly irritable mood, vehemently questioning the system. Come on, translate that for me. What did that reward mean? What exactly is the miraculous reproductive capability of patience? I am a man, you know. He suppressed the fury simmering within him, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. The skill of treatment of patience, reciprocity, was something he was aware of. However, what surprised Ron was that he inadvertently acquired the same skill when he transformed Big Mom into a puppet. The most difficult aspect to accept was that the reward bestowed upon him was related to reproductive capability. I am a man. Upon realizing this truth, Ron's composure shattered. Setting aside the system's evaluation, was this reward not considering the host's circumstances? If that were the case, the intelligence of this system was utterly rudimentary. It might as well be a fool. Perhaps due to Ron's incessant grievances, the system, which had remained silent for a long time, suddenly stirred once more. Ding. System error. Reassessing. Assessment complete. Host has successfully treated a patient. Medical skill evaluation, poor. Special skill, reciprocity, activated, randomly extracting one ability possessed by the patient. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host has acquired the miraculous reproductive capability from the patient. Note, guaranteed success. Any woman who has engaged with the host will bear triplets. Now that was more like it. Upon reaching the end, Ron's expression softened slightly. Setting aside the matter of multiple births, at least this reward seemed normal. He could just pretend he hadn't seen it. Moreover, given Ron's strength, triplets were not an impossible feat. It wasn't as though he couldn't afford it. With this thought, Ron's mood improved significantly, and even the sight of the golden lion became somewhat more palatable. Just then, Mr. Ron. Father, it's bad. That scoundrel Teach has joined the Navy again. Jozu rushed over, a phone bug clutched in his hand. His expression frantic as he crossed the deck towards Ron and the others. Teach, joined the Navy again? The deck fell silent, everyone exchanging glances, instinctively looking up towards a massive figure in the distance. Boom. A barrel exploded, the rich aroma of wine immediately filling the air. Whitebeard was seen gripping the shattered barrel, the crimson liquid dripping through his fingers onto the deck, his expression dark. Teach. Chapter 75. Ron trains the troops. The young ones of Ace are on the brink of tears. Teach. Above the seas, Whitebeard's furious roar reverberated. Where did you get that information? Noticing the simmering wrath of his old friend, Ron furrowed his brow and inquired about the source. It was from one of our officers embedded in the Navy. Today, Teach brought a group into the Navy headquarters, and Admirals Akainu and Kizuru confronted them, resulting in a fierce battle. Then that scoundrel Teach was welcomed into the Navy's war conference room, and shortly thereafter, they swaggered out. No one knows where they went. In response to Ron's inquiry, Jozu candidly revealed all the information he had. Is that so? Ron tapped his fingers against his forehead, his gaze lost in thought. After a few seconds, a slight smile graced his lips as he turned to Whitebeard, saying, It seems the Navy is preparing to take action against us, Newgate. Your chance to clean house has arrived. Huh. At once, everyone felt a stir in their hearts. Jozu, particularly, rushed to Ron, eager for confirmation. Mr. Ron, is what you said true? His eyes burned with fierce anger. He would never forgive that scoundrel, the one who ruthlessly attacked his own brother, disregarding even their father. All for a mere devil fruit. This kind of maneuver, I believe Kazan might be more familiar with, right? Ron did not respond directly, instead glancing at Kazan. His eyes tinged with amusement. Swish. All eyes turned towards Kazan. Even Ace's gaze involuntarily flickered with urgency, noticing the glimmers of rage in their eyes. Kazan wore a pained expression and said, It seems I can't hide anything from Mr. Ron. Yes, based on my understanding of Akainu, he is likely already secretly preparing troops. Lying in ambush near Wano. The Teach you mentioned earlier might just be a pawn in their scheme, although he has left the Navy for some time. It doesn't mean his eyes are closed, especially when he learned that even Teach, who has repeatedly challenged the Navy's justice, has been taken in by Akainu without any grudges. His heart for justice has completely perished. In fact, he has lost all faith in the current Navy. Is that so? Ron's expression turned contemplative upon hearing this. The current Fleet Admiral Akainu may seem extreme, yet he is undoubtedly a schemer, willing to exploit any means to eliminate pirates. This was evident from the time he instigated the Great Whirl Spider during the Marineford War. As Ron pondered, the others, upon hearing this news, turned pale. They were heading to Wano next. How do they know? Mr. Ron, the Navy is lying in ambush in Wano. What should we do? Marco inquired anxiously. His words immediately jolted everyone, their expressions darkening. Indeed, they were preparing to confront Kaido. If the Navy was present, wouldn't that be akin to walking into a trap? What are you all panicking for? Have you forgotten your father and us? Observing the frantic reactions of the group, Ron maintained a calm demeanor, reassuringly stating, "What do you think I have gathered such a formidable force for? It is precisely to prevent this kind of situation from arising. Why are these kids so impatient? It's embarrassing. It seems it is time to give these youngsters some special training. Otherwise, with their reckless nature, they would surely squander their efforts in the end." With this thought, Ron's gaze towards Ace and the others began to take on a dangerous glint. Unaware of Ron's expression at that moment, upon hearing his words, Ace and the others felt as though a stabilizing anchor had been dropped into their tumultuous emotions, calming them instantly. Exactly. With father here and Mr. Ron, what is there to fear? Jozu proclaimed confidently. After all, their father could create chaos at the Navy headquarters single-handedly. Now, with Mr. Ron and Captain Shiki, wouldn't they sweep across the entire sea? This thought also took root in everyone's minds, and for a moment, the atmosphere on the deck relaxed significantly. The following day, in the early morning, the sun had just begun to peek over the horizon. Boom, boom. A sudden cacophony of explosions erupted nearby, jolting the sleeping young ones, including Ace. Awake, they scrambled out of bed, hastily throwing on a few articles of clothing before rushing outside. What is going on? Where's that cannon fire coming from? Is it the Navy that has come? Hurry, prepare for action. The entire ship was engulfed in chaos. Countless youngsters in disheveled attire hurriedly rushed out of the cabins, making their way to the deck with utmost urgency. However, what unfolded next left them utterly perplexed. Mr. Ron, what are you doing?" Ace stared in astonishment at Ron and his companions on the deck, his expression mirroring that of the others, who were equally bewildered. There, in Ron's palm, rested a lit bomb, which he juggled nonchalantly, causing the gazes of the crowd to oscillate in tandem. "Awake now?" Ron grinned, chin slightly raised, as he calmly pointed to the bomb in his hand, saying, "Nothing much. I simply couldn't resist waking you all up as you were sleeping so soundly." With that, he tossed the bomb into the air, where it arced gracefully before plunging into the sea 100 meters away. Almost before it touched the surface, the bomb detonated. Boom. A brilliant flash erupted, sending towering waves soaring high, the icy seawater drenching the onlookers, invigorated by the brisk morning breeze. Instantly, everyone was jolted awake. Yet, upon hearing Ron's far-fetched explanation, their mouths twitched uncontrollably. Was the temperament of such a formidable figure truly so whimsical? Setting off bombs at dawn. While he might be enjoying himself, did he consider the need for ample rest for these young men at such a crucial time in their growth? One by one, they slumped like defeated roosters, dejected and discontented. Gulalala, my sons, Dr. Ron is not jesting with you. Just look at your current state. You bear no resemblance to my sons at all. I must inform you that starting today, you are all required to undergo special training, with no exceptions. Personally supervised by Rayleigh. At that moment, Whitebeard laughed heartily, forcibly pulling Rayleigh in front of the bewildered crowd. What? Staring at Rayleigh and the other powerful figures before them, the crowd was dumbfounded. Special training? Wasn't that something reserved for the Navy? How could it possibly be their turn? Among the throng, Ace could no longer contain himself and directly inquired, "Old man, Mr. Ron, you can't be serious." His tone carried a hint of incredulity. Half an hour later, crackle, crackle, on the surface of the morning sea, a white mist began to appear. Layers of frost spreading at a visible pace, instantly freezing the ocean. In the blink of an eye, it expanded for dozens of nautical miles, forming a colossal ice island. With temperatures plummeting to the freezing point, a chilling draft penetrated deep into their bones, relentlessly seeping through their pores. Hiss! So cold. On the ice island, Ace and the others stood on the frozen surface in their already thin clothing, having rushed out in such haste that some had even forgotten to wear shoes. Their bare feet planted on the icy surface, exhaling thick clouds of white mist, their eyebrows frozen with frost. Yet, even so, standing before them as their special training instructor, Rayleigh wore an expression of utter indifference, devoid of any concern or compassion. Is this little discomfort all you can bear? Without Newgate's protection, look at what you've become, mere children relying on the power of devil fruits. And you, Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division, with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Haven T even mastered the most basic of hockey. Do you understand why tragedies occur at Marineford? It is precisely because you are too weak. Rayleigh's tone was as frigid as the air around them, his words cutting without mercy. After this harsh reprimand, Ace and the others were so consumed with indignation that they forgot the cold, their eyes blazing with defiance and fury, their bodies no longer trembling. We are not weak. Ace bellowed defiantly. Indeed, do not underestimate us. Mr. Rayleigh, while we honor you as our elder, you cannot belittle us. With Ace initiating the retort, the others quickly followed suit. Remarkably, not only the members of the Whitebeard pirates, but even those under Big Mom were stirred, each clenching their fists, their expressions darkening, united in their indignation. Not weak, are you? Then prove yourselves by taking action against me, you bunch of rookies. Rayleigh's tone remained unchanged as he challenged them. In an instant, a series of dull thuds erupted, as Ace and the others exerted force beneath their feet. Their eyes ablaze with fury as they launched an attack against Rayleigh. Gathering all the officers from two of the former Yonka-level pirate crews, the scene was spectacular. Though lacking the flamboyance of devil fruit abilities, it exuded a certain beauty of raw power. The sound of their fists cutting through the air was deafening, echoing across the expanse of the sea. Hey, Dr. Ron, this is excessive. Those words Rayleigh just uttered were taught by you, weren't they? On a nearby ship close to the ice island, Whitebeard, with a frown, feigned anger as he spoke. Training was one thing, but to bring up the Marineford incident was crossing a line. What? Is what I said incorrect? Ron replied calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to face Whitebeard. Feeling the mirth in Ron's eyes, Whitebeard was momentarily rendered speechless. Just as he struggled to find the right words, an inopportune voice suddenly rang out, causing his expression to darken. Kahaha, Dr. Ron is absolutely right. Newgate, you were once one of the legendary 3 pirates on par with me. How could the sons you raised not even master hockey? It's simply embarrassing. The Golden Lion approached with an air of arrogance, strutting like a proud rooster. Shiki, your injuries have healed, haven't they? Care for a spar? Whitebeard's face darkened, as an overwhelming pressure emanated from him. TCH, Newgate, if you dare, I'm not afraid of you. Golden Lion retorted, his pride unabated. After a period of recuperation, his body had nearly fully healed, and he was no longer the man he used to be. His strength had significantly improved. No sooner had he spoken than a crimson lightning bolt erupted from the deck, igniting a fierce clash of Conqueror-s hockey between the two. A tangible pressure instantaneously saturating the sea, wreaking havoc upon the ships beneath their feet. The deck began to crack, fissures appearing at a visible pace beneath them and rapidly spreading, accompanied by groans of distress as the vessel teetered on the brink of disintegration. Are you two planning to dismantle the ship? Suddenly, a towering aura of sword intent materialized between the two. Ron interposed himself between them, obstructing their hostile gazes, abruptly halting the impending conflict. The cracks on the deck ceased to extend. Standing between them, Ron observed the stubbornness of the two men, feeling weary. It was no surprise that such a gathering of the sea's proudest men would lead to clashes. Fortunately, he was well accustomed to such situations, rendering him less troubled. Shiki, do you have the audacity to criticize Newgate? Are you not aware of how you've been faring these years? You were captured attacking a marine headquarters. How did you lose those legs? This could have been left alone, but a motley crew gathered, retreating into the skies to study wild beasts. Do you possess a devil fruit? Ron turned and unleashed a barrage of scorn upon Shiki. Ron, Deputy Captain, how could you speak so harshly? Golden Lion's face flushed crimson from the rebuke. He acknowledged that he had indeed strayed off the path, aided by the convenience of the float fruit. Yet such words were uncalled for. He too had his dignity. Moreover, had it not been for the cunning of Sengoku and Garp, with his prowess, he would have at least managed to escape unscathed. Reflecting on this, Golden Lion felt a twinge of shame. Witnessing this scene, Whitebeard let out a raucous laugh, his mirth unrestrained. How to describe this feeling? In Ron's words, it was simply exhilarating. Though the exact meaning eluded him, he felt an inexplicable resonance with the term, perfectly encapsulating his current mood. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, Ron swiftly redirected his gaze toward him, dark eyes piercing through the air. Newgate, you seem rather pleased? Whitebeard's expression faltered, and in the next moment, Ron's incisive words arrived. Setting aside Shiki, at least he understands his place. And you? I can't interfere with your penchant for gathering sons, but wandering around the new world like a vagabond with your offspring. What is that? Do you think the Navy dares not act against you? You still dare to laugh? How did I instruct you back then? True, your physical prowess has improved, and you've mastered the 3-colored hockey, but what of your son? Have you neglected his training? What then has emerged from that? On Ice Island, Ace and his companions continued their training, shackled with sea prism stone, relentless in their assaults on Rayleigh. Yet, without fail, each time they were unceremoniously sent flying by his kick, their bodies crashing heavily upon the ice, leaving behind distinct impressions. The atmosphere was one of fervor. Meanwhile, not far off on the deck, the ambience was decidedly peculiar. Whitebeard had ceased drinking, standing awkwardly alongside Golden Lion. The two of them, unbeknownst to Wen, had become unlikely allies, enduring Ron's educational tirade. Beside them, Akiji stood, mouth agape, resembling a statue, frozen in astonishment as he observed the two legendary pirates, their faces painted with shame. He had anticipated Ron's formidable nature, yet never to this extent. Whitebeard and Golden Lion, two legendary figures, being reprimanded like children. Was this truly appropriate? He couldn't help but question himself. Chapter 77. The Unveiling of a Sealed History. Is Ron a mentor to the Navy? As time progressed, the sun began its ascent. The temperature over the ocean rose gradually. Standing atop the unmelting ice island, Ace and the others, bound by sea prism stone, charged at Rayleigh like tireless little beasts. Yet each time they were met with his unyielding kick, sent sprawling across the ice, creating numerous clear depressions. The scene was charged with fervor. Yet, not far away on the deck, the atmosphere felt distinctly strange. Whitebeard had forsaken his drink, awkwardly standing with a sheepish expression alongside Golden Lion. The two of them seemingly united in their plight, receiving Ron's teachings. Meanwhile, Akiji stood, mouth agape, like a human statue, frozen for an extended period, likely suffering from a dislocated jaw from the sheer shock of it all. In this bizarre tableau, Ron remained at the center, seemingly unfazed, his dark eyes quietly observing the two before him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, time passed unmarked. All right, that's enough. Time to bring them back. Ron glanced at the sun overhead, gauging the time, then turned and strode towards the kitchen, leaving Whitebeard and the others behind to continue absorbing the lessons. Mr. Newgate. And Mr. Shiki, may I inquire why you appear so fearful of Mr. Ron? Isn't he your deputy captain? As Ron departed, Whitebeard and Golden Lion looked as if liberated from a great burden, and Akiji, brimming with questions, finally voiced one. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard and Shiki exchanged glances, both finding a trace of amusement in each other's eyes. So, Shiki, will you speak, or shall I? Whitebeard offered with a smile. You go ahead. I have no desire to humiliate myself. Shiki replied, his expression sour, before retreating to his cabin under Akiji's bewildered gaze. Had these two reconciled? Akiji pondered in confusion. At that moment, Whitebeard's voice broke the silence, interrupting his thoughts. Akiji instinctively looked up, ears perked, fully attentive as the legendary pirate began to recount tales of Ron. But by the first sentence, Akiji was utterly bewildered. In truth, when it comes to Ron, he is considered a mentor to us few. A mentor? Akiji's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his features. Observing Akiji's astonishment, Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Ooh, young Akiji, it may sound hard to believe. It indeed seems quite incredible. Akiji replied, a wry smile escaping him. Under his gaze, Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with reminiscence, as if lost in the nostalgia of his youth. A long-buried memory unfurled before him. Accurately speaking, both Shiki and I, along with Big Mom, whom you in the Navy refer to as one of the 4 emperors, were once students of Ron. Not only that, during the time when Rox was consumed with thoughts of world domination, we were all nurtured under Ron's guidance, gradually growing until we achieved our current glory. Back then, like Marco and his crew, we were young, intoxicated by powers that did not rightfully belong to us. And it was Ron's timely intervention that taught us that one could become a formidable force upon the seas without relying on external aid. It was at the moment of our failure that Ron imparted a crucial lesson to us all. External forces are ultimately just that, external. True strength must be forged from within. Isn't that intriguing, perhaps even familiar? Whitebeard paused, casting a knowing glance at Akiji. Akiji was taken aback. It seems that Zifa-sensei mentioned something similar. Guru, indeed. Whitebeard laughed heartily, then continued. Zifa was quite renowned in the Navy back then. We had our fair share of encounters with him. And here's a secret. He once sought Ron's guidance for training methods. What? Akiji was bewildered, never having fathomed that his esteemed mentor, Zifa, had also been a pupil of Ron. Could it be that the Navy's 6 styles, now practiced by the higher-ups, were propagated by Mr. Ron? In that moment, a bold thought surged within him. Meanwhile, noticing Akiji's astonished expression, Whitebeard felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The Navy had a tendency to conduct itself in a rigidly formal manner, which did little to foster unity. This newfound camaraderie was far more pleasing to behold. Thus, upon that deck, a former emperor of the seas and a marine admiral shared their heartfelt confessions, and the atmosphere began to shift toward one of joy. It is precisely due to the sharing of secrets that the once somewhat out-of-place Aokiji gradually began to integrate into the small group formed by Ron from that moment onward. Meanwhile, near Wano country, on a desolate and uninhabited island, dense trees flourished, their branches and leaves abundant. Yet, in the heart of this forest, a large clearing had been made, where temporary structures had been erected. How about it? Have we received any news from Wano? Standing before the clearing, Akainu gazed out at the vast sea beyond the island, flanked by a communications officer. Upon hearing Akainu's inquiry, the officer hesitated, stammering, "Our report, Marshal, and not yet. Not yet." Akainu's brow furrowed slightly, only to soon relax again. "What about news regarding Ron and his crew of pirates? Have we discovered their current whereabouts?" No sooner had he spoken than the officer's expression grew increasingly grim. If you have something to say, just say it. Do you expect me to urge you?" Seeing the officer's hesitation, Akainu's demeanor darkened instantly, his tone laced with barely concealed ire. "Our report, we still haven't received any news." This time, the officer, sensing the palpable pressure emanating from Akainu, stood at attention, his body rigid. However, once he finished speaking, he reverted to a state of nervousness. His gaze fixed firmly on his own toes, too afraid to move. The infamous temper of the man before him was well known, coupled with the incompetence displayed by his subordinates. It was likely that Akainu would soon be incensed. As anticipated, an explosive wave of heat surged through the air, causing the surrounding temperature to spike dramatically. Even from a distance, the communications officer felt as though he were being scalded, the moisture within him evaporating. Fear gripped his heart, his body quaking slightly. Yet he dared not make any movements that might provoke the murderous intent of this admiral. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Just as the officer felt his skin nearing the brink of scorching, an abrupt sound of footsteps echoed in the clearing. "Sakazuki, Sengoku wishes to speak with you." Suddenly, the oppressive heat dissipated. The officer felt an immediate wave of relief wash over him. It was only then that he noticed the ground beneath him had cracked and hardened from the intense heat. And the one who had come to his rescue was an unassuming elderly woman clad in a naval uniform. It was none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru. "Want to talk? You probably have some reservations regarding my decisions as the newly appointed admiral." Akainu smiled, nodding as he strode past Vice Admiral Tsuru, declaring, "Very well, let us converse. Summon an operational meeting at once." Chapter 78, Kaido seeks trouble with the Navy. A mere 10 minutes later, at the harbor where the Navy was stationed outside the island, dozens of blue and white warships surrounded the small island at the center, their sheer scale reminiscent of a slaughter order. Among these vessels, atop a flagship reserved for the admiral, was the temporary operational meeting room. Inside, the highest-ranking officials of the Navy had gathered, including Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kazuru, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Navy hero Garp, and several vice admirals. It could be said that wherever these individuals convened, it was tantamount to the Navy headquarters itself. The atmosphere in the room was quite oppressive. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the man at the forefront, eternally clad in a deep red suit, who also happened to be their current highest command, Sakazuki. "Sakazuki, do you comprehend the repercussions of your decision? This reckless gamble could very well plunge the Navy into an abyss from which it cannot recover, perhaps having been silent for too long." Sengoku could no longer contain himself and spoke up, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted, revealing their deep worry. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, the revelation of Akainu's reckless actions left them incredulous. It was clear that if they proceeded according to Akainu's plan, the Navy would face a catastrophic blow. Even if Ron and his crew were completely annihilated, the absence of the Navy's suppression would likely lead to chaos upon the seas. Silence. Once more, silence. Akainu, seated at the head of the table, surveyed the room, his gaze capturing the trepidation of those present. His expression remained unyielding as he slowly began to speak. "You are all well aware of Ron's perilous potential. If we allow him to continue unchecked, once he unites all the pirates of the sea, have you considered the consequences?" The sudden counter-question left everyone momentarily at a loss, their eyes filled with conflict. Indeed, they had all witnessed Ron's growth. Allowing him to roam free could very well lead to an uncontrollable future. But was this truly the only course of action? Faced with the dilemma of imminent destruction versus potential future obliteration, it was inevitable that they would have to confront Ron and his crew. What to do? What should they do? Contemplating Akainu's query, The assembly felt overwhelmingly at a loss, as not a single individual within the Grand Navy headquarters could devise a viable strategy. Even the Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, remained conspicuously silent. Observing the reactions of those around him, Akainu spoke once more. In truth, we are not without hope. I have already dispatched personnel to contact Kaido, and the Gorosei will also be sending some reinforcements. Reinforcements? Kaido. In an instant, the room erupted in astonished gasps as everyone turned to Akainu, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. Even Kizaru, who had known Akainu for years, regarded him with newfound respect, astonished by his capacity to engage the Gorosei. Well, I certainly didn't anticipate this. It seems I underestimated this obstinate admiral. Ultimately, would they indeed have to engage in battle? Sengoku sighed internally. The moment he learned that Akainu was willing to ally with Kaido to subdue Ron, he realized that this war had become unavoidable. Deep within his heart, he harbored an unspoken thought. What if the Navy and Ron formed an alliance to overthrow this world, attempting to realize the utopia that Ron envisioned? To establish an entirely new system and regime together? However, it seemed that expressing such notions was no longer necessary. Any news from Captain Kaido yet? Inside the main hall of Onigashima, the three prominent figures of the beast pirates were in a frenzy, perspiration dripping from their brows as they directed their subordinates to scour for any sign of their captain. With Ron preparing for an offensive and the Navy blockading Wano country, the stakes were high. Most critically, the Navy had already sent envoys proposing an alliance to resolve the Ron situation, an important decision not to be made lightly by just the three of them. Nothing. Still nothing. No leads at all. The intelligence capabilities of the Yonko pirates were typically exceptional, yet they found themselves at a loss for their captain's whereabouts. To make matters worse, even Ron and his crew seemed to have vanished without a trace. The specifics of the Navy's deployment and military strength had been almost entirely deciphered by them. But what use was that? Just as the three began to question their very existence, a thunderous roar erupted, instantly capturing their attention. They looked up in astonishment. And in the next moment, a striking dragon-shaped silhouette spiraled gracefully through the distant sky, soon hovering above the island. As the colossal figure descended, it rapidly shrank in size until it transformed into a humanoid form, crashing down with a heavy thud. The air rippled violently, and the sheer force of the gust left them breathless. Standing their ground, their garments billowed, yet they made no complaints. Instead, they gazed with excitement towards the imposing figure seated at the head of the chamber, a physique reminiscent of an iron tower. Captain, Captain, Captain. The hall resonated with their ecstatic voices. Oh, calamity, plague, drought, what brings you here? By the way, these little ones are quite remarkable. They wish to join our beast pirates. Please assist them, Kaido announced, casually retrieving something from behind him and tossing it before the trio. With a roll, several dark shadows tumbled across the ground, finally landing at the feet of the Calamity trio. It was then that they recognized the little ones that Captain Kaido had mentioned, none other than Eustace Kid, the magician Hawkins, and Kid's younger brother, Killer. The three lay sprawled on the ground, utterly disheveled and unconscious. Captain, did you go out to recruit new subordinates? Plague asked, somewhat dumbfounded, realizing that after all their inquiries, such a trivial matter warranted the captain's personal involvement. No, I went to commit suicide, Kaido replied nonchalantly. Suicide? The trio exchanged bewildered glances, yet quickly acclimated to the absurdity. Jack, the drought, nodded foolishly in agreement, saying, no wonder. He was off doing something serious. I knew we couldn't find him. They reasoned that since it was unlikely to result in death, they might as well assume the captain had gone on a vacation. Upon hearing this, Kaido grew curious and inquired, what has transpired recently that made you three so eager to find me? After exchanging glances, it was ultimately Plague who took on the burden of explanation, knowing that Drought would struggle to articulate it, and as the eldest, Calamity would bear the responsibility. Captain, Luffy killed Big Mom, and we suspect you might be his next target. Plague, Quinn, stated gravely after careful consideration. Linlin is dead? The moment Quinn finished speaking, Kaido's eyes widened, bloodshot veins seeping across his irises, and an invisible, frenzied aura erupted from his being. Suddenly, the entire hall felt as though it had experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake, with Onigashima shaking violently, the floor cracking beneath them as dust cascaded from the beams, leaving the three underlings in a cloud of debris. Yet, despite this chaos, they remained rooted in place. Kaido's mournful wails echoed throughout the hall. Linlin is dead. Linlin has actually died. Ah, my Linlin, I still owe her a favor. A terrifying energy permeated the hall, yet the architect of this turmoil, Kaido, wept like a child. embodying a bizarre juxtaposition of emotions that rendered the atmosphere unsettling. Below in the hall, witnessing their captain on the brink of madness, the trio felt a shiver down their spines, with Plague instinctively casting a pleading glance towards his elder brother, Calamity. However, Calamity chose to ignore it. In desperation, Quinn donned a mournful expression and awkwardly attempted to persuade him. Captain, the Navy has sent word that if you seek revenge, we can ally with them. As soon as the words left his lips, the weeping ceased abruptly. The hall stilled, returning to a semblance of calm. Could they have hit the nail on the head? The three couldn't help but speculate whether their captain truly intended to ally with the Navy. At that moment, Kaido's voice rang out. Ally with the Navy? Strike against Vice Captain Ron? No, absolutely not. Vice Captain Ron is the person I admire and miss the most. I shall not join forces with anyone else. Refusal? The trio stood flabbergasted, having just witnessed an emotional outburst, now confronted with a sudden reversal of intent. Before they could grasp the implications, they saw Kaido striding toward them. Leaning in closely, his massive eyes locked onto theirs as he demanded, "Did you just say the Navy is going to ally with me? Have they already made preparations to ambush Vice Captain Ron?" The trio found themselves momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kaido's eyes narrowed as he comprehended that the Navy was likely lying in wait near Wano, for while he may be foolish, he was not dim-witted. Damn it! How dare they ambush Vice Captain Ron? Those cursed Navy scum! No one is permitted to lay a hand on my Vice Captain. Kaido's furious roar reverberated through the hall. In the next instant, the trio's faces drained of color. This is bad. In their horrified gazes, they witnessed Kaido, with a powerful thrust of his legs, transform into a colossal dragon, roaring thunderously as he soared into the sky. He was clearly set on seeking vengeance against the Navy. With this realization, the trio's mental state shattered. Chapter 79, Kaido arrives, furious Akainu. This day was destined to be anything but tranquil. A roar that exuded overwhelming authority and rage reverberated across the skies of Wano, startling every creature in the nearby seas. Sensing the oppressive aura from their superior, some sea beasts hidden deep beneath the waves trembled in fear. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away is that Kaido's voice? On board the ship, Akainu had just announced his comprehensive plan to the crew, preparing for an all-out war against Ron, when suddenly, he felt a powerful presence emanating from the distant direction of Wano. No need to ask, at this time and place, no one else could possibly be responsible. But what was that fool up to now? Akainu thought, perplexed. Then, he sensed Kaido's immense aura approaching them at breakneck speed. The palpable intent to kill nearly overwhelming anyone present. Something's amiss. Akainu's countenance shifted dramatically as he bolted out of the war room. The others, witnessing his alarm, exchanged confused glances. Hadn't they just discussed an alliance with Kaido? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Could there have been a misstep? With a whirlwind of suspicion, the high-ranking Navy officials followed suit, rising to their feet. Just as they emerged from the cabin onto the deck, they beheld a massive dragon, stretching 100 meters long, hurtling toward them from the sky. Upon observing the figure before him, one could see a pair of majestic dragon horns adorning its head, its body encased in a dense armor of scales that radiated a brilliant sheen. With feet set upon fiery clouds, it descended like a true dragon from the heavens, soaring with an overwhelming presence. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding roar pierced the air. In the next moment, the world dimmed, as an inferno of dragon fire, imbued with insurmountable heat, erupted from Kaido's mouth, cascading downwards towards the gathering of people. The column of flame, spanning several dozen meters in diameter, had not yet touched the ground when the seawater erupted into thick clouds of steam, obscuring everyone's vision. Damn it! Akainu's eyes widened with fury as he swiftly raised his hand, transforming his right arm into a massive torrent of magma to meet the impending blaze. Great fire! Just moments ago, he had been confidently articulating his flawless plan to the higher-ups, and before Law could make his entrance, this madman Kaido had chosen to stir trouble. The entire world suddenly lost its vibrancy. Under the gaze of the crowd, a top-tier battle between emperors commenced as the fierce flames collided with the searing magma. It was as if an underwater volcano had been set ablaze, igniting the entire sea in an instant. Ding! Detection confirms that the host has successfully treated a patient. Medical skill rating, excellent. The special skill, Reversal, has now been activated, randomly extracting one ability possessed by the patient. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the swordsman skill. Note, due to the host's low rating, the current ability is only half of the original patient's. Ding. Detection confirms that the host has successfully treated a patient. Medical skill rating, ordinary. The special skill, reversal, has now been activated, randomly extracting one ability possessed by the patient. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability of armament hockey. Note, due to the host's current low rating, the ability is only a quarter of the original patient's. Ding. Detection confirms that the host has successfully treated a patient. In the new world, on an island. Ron and his companions are resting here, surrounded by injured individuals. Ace and others, having just undergone a special training session, line up with bruised faces, awaiting Ron's assistance. On the beach, injured crew members can be seen clutching their wounds, gasping in pain, with some severely injured, their arm bones visibly broken. As Ron gazes at the dense line of patients before him, the system's notifications echo in his mind, filling his eyes with excitement. What a surprise. This is what one would call surprise. This marks the third time he has treated Ace and his companions, although the rewards are gradually diminishing. The sheer number of patients has made it evident to Ron that his armament hockey has reached a critical threshold. With just one opportunity, his hockey could ascend to an entirely new realm. You all must put in more effort. With this thought, Ron's gaze turned fervent as he looked towards Ace and the others. Sensing the change in Ron's expression, a chill ran through Ace and his companions, as if they were being scrutinized by some terrifying creature, causing them to shiver involuntarily. What is going on? Is Dr. Ron targeting them? Meanwhile, as Ron continued his treatment for the injured crew members, a jovial scene unfolded among Whitebeard and others. Sitting before a bonfire constructed by the crew, they savored delicious roasted meat and fine wine, living a life of utter contentment. Say, Newgate, Rayleigh, when Ron, our vice captain, invited you, it wasn't he this violent, was it? Shifting his gaze from Ron, the Golden Lion inquired, seemingly casually. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard and Rayleigh paused, exchanging glances that revealed a hint of mirth. You see, Dr. Ron, we had a splendid conversation back then. Whitebeard replied with a sly grin. The Golden Lion stared. Incredulity etched across his face as he observed the two engrossed in their meal. You just agreed? Of course. Mister. Ron has always been our goal and role model. Why wouldn't we agree? Rayleigh replied, his expression one of bewilderment as he regarded the Golden Lion. Wait. Where's your pride? That guy Ron managed to sway you with just a few words? The Golden Lion stood defiantly, questioning with indignation. After all, these individuals were titans of the seas. Easily swayed by mere words seemed too trivial. Nearby, Akiji instinctively leaned in, curiosity etched on his face, pondering how these renowned figures had humbled themselves to join Ron's ranks. Gulalala. Shiki, after all this time on the ship, do you still not understand? Only with Dr. Ron's existence can one truly reshape the world and help you realize your ambition to dominate the seas. The Whitebeard laughed heartily after taking a swig of wine, noticing the Golden Lion's reluctance. Just that guy? I don't need anyone else's help to achieve my dreams. The Golden Lion scoffed, dismissing Whitebeard's words with scorn, arrogance dripping from his tone. Who is he? I am the Golden Lion, a legendary pirate. Do I need a mere surgeon to assist me? However, before he could finish his sentence, a shadow loomed overhead, plunging the area into darkness as he instinctively looked up. A cold voice, devoid of any emotion, suddenly resonated behind him. Oh, is that so? It seems Mr. Golden Lion has quite the ambition. Of course. I am the Golden Lion, he began, but his expression froze abruptly as he turned, realizing Ron had silently approached him, having just finished treating the injured. At that moment, Ron's dark eyes twinkled with a subtle mirth as he regarded him. Monkey? The Golden Lion's eyes widened in shock, uttering in a daze. Go to hell with your monkey. Ron erupted, delivering a powerful punch to the Golden Lion's forehead, sending clouds of dust swirling as a massive crater formed beneath him. The Golden Lion's upper body embedded deep within it. Chapter 80, Zephyr's Appearance. In the latter half of the Grand Line, a legend has long been whispered. It is said that within these waters lie 3 lava lakes. Should these 3 lakes be destroyed, the interconnected terminals will activate the entire tectonic system, unleashing a wave of flames across the new world, leading to its utter destruction. Simultaneously, the pirates inhabiting these seas would face a catastrophic demise. These 3 lava lakes are referred to as the endpoints. Amidst the tumultuous sea, torrential rain fell in sheets, heavy droplets crashing into the water, sending forth waves. At this moment, several blue and white warships glided across the surface, surprisingly devoid of the emblem of naval justice. The Seagull with Scales. An elderly man stood solitary at the bow, rain cascading down his purple hair, trickling down his cheeks as he contemplated deeply. Pitter-patter. At that moment, a soft footfall approached from behind, followed by an umbrella appearing above the old man's head, shielding him from the falling rain. Teacher Zephyr, your clothes are soaked. You should return to the cabin. Ain, with her delicate hands holding the umbrella, spoke with concern. Hee, no need, I'm perfectly fine. Zephyr chuckled. Yet the creases on his face betrayed a hint of sorrow. He gazed up at the raindrops falling from the sky, murmuring, perhaps this is for the best. A sprinkle of rain might just make one feel more awake. Upon hearing this, Ain felt a pang of sympathy, her beautiful eyes reflecting Zephyr's somewhat weary figure. What on earth has become of this damned world? The lines between right and wrong have become blurred. Zephyr, such a kind-hearted man, has devoted the better part of his life to the justice of the Navy. What has he truly gained in return? Ain, do you regret following me? The rain continued to patter softly, the cacophony of splashing water rendering the world unusually tranquil. Suddenly, Zephyr's voice broke the silence, causing Ain to momentarily freeze. Her gaze quickly transformed into one of resolve. I do not regret it. I am willing to follow my teacher forever. Zephyr turned to look at this student who had been by his side since her teenage years, a bittersweet smile unconsciously forming in his eyes. No regrets? That's good to hear. Beneath the curtain of rain, the master and disciple stood in quietude until the rain gradually ceased. The sky beginning to clear, a testament to the unreasonable weather of this new world. Meanwhile, the silhouette of a small island slowly emerged on the horizon, coming into Zephyr's view. Teacher, we have arrived at endpoint. Ain exclaimed. Finally. Zephyr nodded, his eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses, reflecting an inscrutable expression. He then glanced down at the massive crushing machine affixed to his right hand and spoke slowly. Gather Bins and the others. Prepare for action. Understood. Ain replied without hesitation, setting her umbrella aside and striding with determination towards the ship's cabin while calling out, it's time to disembark, everyone. Instantly, the once quiet deck erupted into a lively buzz. Simultaneously, on the island, after a brief respite, Ron and his crew busily packed their belongings, preparing to set sail once more. As for Shiki, he remained unfazed, sitting by the extinguished campfire, leisurely roasting meat. Gulalala, seeing them brings back memories of our vibrant past. Whitebeard stood nearby, observing the energetic Ace and the others. A glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Indeed, this remark immediately garnered Rayleigh's enthusiastic agreement, his glasses reflecting light as he smiled and added, that said, Newgate, your sons possess extraordinary potential, especially Ace. In just a few days, he has become adept at using hockey. However, all of this is also thanks to Mr. Ron's guidance. Otherwise, these youngsters might have truly faltered in our hands. Listening to Rayleigh's words, Ron wore a subtle smile, his expression remarkably calm. He was acutely aware of Ace and the others' potential. Merely possessing a devil fruit allowed them to contend with the Navy's top-tier fighters, certainly no ordinary individuals. His goal was simply to redirect their missteps. It was foreseeable that their growth would rival that of these old veterans. As for where they would ultimately end up, that was beyond his influence. Mr. Ron, Dad, we can set sail? At that moment, Ace and the others called out from the ship. After a brief delay, they were ready and waiting for Ron and the crew to board. All right, it's time to go. I wonder how that rascal Kaido is faring. It's been a while since he last sought me out. Perhaps he's itching for a fight, Ron declared, striding purposefully toward the docked ship, his pace brisk. He could hardly contain his eagerness to reunite with that little fellow who once chased after him, calling him big brother while unabashedly harboring fervent ambitions. On the spot, Whitebeard and the others exchanged knowing glances and smiles before promptly boarding the ship. With everyone aboard, they were ready to set sail. Under Marco's enthusiastic commands, the jarring sound of chains echoed as the dropped anchor was slowly reeled in. Splashes of seawater erupted, creating a symphony of waves. Just then, several Navy ships, adorned with blue and white paint, emerged from the distant sea, cutting through the waves and capturing everyone's attention. The Navy? Rayleigh furrowed his brow. Not the Navy. At that moment, Ron stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, gazing out at the distant sea, his dark eyes reflecting the silhouettes of the warships. With a hint of a smile, he remarked, it seems our old friends have arrived. Old friends. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard and the others were taken aback, their expressions filled with surprise. Suddenly, invisible waves of energy erupted from their bodies, fanning out towards the distant sea. In the blink of an eye, several of them activated their observation hockey, covering a radius of 100 miles. Then, Whitebeard and the others displayed peculiar expressions. How could it be him? Nearby Akiji, upon sensing the Navy-like ships, promptly released his hockey to investigate, but simultaneously recognized the approaching figures. Teacher Zephyr? What is he doing here? Chapter 81 Endpoint. The truth behind the scenes. At this moment, Akiji's mind was filled with doubts. Ron's sudden appearance had prompted him to leave the Navy headquarters early, leaving him unaware of Akainu's subsequent actions. What he did not know was that shortly after his departure, Akainu had mobilized every resource to successfully capture Ron. Reorganizing the 7 warlords of the sea, he had invited notorious pirates Blackbeard Teach and Edward Weevil to join the ranks of the warlords as allies of the Navy. On the deck, everyone bore different expressions, their thoughts divergent. Under their watchful gazes, the distant fleet gradually approached the island, and in no time, the two parties were less than a kilometer apart. At that moment, they clearly saw the striking purple figures standing at the forefront of the opposing deck. "Teacher, it's Ron and his crew. What should we do?" Upon realizing that the ship opposite them belonged to Ron's crew, who had recently caused a stir across the seas, Ain's expression changed dramatically, her muscles tensing as she became unusually anxious. With a clang, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Beside her, Bins, resembling a noble ninja with a flamboyant hairstyle, swiftly drew his dagger, gripping it tightly while remaining on high alert. The atmosphere on the ship instantly grew tense. "Relax. Everything will be fine." Sensing his students' unease, Zephyr timely reassured them, his deep voice imbued with calm, which unknowingly eased their minds. Nevertheless, they still gripped their weapons tightly, assuming defensive stances. Observing this, Zephyr did not elaborate further but turned to the helmsman and instructed, "Approach them." Thus, under Zephyr's guidance, the fleet continued to advance across the turbulent sea, and in a flash, the two groups met in this remote maritime region. Instead of launching into battle immediately, as would be expected of adversaries, they found themselves in an unusually tense yet restrained atmosphere. Amid this peculiar tension, Ron suddenly burst into laughter. Standing at the forefront of his group, leaning against the ship's railing as he cheerfully called out, "Long time no see, Zephyr." It was precisely this seemingly simple action that heightened the vigilance of Ain and Bins, who instinctively stepped forward, weapons drawn, brandishing their blades in front of their teacher, Zephyr. "Don't be alarmed." Zephyr first reassured the two, then placed his hands on their shoulders, gently pushing them aside as he advanced. He and Ron stood on their respective ships, facing each other at an alarmingly close distance. "Teacher." Ain's beautiful eyes shimmered with deep concern. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she noticed Zephyr gesturing dismissively at her. In response, she pressed her lips tightly together, lowering her gaze to cease her attempts at persuasion, though her eyes flickered with an uncertain light. Simultaneously, after calming his students, Zephyr's gaze unwittingly fixed upon Ron's smiling visage across the divide, observing the youthful, yet almost surreal countenance of his adversary. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes. It had indeed been a long time. "I never expected you to remain as youthful as you were over 40 years ago. Still so full of mischief. I suspect the Navy headquarters is already on the verge of a headache because of you." "Huh, is that a compliment?" Ron chuckled in response, then raised his hand in invitation to Zephyr. "Let us treat it as such, shall we? How about joining me for a drink on board? But you know I'm not fond of alcohol. If we must drink, it will have to be with their company." "Never mind. I prefer not to drink with pirates." Zephyr declined, proposing instead to take his leave. He glanced at Ron and said, "I have matters to attend to. Should the opportunity arise, I will seek you out." Having said this, he turned and commanded, "Prepare the crew." At this pronouncement, Ain and Bins exchanged wary glances. After a brief, silent communication, they nodded instinctively, casting a cautious glance at Ron before leading the ship's crew down. Amidst the cacophony of splashes, the crew leaped from the vessel, wading through the water, undeterred by their dampened attire, each carrying an assortment of uniquely shaped instruments as they traversed past Ron's ship toward the sandy shores of the island. The once tranquil dock now teemed with a multitude of figures. As Zephyr observed his subordinates disembarking en masse, his gaze lingered on his mechanical arm, and then, without hesitation, he leapt into the water, stepping onto the shores of End Point. Indeed, the island where Ron and his crew had just anchored was one of the 3 endpoints. "Hey, Zephyr, have you ever pondered the truth behind End Point?" A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind him, causing Zephyr's expression to falter momentarily. Suddenly, as if struck by thunder, before he could react, Ain and the other students were overtaken by shock, swiftly drawing their firearms and turning to aim at Ron and his companions. "Stand down." Just as they prepared to pull the trigger, a thunderous roar echoed, jolting everyone back to reality. They looked up to see a towering figure. "Teacher Zephyr," they murmured, their mouths agape, instinctively wanting to speak, but witnessing their teacher suddenly move, slowly turning to reveal a face devoid of emotion. "Do you truly believe you are a match for these individuals?" He spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the group stared with wide eyes, stunned into silence, and they were compelled to accept the harsh reality, bowing their heads heavily. Zephyr was right. They had no hope of contending with Ron alone, let alone the formidable Whitebeard at his side. Ignoring the disheartened expressions of his students, Zephyr turned his gaze to Ron on the distant deck, letting out a sigh of resignation. You see through everything, don't you? You must already know why I am here, Ron. Of course. Ron nodded with a smile, observing Zephyr's helpless demeanor as if he were oblivious to the tension, and continued to press the matter further. I am fully aware of your intentions. The former admiral known for his mercy towards pirates now finds himself in a position where all his students have been ruthlessly slain by a single pirate, and yet, the Navy seeks to recruit that very pirate. Surely, the entire ocean is privy to this absurdity. However, do you genuinely believe that the legend of Endpoint is true? Or let me rephrase, if it were as simple as obliterating the entire New World, do you think the Navy would allow a former admiral to act with such impunity? My reputation, while significant, does not lead me to presume that a single life holds more value than the entirety of the New World. Before the attentive younger generation, a shocking and profound legend unfurled from Ron's lips, revealing the entirety of the truth. His voice was pure, yet in the stillness of the moment, it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Suddenly, the crowd stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Chapter 82. He once believed so firmly in justice, the fourth weapon, explosive rock. To destroy Endpoint? To annihilate the New World? A complex expression crossed Akiji's face. Teacher Zephyr, you. The former admiral who once refrained from slaughtering even pirates was now willing to harm the innocent to destroy the New World and eradicate its pirates. What has the Navy's concept of justice brought this elderly man? No need to elaborate, Ron. I have my own convictions, Zephyr declared stubbornly, waving his hand and disregarding Akiji aboard the ship. At this moment, he no longer wished to question the truth behind Akiji's presence on Ron's vessel. The Navy was rapidly transforming into a den of pirates, where the lines between man and ghost had become indistinguishable. With that, Zephyr turned once more, striding resolutely toward the island. Akiji remained in a daze, watching him depart. What are you waiting for? Suddenly, Ron's calm voice broke through Akiji's tumultuous thoughts. Mr. Ron. Akiji's eyes widened in confusion, as if he had yet to fully grasp the situation. Truly a naive soul. With such naivete, it's no wonder he is overshadowed by Akainu. Ron sighed before speaking again. If you don't pursue him now, it may be too late. Will you allow your teacher to walk down a path of no return? With a thunderous clarity, Akiji's eyes widened, a moment of realization dawning upon him. Thank you, Mr. Ron. His tone carried a deep sense of gratitude. The moment he concluded his words, Akiji propelled himself from the ship, racing after Zephyr's retreating figure. Watching Akiji rush off, Ron couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Why must they all be so troublesome? Nearby, Marco and the others exchanged bemused glances at Ron's words, perceiving the undertone that implied Akiji was being scolded like a child. Mr. Ron, can you truly be certain that Akiji will be able to persuade Zephyr to return? Rayleigh inquired, stepping forward, disregarding Marco's peculiar expression, curiosity evident in his voice. Absolutely. Otherwise, why would I send him? I'm counting on him to sway Zephyr to join us. Ron replied, turning to face the others with an air of confidence. Rayleigh. Whitebeard. Everyone. Emotions have compelled Akiji to act as a mediator. No wonder he is so benevolent. Meanwhile, as a tool of fate, Akiji, after a relentless chase, finally caught up with Zephyr. Fortunately, his delay was brief. Zephyr and his crew had merely arrived at the island's center and had yet to initiate their plans. Teacher, you cannot do this. Suddenly, in the center of the island, amidst an open space, Akiji's figure materialized, standing resolutely before Zephyr and his men, blocking their path. The unexpected turn of events rendered the group instantly alert, their gazes toward the former admiral tinged with wariness. Kazan, are you also going to stop me? Zephyr inquired, his brow furrowed with a hint of darkness in his tone. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two parties grew palpably tense. In response to the inquiry, a flicker of helplessness and anguish crossed Akiji's eyes as he bowed his head solemnly, uttering, I'm sorry, teacher. This apology echoed through the woods. Before long, the temperature around them plummeted sharply. Under the warm sunlight, the exposed rocks ceased to radiate heat. Ha ha ha, Kazan, have you grown? Let me see how far you've progressed over these years, and whether you possess the qualification to stop me. Zephyr laughed heartily, though a glimmer of anger flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, boom. The rocks shattered as Zephyr's form transformed into a fleeting shadow. He propelled himself forward, creating a deep crater in the ground with his footfalls. His speed was so extraordinary that it left one scarcely able to react. The only sensation was a blur before Akiji's eyes, and then Zephyr stood before him, his mechanical arm raised high, an explosion of steam erupting from its orifices, bestowing upon it an unparalleled might. The extreme velocity augmented the impact of the mechanical arm, generating a cacophony of sound that reverberated through the air, as thick waves of force rapidly expanded in Akiji's vision. Ice block, he roared, unleashing a magnificent phoenix formed of sparkling ice crystals to confront the incoming onslaught. In the next moment, ice shards flew in all directions, the intense air pressure carrying the fragments like a tempest, spreading fan-like across the battlefield. Surrounding trees bore the brunt of this clash. In an instant, debris filled the air, countless trees were shattered, and amidst this unparalleled collision, everything appeared to be as insignificant as dust. At this moment, the battle between the two was only just beginning. Standing at the very eye of the storm, both warriors exerted force beneath their feet and threw punches. Bang, bang, bang. A fierce clash ensued. Bullets rained down, ice shards scattered, and within mere seconds, the landscape transformed into a desolate wasteland. The uneven ground was coated with frost, littered with countless hot shell casings. Damn it, what is he trying to do? Taking refuge behind a massive rock, Binz felt exasperated as he watched the two combatants, now mere shadows, engage in relentless conflict, powerless to intervene. While Binz focused solely on the immediate chaos, Aine, beside him, displayed a far more nuanced concern. Her delicate features were etched with worry as she gazed at her teacher, who was being forced into battle. She murmured softly, "Teacher, please take care of yourself. Please don't let your asthma act up at this moment." Zephyr suffers from asthma. This affliction was known to the upper echelons, yet this elder, who had devoted his life to the Navy despite his ailments, now found himself consumed by extreme radicalism. He sought to obliterate everything, to eradicate any source of evil, even if it meant bearing the heavy burden of infamy. He remained undeterred. Annihilation, annihilation. All that is required is to destroy every pirate in the New World, Zephyr muttered fervently, each blow he delivered exceeding the limits of his frail body. His gaze was fixed intently on Akiji, as if this were his final conviction. Gradually, Zephyr's breathing grew labored. His sharp gasp stirred concern among those present. His brow knitted tightly, as each strike seemed to inflict immense pain upon his weary form. "Teacher, please stop. This path will lead to no resolution. It will only cause more innocents to suffer," Akiji urged desperately. Zephyr offered no reply, responding instead with a fierce punch. Bang! Akiji managed to block it, but was forced to stagger back, continuing, "Have you truly cast aside all notions of justice? The very same person who hesitated to slay pirates now seeks to massacre civilians?" Zephyr remained silent. Yet, from his trembling frame and bloodshot eyes, it was evident that his heart was now consumed by rage. "Shut up," he bellowed in fury. The mechanical arm he wielded detached, revealing the glass conduits ensconced within, shaking ominously with a crimson, mysterious liquid bubbling within. An ominous, pulsating object swam within. Explosive rock? Akiji's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 83. Dare to challenge Vice Captain Ron. I will obliterate you. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar engulfed the sky. Blinding flames surged forth, accompanied by a tangible pressure that fanned outward, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. Meteor punch. Great Buddha shockwave. 8 sun jewel. Meteor volcano. The complex techniques erupted, dazzling the heavens with their brilliant luminescence as Kaido unleashed his wrath, muscles rippling with unprecedented power in retaliation. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A thunderous roar resounded as he transformed into a half-dragon form, his arms swelling with muscle as he hoisted his spiked club high, cloaked in a thick, menacing layer of haki. As he spun midair, the formidable club was infused with tremendous force. Just as he completed his charge, the opposing assault arrived in perfect timing. The clash of their attacks was fierce. In the next moment, the earth trembled. Under the combined might of 4 top Navy forces, Kaido's club, forged from the world's hardest sea prism stone, shattered with a resounding crack. Cracks spread across the surface, and within Kaido's wide, astonished eyes, fissures rapidly covered the club, culminating in a deafening explosion as it disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, like merciless bullets piercing through the air, scattering in every direction. Kaido grasped the remnants of his shattered weapon, but before he could make his next move, the Navy's devastating counterstrike descended upon him without restraint. In that moment, the sky dimmed ominously. The sun appeared to lose its color entirely, as white clouds were swiftly dispersed, and the azure sky ignited into a fiery red. The scene was utterly chilling. Boom. It was as if tons of explosives erupted in place, flames soaring skyward as the sea was violently upheaved, creating towering waves. In this spectacular tableau, Kaido was sent hurtling backward like a tattered sack, soaring thousands of meters before crashing into the water, which erupted into a tumultuous frenzy. The battle had ceased. Akainu stood upon the island, surveying the chaotic scene surrounding him, his expression a stormy shade of indigo. Their negligence had wrought grave losses upon the entire navy. The majority of warships lay in ruins, and the casualties among mid-ranking officers were incalculable. The surface of the sea was strewn with the severed remnants of naval vessels, and countless sailors, their faces etched with terror, clung to splintered planks, half submerged in the water. Their gazes devoid of hope. "Quick, save them! Where's the medical team? Damn it, he is fading fast." The chilling cries of the navy echoed across the waters near the island, and Akainu's countenance darkened further. Standing beside him, Sengoku observed the harrowing scene with a heart heavy with anguish. He turned away, intending to speak, but upon witnessing Akainu's grim demeanor, he sighed deeply, his expression betraying a struggle to find words. To perish before achieving victory. Just one Kaido has caused them such turmoil. How will they contend with the impending threat of law? Is annihilation the only fate for the navy? Regrettably, he was no longer the fleet admiral, lacking the authority to judge Akainu's actions. Burdened by complex emotions, Sengoku turned to depart, intent on assessing the losses, to determine how many lives had been extinguished in this unforeseen conflict. Left behind was Akainu, his body dripping with molten magma, each drop sizzling against the ground, vaporizing the sand beneath him. The intense heat contorted the air around him, radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as two figures appeared in the distant sky, Kizaru and Garp, who had just returned from capturing the severely injured Kaido. They moved with the grace of moonwalkers, one of them hastily carrying Kaido, tightly bound in sea stone chains, racing towards the shore in mere moments. Upon reaching the beach, Garp unceremoniously tossed Kaido onto the sand before turning away in silence. Kizaru, with a relieved expression, remarked, well, the strongest creature of the sea, and yet still intact. Had Garp and I not arrived in time, you might have escaped. Oof, I would never run. If you dare to target Captain Law, do not blame me for being unmerciful, Kaido retorted defiantly, unyielding. Indeed, he had never feared anyone in his life, save for the time he was bested by Captain Law. Witnessing Kaido's audacity, Akainu's expression grew increasingly dark. Take him to the island, where I shall personally oversee his confinement. He forced himself to suppress the urge to obliterate his adversary, gritting his teeth as he barked at his subordinate. Yes, sir. You lot, follow me. The subordinate, visibly anxious, quickly complied, rallying several hundred unaffected Navy soldiers to carry Kaido towards the island's center. There, they would utilize a large pit created from the previous battle, filling it with seawater and employing sea stone chains to create a natural prison. Given Kaido's formidable nature and the necessity of preserving his life for future confrontations, Akainu believed this to be the best course of action. As for how to deal with Kaido thereafter, Akainu fancied he had a plan superior to Sengoku's. Impelled down, that place is no longer safe. Kizaru, observing the retreating soldiers bearing Kaido, turned his attention to Akainu, seemingly probing for insight into his next moves. The plan remains unchanged. Law must be captured. Akainu's eyes twitched with fervor, his resolve unwavering, as he ground his teeth in frustration. Kizaru's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Is that so? The palpable despondency radiating from Akainu only served to stoke the flames of his anger, nearly boiling over. Chapter 84. The Filth Hidden Within the World Government. Secrets of the Five Elders Unveiled. Bring. Within the World Government building, the shrill sound of a din mushy echoed through a room, prompting the golden-haired elder to approach and press the answer button. The next moment, Akainu's familiar voice emerged from the receiver. Elders, I require assistance. Assistance? The room fell into an uneasy silence. The elder glanced back, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes, while the other four elders trembled slightly, their depths revealing a spark of fervor. The forbidden zone of human life. Could they finally have cornered Law? They had been tirelessly pursuing Law's whereabouts. Yet every dispatched individual had vanished without a trace, failing to return with any coherent intelligence. It seemed that diligence had finally borne fruit. With a hand resting on a cane, the eldest of the elders, adorned with a felt hat, hurriedly approached the golden-haired elder, his frail form betraying his urgency. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he took the din mushy from the elder's hand and inquired, Have you indeed found Law? His voice quivered, tinged with palpable anxiety. Upon uttering this, the room fell into a brief stillness, a prolonged wait ensued. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After what felt like an eternity, Akainu's voice emerged, low and somber. Not yet. Law has not appeared. We were ambushed by Kaido, and the casualties among mid-ranking officers were excessive. I had no choice but to inquire when support from the world government would arrive. The news was far more disheartening than the elders had anticipated, plunging the room into silence. The atmosphere grew tense, palpable as the elder in the felt hat felt his veins pulse with frustration, his hands tightening around the cane, which creaked under the strain. Useless. All of you in the Navy are worthless. Is this the extent of your plan? Did you not assure us that you could persuade Kaido to ally with us, Sakazuki? The golden-haired elder exploded, his voice resonating with fury throughout the chamber. The line fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, Akainu's slightly hoarse voice broke through. This was a miscalculation. I assure you, next time, law shall not succeed. You assure us? Huh. What can you guarantee? Sakazuki, are you jesting? Do not forget who elevated you to the position of Fleet Admiral. We can just as easily unseat you tomorrow. Do you believe that? Amidst the resolute tone of Akainu, the golden-haired elder erupted in laughter tinged with rage, preparing to lambast him further. Enough. Suddenly, a low voice interrupted, and the golden-haired elder star fell silent, turning to see the somber expression of the hat-wearing elder star, resembling a weary old dog on the verge of death, ready to lash out at any moment. Instantly, the golden-haired elder star shivered, instinctively retreating a step, too intimidated to utter another word. After dismissing the golden-haired elder star, the hat-wearing elder star slowly turned his head, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipating, replaced by an air of aloof indifference and a blatant disregard for life. He began to speak, his tone akin to that of one bestowing a charity. I will provide you with support, but no more than 3 days. However, Sakazuki, I hope you understand that this is both your first and last chance. The world government has no tolerance for the inept, and the sea is not lacking in strength. This is a truth I trust you comprehend. With that, the hat-wearing elder star abruptly hung up the phone, denying Akainu the opportunity to respond. The promises of the weak are as worthless as straw, and he preferred to witness results instead. After concluding his words, he slowly turned his gaze, sweeping over the remaining elder stars present before once again fixing his attention on the golden-haired elder star. The latter's eyes flickered, his lips quivering as if he wished to protest, but upon meeting the former's emotionless gaze, countless words dissolved into silence, swallowed back. The atmosphere grew suddenly oppressive. Nita K. I hope you remember that some words should never be carelessly uttered. Even a dog deserves a modicum of respect. Only then, when you forsake it, will you avoid trouble. Do you understand? The hat-wearing elder star pronounced coldly. I understand. The golden-haired elder star replied, his head bowed in shame, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Good. The hat-wearing elder star's expression softened slightly, nodding involuntarily. It is best you remember this. Without these contemptible lives, how could we stand here in nobility? Gazing down upon the vast sea, with a soft patter, the hat-wearing elder star began to depart, his hands clasped behind him like an unremarkable old man. But as he approached the exquisite mahogany door, he suddenly halted. In future endeavors, think more critically. When you cut the grass, ensure the roots are severed. This time, I will overlook it. But should anyone again create a situation that necessitates the world government to clean up their mess, they will find themselves reporting to Alabasta, playing in the sand with that lot. With a creak, the grand door swung open from the outside. After delivering his words, the hat-wearing elder star did not linger, but strode out of the room, vanishing from sight. Inside, the 4 remaining figures, including the golden-haired elder star, exchanged glances after hearing the hat-wearing elder star's remarks. Enough, I too must take my leave, exclaimed the elder star, cradling his sword, suddenly rising to exit. As he passed the golden-haired elder star, his expression morphed into one of mockery. What a disgrace, Nita K. You allowed even a child to escape. In an instant, the golden-haired elder star's face turned ashen, while the sword-bearing elder star, seemingly oblivious, laughed heartily as he exited the room. At that moment, the other 2 also began to depart, their demeanor unruffled, patting the golden-haired elder star on the shoulder before continuing on their way. Such youth, one quipped. Indeed, even the actions of those inept ones surpass yours. The elder stars bantered as they left, leaving the golden-haired elder star alone in the room. His body trembled violently, fists clenched tightly, his visage contorted in rage, exuding an aura of maddening fury. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he raged. That cursed Ron, that bastard. Why won't you just die? Why? You, the wretched rat, deserving only to languish in the gutter. What right have you to exist in this world? Why do you persist in living, making me look so foolish? The Elder Star erupted completely. He howled in despair, a terrifying aura of haki surging from his body, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. In less than a second, the entire room transformed into a wasteland. Various precious documents and rare antique vases scattered about were obliterated, and even the floor, crafted from the divine wood atom, suddenly bore countless glaring scratches. Chapter 85. Admiral Zifa, 10,001 Night. Meanwhile, on the desolate Endpoint Island, strewn with peculiar stones, the remaining trees had all been destroyed in the recent battle. Thud, thud. The Inyo Navy members, who had accompanied Zifa to the island, felt their hearts racing, their eyes fixated on the desolate center of the island. Hey, is it possible that Teacher Zifa intends to detonate the explosive rock like this? Benz's voice quivered, filled with trepidation. At the scene, Zifa and Akiji stood facing each other. The glass tube containing the explosive rock emanating an ominously bright red glow, instilling fear in all present. The explosive rock, crafted by the most formidable scientist Vegapunk, who had surpassed human intellect by 5 centuries, was stored due to its extreme instability. It was also renowned for possessing power comparable to that of ancient weapons, thus being dubbed the 4th ancient weapon. Thick frost blanketed the island, maintaining an extremely low temperature that left everyone present feeling chilled to the bone. Crack. Just then, an abrupt sound of footsteps echoed across the island, capturing everyone's attention. Is there not a way to discuss matters amicably? Must we always resort to violence, damaging the flora and fauna? With a sigh, Ron's figure emerged from the distance, followed closely by Whitebeard and others, who nonchalantly traversed the crowd to the center of the clearing, completely disregarding the explosive rock in Zifa's grasp. Instantly, Zifa's brows furrowed, his mechanical arm tightening its grip on the glass tube, a barely noticeable crack appearing on its surface. Mr. Ron, what brings you here? Akiji's face registered surprise. If I don't come, this island would be left to your antics. Ron retorted. You, of all people, should be here to honor your teacher's legacy. Yet you seem intent on sending him off prematurely. Your incompetence in handling matters is one thing, but your inability to even speak properly is another. Beyond your ice fruit, you are utterly worthless. No wonder you cannot rise to the rank of admiral. Even that rabid dog Akainu can bark better than you. My apologies, Mr. Ron. Akiji's face flushed in embarrassment as he turned aside, conceding space for Ron, too sheepish to speak further. Ron strode forward. Stop, Ron. Do not approach any closer. My hands may falter, and if I accidentally shatter this, we will all be done for. Zifa warned, stepping back, his demeanor wary. This fellow is unlike the rest. He is filled with schemes and treachery, a true menace. As he spoke, the cracks on the glass tube multiplied. Come now, Zifa, is it really necessary? After all these years, have you grown so timid? Have you forgotten the joyous times we shared in the tavern, flirting with the ladies? Ron remarked disdainfully. Bastard, how dare you speak so? Zifa's expression darkened in an instant. Initially, he had set out to confront Ron, but somehow, amidst the bickering, they ended up at a tavern. To add insult to injury, this rascal had sold him out. Indeed, he had been sold, and it was his first time. So what if you were sold to a female pirate? Besides, you seem to enjoy it quite a bit. Let us not forget, earning 100,000 berries in one night was quite a bargain. Ron waved his hand, signaling Zifa to refrain from being so petty. Reflecting on this, Ron considered it the most successful transaction of his life. Not only had he helped Zifa fulfill his physiological needs, but he could also use the money earned to seek out several gentle older sisters. Truly a win-win situation. This seemingly simple exchange revealed a wealth of information, leaving the audience in utter astonishment. Nanny? Was it truly that explosive? Binza's eyes glazed over, while Ayn, blushing fiercely, covered her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers. Who could have imagined that Teacher Zifa had such intriguing experiences? Meanwhile, on the other side, Whitebeard and his crew were equally taken aback by such sensational gossip. Gururara, earning 100,000 per encounter, the esteemed Marine Admiral was indeed quite valuable. Whitebeard couldn't help but burst into laughter, having come to assist without expecting such unexpected gains. Indeed, this was quintessentially in line with Mr. Ron's style. It was precisely something he would do. Rayleigh nodded in amusement, unable to contain his laughter. How interesting, exceedingly interesting. From this day forth, Captain Ron, I shall fully endorse you. Ha ha. Upon hearing this news, the Golden Lion was completely awestruck. It turned out there were men more daring than himself in this world. Akiji, unable to bear the sight, turned away, feeling embarrassed to look at Teacher Zifa's face. Laughter filled the air instantaneously. Ron, you scoundrel. Zifa exploded in fury. The embarrassment of the moment ignited a roar that echoed across the island. Yet, In the next instant, a sharp crack resounded. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. Everyone's expressions turned blank, and Zifa, equally stunned, lowered his gaze to see the glass tube in his palm shattered, revealing a pulsating, crimson mass that resembled a human heart. A wave of sheer terror surged forth at an alarming speed. It's broken, it's shattered. Zifa's eyes widened in horror. What the hell? Zifa, you better let go now. Ron shouted urgently, his anxiety palpable. It was crucial to note that they were situated atop a volcanic fault line. If the explosive rock detonated, the consequences for everyone present, let alone the younger generation like Ace, would be catastrophic. To be acknowledged as the fourth weapon and to rely on Zifa to obliterate the new world was no trivial matter. With a scream, Ron sprang into action, vanishing from his spot and reappearing just in time to seize the explosive rock from Zifa's grasp. In rapid succession, he flickered through the air, disappearing and reappearing in a matter of seconds, covering nearly 1,000 meters with each move. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, he had already positioned himself 100,000 meters away from End Island. Without hesitation, Ron cast the explosive rock away. As he vanished once more, it became apparent that the discarded explosive rock was plummeting towards the ocean below in a state of free fall. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Just as the explosive rock was about to breach the ocean's surface, it expanded violently, enveloped in a resplendent red glow. Then, with a thunderous boom, a wave of invisible energy swept across the heavens and the earth. Chapter 86. The prosperity you desire, I can grant you. The waves crashed violently as the shock wave generated by the explosion formed a colossal ring, radiating outward across the seas. Amidst the fiery eruption, a vast chasm opened at the ocean floor, unfathomably deep. A fiery mushroom cloud ascended, linking heaven and earth. Boom. The air trembled violently. Even from dozens of nautical miles away, the shockwave relentlessly battered End Island, turning rocks to dust in an instant. This is bad. On the island, Vince's pupils constricted as he swiftly activated his devil fruit powers. Countless vines, as thick as a man's arm, surged from the ground, forming a colossal protective barrier around him and Ain. As the shockwave approached, the barrier crackled ominously. The vine shield, comparable to steel, was shattered into fragments, layer by layer. Hold it back. Binz gritted his teeth and roared, his powers being pushed to the limit as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ice Shield. Akiji's expression turned serious as he stomped the ground, a striking blue ice wall rising to form a solid barrier, keeping the danger at bay. Gururara, my sons, stand fast. Whitebeard's booming laughter resonated as he positioned himself in front of Ace and the others, swinging his fist with immense force, creating a terrifying wave of energy that collided with the residual shockwaves of the explosion. The resulting sound was deafening. The island trembled as clouds of smoke billowed upward, engulfing all of End Island. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, a figure appeared, staggering and nearly falling to the ground. Mr. Ron, Ace exclaimed in shock. Before he could finish, Rayleigh had vanished and reappeared beside Ron, steadying him with a concerned frown. Mr. Ron, are you all right? From Rayleigh's perspective, Ron appeared ragged, his clothes torn, and blood trickling from his mouth, an unfamiliar sight of vulnerability. I'm fine. Ron wiped the blood from his lips, dismissing Rayleigh's concern with a wave of his hand. Just then, Ace and Marco rushed over in a flurry. Mr. Ron, are you all right? You're badly injured. Let Marco help you. Yes, if necessary, we can share our life force to heal you. Their expressions brimmed with concern, and even the rugged Jozu stripped off his shirt, offering himself as a vessel for energy transfer. Ron stared at them, exasperated. All right. Am I the doctor, or are you? Do I not know my own body as condition? And Jozu, put your shirt back on. When did I ever require you to strip? You buffoon, making me look like a pervert. After his scolding, Ace and the others looked sheepish, and Jozu awkwardly donned his shirt again. They stood to the side, quiet and compliant. Observing this scene, Ron felt a mix of helplessness and warmth swell within him. A wave of emotion washed over Ron, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Zephyr in the distance, who appeared abashed and at a loss for words. Hey, Zephyr, are you really planning to send your entire Enio Navy to the heavens? Ron remarked, pushing aside Ace and the others beside him to focus on Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's eyes met those of his disheveled subordinates, along with the nearly exhausted Binz and Ain. His lips parted slightly, then closed again, filled with a profound sense of regret and relief. If it hadn't been for Ron, he feared none of his students would have survived. Bowing his head, he was at a loss for words when, suddenly, he felt a heavy pat on his shoulder. Looking up, he was met with Ron's earnest gaze, eyes dark yet radiating a unique aura that was both compelling and imbued with unwavering confidence. Zephyr paused, momentarily taken aback. I don't wish to say much. You witnessed the explosion. The power of the explosive rock is indeed formidable. However, we are still far from annihilating the new world. Must we continue to persevere? At that moment, confusion clouded his eyes, as if all his previous resolve had dissipated in an instant. The pillars of his convictions crumbled, and his once robust frame seemed to shrink. Observing the sudden aging of Zephyr, Ron sighed softly. In truth, their relationship had never been one of absolute enmity. They had mutual respect, a bond of both rivalry and camaraderie. This was precisely why Ron had entrusted Zephyr with the teachings of the Navy's 6 powers, allowing them to proliferate within the ranks of the Navy. Admittedly, it was a form of compensation for the former, yet it also indicated that their relationship was quite amicable. For someone as exceptional as Zephyr, Ron might not have witnessed the entirety of his tragic life, but he had certainly been a silent witness to the Admiral's sorrows. Join us. I can offer you the prosperous world you desire, Ron declared earnestly. Chapter 87. I, Zephyr, lead astray the youth. In the wake of calamity, the desolation on Endpoint Island grew increasingly stark. Zephyr, garbed in tattered clothing, wore a pair of sunglasses with one shattered lens. His expression bore a hint of confusion, as if Ron's words had left him bewildered. Indeed, Ron affirmed with a smile, a pristine world, where everyone harbors righteousness and aspires to peace. Zephyr's pupils widened, as if he were seeing the young man before him for the first time. He scrutinized Ron from head to toe, a flicker of incredulity and disbelief crossing his features. The justice he had upheld throughout his life seemed insignificant when confronted with the might of power and capital. Here stood Ron, a pirate, brazenly proclaiming he could forge a utopia of dreams. Was this not a jest? In his eyes, the sea was already beyond salvation, rife with filth. And even the advocates of justice, the Navy, had become mere lapdogs to others. Where, then, was justice in this world? What audacity did Ron possess to assert he could create a peaceful and prosperous era? A self-deprecating smile flitted across Zephyr's face. Do not jest, Ron. I assure you, I shall abandon any delusions of obsession or perversion. From this day forth, I will disband the Neo Navy, find a quiet place to retire, and no longer involve myself in the affairs of the sea. With that, Zephyr turned, his gaze sweeping over the dirt-streaked faces of the Neo Navy, their youthful and even somewhat naive countenances filling him with a deep sense of remorse. Ultimately, it was these dear students he felt he had wronged the most. I hereby declare the Neo Navy disbanded. You may return to the Navy or pursue your own aspirations. No longer shall you accompany me to your demise, engaging in actions devoid of meaning. Suppressing his bitterness, Zephyr's hoarse voice echoed across the island. A somber atmosphere enveloped the gathering. No, Zephyr-sensei, you cannot abandon us. Aine exclaimed urgently, rushing forward, her eyes glistening red as she looked up at her teacher, tears brimming at the corners. Silence hung in the air. Behind her, the remaining members of the Neo Navy stood resolutely, their expressions grave and unwavering, dust and blood marking their faces, yet their determination shone through. The air was thick with melancholy. Hey, you lot, that's enough. An incongruous voice broke the heavy silence. The crowd turned to find Ron stepping forward, feeling the weight of Aine's pleading gaze and the steadfast resolve of the others. He couldn't help but twitch his lips in bemusement. Had they misunderstood something? He merely sought to recruit Zephyr, yet it seemed they were delving into matters of life and death. Enough, Ron. I know your intentions are good. I promise I will no longer act impulsively and will simply enjoy my remaining days, Zephyr earnestly vowed. Ugh, Ron nearly sputtered in exasperation. Who in the world is doing this for your sake? I spent so much time and effort, and you almost caused an explosion to land on my head. And you've concocted an entire dramatic scene in your mind? Get lost. Ron erupted, leaving Zephyr utterly bewildered. Who asked for your assurances? Disbanding the Neo Navy. What about those who have followed you all this time? I simply wanted you to join and see for yourself if what I said was true. Do you understand? Ron's voice suddenly boomed. Zephyr, looking somewhat dazed, observed the strikingly handsome man before him lose composure, his cheeks gradually flushing. Ah, I see. He hesitantly replied. So what do you propose? To join? Isn't that straightforward? Honestly, you're a teacher to others, yet this feels like leading them astray. Now, hurry and pack up. I still intend to head to Wano for a fight. After their brief exchange, Zephyr, once again persuaded by Ron, along with his students, boarded the ship as they set sail towards Wano. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days elapsed. The stationed Akainu near Wano finally received support from the world government on the 3rd day, an army of 1,000, formed by the latest generation of pacifists, along with members of CP0 responsible for intelligence. Bored out of my mind, Captain Teach. Are we really just supposed to sit here obediently? Blackbeard's crew gathered in a tent, with the lazy security officer Lafitte complaining. Be patient. As long as the Navy handles Ron, we shall be free. Blackbeard replied, his gaze drawn back from outside the tent. Reflecting on his thoughts, the might of the Navy and the world government is undeniably formidable. They are capable of deploying such advanced humanoid weaponry. In the distance, a squad of pacifists, resembling great bears, ambled past the tents of Blackbeard and his crew. Their presence was unassuming, yet it instilled an inexplicable sense of unease within Blackbeard. This was an inconceivable scenario in the past. Evidently, these pacifists were strikingly different from those he had encountered previously. Mullah chuckled, I find this place quite delightful. I truly wish to linger here indefinitely. The hunter of the crescent moon, Catherine, licked her lips, revealing a repulsive grin as her gaze remained fixated on a young Marine stationed not far away. Instantly, her words elicited disdainful glances from her companions. What a wretched woman. Is she a dog in heat, that she must behave so regardless of her surroundings? They mused inwardly. At that moment, a sudden and urgent alarm pierced the air, causing the expressions of Blackbeard and his crew to shift to one of grave seriousness as they rushed out of their tents. From afar, they could see Marines gathering across the island, their faces taut with tension, as if anticipating an imminent threat. What is happening? Could it be that Ron has arrived? Lafitte inquired, involuntarily glancing aside, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, it is him. Blackbeard Teach nodded gravely, his eyes reflecting deep concern. Chapter 88. A major event, an extravagant lineup. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the island, Ron sighed deeply on the deck, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the exhausted Marines sprawled on the ground before him. Kaido has been captured. The world government has mobilized extensive support, and the Navy's depleted forces are being replenished. One unexpected piece of news after another flowed from the Marines' lips. Mr. Ron, perhaps we should consider retreating for now. The Navy is certainly preparing for us. Marco expressed his apprehension. Indeed, moreover, your injuries have yet to heal. Ace concurred, his eyes filled with worry. The implication of Kaido's capture signified that they would have to confront the Navy head-on, and through Ron and several other prominent figures. They had come to understand that the world government was far more complex than it appeared. Even the five elders possessed considerable strength, and there seemed to exist an even more enigmatic figure beyond them. They were at risk of total annihilation at any given moment. No, that simply cannot be. If even that Kaido has the audacity to challenge alone, we cannot be outdone by him. Ron turned to Newgate and Rayleigh, a gentle smile gracing his face, his words exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. Exchanging glances, Whitebeard and the others couldn't help but allow their lips to curl upwards. Gulalala, merely a Camelot child. And he dares to flaunt his insignificant achievements before me. It seems the time has come for me to teach him a lesson. Whitebeard's laughter resonated with delight. The Navy is but a fleeting concern. Throughout my life, I have battled them relentlessly. Mr. Ron, simply give your orders. Rayleigh remarked with a light-hearted tone, his demeanor calm. Ha ha ha, shall we create a ruckus, First Mate Ron? I find your ambition increasingly admirable. It appears we are of the same ilk, both unforgotten in our dreams. The Golden Lion's laughter was wild and genuine, for it was this version of Ron that inspired loyalty in men like him. The deck echoed with mirth. Observing the fervor upon the faces of their father and the legendary figures, Ace and Marco exchanged knowing glances, sighing softly before breaking into smiles. Father and the others truly are incorrigible. Noticing the lack of dissent among his comrades, Ron's smile deepened. Since everyone is in agreement, should we, as gentlemen, not extend a greeting to Akainu before the battle commences? He jested, fixing his gaze on the solitary Marine upon the deck. Approaching with an imposing demeanor, he said, Hey, kid, you just reported to Akainu, right? Let me borrow your den mushi. On the deck, the Marine, overwhelmed by Ron's smile and the simultaneous pressure from several legendary pirates, trembled violently, his clothes soaked in cold sweat. Aye. His lips turned pale, quivering as if to speak. Never mind, I'll handle it myself. Ron, bemused, forcibly seized the den mushi from the Marine's grasp and dialed. Burubaru. The clamorous sound of the den mushi echoed across the deck, and before long, it was answered. Moshi, this is Akainu. What is it? Came Akainu's voice. Laced with confusion, he wondered why he was being called again after a prior report had already been made, and he had instructed them to return promptly. But in the next instant, hello, long time no see, Akainu. How's your injury? I hear you're preparing to strike against me once more. At that moment, within the island's encampment, Akainu suddenly recognized Ron's infuriatingly familiar voice. Ron. His forehead bulged with veins. A viscous stream of magma erupted from his palm, accompanied by intense heat. With a sizzling sound, the den mushi succumbed to the high temperature, instantly turning into dried meat, before disintegrating into a wisp of ash in his hand, severing the line of communication. All hands, prepare for battle. The furious roar of Akainu echoed through the skies above the island, resonating far and wide. Simultaneously, silence enveloped the deck. Ron stared at the now disconnected den mushi, momentarily dumbfounded. Was he truly that infuriating? Beside him, Whitebeard and the others erupted into laughter. Gulalala. Dr. Ron, your plan has fallen through. The fleet admiral is currently disinclined to converse with you. Whitebeard laughed until tears streamed down his face. In the time spent with Ron, he had laughed more than he had in the past year. Akainu must be so enraged that he probably smashed the den mushi, hence the sudden disconnection. Really speculated. Unable to contain his amusement, observing the joyous expressions of those around him, Ron felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and after a moment, he self-deprecatingly tossed the den mushi into the arms of the stunned Marine, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. It's evident he was promoted through backdoor dealings. His temperament is nothing like that of a fleet admiral, and he pales in comparison to that fellow named Sengoku. The others remained noncommittal. The decay within the Navy was no secret, and they were all the more entertained by the sight of their Dr. Ron facing adversity. Having resumed their course, the vessel sliced through the waves, heading towards Wano. As time passed, they began to discern countless Navy warships hovering around a solitary island in the distance. Behind these vessels, a regiment of colossal figures, remarkably uniform in design, stood in formation, with several individuals dressed in pristine white suits and adorned with exquisite gem-encrusted masks, presiding over them. These were reinforcements from the world government, the pacifists and CP0. At the forefront of this gathering, the familiar crimson suit of Akainu stood out conspicuously, his grim visage striking terror. Surrounding him were several other figures, including the languid Admiral Kazuru, the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the renowned Marine hero Garp. The assembly was unprecedentedly opulent, akin to a grand feast. It appeared that matters had escalated significantly. The Navy's actions this time were far from trivial. On board, Ron could not help but express his astonishment as he took in the island's scenery. Chapter 89. The Alliance of Whitebeard and Gold Lion. The sea is upended. It seemed that the Navy's operation was indeed substantial. Ron's voice echoed across the deck. When comparing the overt strengths of both sides, it seemed Ron's faction held the upper hand, as this vessel harbored nearly half of the legendary pirates upon the seas. However, upon closer inspection, the sudden emergence of CP0 bore a formidable aura, particularly the meticulously arranged throng of pacifists, distinctly dissimilar to those that had appeared previously at Marineford. The disparity in strength between the two factions remained ambiguous. Mr. Ron, are we destined to win this time? Ace, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was the first to voice his excitement, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Navy's current lineup was evidently less glamorous than the last. Merely a few extra pacifists were present. They could easily manage them, especially considering the relentless training they had endured recently. The remaining younger crew members displayed expressions of relief, initially anticipating the arrival of formidable adversaries, yet now they wondered, is this all? With one less admiral present, who had defected to their side, what reason could they possibly have for defeat? Gulalala, little Ace, don't rejoice too soon. Those individuals clad in white are no trifling matter, at the very least. You should exercise caution. Whitebeard chuckled, cautioning his sons, who were often impulsive, not to hinder Ron at this critical juncture. Whitebeard's tone was nonchalant. Yet those present dared not take it lightly, their hearts tinged with a newfound vigilance, as Ace focused intently on the CP0 across from them. If even their father spoke of the dangers posed by these individuals, their strength must indeed be formidable. Stop standing around like fools. The battle is about to commence. Just as everyone mentally registered Whitebeard's words, Ron's voice suddenly rang out on the deck, startling them back to attention. Unbeknownst to them, they were now less than 2 kilometers from their adversaries. 2 kilometers, merely 2,000 meters. For ordinary individuals, it might seem a considerable distance, yet for those present, including the few on the opposite side, such distance was trivial, capable of obliterating cities with a mere flick of their wrists. Boom. Without any forewarning, Akainu on the opposite shore made the first move. The magma within him writhed, transforming into a small, mobile volcano as he unleashed a ferocious punch. The searing lava propelled by volcanic force soaring through the air, hurtling down toward Ron's ship. Like a crimson meteor, it streaked across the sky, trailing a long tail of destruction, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The heavens were stained red. How impolite to strike first. Ron, standing at the forefront, wore a faint smile, his expression unfazed despite the ominous glow of the lava illuminating his handsome features. Is it this move again? Gulalala, just a candle-lighting brat. Even as fleet admiral, he could only light candles. Let me handle this. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard countered with a devastating punch. In the next moment, the space fractured, dense and distinct fissures spreading across the ship, drawing the attention of all aboard with the sheer force of his strike. Ha ha ha, Newgate. Are you planning to obliterate the Navy's stronghold? Gold Lion couldn't help but laugh heartily from the sidelines. Crackle, crackle. The fissures intensified. The meteor shower of lava in the sky suddenly extinguished, and boundless energy surged forth from the cracks. In the face of the grim expressions of Akainu and his companions, the sea was instantaneously overturned, towering waves surging forth, crashing down upon the opposition like a torrential flood. The sky darkened ominously. With a strike that signified the pinnacle of power, on the deck, Ace and the others were filled with exhilaration. Since the battle has begun, why not escalate the chaos further? Shiki, what are you waiting for? At that moment, they heard Ron's light chuckle. Is this not sufficient? Shall we not create even greater havoc? The crew's expressions turned blank. They then beheld Gold Lion, his mouth stretched into a wicked grin, exposing his menacing teeth. Precisely what I was thinking, Captain Ron. Ha ha. With that, the legendary pirate lightly pressed down with his foot, soaring into the air like a bird, leaping hundreds of feet. He gracefully landed atop the crest of the towering waves. Lion's roar, command of the sea. Like a deity controlling the ocean, he waved his hand vigorously. The chaotic waves intensifying, akin to a slumbering beast awakened. The once 100-foot-high waves surged to a staggering 1,000 feet, rampaging through the sea, eager to annihilate everything in their path. Boom, boom. The waves roared, their might deafening. Damn it, Garp, Kizaru, join me in this assault. On the island, feeling the overwhelming surge of water, Sengoku was flustered, urgently beckoning Garp and the others to join him. As he spoke, a golden radiance erupted from him. The dim light obscured by the water instantly brightened, almost blinding, as a towering Buddha, 100 feet tall, appeared on the island, resembling a divine manifestation. With each movement of his fists, he wielded immense power. 8 span jewels. Simultaneously, on the other side, Garp was also prepared to strike. As the fastest among them, Kizaru had already made his move. A torrent of golden light poured forth from his hands, each particle harboring immense power. Upon collision, a thunderous roar erupted from the sea, flames illuminating the entire ocean surface. Meteor Fist, Buddha's Palm. Sengoku and Garp unleashed their attacks in unison. The compressed force of their punches and shockwaves surged forth, carrying terrifying kinetic energy that stirred the sea into even greater waves. Thousands of tons of seawater were simultaneously dispersed, transforming into a rain of droplets that fell back into the ocean, enveloping the entire island as if caught in a deluge. Below, all the Marines were drenched, their expressions filled with shock and their faces pale. Chapter 90, Gold Lion. I am super brave. Boom, boom. The clash between the two sides commenced. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Garp, how does it feel to be drenched? Gold Lion stood triumphantly atop the waves, looking down from his elevated position. His jarring laughter echoed throughout the sky. With a casual gesture, he summoned a massive wave of water, transforming it into a new torrent that surged toward the island. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ron was fuming, standing at the bow of the ship, cursing. Does that idiot Shiki not consider how this affects me? He was completely soaked, water dripping from him, resembling a drenched chicken. As the waves surged, countless droplets of seawater cascaded onto the ship, drenching everyone aboard, offering an uninvited experience akin to a saline bath. The captain and the crew exchanged awkward glances. Regrettably, at this moment, the Golden Lion was utterly oblivious to Ron's tirade. His sole focus directed towards confronting Sengoku and his allies. In a sense, he could be deemed a remarkably competent enforcer, as it was rare for pirates to eagerly assume the role of the vanguard. Mr. Ron, we ought to hurry over, otherwise that scoundrel Shiki might find himself in a predicament, remarked Rayleigh, who was tidying his drenched attire, noting the darkened expression on Ron's face with a hint of helplessness. Why the rush? Let that fool endure a good beating. It's about time he learned his lesson, Ron retorted, his irritation palpable. Yet, despite his words, he could not genuinely stand by and watch someone he had brought along suffer. Everyone, brace yourselves. Ron commanded, his voice laden with gravity. The crew complied without question. Standing at attention, set sail. With a decisive command from Ron, the ship surged forward, lifting off the ocean's surface as if gravity had ceased to exist, much to the astonishment of the onlookers, hovering in midair. Hiss! Ein's eyes widened in disbelief as he darted his gaze between the Golden Lion and Ron, his expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. Is this the float fruit? It cannot be. It must be an ability akin to that. Zephyr concluded upon a mere glance, recognizing that Ron's powers were distinctly different from the float fruit. Due to his late arrival and the fact that Ron's abilities were not derived from the float fruit, Zephyr was not overly astonished by Ron's displayed prowess. The vessel floated in the air, spanning over 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the towering waves, hovering above the island. At this moment, the Golden Lion appeared somewhat beleaguered. Despite having the advantage of time and place, he found himself struggling against the simultaneous onslaught of 3 of the Navy's top forces. Below, the turbulent waters had been entirely dispersed, leaving only the Golden Lion standing alone in the air, valiantly attempting to fend off the assault from the trio of elite Navy fighters. Under the relentless barrage, the Golden Lion was forced to retreat, his garments stained anew with blood. Shiki, it seems you're not faring too well. Injured already? Ron lounged at the bow of the ship, propping his chin on his hand, exuding an air of nonchalance, devoid of any panic. Bastard. Who says I'm not capable? I can take on 3 at once. The Golden Lion retorted defiantly, forcing himself to withstand the incoming strikes. If one were to overlook the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, anyone would undoubtedly commend him as a true warrior. Oh, is that so? Then let us sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Ron replied lazily, shifting his position to recline against the ship's bow, resting his head on one hand, embodying the very essence of an amused spectator. Rayleigh, witnessing this, felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead, while the younger members behind him exhibited visible signs of agitation. Boss, this is a battle. You can't just be so carefree. Lives are at stake. Nearby, Whitebeard, unfazed by the chaos, took a swig from his jug of liquor, reveling in the unfolding drama. Shiki, make sure to eliminate all those Navy scoundrels. His deep voice resonated, laughter echoing across the island, creating an oddly festive atmosphere amid the tension of battle. These bastards are as insufferable as ever. Sengoku exclaimed as he delivered a powerful punch that forced the Golden Lion to retreat, then turned to address his comrades, his massive Buddha-like eyes radiating a golden hue, tinged with irritation. Indeed, Mr. Sengoku, I wholeheartedly agree. The yellow monkey, having appeared beside Sengoku, mirrored his sentiments. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at him, inwardly scoffing. What use is your agreement, you lazy good-for-nothing? The balance of combat was momentarily restored, with only Carp remaining engaged in a desperate battle against the Golden Lion's reckless attacks. Hey, you two rascals, stop slacking off. Carp protested, unable to contain his frustration, recalling the days when it was solely him who lagged behind. Now, Sengoku seemed to have joined him in this lackadaisical approach. Unfortunately, Sengoku chose to ignore him. While the yellow monkey remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on Ron and the others above. Those individuals up there are perilous. Hey, Newgate, are you still leisurely enjoying your drink? Shouldn't you be tidying up your affairs? Look, your son, that toothless fellow named Teach, is watching you. After teasing Shiki, Ron disregarded Sengoku's glare, tilting his chin toward a specific spot below the island, and then slyly mocked Whitebeard. Teach. The mere mention of that name seemed to wield an uncanny power. Instantly, an aura of murderous intent enveloped the ship as the temperature dropped to an icy chill. On deck, the crew, including Marco, Ace, Jozu, and Whitebeard, all glared with fiery determination, their killing intent nearly piercing the heavens. Teach, I will kill you. Ace erupted, flames igniting around him as he prepared to charge forward. Wait. Suddenly, Marco positioned himself in front of Ace, halting his advance. Ace, confused by Marco's intervention, looked up, his eyes blazing with fury. Captain Marco, what about Dad? Before Ace could finish, Marco's words rang clear, prompting Ace to instinctively glance up, only to find Whitebeard's expression as dark as storm clouds. His right hand clenched tightly around his weapon, the quake fruit giving rise to a chilling aura that enveloped him. Dr. Ron, will it be safe for me to clear my affairs now? Whitebeard's voice was hoarse yet resolute. By all means, please do indulge. Ron's response was nonchalant, as he lay at the ship's bow, waving his hand with ease. This invitation seemed to provide Whitebeard with the justification he sought to act. Upon receiving Ron's affirmation, his pupils dilated with fury. In the blink of an eye, A commanding aura surged forth, leaving the onlookers momentarily taken aback. With a resounding crash, the ship lurched violently as Whitebeard's figure abruptly vanished, leaving behind a thunderous roar that echoed across the island. Teach, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 91. Restraining the Quake Fruit, Teach's second Devil Fruit ability. At this moment, below, boom, the earth cracked, akin to artillery fire striking the ground, causing the surface to tremble violently and stirring up clouds of dust, revealing a massive figure emerging from the chaos. Captain Teach, it seems we are being targeted. What should we do? Should we eliminate him? The colorful-clad security officer, wielding a cane sword, toyed with it nonchalantly, his gaze laced with mockery. Times have changed. We're not the same as before, backed by the Navy, and with Captain Teach successfully merging with a second Devil Fruit. I say our adversary is already as good as dead. He, of course, as a son, how could I not see my beloved father off in style? Blackbeard stepped forward, his mouth agape in a wild, derisive grin. As he spoke, he flipped his left hand. In the next moment, an invisible barrier emerged from his body, enveloping the entire island, even encompassing Whitebeard within its grasp. Silence. The battlefield instantaneously fell into a hush, the clamor abruptly ceasing. What is this? Why can I suddenly hear nothing? Have my ears gone deaf? A sense of panic spread among the onlookers on the battlefield as they frantically slapped their ears. Appearing utterly bewildered, at the bow of the ship, Ron, sensing the anomaly, raised an eyebrow and promptly sat up. Yet soon, a mischievous glint appeared on his face. The Silence Fruit. How naive. Indeed, this was the second fruit ability possessed by Blackbeard, intended solely to counter Whitebeard's powers. Having been recruited by Akainu, he was acutely aware of his role in this battle. To ensure his survival, he had no choice but to secure the Silence Fruit through a transaction with the Navy. As time slowly passed, the fog enveloping the island gradually dissipated, revealing the concealed figure of Whitebeard. Under the illumination of light, his robust physique radiated strength, each muscle reflecting the brilliance of power. As he wielded the blade, known as the Yasakani no Magatama. Swish. A cold glimmer flared on the battlefield as Whitebeard leaped over 100 meters, raising the blade above Blackbeard's head, the razor-sharp edge magnifying in his eyes. Bastard. Dark hole. At last, the silence erupted with Blackbeard Teach's furious roar. With a sudden motion, he swung his right hand, conjuring a thick, viscous black mist that billowed from his palm, forming a swirling barrier between him and Whitebeard. The Yasakani no Magatama descended in response. Contrary to expectations, no violent clash echoed. All sounds and vibrations were utterly severed, leaving only the gradually engulfing darkness of the Yasakani no Magatama. Whitebeard clenched his fist, and with his free hand, he unleashed a ferocious blow towards Blackbeard's chest. A chilling wind accompanying a faint glow. An inexplicable shiver ran through Blackbeard and his crew. Yet, in the next moment, the dim glow enveloping Whitebeard's fist abruptly vanished, as if targeted by some unseen force. The power of Whitebeard's Gura no Mi had dissipated. Smack. A silent collision. Whitebeard's fist was caught by Blackbeard Teach's other hand. Ha ha ha. Old man, it seems your ability is of little use against me. He sneered, revealing his jagged yellow teeth. His expression a grotesque mixture of triumph and disdain. Humph, is this your reliance? The audacity to stand before me, Teach? Whitebeard snorted coldly. Then, under the astonished gaze of Blackbeard, he suddenly raised his leg. His foot landed squarely on Blackbeard's chest, a surge of pain far beyond the ordinary coursing through Blackbeard's nerves. Bang! Before the shocked eyes of his subordinates, their Captain Teach was sent flying. He crashed through countless trees as if struck by cannon fire, ultimately smashing against a solid rock, where he finally came to a halt. Blackbeard's body slumped down. Crash. The shattered rocks behind him lay exposed before the crowd. The scene fell into an eerie silence, only to be shattered moments later by a heart-rending scream that echoed across the island. In that brief moment, the soundproof barrier of the Silence Fruit had vanished. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Blackbeard writhed on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, his distress a source of grim satisfaction for Ace and the others aboard the ship. Meanwhile, Whitebeard remained indifferent, grasping the Yasakani no Magatama, his gaze icy as he strode toward Blackbeard with steady steps. Clop, clop. Each step was as heavy as a mountain, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. In that instant, the eyes of the likes of Lafayette and the others widened in fear, a palpable sense of retreat washing over them. They had believed that the Silence Fruit would completely counter the Gura no Mi. Indeed, that assumption held some truth. However, Whitebeard was a man of extraordinary strength, and Teach was no match for him. One step, two steps, 3 steps. As Whitebeard approached, the attention of all on the battlefield was drawn to him. Moving in tandem with his strides, and Ron was no exception. He observed with keen interest, resuming his seated position at the ship's bow, eager to witness this monumental clash that would be etched in memory. Alas, events did not unfold as he anticipated. Boom! The air suddenly grew scorching, and a gigantic magma fist surged upwards, crashing towards the ship's hull. Manipulating. Whoosh! The entire vessel swiftly shifted hundreds of meters, narrowly evading the oncoming assault. Ron stood up from the bow, looking down at Akainu with a mix of exasperation and impatience. How bothersome. Is this the best the Navy can offer? Quite unlikable. Chapter 92. The strongest combination of laziness in history. On the scene, both sides stood in a standoff. The island was divided into 2 factions, Ron and his crew above, and Akainu and his men below. Everyone sees Ron now. Ignoring Ron's complaints, Akainu's gaze darkened as he tore off his admiral's cloak, the sea breeze revealing the rose patterns adorning his crimson suit. Great fire. Meteor volcano. An intense heat surged as Akainu transformed into a human cannonball, launching himself from below with magma billowing, the air warping from the searing temperature. In an instant, he traversed over 100 meters, hurtling towards the hull of Ron's ship. To lay hands on Mr. Ron, you'll have to get past me first. A brilliant flash of blue light appeared, and in the next second, Marco's figure materialized, interposing himself before Akainu. Boom! The ferocious magma erupted, colliding solidly against Marco, countless droplets scattering like stars in the night sky. Marco's brow furrowed. The nearly brutal force combined with the intense heat created a power far beyond mere arithmetic, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Akainu and Marco were locked in a stalemate, a floating warship in the sky began to plummet, seemingly devoid of the fruit's support. Descending straight toward the Navy's ranks below, the sky became desolate, leaving only Ron's ship. Akainu looked up, fury igniting in his eyes, meeting Ron's relaxed gaze, which sparkled with mirth. Apologies, I was momentarily distracted. A warship weighing several tons hurtled through the air, the gale it generated throwing the Navy into chaos. Zifa-sensei, our ship. I could not help but exclaim. Don't worry, it's just a few ships. Witnessing the expressions of these Navy men makes this deal too worthwhile, Zifa said with a reassuring pat on Ein's shoulder. Then, Zifa glanced at Ron at the ship's bow, before leaping down, his booming voice echoing. Sengoku. It's been a while since I've fought. Let us have a grand showdown, ha ha ha. Boom, boom, boom. Battleships were shattered into fragments, disintegrating in midair before they even touched the ground. After vanquishing the vessels abandoned by Ron, Sengoku suddenly sensed a surge of danger deep within his being. He abruptly looked up, and a violet figure materialized before his eyes. Zephyr. How could this man be aboard Ron's ship? His pupils constricted sharply. Disbelief etched across his face. In that moment of daze, Zephyr's assault had already commenced. His mechanical arm descended with overwhelming force, crashing down upon Sengoku. Helpless, Sengoku could only brace himself to receive the blow. The next instant, a tempest erupted, and an intense clash reignited upon the battlefield. The impact of the mechanical arm colliding with Sengoku's Buddha palm unleashed a tremendous force. The air thickened, creating a palpable pressure that spread outward in a fan-like pattern. The 2 men recoiled from each other, Sengoku remaining steadfast in place, while Zephyr, utilizing the rebound, rolled and landed several hundred meters away. You've grown stronger, Sengoku remarked gravely. Ha ha ha. Do you expect me to spend my days like you, merely studying and shielding pirates? Zephyr retorted, his tone laced with scorn. It must be said, Ron's medical expertise was renowned across the seas, and it was certainly not a mere facade. Though time was too short to restore his lost right arm, he could easily mend minor ailments such as asthma and hidden injuries. Zephyr's voice dripped with resentment, and Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness. He was ultimately misunderstood. In truth, the Navy had betrayed this man who had devoted his life to justice. Words failed them. All that remained was the inevitability of battle. Boom, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. Both figures sprang into action. Zephyr forcefully stomped the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him, his form flickering as he dashed towards Sengoku, leaving behind a long afterimage. Sengoku, in turn, wielded his colossal Buddha palm to meet the oncoming strike. The clash reverberated across the battlefield. Ah, the fight has begun. It seems I must step up my game. From a distance, Kizaru wore a smug expression, the swirling mist around him dusting his sunglasses. After surveying the battlefield, he raised a finger, pointing toward Ron above, and a brilliant golden light erupted forth. Laser. In the next moment, a golden beam shot forth, igniting the distant sky into a massive inferno, accompanied by the thunderous noise of an explosion and a wave of intense pressure. Blocked? How unfortunate, Kizaru lamented. As in his line of sight, a figure emerged from the explosion high above. The figure descended rapidly, white hair dancing in the fierce wind, a single lens reflecting the sunlight. It was none other than his old rival, Rayleigh. With a resounding thud, Rayleigh landed gracefully on the ground, his robes billowing without stirring a speck of dust. The two exchanged a brief yet profound glance, signaling the imminent clash. It appears we are to engage once more. Alas, the Navy's justice does not permit me to show mercy to pirates. As he spoke, Kizaru extended his hands, summoning a golden blade of light from his palms, while Rayleigh drew a long sword in response. Without further ado, both figures vanished simultaneously. Clang! The sound of their weapons colliding echoed, marking the commencement of a competition of titans. Chapter 93. The Six Forms of the Navy? You may not even realize who your true ancestor is. Below, the battle raged fiercely, with all high-ranking Navy officials thoroughly engaged. Witnessing this, Ron ceased to linger and, after a brief search, finally located the imprisoned Kaido in a secluded corner of the island. Whoosh! As the air surged, the ship descended slowly, carrying the younger generation to a cliff on the island's rear, sending gusts of wind swirling. Scanning the surroundings, Ron's gaze fixed upon a massive water pit beneath the cliff, where torrents of seawater flowed into it. In the center of this makeshift lake stood a colossal prison made entirely of sea prism stone. At last, I found you. With a leap from the ship, Ron beamed at Kaido trapped in the distant cage. Without needing further instruction, Marco and the others immediately sprang into action, preparing to rescue him. Just then, a chorus of footsteps echoed as countless peacemakers, identical in appearance and stature, emerged from the woods, encircling them. Marco and his companions held their breath. Pat, pat. Then, several tall figures cloaked in white robes, adorned in tailored suits and exquisite masks, silently approached, parting the peacemakers to stand before Ron and the others. Suddenly, a heightened sense of alertness enveloped the group. Flames flickered from Ace's body, while Jozu was encased in impenetrable stone, radiating a blinding light. The atmosphere tensed palpably. CP0, I'm curious, have the Gorosei grown so intolerant of me? Or is their master eager to witness my demise? Ron inquired with intrigue. As his words fell, the pupils of the CP0 members constricted, seemingly startled by his statement. Brat, do not insult the Gorosei. They are the highest leaders of the world government. One of the Gorosei, adorned in a red mask, stepped forward, rebuking him fiercely. Then, the shortest member of CP0, standing at the forefront, suddenly raised a hand to halt the proceedings. It was clear that this diminutive figure was their leader. Words are futile. Such talk will only lead to more suffering in prison, Ron. Surrender quietly, or do not blame us for being unmerciful. The short captain's voice resonated coldly from beneath his mask. Surrender? As if he had heard the most amusing joke, Ron's lips curled into a mocking smile, shaking his head in derision. I initially thought your elite spy agency might have something impressive to say, yet here we are with the same old routine. Pathetic. Unaware of who your true master is, and here you are, mindlessly barking. At this declaration, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from the CP0 members. Very well. Then you shall die. In the next instant, the short captain sprang into action, moving like lightning to appear before Ron, his finger extending menacingly. The air was pierced, erupting with a sharp wail. Navy Six Forms. Finger pistol. A gust of wind rushed toward Ron, who regarded the impending threat with a deepening smirk. Navy Six Forms? Youngster, you are utterly oblivious to who your true ancestor is. Shave. With that, Ron's foot rapidly struck the ground multiple times, propelling his body forward like a cannonball. The short captain's heart raced with alarm, realizing too late as he hastily crossed his arms in defense. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Ron's knee collided forcefully with the captain's torso, causing his arms to buckle and his chest to absorb the impact. In an instant, the diminutive captain was sent hurtling backwards, propelled through the crowd with a velocity surpassing that of before, colliding violently against the cliffs behind. A thunderous roar ensued. Akin to a colossal spider's web, fissures extended from his back, splattering droplets of crimson that starkly contrasted against his pristine white suit. The events unfolded so rapidly that the CP0 members could scarcely comprehend what had transpired, only to witness their captain grievously injured and flung away. Captain. The red-masked CP0 member's eyes widened in rage, staring at the ever-smiling Ron, his desire to explode in fury palpable. Huh. Cough, cough, I am fine. A weak cough accompanied the voice of the captain as he slowly rose from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards Ron laden with gravity. I underestimated you, Ron. I had no idea your strength had ascended to such heights. He tore off his cloak and began to stride towards Ron. Ron merely smiled nonchalantly. A group of loyal hounds, unaware of whom they truly served, were unworthy of engaging with him. Upon witnessing Ron's disdainful demeanor, the captain was instantly consumed by a ferocious anger, his rage almost overwhelming his reason. Altogether, let us take him down. The captain's furious roar echoed through the skies above the island. Below, alongside him, 3 CP0 members vanished from sight, the air exploding with a chilling aura of lethal intent surrounding Ron. Raging Gale Foot, Flying Finger Gun, 6 Styles, 6 King Puncture. Just 3 individuals displayed the might of an entire army, living up to their reputation as the strongest shield for the Celestial Dragons. Their power far exceeding that of the lowest-ranking CP9. Were it not for Ron, it could be said that these individuals had fully realized the potential of the Navy's 6 Styles. Boom. The battle erupted instantaneously. Ron faced off against the 3 CP0 members alone, their forms entangled at the heart of the island, nearly indistinguishable amidst the chaos. The explosive shockwaves surged across the island. Waves and debris were sent flying, enveloping the entire area in a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, as CP0 made their move, the surrounding pacifistas seemed to awaken. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Their eyes gleamed with ruthless red light. Moments later, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from the pacifistas' mouths, giving no one a chance to react as the assault commenced. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield resonated with thunderous roars, red light rampaged, and the explosions echoed into the heavens. Damn it, get out of the way. Marco's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily warned others to flee. Transforming into his phoenix form, he soared skyward, then dove down from above, using the momentum to crash downward. The piercing wind roared in his ears. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Several pacifistas' eyes flashed red once more, unleashing an icy tempest that instantly coalesced into a formidable wall of ice blocking the front. Crash! Ice shards scattered as Marco smashed through the icy surface, regaining his footing on the ground with a look of astonishment. Is this Akiji's power? Just then, to Marco's further disbelief, the surrounding air became unbearably hot. Steam billowing as a vast expanse of crimson flooded his vision. Magma erupted from the pacifista's palm, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Flame Pillar. At that moment, Ace made his move. Blazing flames enveloped him, twisting into a vortex that surged towards the heavens, forcing the torrent of magma to scatter in all directions. Ice shards mingled with the magma, the clash of searing heat and biting cold turning the battleground into a hellscape. This scene unfolded before Ron's watchful eyes. Boom. A raging gale foot struck forth, sending the red-masked CP0 member reeling, as Ron halted, gazing at the inferno that engulfed the battlefield behind him. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The fusion of the powers of 3 admirals. It seems the Navy's scientific division harbors some remarkable talents. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Dr. Vegapunk, the extraordinary scientist claimed to surpass human intelligence by 5 centuries and the creator of the explosive rock. Is this the Navy's confidence? Merely relying on this is insufficient. Chapter 94. The golden-haired 5 elders appear. Ron unexpectedly falls into the sea. If this is not enough, then what about me? A low growl erupted, shattering the clouds above. The onlookers were taken aback. A figure shot forth from the depths of the sea where Kaido resided, as swift as lightning, closing the distance in an instant, their heavy fist bearing the weight of 1,000 mountains. The air compressed into a milky white haze. The sharp wind sliced through the air, resembling distant thunder rolling across the island. Boom! With a resounding clash, Ron was sent hurtling back, piercing through the cliff and plunging directly into the depths of the sea, 1,000 fathoms below. Splash! A massive tsunami arose, the waves soaring to heights unimaginable. The commotion was so great that it startled the entire battlefield. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, the Golden Lion, Zephyr, and others instinctively halted, their gazes shifting, their eyes glimmering with uncertainty. That figure, is it one of the 5 elders? On the scene, a middle-aged man with tousled golden hair suddenly appeared on the island, exuding an air of arrogance, flanked by the 3 previous CP0 members, who displayed an unusually respectful demeanor. Lord Kitanida, you have arrived, the diminutive captain said with utmost reverence. Ha ha ha, and what of Ron? How could a base bloodline possibly surpass my divine lineage? The golden-haired elder laughed maniacally, regaining his haughty expression upon hearing the captain's voice. He coldly commanded, Go, Retrieve the sea prism stone and fish that fellow out. I intend to torment him severely. Yes. The three, upon receiving the order, exchanged glances, one producing a sea prism stone handcuff and promptly departing. Knowing that those who have consumed devil fruits are akin to fish on a chopping board when submerged in water, Ron stopped them. We absolutely cannot let them approach. Just as the CP0 members prepared to capture Ron with the sea prism stone handcuffs, a furious roar erupted from Jozu. He charged like a titan, his body encrusted with hard diamonds, barreling towards one of the CP0 members, unstoppable even by the pacifistas. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. At that moment, Ace also unleashed his full power, recklessly depleting his stamina, veins bulging on his forehead, transforming into massive spirals of fire that quickly engulfed half the island. Moreover, he raised his arm high above his head. In the next instant, flames surged, instantly transforming into a colossal pillar, the intense heat sending the pacifistas staggering, unable to withstand the unimaginable temperatures even with their ice fruit abilities. We cannot allow you to pass. Congeal. The island resonated with Ace's blood-curdling roar. As he pushed himself to the limits, the sky ablaze with fire pillars that morphed into a giant fireball, its enormity occupying a significant portion of the island. At this moment, Ace resembled the fiery deity of the mortal realm, with his hands raised, cradling a blazing orb of fire. His icy gaze was fixed upon the three CP0 members momentarily detained by Jozu and his companions. His voice resonated like a low murmur emanating from the abyss, unwavering and yet imbued with an enchanting charisma. Should you wish to lay a hand on Mr. Law, you must first step over my dead body. With that proclamation, the fireball descended. In the astonished eyes of the CP0 trio, the colossal fireball plummeted from the sky. Heedless of the ongoing struggle involving Jozu and the others, intent solely on obliterating them along with their comrades. Boom. The earth was reduced to ash. And as the fireball erupted, a magnificent red mushroom cloud ascended, casting a crimson hue upon the faces of countless onlookers. Its scale was so vast that it engulfed the entire island, and even the surrounding seas were affected, with copious mist rising to obscure visibility. From a distance, the island appeared as a celestial paradise. How dare you? How dare you singe my hair? The golden-haired Gorosei exclaimed in a fit of rage, repeatedly slapping at the singed tips of his hair. His furious demeanor stood in stark contrast to his previously dignified bearing. Ha ha ha, what a disgrace. A mere pirate. And yet he has the audacity to hurt me. Whitebeard could not suppress a smirk at the sight, observing the severely injured Lafitte and others sprawled at his feet, including the infamous Blackbeard, Teach. It seems Ace is finally making a name for himself. Newgate, are you not concerned? In the wake of the recent upheaval, Rayleigh and Kizur momentarily ceased their hostilities. With a smile, Rayleigh approached Newgate and remarked, worried about what? You mean Dr. Law? I find it hard to believe that this minor setback would deter him. For all we know, he may have already mastered Akiji's freezing powers. What do you think? Akiji, Whitebeard, wearing a knowing smile, turned his gaze toward the only one among them who had refrained from engaging, Kazan. Before coming here, Law had expressly stated that if Kazan was unwilling to fight, no one would compel him. I do not know, Kazan replied truthfully, shaking his head while glancing at the distant sea, a fleeting flicker of anxiety surfacing in his eyes. Amidst the trio's conversation, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, and a familiar voice echoed in their ears. Ha ha ha, how utterly useless. Vice Captain Law was ambushed. By the way, did you see that? That guy fell into the water. Do you think he is drowning right now? He might even be rolling his eyes. The Golden Lion exclaimed, relishing the chaos. His loud proclamation reached the ears of nearly everyone on the island. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the Golden Lion finished speaking, he noticed that Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Kazan had turned their heads in unison. The sudden motion left him momentarily bewildered. However, it was Kazan's next words that rendered him utterly speechless. Mr. Shiki, I think you should prepare for the next round of treatment, Kazan stated earnestly. Uh-huh. Whitebeard and the others nodded in agreement, adopting serious expressions. Hey, I was just joking. You all didn't take that seriously, did you? As he witnessed their solemnity, the Golden Lion panicked. Fear gripped him as memories of Law's emotionless removal of his head from the ship's helm flooded back, sending a chill down his spine. Chapter 95. By the way, my greatest strength is not the Marine Six powers. Swish, swish, swish. Fiery wrath engulfed the entire island. White mist cloaked the seas, and three figures stumbled through the fog, their garments charred and tattered, a picture of utter disarray. These three were the former CP0 members. How dare a mere pirate injure me? The red-masked CP0 member seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury, itching to return to the island and eliminate the troublemaker at once. Enough of the complaints. The diminutive captain interjected, his gaze dark as he surveyed the fog-shrouded island, then turned his attention to the sea behind them. What's paramount is capturing Law before those pirates do, to fulfill Lord Nitty's mission. We must not afford them a single opportunity. With that, the diminutive captain executed the moonwalk, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. The other two members exchanged glances, silently affirming their intent, and took off in pursuit. The captain was right. Pirates could be dealt with later, but failing to complete Lord Nitty's assignment would lead to dire consequences. As they hurriedly chased after him, the vast expanse of the azure sea reverberated with the sound of explosive air bursts. At that moment, directly ahead of them, Marco, engulfed in blue flames, appeared a kilometer away, surveying the sea below, before suddenly flapping his wings. A gentle breeze began to swirl around him, which quickly transformed into a massive tornado connecting heaven and earth, wreaking havoc as it plunged into the water below. Boom! Like the wrath of Poseidon. A deep roar erupted as the waves churned, vast amounts of water were siphoned away, and the once tranquil surface of the sea revealed an unfathomable whirlpool. Yet, even amidst this chaos, there was no sign of Law. Not deep enough. Still not deep enough. Marco's expression was resolute, an unmistakable hint of urgency flashing in his eyes as he frantically beat his wings, accelerating the extraction of seawater. Unfortunately, this brief delay allowed the three CP0 members to close in, now less than 200 meters behind him, their eyes glinting with fleeting mockery. Is this the feeble struggle of the weak? What does it matter if you run fast? How pitiful. Those who have consumed a devil fruit dare not touch the water. How can they save anyone? Amidst the derision, the red-masked CP0 member and another member plummeted, clutching sea-stone handcuffs as they descended rapidly toward the water, their speed so great that even Marco could not react in time. Stop! Marco's expression shifted dramatically, fury igniting within him as he swung his wings with the ferocity of a crashing fighter jet, targeting the two CP0 agents attempting to plunge into the depths. But at that moment, a voice rang out in his ears. I'm afraid you're better off staying here. A figure suddenly blocked his path. Marco's advance was thwarted, and to make matters worse, the diminutive captain, the only one remaining airborne, swiftly slashed his leg, creating a vacuum that transformed into a myriad of slicing attacks raining down upon Marco. Marco was overwhelmed. The thunderous sounds of destruction echoed across the sea. With the delay, the red-masked CP0 member had successfully submerged alongside his companion. Looks like your rescue operation has failed. Observing the rising splashes beneath the surface, the diminutive captain felt an immense sense of relief, a smile gracing his lips. Marco was consumed by rage. Get away from me. Phoenix Strike. The azure flames surged and coalesced, compressing into a single mass upon his right leg before he unleashed a powerful kick. The very fabric of space quivered under Marco's wrathful onslaught, the palpable shockwave striking the diminutive captain squarely. Boom. The short captain was sent reeling. How truly underestimated you are. Observing Marco hastily descend, a glimmer of amusement flickered in the captain's eyes. However, such a level of attack is woefully inadequate to rescue anyone in my presence. The captain darted forward like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly traversing dozens of meters, and intercepted Marco just as he approached the ocean's surface. In his agitation, Marco could spare little thought, intent on using sheer force to bash through the waters. Alas, even this seemingly simple notion was rendered futile by the obstruction posed by the CP0 agents before him. Frustration, regret, and unwillingness, a tumult of complex emotions echoed within him, ultimately coalescing into an inferno of rage directed squarely at the short captain. Scram! Get away from me, huh? The relentless and reckless barrage momentarily left the captain somewhat dazed. Yet the more Marco pressed, the more his own pride swelled. So this is Marco, is it? Accept your pitiful fate. The lower class will forever remain beneath the upper echelons, for it is the celestial dragons who reign supreme in this world. His tone dripped with arrogance, a visage of pride for the celestial dragons that was utterly repulsive. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted as the ocean was overturned. Vast expanses of water soaring skyward, as if heralding the arrival of a new king. A dark figure suddenly erupted from the depths, halting midair to stand shoulder to shoulder with Marco. Truly faithful, no less than the dogs meticulously bred by the celestial dragons. Even their biting resembles that of their masters, so utterly revolting. As a familiar voice rang out, both Marco and the short captain were rendered speechless. Mr. Ron, you're unharmed. Marco exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief. Fear not. This minor commotion is hardly a challenge for me. Ron smiled reassuringly, his demeanor tranquil as he hoisted two individuals, reminiscent of the CP0 agents who had attempted to seize him moments prior. After comforting Marco, Ron turned, an enigmatic smile gracing his features as he directed his gaze at the opposing captain. I ought to reflect on what has instilled such unwarranted confidence in you to attempt capturing me. The short captain was abruptly jolted back to reality, his pupils constricting as cold sweat drenched his attire. That rhetorical question evoked an inexplicable sense of imminent peril within him. Before he could react, flash! A brilliant flash of pale green light flickered before his eyes. And in an instant, the captain's pupils dilated as he realized Ron had vanished from where he stood. Just as bewilderment gripped him, a soft voice echoed from behind. I forgot to mention, my true strength lies not in the Marine 6 styles, but in swordsmanship. Chapter 96. Everyone an actor, Ron unleashes fury on the golden-haired elder. I neglected to mention, my true strength lies not in the Marine 6 styles, but in swordsmanship. As Ron's voice resonated, the short captain's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a distinct line of blood appearing upon his neck, and he felt his vision suddenly elevate. Splurt! A fountain of crimson erupted forth as the captain's head was severed, ultimately plummeting into the depths of the ocean alongside his body. Plop! A vibrant splash ensued. Ron's gaze shifted, swiftly locking onto the golden-haired elder on the distant island, a frigid glint manifesting in his eyes. Next, it is time for us to settle the score. With that, he vanished in an instant, crossing the expanse of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, landing gracefully above the distant island. Nidoke. It has been quite some time. A familiar voice echoed in the skies, reverberating in Nidoke's ears. He looked up in terror, only to find Ron brandishing an otherworldly ice blade shimmering with green luminescence, hurtling towards him. Beneath the sharp edge lay a pair of black eyes brimming with icy mirth. Nidoke's anger ignited, his body trembling with fury. You bastard, why are you still alive? Why, you wretched lower class, I will kill you, he bellowed. Swinging his fist with fervor, the densely armored punch collided with the pale green blade in midair. Bang! In an instant, an invisible shockwave rippled outward, encompassing the entire island. Countless trees cleaved in half, while the sea erupted in towering waves. The island trembled violently. With a screech, a figure was suddenly sent reeling backward, propelled from the thick smoke, soaring far into the distance. A fleeting glimpse revealed a glimmer of gold upon that figure. Suddenly, the expressions of the nearby Navy personnel shifted dramatically. Lord Nidoke. Akainu's eyes widened involuntarily as he stepped forward to assist. Pardon me, Sakazuki, but this time I cannot allow you to disrupt Mr. Ron. Let us engage in another bout. As the voice rang out, layers of thick frost abruptly emerged beneath Akainu's feet. A long dormant Kazan finally stepped forth. With a calm demeanor, he approached at a leisurely pace, inadvertently obstructing Akainu's route to assistance. At that moment, half of his face was encrusted with frost. An intense chill emanated from his being, affecting the surrounding environment. The penetrating cold palpable even at a distance of several hundred meters. Kazan. Akainu's eyes narrowed, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing as he recognized the figure before him. A traitor, daring to seek mercy and support from pirates by betraying the justice of the Navy. You shall pay for this. A searing heat radiated from his being, as if he were cloaked in an inexhaustible flow of magma. Great eruption. With a fierce glare, Akainu swung his right fist, the molten rock surging forth, transforming into a colossal magma fist aimed at Kazan. Ice block, explosive burst. Kazan was equally unwilling to concede. Sensing the intense heat emanating from his opponent, a glacial chill flickered in his eyes as he conjured a massive ice crystal bird, soaring into the air to meet the oncoming assault with unprecedented coldness. The two forces clashed with a vengeance. In the blink of an eye, their assaults collided midair. The searing magma entwined with the frigid avian form, producing plumes of scalding steam. The tremendous pressure erupted in a cacophony of thunderous roars. Boom! Thus commenced an epic showdown of fire and ice. Even Kazan has made his move. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Observing the distant battlefield, Rayleigh remarked with a smile, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. Goo-la-la-la-la. I knew Dr. Ron would not misjudge a person. Whitebeard, too, chuckled upon hearing the commotion, turning to glance at Kizaru and Sengoku with a provocative tone. Hey, now that Akainu has made his move, should you two also engage and show some activity? As Huang Yuan and Sengoku exchanged glances, both wore bitter smiles. How could they engage in battle under such circumstances? By now, if they remained oblivious, they would truly be fools. It could be said that Ron, with his singular prowess, had once again rallied an extraordinary group of individuals. The strength of those present, in both scale and quality, far surpassed that of the era under Rock's dominion. Nevertheless, when it came time to act, action was imperative. After all, one must fulfill their duties commensurate to their remuneration. 8-foot Kogo Jade. Great Buddha Shockwave. The battlefield erupted once more into fierce combat, flames of war raging. Yet oddly, the air was devoid of the acrid scent of gunpowder. Initially, Huang Yuan had been the sole actor, but with the appearance of the golden-haired Gorosei member, Nidu-Kei, the entire navy, excluding Akainu, began to play their parts. A veritable ensemble of thespians. Chapter 97. Do you wish to become the Pirate King? The Gorosei will assist you. The grand battle commenced. The cacophony of fierce clashes reverberated throughout the island. Nidu-Kei, disheveled and caked in mud, struggled to rise from the pit, his eyes reflecting a mixture of anger, resentment, and regret. Under his gaze, a disheveled figure clad in white slowly approached from afar, bearing an expression of calm. With striking black eyes, a massive, light green surgical knife dragged ominously along the ground, producing a hissing sound. Ron, don't come any closer. I am a Gorosei, exalted and untouchable. If you dare to harm me, you will regret it. The golden-haired Gorosei declared, his voice trembling with feigned bravado. As a ruler, at their level of authority, power was merely a facade. Their primary concern was ensuring their own longevity. Unfortunately for Nidu-Kei, he was filled with regret. He should not have neglected the cultivation of his strength. More critically, he should have eliminated the threat that Ron posed from the outset. Even at this moment, he remained blind to his true errors. Ron approached, surgical knife in hand, and with a swift kick, sent Nidu-Kei crashing to the ground, terror etched across his face. Ron, with an indifferent expression, looked down upon Nidu-Kei, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. It appears you are quite frightened now? Nidu-Kei's fury ignited. But as his gaze fell upon the glimmering edge resting against his neck, an overwhelming fear of death enveloped him. Spare me. I can ensure you become the wealthiest person in the world, even a king of your own nation. The choice is yours. In a rare moment of composure, Nidu-Kei implored, his tone earnest. Within the span of a second, his emotions traversed from anger to fear, ultimately resigning to the harsh reality. The wealthiest person? Ron could not suppress a derisive laugh. Had the Gorosei shown him any kindness during his youth, or spared his parents and the kind villagers of his town, he would not find himself in such dire straits. Now, with death looming, Nidu-Kei sought to bargain for his life, even offering substantial rewards. Pathetic and contemptible. I do not accept your terms, Ron replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Nidu-Kei's scalp prickled with alarm as Ron applied pressure, a sharp pain radiating from his neck to his mind. No, please, stop. Nidu-Kei's cries of anguish were suddenly drowned out by a more formidable roar from afar. Capturing the attention of countless onlookers, Ron furrowed his brow and turned to see two figures landing from the distant island, moving with a speed beyond the reach of ordinary men. Each footfall sent a thunderous echo across the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared less than 100 meters from Ron. One figure, bald and brandishing a sword, and another, stooped and leaning on a cane. Interesting. Have I drawn the attention of the world's 5 rulers? Are you here to apprehend me as well? Ron mused, a smirk of mockery dancing in his eyes. Hirabayashi, Yobu. Nidu-Kei exclaimed with elation, struggling to rise, only to forget he was still at Ron's feet. Stay down, Ron commanded, applying force to his foot, which struck Nidu-Kei's chest with a bone-crunching sound, leaving clear spiderweb-like cracks on the ground beneath him. Blood gushed from Nidu-Kei's mouth. Opposite him, Hirabayashi and Yobu's faces turned ashen, hearing Nidu-Kei's pitiful wails as if Ron had struck them instead. Impudent, Yobu roared, drawing his sword, the menacing aura of his blade akin to the scythe of death, aimed at Ron. Wait, Hirabayashi interjected, halting Yobu's advance. Reluctantly, Yobu shot a disdainful glance at the pitiful Nidu-Kei sprawled on the ground before sheathing his sword with an exasperated huff. Let Nidu-Kei go. You can propose any terms. After Yobu ceased his attack, Hirabayashi spoke directly, his weary gaze fixed on Ron, awaiting the moment he would sway the latter's decision. Despite Nidu-Kei's shortcomings, this fool still held the title of Gorosei. The dignity of the world government could not simply be trampled. As the two conversed, Whitebeard and his crew, along with the navy across the battlefield, seemed to have conspired beforehand, each pausing their actions to gather around their respective leaders, watching intently. Aside from Akainu and Akiji, the battlefield fell eerily silent, the clamor abruptly ceasing. All eyes were fixed on Ron, awaiting his final response. The atmosphere grew tense. Under different circumstances, this might not have been significant, but the terms came from the Gorosei, and few could resist the allure of such an offer. Be it the desire to become the pirate king, a sovereign ruler, or even a celestial dragon, it all hinged upon a single word from them. From this moment forth, the seas would be yours to command. Chapter 98. Justice will ultimately prevail over evil? The confrontation between Aokiji and Akainu. What are your thoughts? You may propose any terms. Just spare Nittike. Hirabayashi's aged voice echoed, leaning on his cane as he awaited Ron's reply. Feeling the weight of the surrounding stares, Ron's lips curled slightly. Any terms I wish. Indeed. Hirabayashi nodded, though internally he remained skeptical, convinced that no matter how Ron might twist and turn, greed would ultimately prevail. Nittike, beneath Ron's foot, felt a surge of euphoria, his excitement mingling with a flicker of malice in his gaze directed at Ron. If only given the chance. He vowed to eliminate Ron at all costs, leaving no one who had witnessed his disgrace unscathed. In the rear, Ace could not help but swallow hard. Casting a nervous glance at his father as he inquired, "Mr. Ron, you wouldn't genuinely agree, would you, Dad?" A glimmer of amusement danced in Whitebeard's eyes as he responded, his tone laden with significance. If Dr. Ron were to possess such a meager spirit, it would scarcely suffice to command our allegiance. At these words, Ace felt an involuntary sigh of relief escape him, soon replaced by a surge of curiosity about how Mr. Ron would respond to these individuals if he were to decline. "What shall I say then?" At that moment, Ron spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of probing. Huron nodded indifferently, gesturing for him to proceed, while Yuenbu, sword cradled in his arms, exuded palpable disdain and contempt. Ron, his eyes twinkling with amusement, absorbed their expressions before his demeanor abruptly chilled. "My terms are quite simple. It is his life." As the words echoed, Huron and Yuenbu were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. "How dare you, brat? Cease at once." The two erupted in a furious roar, with Yuenbu dashing forth in an instant, his speed remarkable, the blade in his hand radiating a chilling and eerie gleam. Alas, he was but a moment too late. Whoosh! A luminous green flash cut through the air, and the still-dazed body of Nittike was instantly cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Clang! At that moment, Yuenbu's blade descended, its eerie purple hue adorned with black patterns, as Ron raised his hand, and the weapons collided with a resounding clash. Sword energies surged, the earth cracked, and deep fissures erupted over 1,000 meters, while Nittike's lifeless form was swiftly reduced to countless fragments, leaving only a pool of crimson blood behind. "Oh, come now? Throwing such a tantrum. Didn't you promise to agree to any terms I set?" The five elders are far too miserly, contradicting themselves. "It's merely one life lost. What are you afraid of with four remaining?" Ron remarked, a playful smirk adorning his face, his tone remarkably infuriating. "You wretched scum, you shall perish." Yuenbo's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his grip on the blade tightening as he swung it with reckless abandon, radiating a ferocious aura. Clang, clang, clang. The clash was fierce, their forms darting about so swiftly that they were nearly indistinguishable. Meanwhile, Huron's gaze darkened, his cane trembling slightly as he stared at the pool of crimson blood. Enveloped in a tempest of fury, he is dead, truly dead. For centuries, the world government had stood unchallenged, yet in this past year, there had been a succession of assaults against the celestial dragons. It seemed these lowly mortals had forgotten who granted them their current tranquility. "Yuenbu," Huron's voice thundered. Bang! In the latest collision, Yuenbu reappeared nearby, his expression bewildered as he gripped the blade, but upon meeting Huron's murderous gaze, he faltered momentarily. "We are leaving," Huron spoke tersely, not even casting a glance at the fallen Nittike as he turned, leaning on his cane and striding toward the island's edge, his demeanor icy. "Let you live a few more days." Yuenbu remained rooted, casting a fierce glare at Ron before hastily following Huron, both vanishing from the island. In an instant, the scene fell silent. The naval officers remained awkwardly stationed, at a loss for what to do. This confrontation had made it abundantly clear. Ron and his comrades had surpassed the Navy in strength. High-ranking officers exchanged pained glances, their expressions a reflection of despair. What now? How are we to proceed? Just as everyone stood in confusion, the battle between Aokiji and Akainu had already reached its conclusion. Time capsule. Bang! A sharp sound pierced the air as a crimson figure was sent hurtling backward, nearly half of its body encased in ice, shattering into fragments as the remnants of frozen flesh lay scattered. Without the protection of the five elders, you are not. Aokiji stepped forward calmly, his voice devoid of emotion, revealing the former Marine Admiral, his body marred with severe burns, his form barely held together by the frost that clung to him. Hiss! Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. They had never expected Aokiji to defeat Admiral Akainu. Is this real? Akainu's aura dwindled, his complexion pallid and weak, reduced to half a body. Without extraordinary means, he would not survive the day. Kazan. Akainu gritted his teeth, gazing at this figure he now had to look up to, unleashing a low, reluctant growl of defiance. Unfortunately, Akiji paid him no mind, dragging his injured form toward Ron, leaving only his back in view. This scene plunged the gathered Marines into profound doubt, like a seed planted in their hearts, a painting lingering in their minds. Is justice destined to triumph over evil? Or is it that what they uphold is not justice at all? Chapter 99. Kaido, the True Berserker. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue? Ron raised his gaze towards Sengoku and the others. Having avenged himself with Nittay's demise, his spirits were high, and given the exhaustion from the recent battle, he lacked the inclination to engage further. Sengoku's expression darkened. Let us go. With Akainu gravely injured and on the brink of death, as the former fleet admiral, he had to make the call. He sighed deeply and signaled for his subordinates to retrieve their fallen comrades' bodies and retreat from the island. Throughout it all, they had paid no heed to the imprisoned Kaido or Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach's gaze was as dark as water, while Lafitte and the others wore expressions of despair. Could they survive in the hands of the Marines, let alone these individuals? As the naval forces departed, tranquility returned to the island. It appears the world government may soon take significant action. Rayleigh spoke gravely, having noticed the provocation in the five elders' eyes as they left. If they could restrain themselves under such circumstances, it was evident they had no backup plans. Gulalala. Dr. Ron, it seems our future days may not be so bright. Whitebeard chuckled, though a shadow of concern flickered in his eyes. Ron smiled. What is there to fear? Have we not always been progressing toward this goal? As he spoke, he approached the sea-stone cage holding Kaido, observing him closely. The formidable figure was bound by sea-stone chains, half submerged in seawater, and intermittent loud snores emanated from him. Kaido is asleep. Ron's forehead furrowed with annoyance. It seemed Kaido was somewhat dismissive of him. Kaido. Bang. With a low growl laced with irritation, Ron struck. His fist powerful and unstoppable, as hard as sea-stone, shattering the cage. The sea-stone and special alloy prison disintegrated, debris flying in all directions, slicing through the air with a chilling sound. Boom. The cage shattered, and the sea mist rose as Kaido, imprisoned within, abruptly awakened, slowly revealing his cold, serpentine eyes that bore no semblance of humanity. Ha ha ha, foolish Navy, you cannot kill me. Do not let me find the opportunity, or I shall raise your headquarters to the ground. Suddenly, Kaido's boisterous voice echoed across the island. Well, it seems you're faring quite well, daring to challenge the Navy alone. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Kaido's ears, causing his expression to pause. He looked up in astonishment, realizing that the vice captain, Ron, whom he had long sought and yearned for, stood before him. Ron, vice captain, how about it, Kaido? Continue to ally with me. In response to Ron's invitation, Kaido fell silent for a moment, and after a lengthy pause, he rejected. I'm sorry, Vice Captain Ron, but I cannot join you. Rejected? A flicker of surprise crossed Ron's face. He had believed he could count on Kaido, but this response was unexpected, indicative of changing times. Very well. Since you are unwilling to join, I shall not force you. Ron nodded, turning to depart. Some individuals simply could not be coerced. Yet, not far from his exit, Kaido's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Vice Captain Ron, is there something else, Kaido? Ron turned back curiously. It's nothing. I just see that your strength seems formidable now. How about joining my beast pirates and working with me? I'll offer you the position of vice captain, Kaido declared enthusiastically. As soon as he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the island. Everyone instinctively looked up, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they gazed at Kaido. Those present possessed exceptional observation skills and could clearly hear Kaido's words, yet it was precisely because they understood that they found it hard to believe. For Kaido was a true warrior. Gulp. It's the first time I've heard of someone wanting to recruit Ron as a subordinate. Marco exclaimed, wide-eyed. Hee. I've never heard anything like it either. Ace's lips twitched as he spoke, letting out an odd laugh. Chapter 100. The Emergence of the King of the Underworld. Crisis approaches for Ron and others. The island lay in a hushed state, ravaged and scarred, remnants of battle lingering in the air. Ron turned back, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he gazed at Kaido. What did you just say? Hee, nothing much. Just thought I'd like you, Vice Captain Ron. To be my vice captain. Kaido chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. With Vice Captain Ron joining, his beast pirates would undoubtedly grow stronger. Are you certain you want me to join? Ron raised an eyebrow. Absolutely, Kaido replied with conviction. The onlookers remained speechless, their gazes filled with pity as they struggled to comprehend the situation. This fellow must be a bit dim-witted. How could he not see the gravity of the matter? Ron had once single-handedly slain Big Mom. They sensed that the forthcoming outcome for someone would likely be dire. Very well, you may join, but you must first defeat me. Shall we have a friendly duel? Ron proposed. Not a problem. But Vice Captain Ron, do be careful. Don't cry later. My strength has significantly increased over the years. Kaido agreed eagerly, casually tearing off the sea stone chains binding him, exuding confidence. With a crack, the sturdy sea stone chains snapped like strands of noodles in Kaido's hands, falling to the ground and creating numerous small craters upon impact. The weight was substantial. Ron chuckled, beckoning Kaido with a gesture. Then let us begin. It had been decades since they last met, and this fellow had grown in prowess, audaciously seeking to challenge him. Kaido, however, hesitated, shaking his head as he said, "Not just yet, Vice Captain Ron. You've just endured 2 fierce battles. I believe you need some time to recover." In his view, if he intended to recruit Ron, it must be done wholeheartedly, leaving no room for the slightest chance of failure. Yet, this very thought nearly drove Ron to the brink of rage. Ron's temples throbbed slightly, yet his smile grew ever brighter. Finally, he remarked, "All right." His tone carried an undercurrent of intense menace. In the depths of the misty red Earth continent, Panga's city lay shrouded in perpetual fog, isolated from the world. Few, aside from a select few, knew of its existence or dared to tread upon its grounds, rendering it eerily tranquil. However, today, the arrival of several figures shattered this long-standing silence. The sealed doors swung open, and amid the sound of footsteps, 4 silhouettes slowly emerged from beyond, approaching the resplendent hall where countless worn short swords were embedded, standing before a lofty, yet vacant throne. "My lord, an unexpected occurrence has arisen." Hara knelt first, addressing the throne directly, followed closely by the other 3. Their voices echoed ominously in the desolate hall, creating an eerie atmosphere. Upon finishing his statement, he fell silent, bowing respectfully alongside the others, awaiting something, their eyes filled with reverence. It was hard to imagine that those in their position could feel fear. Time passed, yet Hara and his companions exhibited no sign of impatience, maintaining their kneeling posture. What unexpected event has transpired? A spectral voice resonated within the hall, ambiguous in gender, yet imbued with an air of nobility and authority. Suddenly, Hara and the others were bathed in cold sweat. "It's Ron. That fellow has emerged. He can resurrect the dead. Whitebeard has been revived, and he has gathered a significant number of powerful pirates from the seas." Hara stammered, his voice quivering. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire hall. Resurrection? The figure hidden in the shadow of the throne suddenly stood, having appeared there without notice. Her deep voice tinged with a hint of human emotion, seemingly filled with rage. "Yes, resurrection." Hara bowed, even lower, nearly touching the ground. His companions trembled, too fearful to raise their heads or make any unnecessary movements. The weight of the word resurrection was profound, and they understood its significance better than anyone. They had labored for 8 centuries, extinguishing countless flames of hope, and at any moment, their efforts could be reduced to ashes. "Prepare the weapons. I will grant you the authority of the king of the underworld. I only wish to hear news of his demise. Do you understand?" The exalted Im had unknowingly resumed her seat upon the void throne, her tone reverting to the confidence she once held. "The king of the underworld?" Hara and the others were stunned, then elated, exchanging glances and finding excitement reflected in each other's eyes. "Yes, we understand, Lord Im." The 3 exclaimed without concealing their exhilaration. One of the 3 ancient weapons, possessing the power to obliterate an island under such might. They believed it impossible to fail against a mere handful of pirates. Chapter 101. Kaido vs. Ron. The battle commences. Wano country, on the desolate Isle of Demons. Life had been extinguished, leaving behind a barren landscape devoid of any vibrant green, with parched vegetation and brown rocks laid bare upon the earth. First Officer Ron. "Are you ready?" Kaido, a hulking figure brimming with combat fervor, fixed his gaze intently upon a suave young man before him, reminiscent of a physician. Ron smiled and replied, "Let us begin." The 2 stood 100 meters apart, one resembling an ancient titan, the other an ordinary man, creating a striking contrast in the solitude of the island. Only on a distant rise outside the island did a group of spectators stand, taking advantage of the elevation to gaze upon the 2 combatants in the clearing of the Isle of Demons. "What do you think? How long can that guy Kaido last against Ron?" The Golden Lion remarked, his tone tinged with playful mockery. "Uncertain, but Kaido's strength ought to surpass that of Charlotte Linlin. So he should hold his own for a while. Rayleigh replied with a smile. Mr. Ron has already touched upon a realm beyond that of the greatest swordsman. Though Kaido is formidable, his power is not vastly different from ours. Ha ha ha. There's a spectacle to behold. Boys, hurry and bring your old man some wine. It wouldn't do to watch such an exhilarating battle without a drink. Whitebeard commanded his sons, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. In stark contrast, on another mountaintop, the calamities of the beast pirates were gathered, their expressions grave as they observed the situation. Brother Fire Calamity, do you think the captain will really be all right? Drought Jack voiced his concerns, taking in the demeanor of Whitebeard and his crew. Fire Calamity remained silent, his eyes hidden behind a mask, quietly surveying the battlefield. Have faith. Trust in the captain's strength. Perhaps sensing the heavy atmosphere, Plague Queen clapped a reassuring hand on Drought Jack's shoulder. A resonant roar of a dragon echoed. At the moment Ron signaled to start, Kaido's body rapidly transformed, swelling as scales covered his skin, his pupils morphing into bloodthirsty slits. In less than a second, Kaido transitioned from a human form to that of a half-dragon, towering over 10 meters tall, his ultimate form as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, combining human speed with dragon strength. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Kaido created a massive crater, akin to that made by a meteor strike. In a flash, he lunged forward like lightning, fists clenched, ferociously striking down towards Ron. A fierce wind surged, as if the very air had been shattered, and a deafening boom resonated across the island. Come on, let me see just how much you've grown over these years, Ron shouted, swinging his right fist. Before their fists collided, crystalline fissures began to appear in the space surrounding his hand. Boom. The two fists clashed, shaking the very heavens, as if mountains were being uprooted and seas stirred. A tremendous pressure erupted, fracturing the ground, sending vast amounts of rock flying into the air, disintegrating into dust that scattered in all directions. Neither Kaido nor Ron yielded, relying on their formidable physiques to withstand the onslaught from one another. They swung their fists again, initiating a new round of combat. The fissures spread like a spider's web beneath them, rapidly engulfing much of the island, and then, with a surge of might, the cracks erupted once more, sending shockwaves outward. A resounding crack echoed as withered trees splintered, rocks were blown away, and mountains crumbled. The entire island seemed as fragile as a house of cards beneath their every move. Reshaping the landscape. Is this the power of the Tremor fruit? It seems the rumors from outside are true. Captain Ron, you possess extraordinary abilities. Join me, and let the beast pirates dominate the seas. Kaido roared, a plume of hot breath escaping his mouth, the flames soaring toward Ron. Unfazed, Ron stood his ground, allowing the flames to approach him. The intense heat cracked the solid earth beneath him, reducing it to powder. Yet, Ron appeared oblivious, calmly regarding Kaido. Is this your confidence? Kaido, you wish to recruit me? You are far from it. The flames raged, yet they caused Ron no harm. His white coat billowed as if he were a divine being, untouched by the chaos around him. Kaido's pupils constricted in shock. Before he could comprehend, Ron launched a new attack. A vibrant green light flickered, illuminating Kaido's gaze. Did I not teach you? Never lose focus in battle. It can lead to disaster. Came Ron's haunting voice, as he brandished a scalpel, moving like a swordsman amidst the flames, untouched by any debris. Swish. The blade gleamed, and Kaido, taken aback, shouted, "Block it!" His face contorted in fury as he launched a powerful punch, enveloping his fist in a formidable combination of armament haki and conqueror's haki, intertwining to form an impenetrable defense before striking with all his might. Chapter 102. The Demise of the Isle of Demons, the Descent of the Three Realms. The sky was a cerulean expanse, and the sea stretched infinitely. Upon the island, two figures erupted in a cataclysmic conflict. Sword energy soared, fists clashed fiercely. Before their blows could fully meet, an astonishing aura erupted between them, with razor-sharp sword energy accompanied by a fierce pressure. Boom. A mushroom cloud ascended from the center of their battle. The Isle of Demons trembled, the surrounding sea roiling violently as if a tsunami had struck, waves crashing and rising, scattering blood-red droplets into the air as weaker sea creatures perished under the pressure. The entire sea turned a ghastly crimson as Ron and Kaido's conflict reached a climax. They were both forced back, each retreating thousands of meters. Ron slid out of the Isle of Demons, gazing skyward. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a massive shadow erupted from the depths of the sea, churning the waters, while Kaido hovered, a prominent wound visible on his chest, deep enough to reveal bone, extending from his shoulder to his waist, nearly splitting him in two. For anyone else, such an injury would be incapacitating. Yet, he was the strongest creature alive. The devil fruit indeed served him well. Ron marveled, glancing at Kaido in the sky, feeling a surge of urgency. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens once more. In the next moment, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Kaido's form swelled rapidly, elongating, his horns protruding, limbs transforming into claws, covered in an even thicker layer of scales. In an instant, Kaido's shape transformed entirely, morphing into a colossal azure dragon nearly 1,000 feet long, coiling through the air. Its limbs treading upon clouds of flames, emanating an awe-inspiring presence, a heavy dragon's might bearing down upon all. Rise! A roar erupted from the dragon's maw, causing the Isle of Demons to tremble, accompanied by a thunderous rumble, as the island began to ascend into the sky before the astonished gazes of all. Ron narrowed his eyes. Beside them, the Whitebeard pirates witnessed this spectacle, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. They had never seen Kaido exhibit such formidable prowess. While it may not rival Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, it was certainly not far behind. Thunderous roars erupted as an island, spanning 500 square kilometers, was forcibly uprooted. A swirling halo of crimson flames enveloped its periphery, and under Kaido's command, Onigashima soared into the air, hurtling towards Ron, who stood precariously at the edge of the rabbit bowl. First Mate Ron, surrender. The massive island obscured the sun, and the oppressive atmospheric pressure bore down upon them, making it difficult to breathe, accompanied by Kaido's thunderous roar, creating an immense clamor. Ron maintained his composure, his garments flapping vigorously in the wind. He gazed upwards at the rapidly descending island, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is hardly a challenge for me. With a deafening crash, the ground erupted, forming a terrifying chasm, yet Ron had vanished from sight. He shot upwards like a cannonball, unflinching and direct, aiming straight for Onigashima. The stark contrast between the colossal island and his diminutive figure was striking. In his right hand, a surgical knife emitted a faint glow, an aura of perilous energy coalescing around it, coursing through Ron's arm. The sound of rushing wind resonated in his ears, deafening in its intensity. The shadow of Onigashima loomed larger within Ron's gaze, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them shrank to less than 100 meters. There was no room for evasion now. His only recourse was to confront it head-on. With a decisive strike, 2 arcs of sword energy erupted from the tip of Ron's blade, intersecting in a dazzling cross, slicing through the heart of Onigashima and continuing unabated into the distant sky. The island shattered into a cacophony of rubble. Once the residence of the Beast King Kaido, it was now reduced to mere debris, cascading past Ron and plummeting into the sea below. With a resounding crash, the massive fragments struck the ocean, sending waves soaring 100 meters high. Though they were merely stones, even the smallest among them rivaled the size of a colossal ship. Amidst the chaos, a figure resembling a towering iron edifice suddenly emerged from behind, wielding a kanabo, spinning violently in midair, shrouded in ominous black lightning. Ragnarok! The thunderous bellow echoed, as Kaido transformed back into his half-beast form, raising the kanabo high above his head. The air erupted with explosive force, and the black lightning crackled like an ancient beast descending upon Ron. People say you're foolish, but I see you possess cunning. Have you learned the art of ambush? Ron, still charging forward, his eyes as calm as the depths of the ocean, seemed to have anticipated Kaido's arrival. He slowly raised his hand once more. Boom. The sharp impact reverberated across the expanse, a sound so piercing it felt as though it could rupture eardrums, causing the onlookers' expressions to shift in dismay. Following this, a wave of palpable energy surged forth, visibly expanding in a circular motion, causing the sea to churn and the earth to quake, resembling the harbinger of doom. Chapter 103, Kaido weeps in defeat. The shockwave swept across much of Wano. Towering waves and billowing smoke obscured the sky, plunging the atmosphere into an oppressive gloom. What is happening? Kaido, who is he fighting? In the bustling flower capital, Kaido's ally, Orochi, felt his expression shift wildly, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger erupting from Wano. He dashed from his chamber, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos. The sky was shrouded in gray, the once lively streets now a whirlwind of disorder. In the distance, a 10,000-foot sword energy flickered, and despite the considerable distance, Orochi could feel the suffocating dread of impending doom. There was no doubt that he would be obliterated with but a mere brush. Who could unleash such a formidable assault? Even the resurrected dragon slayer, Ryuma, could not match such might. An unprecedented terror enveloped Orochi, leaving him nearly breathless. Near the rabbit bowl, as time ebbed away, the smoke began to dissipate. Whitebeard and his crew appeared in a daze, transfixed by the unfolding events below, as if caught in a trance. Boom, boom, boom. You are audacious indeed. Daring to recruit me, seeking to ride upon my back. Down below, Ron had inexplicably sheathed his surgical knife, now relying solely on his fists to pummel Kaido into the ground, a faint glow radiating as he left a series of colossal craters beneath them. The earth cracked, deep fissures spiraling from beneath Kaido. Kaido howled in rage. Damn it, Ron. How dare you strike me? I am now the Beast King. You still dare to ride upon me. I will retaliate. I will strike you, and I shall also whip you. Ron continued his relentless assault, landing slap after slap upon Kaido's forehead, utilizing the Tremor fruit's abilities. The scene erupted into a maelstrom of smoke, the ground echoing with a series of thunderous booms. Stilianko, your wife is the one I persuaded. Ron taunted, such a worthless creature. How dare you stand against me? Smack, smack, smack. This is for your ambush. Look at you, a behemoth in stature, yet so many tricks up your sleeve. Dad, has Mr. Ron always been this irascible? Ace could no longer contain himself, his eyes unable to bear the sight, for it was indeed a most disheartening spectacle. The strongest creature traversing the seas was now akin to a child, being mercilessly pummeled into the ground. Ha! It's been years, and yet, I find myself nostalgic for this sight. Whitebeard's hearty laughter filled the air, though unsaid. All present understood the sentiment. Marco's lips twitched, casting a sympathetic glance towards the beleaguered Kaido below. So, this behavior has precedent. No wonder Mr. Ron is so adept at this. Damn it. How dare he treat the captain so? Calamity Jack, furious, nostrils flaring with steam, drew forth 2 curved blades, ready to charge in, only to be restrained by his comrade, Plague Queen. What are you doing? Let me go? Jack protested, glaring at Queen. Queen wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing uneasily at the scene below. I believe we should trust the captain's strength. But the captain is being pinned down and beaten. Jack retorted, indignant. Queen's face twitched, cursing internally at Jack's simplicity. Ask the boss. Let's see what he has to say. He threw the question to the silent Fire Calamity nearby. What say you, Fire Calamity? Jack turned, eager for an answer. After a moment's contemplation, Fire Calamity replied gravely. Let us observe the unfolding events. With those words, despite Jack's dissatisfaction, he acquiesced and returned to his place, accepting his elder brother's wisdom. We shall heed the Fire Calamity's counsel. Upon hearing the words of the plague disaster, Queen's eyes softened momentarily, yet he turned his head, casting a wary glance at the nearby figures of Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Rayleigh, and the Marine Admiral Akiji. A shadow of unease crept into his heart. Even if they were all arrogant, it was impossible for them to ignore such a formidable assembly, legendary pirates alongside the pinnacle of marine strength. He could foresee the dire consequences that awaited. Yes, their leader would be soundly thrashed. If they were to act foolishly, they might suffer an even harsher fate. At that moment, Kaido was still enduring a beating. Captain Ron, Brother Ron, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Please stop hitting me. It really hurts. Please, no more. Kaido wailed, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed pitifully. The onlookers were at a loss for words, before their eyes. The formidable for Emperor Kaido was reduced to tears by Ron, in a truly pathetic manner. Chapter 104. The Troublesome Daughter Yamato. Flower Capital. The most prosperous area of Wano country, and one of the few places yet to suffer complete devastation. Cherry blossoms bloomed, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. Yet today, a great battle had instilled fear in the hearts of the residents, who mistook it for an impending disaster, retreating into their homes. On the desolate streets, a group of individuals gradually made their way in from outside. The residents peered through the cracks of their doors, their expressions transforming into one of shock and disbelief, as if witnessing an unimaginable sight. The Beast Emperor Kaido, one of the masterminds behind the fall of Wano, now appeared before them battered and bruised, bloodied and disheveled. Like a defeated hound, leading the way as if guiding them. Suddenly, a figure of extraordinary stature, a woman with an elegant physique, came sprinting from the other end of the street, her 2 horns protruding from her head, her fair face ablaze with fury. Who dares to harm my father? Yamato roared, brandishing a kanabo akin to Kaido's, leaping several meters into the air to bring it down with a fierce strike. The air crackled with a thunderous boom, the sound piercing through the entire street. Yamato! Kaido exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly moved to intervene, for Ron had not restrained him. He quickly raised his hand to block his daughter's assault. With a dull thud, the impact resonated throughout the street. Yamato, exasperated, glared at Kaido, who stood in her way, and scolded, Kaido, what are you doing? Kaido's gaze flickered. Under normal circumstances, he would have already started to thrash this disobedient offspring, yet now was different. He merely mouthed, Yamato, It seems you are the daughter of that woman, Ron remarked, stepping forward to appraise her, nodding in approval, quite stunning. Even more so than in the original tale, and strikingly reminiscent of her mother. Yamato was momentarily taken aback, staring at this young man who appeared to be of similar age, and couldn't help but inquire, you know my mother? Indeed, Ron affirmed, to be precise. I was the one who introduced a few young ladies to your father to teach him the ropes during his first time. Otherwise, this thick-headed fool might not have produced someone as remarkable as you. The crowd fell silent. Was it truly appropriate to speak of such matters before the daughter? Yet Yamato seemed indifferent. Upon learning of Ron's acquaintance with her mother, and that he belonged to the same generation as her father, her interest piqued, and she eagerly pressed for details about her mother, whom she had not seen since her birth. Really? You've met my mother? What does she look like? Yamato inquired with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, Lord Kaido, what a surprise to see you. It's been so long. Welcome, welcome. At that moment, Orochi, the black snake, emerged from the most opulent tavern, approaching Kaido with warmth. Ron lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on Orochi's bald head adorned with a golden crown, and frowned. Speaking with a tone of disdain, I do not like him. Orochi was taken aback, bewildered by this statement. Before he could react, Rayleigh stepped forward from behind Ron. And in an instant, a flash of blinding sword light flickered. Orochi felt a chill run down his spine. Curse you! With a resounding crash, Orochi was suddenly hurled off the street, flying out towards the outskirts of the flower capital. The unexpected scene left the nearby residents in a state of shock. Mr. Ron, please continue your conversation. I shall assist in dealing with this fellow. Rayleigh politely acknowledged Ron before leaping into action, disappearing from sight only to reappear 100 meters away. Swiftly pursuing Orochi, Whitebeard and the others looked on, their expressions unimpressed. Ron remained unfazed, nodding at Yamato before leading the way towards Orochi's palace. Let's take care of the matters here. With a crisis looming, one of the 5 elders had been eliminated, and yet there was no response from them. He firmly believed they would not remain passive, likely concocting a grand scheme. In comparison, the trivialities of Wano hardly warranted his concern. Boom, boom, why are you attacking me? Orochi's furious roar echoed throughout the flower capital, prompting a mix of schadenfreude and trepidation among the residents. Meanwhile, the luxurious palace that Orochi had painstakingly occupied was swiftly taken over by Ron and his group. Inside, a profound silence enveloped the room, as everyone sat cross-legged in quietude. Yamato obediently sat beside Kaido, her eyes occasionally glancing at Ron, then back at her disheveled father, lost in thought. Minutes passed. The booming noises abruptly ceased. Shortly thereafter, Rayleigh entered, holding a bloodied long sword. Kaido's pupils constricted at the sight, while the trio of calamities behind him felt a surge of dread. I'm back, Mr. Ron. Thank you for your hard work. Ron nodded, smiling as he gestured for Rayleigh to find a place to sit. Then his gaze shifted to Kaido and the others. Gulp. The plague disaster, Queen, swallowed hard. The sound, though slight, was alarmingly clear in the hushed atmosphere, drawing all eyes to him. Instantly, Queen felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Ron cast a sidelong glance at Queen, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before his attention returned to Kaido. Join my ranks, Kaido. This was his second invitation. Kaido hesitated, wanting to refuse, but when his gaze caught the glint of sharpness hidden beneath Ron's smile, his heart jolted. Well, I'll listen to my daughter. He quickly redirected his focus onto Yamato, believing Ron would not make things difficult for a younger generation. Are you trying to outsmart me here? Ron looked at Kaido with a knowing expression, causing Kaido's heart to race. However, he soon found relief as Ron's gaze shifted to Yamato beside him, and he eagerly looked towards his daughter. What do you say, Yamato? Would you like to join me? Together, we can upend this world, Ron inquired with a gentle smile. Beside him, Yamato was left dumbfounded. Could it be that this old fellow Kaido was claiming her as his daughter? She stared blankly at her father, her face a portrait of disbelief. After all, Kaido had raised her as a son her entire life. Just then, she suddenly heard Ron's voice. Yamato hesitated momentarily before inquiring, You're not some nefarious faction, are you? Kaido was taken aback, an unprecedented sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Of course not. We are the ones prepared to overthrow the world government, eliminate the celestial dragons, and establish a regime where all are equal. Ron explained with a smile. Equal for all. Yamato's eyes brightened instantly, and without a second thought, she leapt to her feet, exclaiming, I want to join. Crash. Kaido lost his balance and fell over. What the hell, you idiot? Chapter 105. The war is about to begin. The terrifying depths of the world government. Inside the great hall, Kaido felt as if his heart had perished, gazing at his daughter's exuberant demeanor as if struck by a million blows. The plague and the flame disasters exchanged relieved glances, aside from the dim-witted drought. They sat behind Kaido, tears of emotion spilling from their eyes. Finally, they had someone reliable. They wouldn't have to bear the brunt of Kaido's wrath anymore. The expressions of the others were peculiar. It was absurd. Had Kaido truly shot himself in the foot? Mr. Ron would not have forced him otherwise, considering their past camaraderie. Yet, Kaido had chosen his path, and now it appeared he had made a blunder. Now, setting aside Kaido's joining for the moment, it is highly probable that we will confront the world government directly in the near future. Does anyone have anything to say? Ron addressed the assembly earnestly. At his words, everyone felt a chill. Was it really beginning? For 800 years, this colossal entity had stood firm, comprising over 170 member nations, even erasing a century of history for obscure reasons. After drifting at sea for half a lifetime, the veil of mystery was finally about to be lifted. World government? Ron, are you certain you want to engage them? Kaido shuddered, his hair standing on end. As the only one among the 4 emperors who had collaborated with the world government on seastone matters, his understanding of them was scant, merely glimpsing unimaginable fears in passing. From a narrow perspective, he could see a fragment. He was already certain that aside from the coincidental timing of Poseidon's emergence, the other ancient weapons, Pluton, and even the most terrifying Uranus, were firmly in the hands of the world government. Such an insurmountable force was difficult for him to fathom. He could not comprehend Ron's unwavering resolve to confront them. With a smile in his eyes, Ron cast a sidelong glance at Kaido, who surprisingly seemed well-informed. No wonder the once arrogant figure had now become so subdued, making less commotion than even that golden lion fellow. Mr. Ron, could it be true that, as you say, there exists an everlasting being above the 5 elders? Rayleigh could no longer contain himself. He and Captain Roger had traversed the world searching for a cure to terminal illness, only to discover that someone had already achieved it, surpassing them by 800 years. Indeed, Ron nodded, his expression turning notably grave as he continued. That individual is named M. And I suspect they are the true backbone of the world government, the one who wields the power of Uranus. What? The hall erupted in uproar, even Kaido displaying an astonished countenance. To think there were others above the 5 elders, and it was confirmed that this entity was the true master of Uranus. The 3 ancient weapons, possessing world-destroying powers since ancient times, with only one of them being sufficient to dominate the seas. Yet the world government held 2. Legend has it that Pluton, being the only ancient weapon created by mankind, is the most widely known. Even so, it is said that a single cannon shot could obliterate an island. How could they possibly contend with such formidable enemies? Inside the palace, a heavy gloom descended upon the crowd, the atmosphere chilling to a frigid silence. Anyone who learned they were about to face an insurmountable entity could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of despair, no matter how lofty their spirits. Ron observed their reactions, letting out a sigh. This was reality. Human efforts could sometimes be futile, and the ambition to overturn an entity that had stood for 8 centuries could unsettle anyone. Yet, regardless of their might, Ron was determined to attempt to drag them down from their lofty pedestal, no matter the cost. Throughout this journey, perhaps I, Ron, have played a few tricks and coerced some individuals. Here, I apologize to all of you. If any of you wish to part ways, discontent with my directives, you may leave now. His calm voice echoed through the hall. The crowd was taken aback, gazing once more at that youthful visage, momentarily lost in a daze. Was this still the same Ron, who remained unfazed regardless of the circumstances? Silence. Still silence. Haha, Ron, have you begun to waver? It seems you're not as formidable as I am. Suddenly, the golden lion erupted in boisterous laughter, drawing scornful glances from the others. He stood tall, disregarding their gazes, and strode toward Ron, halting just a meter away, looking down upon him with a menacing grin, declaring, "What's this? Have you started to fear?" Ron remained composed, smiling as he retorted, "What's this, Shiki? Are you planning to withdraw? Nonsense. Who do you think I am? I am the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. How could I possibly retreat? Let me tell you, Ron, I will not leave, not even if it costs me my life. I am waiting to overthrow the world government and dominate the seas. This is my lifelong dream." Thus, Shiki's audacious proclamation left some present feeling a twinge of shame, while the younger generation outside hung their heads in embarrassment, feeling dwarfed by this elder. Ron too was surprised, seemingly re-evaluating Shiki. In this situation, it was unexpected that he would be the first to stand up. Ha ha ha. Dr. Ron, stop with the useless prattle. I've told you countless times. You're not the good sort, so stop trying to be sentimental. Just tell us how we can ambush the world government's stronghold. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Indeed, I suspect that the 4 old men of the world government are already restless and have begun their actions. It's best not to waste any more time, Rayleigh echoed, his wrinkles deepening as his glasses glinted in the light. Do you regret it? Ron asked with a smile. Not at all. The crowd replied in unison. Even if it means death? Ron pressed again. Fear what? We're not afraid, especially with you, Dr. Ron, by our side. Exactly. What is a few more revivals? We'll just storm Impel down a few more times and take everything we desire. The crowd erupted in lively chatter, even Yamato enthusiastically waving her kanabo in the air. Captain Ron, may I, opt out? Kaido spoke cautiously. At this very moment, an ill-timed voice pierced the atmosphere, causing an immediate chill to descend as furrowed brows adorned the faces of all present. Hey, old man, you're being overly timid. It's shameful for someone who has consumed the devil fruit of the Azure Dragon. If you continue like this, I might just go off and do it on my own. Yamato expressed her dissatisfaction. Kaido's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. You idiot. That's the world government we're dealing with. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. And I have no desire to court death. He then turned his gaze towards Ron, a hint of anxiety mingled with hope in his eyes. Ron smirked slightly. Are you thinking of withdrawing? Kaido nodded earnestly. Yes, indeed. Well then, ponder carefully. Dreams can only be realized in slumber. Here with me, there is only sacrifice, not retreat. Ron replied with a beaming smile. Kaido was left stunned, his last flicker of hope extinguished. Is this how it's going to be? Is there no sense of reason? As despair settled in, his daughter Yamato's gleeful laughter rang out nearby, her voice sharp and triumphant, akin to a dagger plunged deep into Kaido's heart. Chapter 106. The emergence of the Underworld King, the unparalleled feast commences. Deep within Panga City, a cascade of dust fell as a colossal hidden doorway embedded in the walls of the Red Earth continent slowly creaked open. The sea surged and retreated, rushing into the warehouse, unveiling a massive vessel exuding an ominous sheen. From a distance, it resembled a cosmic battleship, stretching hundreds of feet in length. With formidable cannons reflecting dangerous glimmers of light, a technological marvel that seemed incongruous in such a world. After 8 centuries, I finally behold the Underworld King. A voice boomed from 1,000 meters away, belonging to one of the 5 elders, Hirano, who burst into excited laughter. Indeed, with the Underworld King, Ron and his ilk are destined for doom. Yuanbu's expression was fervent, cold malice radiating from his narrow eyes. As the two hovered in the air, their bodies dwarfed by the mountain-like Underworld King, they felt a profound sense of insignificance, akin to mere ants. A heavy aura enveloped them, invoking an irresistible wave of inferiority. I can hardly wait to witness the despair on Ron's face. Hirano, let us ascend. With the authority granted by Lord Imu, we will soon command the Underworld King. Yuanbu exclaimed eagerly. Very well, let us proceed. I too am eager to witness the might of this ancient weapon, dubbed as divine. Hirano nodded, and Yuanbu, filled with excitement, propelled themselves towards the entrance above the Underworld King. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed as the sea erupted in a tempest, akin to a colossal meteor crashing into the ocean floor, unleashing a torrential downpour above the entire marine expanse. The Underworld King gradually emerged from the depths, the water cascading over its surface, rendering its dark hull increasingly radiant and profound. Set sail. Destination, Wano Country. Within the warship, the eyes of Hirano and his companion glimmered with icy resolve as the colossal vessel surged into motion, the waves churning as if suddenly activated, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the ocean. On that day, in the New World, countless pirates and residents of nearby islands beheld the emergence of this imposing entity, shrouded in a deep, ominous glow, stirring the waves like a dragon of the sea, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. In the flower capital of Wano, all of Ron's forces had gathered, including the formidable crews of Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard. Their numbers and strength sufficient to overpower any faction in the world save for the world government. The throngs of individuals looked on with reverence, their gazes fixed upon a young man standing before them. Behind this youth stood titans such as Whitebeard, Kaido, former Marine Admiral Akiji, former Pirate King's first mate Rayleigh, and the legendary pirate Shiki, forming a select few at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Such a scene rivaled the grandest of feasts. Is it finally time to wage war against the world government? The thought of dragging the celestial dragons down from the Red Earth fills me with exhilaration. This day has finally arrived. I can finally take action against those wretched celestial dragons. The anticipation surged among the crowd. Goodness, I hadn't realized we had amassed such a multitude, Whitebeard exclaimed, casting a glance at Ron. quickly announced the attack. My patience has worn thin. Ha! I will slay the celestial dragons. No one shall contest me. Shiki declared with his usual bravado, even proclaiming his intent to eradicate all celestial dragons. Captain Roger, it seems your dream is on the verge of realization, Rayleigh remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, though a shadow of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Ron's smile deepened. The moment he had awaited had finally arrived. World government, 5 elders, even you. Imu, are you prepared? Facing the direction of the Red Earth continent, his gaze fell upon the territory of Wano, and beyond it, the boundless sea. Yet, this vastness could not quell the fervor igniting within Ron's soul. Let us overturn this world, starting now. All hands, set sail. Destination, Mariehua. Ron roared, his voice resonating throughout the venue. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. A cacophony of fervent shouts filling the air as countless individuals turned and sprinted forth, the momentum akin to an army in motion. The smoke of war rose. The sounds deafening. Kill. Charge forth, brothers. Overthrow the world government. Topple the entire world. The throngs surged toward the coast, their presence monumental, stirring the entirety of Wano country. What are we waiting for? Let us embark. Ron beamed, turning to his companions. Though the disparity in power against the world government was staggering, so what? Life is meant for reckless pursuits, even in the face of failure. Then let it be failure. Whitebeard and the others exchanged glances, each finding a spark of passion mirrored in the other's eyes, their resolve solidifying. Then, with a thunderous rumble, they vanished from their spots, racing toward the coast, surpassing the younger generation that had set off first. Passion and camaraderie? I seemed to be rediscovering what I had previously lost. A fervor ignited in Akiji's eyes as he gazed at the retreating figures of Whitebeard and the others, a smile gradually forming on his lips. With a swift motion, he dashed forward, crystalline wings bursting forth from his back, creating a whirlwind of dust as ice crystals rained down from above. He soared into the air, effortlessly crossing thousands of meters to outpace Whitebeard and the others. Ha! Akiji, I'm growing fonder of you by the moment. But while everyone runs on the ground, you can't simply fly above us. Come down. With a resounding crack, Whitebeard unleashed a punch that sent shockwaves through the sky, the air swirling violently as a tempest of energy surged toward Akiji. Akiji's expression shifted as he swiftly evaded the onslaught. Meanwhile, on another front, Shiki made his move, leaping with an agility that defied gravity, instantly outpacing the crowd by several hundred meters. Ha! I'll take the lead. You scoundrel, Shiki. How dare you cheat? On this land steeped in tradition, these venerable elders, whose collective history nearly rivals that of the world government, frolic joyously like children. It seems as though they are about to embark not onto the battlefield, but rather along the familiar, muddy roads leading back to their hometown. Chapter 107. Movements from all sides, red-haired and distressed. Do I not deserve this? In the New World, amidst the tumultuous waves of the great ocean, hundreds, if not thousands, of pirate ships bravely navigate the seas, advancing with reckless abandon, their sheer scale reminiscent of a 1,000-strong army, exuding an extraordinary aura. Such a magnitude is unprecedented, stirring the ocean into a tempest of fury. Admiral, it's bad. Ron and his crew have departed from Wano, and according to credible intelligence, they are heading to attack the Holy Land and the Red Continent. A young naval officer hurriedly burst into the admiral's office, his expression fraught with urgency. Sengoku was taken aback, utterly flabbergasted. Could those pirates truly dare to attempt such an audacious coup? Would that individual's schemes truly succeed? Admiral, should I notify the other generals to prepare at once? The young officer inquired tentatively. With Akainu severely injured and unable to recover, the Navy would have to rely on this former admiral to step up once more. Sengoku pondered deeply. There had been no word from the Gorosei so far. With the Navy's current combat capabilities, they were indeed no match for their adversaries, especially in the wake of Akainu's demise. Yet, at this critical juncture, never mind. Let everyone maintain their current positions. After much deliberation, Sengoku resolved not to act hastily. The Navy had already suffered considerable losses, and the world government could not afford to display overt favoritism. The young naval officer was taken aback. Understood, Admiral. He ultimately nodded and departed. We must swiftly gather everyone, for Ron and his crew are preparing to strike against the world government. Let us take this opportunity to seize Mary Geos in advance. In the Kamabaka Kingdom, Dragon stood solemnly beneath a canopy of cherry blossom trees, addressing Sabo and the cross-dresser king, Ambrosio. However, his heart was conflicted. Ron had ultimately decided to confront the world government. In stark contrast, after years of preparation on his part, he still found himself in a position that necessitated reliance on others. Sabo and Ambrosio exchanged serious glances, nodding in agreement. They promptly produced a din-din mushi to commence their deployment. This was indeed a prime opportunity. Although the Revolutionary Army was born from Ron's bold spirit of freedom, they had begun to diverge from his ideology. They aimed to establish a more prosperous nation before him. As cherry blossoms danced in the air, the dreamy olive cross-dressers suddenly turned somber. Meanwhile, in an unfamiliar sea of the New World, Captain Shanks. Captain Shanks, I have critical news, urgent news. Bendix's neck rushed onto the deck, his footsteps echoing with haste. Red-haired Shanks and his first mate, Beckman, were startled, their expressions filled with suspicion. What now? Recently, the four emperors had fallen one after another. Some perished, others surrendered, leaving Shanks in a rather precarious position, attracting odd looks from passers-by as the last remaining emperor. It appeared that a massive ship was prowling the seas, reportedly emerging from the Red Continent, suspected to be one of the three ancient weapons, Pluton. The Gorosei might be preparing to act against Ron. Furthermore, Ron had rallied legendary pirates such as Whitebeard and Rayleigh, departing from Wano with plans to confront the world government. Bendix's neck's robust chest heaved like a bellows as he relayed every detail he had gathered. Pluton has emerged? Ron is making a move? Red-haired Shanks and Beckman were struck with astonishment, their minds reeling from the sudden revelation. After a moment's pause, Beckman turned to Shanks. Shanks, it seems your plans may be thwarted. What shall we do next? Shall we simply observe? He implied that as the last remaining power among the four emperors, they needed to decide which side to align with, whether to stand alongside Ron or assist the world government, or perhaps maintain neutrality. Shanks, however, was visibly displeased. Is this a slight against us? Why should they not seek our alliance before launching an assault on the world government? Do we not deserve this? Beckman, Bendix's neck, crew members aboard the ship. Is now truly the time for such concerns, Captain? Perhaps your focus is a tad misplaced. Chapter 108. The Emergence of Pluton. Ron injured. The New World was rife with unrest, dark undercurrents swirling ominously, as if a mysterious hand was relentlessly pushing the tide. The sky was shrouded in gloom. Layers of dark clouds obscuring the sun, casting a pall over the atmosphere that weighed heavily upon the spirit. Suddenly, a faint sound of water flowing reached the horizon. As time progressed, the noise crescendoed. One ship after another emerged from the sea, nearly counting in the hundreds, presenting a magnificent spectacle. A fleet of over 100,000. Gathering most of the powerful figures of the ocean was none other than Ron and his crew departing from Wano. Thunder rumbled, lightning crackled across the sky, pale flashes illuminating the heavens like a mournful tribute to the dead as rain began to fall. Torrential droplets cascaded from the sky, blurring visibility. What is that? Ace seemed to sense something, his expression one of astonishment as he glanced into the distance. A dark silhouette stealthily emerged, moving swiftly, and upon closer inspection, it was undeniably a colossal entity. The crowd was bewildered. As they listened to the commotion, they examined the source of the disturbance, yet their confusion only deepened. Even seasoned pirates like Whitebeard were unable to reconcile this sight with anything familiar from memory, as if they had never laid eyes on it before. I believe that should be one of the ancient weapons, Pluton, Ron stated calmly, stepping forward. What? The crowd gasped, their hearts seeming to freeze in that moment. Standing dumbfounded, expressions vacant. Through the misty rain, they could vaguely discern a bizarre craft, resembling a cosmic battleship, drawing nearer. Gradually, the enormous and magnificent warship came into full view, the blurred vision revealing rainwater cascading over its surface, its ebony sheen hinting at something profound. A faint glow materialized. Initially inconspicuous, the light soon blazed forth, resembling an artificial sun, as a terrifying energy coalesced, radiating an intense brightness. Why is it so blinding? Some individuals frowned, instinctively raising their hands to shield their eyes. This is bad. Ron's expression shifted dramatically. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if death could strike at any moment. Shiki, lend me your sword. A voice rang out. The nearby Shiki suddenly felt someone draw the large sword from his waist. In the next instant, Ron's figure appeared at the bow of the ship, swinging the sword with ferocity. Boom. The sea quaked as a beam of terrifying energy descended, colliding with Ron's sword, darkening the sky. All color drained from the world. The entire ocean fell into an eerie silence, as though the pause button had been pressed. The crowd's pupils constricted, their eyes keenly observing the collision between blade and beam, as the very fabric of space shattered, erupting with countless dark fissures resembling a spider's web. A wave of profound terror emanating from within, sending an inexplicable chill through their hearts. The halo expanded, and the surging waves of energy seemed to condense into a tangible force. Whitebeard's gaze turned resolute, for the first time imbued with utmost seriousness. He raised his naginata against the oncoming gusts and struck down with tremendous force. Clang! The resonant clash of metal echoed forth. Numerous transparent cracks spread along the blade, rippling through the air, colliding with the oncoming wave. Before it could endure even a second, a sharp crack resounded, and the blade shattered. The weapon that had accompanied Whitebeard throughout his life was reduced to mere fragments. "Stop me if you can." Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged as he discarded the broken hilt. Launching another punch, a torrent of vibrational energy forming to counter the impending force. The bow of the ship began to disintegrate gradually, akin to flying sand, crumbling apart, as it threatened to spread beneath Whitebeard's feet. Frozen bird. Aokiji made his move, conjuring a colossal ice bird that soared past Whitebeard and crashed heavily into the air ahead. His expression was serene, yet within, a tempest of emotions stirred. Such formidable power, indeed, the ancient weapon bestowed with the title of God was nothing short of extraordinary. Boom! The sea erupted, unveiling a profound black hole, unfathomably deep, reaching the ocean's abyss, as a tsunami surged forth, mercilessly casting myriad ships thousands of meters away. While the dark clouds above were cleaved apart, allowing gentle golden sunlight to cascade down. Ron let out a muffled grunt, propelled backward, his sturdy blade fracturing inch by inch. Reminiscent of shattered glass, glimmering fragments cascading into the sea. Spurt. A mouthful of hot blood splattered forth. Ron's expression turned grave. As the one bearing the brunt of the attack, he was thrust back a staggering 10,000 meters before barely stabilizing himself. Truly formidable. Was this the artificial weapon capable of obliterating an island with a single shot? It was indeed monstrous. Ha ha, Ron, how do you find the might of my cannon? Ants will always remain ants. Do you truly believe you can gaze up at the stars? Can you bear the consequences? The mocking voice of Kizaru echoed over the waters, amplified by the Pluton, reaching the ears of every individual present, causing their faces to pale. The five elders. It was they who piloted the Pluton. Chapter 109. The situation becomes tricky. The terrifying energy unleashed by the explosion had yet to dissipate entirely. The sea roiled as if from an underwater volcanic eruption. Towering waves surged, countless whirlpools and undercurrents swirling, transforming the entire area into an oceanic graveyard. Numerous ships capsized, and pirates struggled amidst the tumultuous waters. Whitebeard's complexion darkened. Their initial assault had faltered. Who would have thought that a single cannon shot from the Pluton would create such a dire crisis, nearly injuring him? The opposing vessel appeared remarkably sturdy, likely constructed entirely from atom wood. Rayleigh stepped forward, a serious expression crossing his face as he uttered a single sentence. Whitebeard pondered. He grasped Rayleigh's implication. Relying on brute force to breach the ship was unrealistic. If they could not destroy it immediately, they would likely face another round of bombardment. The situation had become precarious. If it were Ron, what would he do? Whitebeard and Rayleigh exchanged glances, then turned to gaze toward the ship fleet's rear, where a figure floated half in the sky. "Damn it, you useless fools, causing me trouble again. I am not a salvage crew." The Golden Lion grumbled, unable to restrain his irritation, muttering under his breath while his hands continued their work. With a splash, one after another, those who had fallen into the water due to the earlier explosion were manipulated by the Golden Lion's fruit powers, retrieving them onto nearby vessels. Aokiji mirrored his actions, raising his hand as a wave of frigid air struck the sea, instantly freezing the surface, creating an expanse reminiscent of a winter lake, layer upon layer, visibly solidifying a section of the ocean, providing the pirates a place to land. Inside the Pluton, the operators Hirano and Kizaru sneered, observing the busy figures of Whitebeard and others in the distance, their thoughts laced with derision, a group of rats unworthy of confronting the descendants of the gods. Once more, turn them all to ashes, Kizaru declared fiercely, a savage glint flashing in his eyes. Hirano said little. Action spoke louder than words. Soon, the Pluton glowed ominously anew. A blood-red light coalesced within the cannon's mouth, flickering ominously, as if accumulating a dreadful energy, an unsettling aura enveloping the sea. What had just been a test was now the real beginning. Ron, prepare to meet your end. Drip, drip. Vivid crimson droplets flowed from his fingers, staining the sea below with spots of red. Ron lowered his gaze, furrowing his brow. Was this merely one of the world government's hidden depths? If the Pluton wielded such power, How terrifying must the Uranus be? The time left for him was indeed too brief. He sighed inwardly, having underestimated the might of the ancient weapon, the Pluton. Yet at that moment, a shiver ran down his spine. His observation Haki sensed an indescribable horror, every hair on his body standing on end. Ron looked up, his gaze sharpening, as he beheld a blinding red light. Just as the manic voice of the five elders resounded fittingly in his ears. Damn it! I refuse to believe that a mere broken ship can obstruct my path. Ron howled, his foot stamping down as his body instantaneously surpassed the speed of sound, the air erupting in a cacophony of thunderous roars. Shiki, evacuate everyone from this sea. With so many lives at stake, Ron was determined not to let anyone accompany him in defeat. Understood. Shiki responded promptly, though deep within, he felt a surge of discontent. Damn Ron. Did he truly see him as mere logistical support? Ron's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of 10,000 meters, and under his watchful gaze, the red light across from him grew ever more brilliant. The energy accumulation time extending beyond previous measures. It was hard to fathom what calamity awaited this sea. Splash! Numerous ships began to rise from the water, carrying Whitebeard and the others as they slowly retreated, their pace quickening as the Golden Lion sprang into action. Whitebeard's eyes displayed concern as he stood aboard the ship. Watching Ron approach from the opposite direction, a sense of unease welling within him. They had indeed strayed from the right path. In contrast to Ron, at this moment, they had gained a clear understanding. The powers of the devil fruits were ultimately too feeble, insufficient to provide Ron with even the slightest assistance. Dad, will Mr. Ron be all right? I want to help him. Ace looked up, unconsciously glistening with unshed tears. Let me go, Dad. Jozu is tough. He'll be fine. Jozu chimed in, stepping forward with determination. Whitebeard fell silent. Rayleigh and Akiji exchanged glances, maintaining their silence as well. Should they lend a hand? How they wished to do so. But having already witnessed the Pluton's might, they had barely survived the residual waves. What would happen this time? The ship fell into a hush, the atmosphere suddenly somber. Bang! A robust figure suddenly burst through, crashing through the ship's cabin and drawing the attention of countless onlookers. They looked up, and before them stood a figure clad in pink pajamas. Is that Big Mom? The crowd was taken aback. Mr. Ron's intentions remain inscrutable. Ever since Big Mom was infused with the vitality of the Sea Kings, she has been confined in the depths of the ship's hold by Mr. Ron. And it has been an eternity. They had nearly forgotten the existence of this female emperor. Mother? On another vessel, Parasparrow's eyes suddenly widened, unable to stifle a sharp cry. Katakuri furrowed his brow, questioning the unfolding events. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. His lips twitching uncontrollably. How? How can this be? Chapter 110. Mother, the cannon mouth is blocked. Boom. Big Mom's formidable figure erupted from the hold like a cannonball hurled into battle, careening past Ron with reckless abandon, and frantically lunging towards the opposing ship, the Pluton. Her pink nightgown fluttered in the air, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. What was that woman attempting? Hiryu narrowed his eyes. Her sudden appearance was indeed unexpected, leaving him astonished. He had presumed her to be dead, only to discover she was similarly under Ron's command. Regardless of her intentions, let her approach. Beneath the cannon of Pluton, mere mortals would be reduced to ashes. The garden appeared completely unfazed, even manifesting a sense of disdain. Big Mom continued her advance. The Pluton trembled violently, the robust and frigid cannon barrel accumulating a blinding crimson light. Boom. An unforeseen event transpired. Big Mom did not halt. Instead, she plunged headlong into the cannon's mouth, attempting to insert her entire body within. What? Damn it. The demeanor of the garden duo shattered. Was she mad? What sane person would undertake such an act? Quick, get away. Hiryu's voice quivered as he shouted towards the exterior, yet Big Mom seemed oblivious. Wholly focused on her endeavor to cram herself into the cannon, which was as wide as a person. She first tested the waters with her foot, then her hand. And finally, in a bold move, shoved her head inside, only to become stuck at that moment, her head and neck encased while her shoulders remained exposed. Her voluptuous form quivering in the wind. Clang, clang. The Pluton tremors reached a crescendo. At that moment, Hiryu and the garden felt a pang of dread. Farewell, you two. Ron waved with a smile from several kilometers away, his parting words resonating. Boom. The ocean quaked as an intense light and heat surged forth from a seemingly insignificant point, expanding rapidly, shaking the very mountains and seas. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world trembled. Amidst the searing crimson glow, a fleeting glimpse of a pink nightgown was visible, dissipating in the wind. The energy, compressed to its utmost limit, could not be released and began to reverse, causing the sturdy structure of the Pluton to disintegrate, triggering an even more powerful explosion. The Pluton, resembling a massive island, erupted into the sky, with only the last segment of the hull being hurled into the air like a sandbag, plummeting into the depths of an uninhabited sky island. Below, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth as the seawater was violently compressed, forming a colossal and distinct black hole, which, just a moment ago, had been 1,000 meters away, now appeared before Ron in an instant. Damn it, I was careless. Ron immediately activated the domain of his surgical fruit ability. Before he could teleport, the compressed air pressure struck his face violently. A torrential rain commenced, vast in scope, nearly enveloping half of the new world. On this day, all witnessed the distant surge of blood-red light, and from that moment forth, new legends would emerge upon these waters. Is it resolved? On the deck, a profound silence ensued. Everyone exchanged glances, gazing at the ocean, which resembled an apocalyptic scene, their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. The downpour lasted a full half-hour. Finally, the tempestuous sea began to calm, the waves ceased their tumult, and the dark black hole gradually healed, filled by an influx of water. Mother, the cannon mouth is blocked, Perispero muttered in a daze. Katakuri's gaze flickered with uncertainty. A complex swirl of emotions engulfed him. Had that woman finally met her end? As a child, he did not wish to witness such a fate, yet for the sake of survival, he could not bear to see such a brutal figure continue to exist in this world. Whoosh! A figure emerged from Whitebeard's ship, capturing everyone's attention. Damn it! I almost blew up. Ron panted, arriving and unleashing a torrent of curses. Upon hearing this, the crowd shared a knowing smile, their tense hearts finally easing. Ha ha ha. I told you, it's just a mere Pluton. I am a lion, a golden lion. There is nothing that can defeat me. The golden lion laughed maniacally. Hey, Shiki, you're merely a rescuer now. This incident has nothing to do with you. Gulalalala. Whitebeard teased without reservation. Indeed, Rayleigh nodded with a smile. Although Kazan did not voice his agreement, the slight curve of his eyes revealed his strong approval. Hey, damn it. I am not just a rescuer. I am a main force. If anyone dares to slander me again, we shall have a proper showdown. The golden lion fumed. Chapter 111. Uranus, the celestial king, makes his debut. Boom. Deep within the red earth continent, in the city of Pangu, amidst a vibrant garden where butterflies danced, a tall figure stood quietly. Her eyes an eerie crimson, and the air was profoundly still. Furrowed her brow, abruptly looking up, her gaze directed towards the new world. As if sensing something, after a prolonged moment, she sighed softly, murmuring, has it failed? Must I intervene again? Why does the flame of history never extinguish on its own? With a subtle wave of her hand, a blue arc of electricity burst forth from her slender fingers. Slightly parted her alluring lips, declaring, Celestial King, Uranus, suppress. An invisible wave emanated from the red earth continent, spanning millions of miles across the sea, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire ocean. Simultaneously, in a certain maritime region of the New World, 3 nearby islands seemed to awaken, as if activated by some mysterious force, the unseen waves sweeping through the underground, reaching deep into the heart of the islands as though stirring the very core of the earth. The magnetic field became chaotic, amplifying the invisible forces millions of times. Rumble. The islands trembled, the sea quaked slightly. It was as though a slumbering abyssal titan was stirring, the roaring crescendo growing ever more intense. Crackle. The islands shook violently, their structures collapsing, the waters surged, as a hidden tide within the depths of the sea began to take form. At the center of the 3 islands, countless damaged vessels floated upon the surface. Having just endured a fierce battle, Ron and his companions seized this rare moment of respite to recuperate. Mr. Ron, you are astonishingly powerful. Is this the realm that surpasses even the great swordsman? To think you could contend with the ancient weapon Pluton, Ace exclaimed with excitement. Having witnessed the might of Pluton, the legends proved true, with but a single shot. It possessed the capability to annihilate the heavens and earth. Had Ron not intervened in time, they would have surely perished. Mr. Ron, when do you think I will reach your level? Exclaimed Hujin Bista, filled with excitement. His lifelong dream has always been to surpass the likes of Mihawk and become the world's greatest swordsman. Now it seems that Mr. Ron is the epitome of what he aspires to achieve. Do you wish to become someone like me? Ron raised an eyebrow. Yes. Hujin Bista nodded fervently. Then it is impossible for you in this lifetime. for a genius like me is but one in the vast ocean," Ron declared narcissistically. "Cut it out." The crowd jeered. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, the younger members aboard the ship were brimming with enthusiasm, loudly proclaiming their intent to overthrow the world government. They believed that with Ron having vanquished one of the ancient weapons, Pluton, victory was assured. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the mood among their elders, including Whitebeard, grew increasingly grave. "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of naive kids." Whitebeard laughed heartily, his ever-present barrel of wine in hand, as he took a generous swig. "I can only hope these children witness the prosperous era we will forge. Why worry? The younger generation has their own fate to carve. Our task is to rule these seas." "Newgate, Rayleigh, have you both grown timid in your old age? How embarrassing," sneered the Golden Lion. Rayleigh and Whitebeard exchanged a knowing smile. "Old? Perhaps we truly are," mused Rayleigh. "Kaido, what are you doing?" "I want to drink with Ace and the others," complained Yamato, glaring at Kaido, who was forcibly pulling her aside. "Ah, my daughter, there's a final battle approaching. Why not disembark early? I can handle your share," Kaido said sweetly. Yamato looked at him in astonishment. "Is my father being so accommodating?" She scrutinized Kaido as if seeing him anew, then skeptically added, "Kaido, you wouldn't be trying to make me back down, would you?" Kaido's face flushed with embarrassment, stammering a reluctant affirmation. Had it not been for Yamato's keen observation, his response might have gone unheard. "What?" Yamato exclaimed, stunned. "Father, how could you make me retreat at such a crucial moment?" Her voice carried a weight that immediately captured the attention of everyone aboard, including Ron on a nearby ship, who regarded Kaido with a bemused smile. Kaido felt humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. "How did I end up with such a child? Is she really my blood?" At that moment, Ron cheerfully leaped from his ship to approach the father and daughter. His gaze settled on Kaido, teasing, "Look at you, Kaido, you've grown soft. Now caring for your daughter." Kaido blushed further. "Enough, I understand your thoughts." Ron patted Kaido on the shoulder, then turned to Yamato, speaking earnestly. "Perhaps you should consider your father's advice." "No way. I intend to conquer the world and become a man like Odin," Yamato declared boldly. With a resounding thud, Yamato was sent flying by Kaido's strike. "Do you idolize Odin, the one who cooked with others' ashes? You admire that freak?" Kaido exclaimed in exasperation. "Yes, I do admire him. Kaido, if you hit me again, we might end up fighting." Yamato retorted defiantly as she was pulled from the water, her spirit unyielding. Kaido was ready to explode with frustration. Ron was at a loss for words. This peculiar father-daughter duo was truly something else. Just as he opened his mouth to offer counsel, a sudden shift in his demeanor caught his attention. He abruptly looked up towards the distant sea. "What's wrong?" Kaido asked, sensing the change. Ron remained silent, enveloped in a heavy stillness. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, amplifying even the slightest sounds. Then, a faint rumble echoed, growing louder with each passing moment. The crowd paused, looking up, their expressions shifting to shock and alarm. A tsunami? The ocean surged upwards. A towering wave rising from all directions, merging with the azure sky, blotting out the sun, while a deafening roar enveloped the air. The light dimmed as the sea convulsed, heralding an apocalyptic omen. "Shiki, elevate the ship, now?" Ron bellowed. "I understand." Shiki replied, suddenly serious, having marked the ships beforehand. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Lift it." The ship's hull detached from the water, as if gravity had ceased to exist, swiftly ascending into the sky, soaring thousands of meters in an instant. Yet, against the monstrous wave, it felt minuscule, akin to gazing up at Everest from its base. "Captain Ron, I can't keep up," shouted the Golden Lion, sweat pouring down his face. Ron's gaze hardened. "Everyone, prepare for action." He then turned to Whitebeard, their eyes locking in silent understanding. "Newgate, are you ready?" "Ha ha ha, let us go." In an instant, both Ron and Whitebeard clenched their fists, their muscles bulging visibly as they readied themselves. With a resounding impact, their fists struck the air, shattering the space as if it were glass. Cracks began to spread from the point of contact, rapidly multiplying. In the blink of an eye, the area surrounding them was engulfed in fractures, encircling the ship. The sound of cracking reached a critical point. The ocean boiled, underwater volcanoes erupted, and the sea exploded. New waves rising with unparalleled ferocity to clash against the impending tsunami, creating a standoff. A thunderous silence fell, as if the world had momentarily lost its voice. The towering waves colliding with a cataclysmic roar, each striving to overpower the other. As the waters boiled and erupted, columns of magma shot forth from the ocean floor. The volcanoes ignited, and under the combined strength of Ron and Whitebeard, the sea descended into chaos. Ice Age. From behind, Akiji unleashed a frigid torrent. enveloping the sea below in a layer of ice, each crystalline structure reflecting pure white light as it spread towards the approaching tsunami. Tornado, ice bite, simultaneously. With a fierce roar, Kaido soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal dragon that spiraled through the air, conjuring a raging tornado of seawater aimed directly at the tsunami. On the ship, Yamato transformed into her hybrid form, unleashing a blast of icy breath, following closely behind. Zifa, it seems we must join forces this time. Rayleigh stood confidently on the left flank, gazing at the distant whirlpool, his silver hair dancing in the wind, exuding an air of effortless elegance. Haha, splendid. Let us strike together. Zephyr bellowed with laughter, propelling himself forward with a graceful leap, gliding across the surface like a moonwalker. Rayleigh followed closely behind. These two venerable figures, untouched by any devil fruit, relied solely on their iron fists to confront the majesty of nature. Boom, boom. The entire sea echoed with thunderous roars as a dazzling array of attacks plummeted into the water, creating vast splashes. The surging tsunami was momentarily held at bay, granting an opportunity for Ron and his comrades. The Golden Lion activated the full power of the float fruit, ascending like a thrill ride, the ship soaring through the clouds, climbing to heights of tens of thousands of meters. Boom. The tsunami crashed down with tremendous force, the resulting shockwaves even reaching the vessel. That was close, Jozu exclaimed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He leaned over the edge of the ship, gazing down at the tumultuous waters below, where a colossal whirlpool churned, seemingly endless, as if leading straight to the ocean's depths. Time passed, and after a full minute, the sea began to calm, the whirlpool gradually filled with the influx of water. Wait a moment, the weather today should not have led to such a phenomenon. Moreover, while the New World is notorious for its turbulent climate, it should not produce a tsunami of this magnitude. It's exceedingly rare. Ace suddenly sensed something amiss, his voice laced with astonishment. The others paused, realization dawning upon them as they began to perceive the strangeness of the situation. This calamity had arrived far too abruptly and felt almost orchestrated. Yet, could human intervention truly reach such extraordinary heights, solely through the power of a devil fruit? They had never heard of anyone harnessing a fruit's abilities to such an extreme. Could this be another ancient weapon? Ace speculated wildly. No need to ponder, Ace. It's utterly impossible for the Celestial King to summon a tsunami. That is the domain of the Sea King. Marco chuckled in retort. Indeed. Ace sheepishly scratched his head. If it weren't for Ron's prior revelation that Princess Shirahoshi, daughter of the Fishman Island King Neptune, was the Sea King Poseidon, they would have been at a loss. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is the Celestial King. Ron suddenly interjected. The deck fell eerily silent. Everyone froze for a moment. Incredulity etched on their faces as they turned to Ron. Chapter 113. The Meteorological Weapon, the Celestial King and the Chaos Above the Holy Land. In truth, this is indeed the Celestial King. With Ron's pronouncement, the atmosphere on the deck grew palpably tense. All eyes were fixated on him, their minds stirred like the recent tsunami, questioning the very possibility. Could the Celestial King be an ancient weapon capable of controlling tsunamis? Ron's demeanor remained calm as he withdrew his gaze from the tumultuous sea, shifting towards the faintly visible red line in the distance. With a somber tone, he declared that recent tsunami was abnormal, to be precise. The Celestial King Uranus is not controlling tsunamis, but rather the magnetic fields of all islands across the world. In other words, the Celestial King Uranus is a meteorological weapon. What? The crowd gasped in shock. The notion of controlling the magnetic fields of the entire world was unfathomable. It seemed an exaggeration for a mere weapon. Indeed, let us not forget how we navigate the seas. The magnetic fields of the islands are exceedingly potent. It would take only a few days, or at most a month, for the log pose to become saturated with magnetism. Ron affirmed, nodding solemnly. The group fell silent, stunned by this abrupt revelation. The very land remaining above the waves had been transformed into a weapon. What could be more terrifying than that? High above, the sky was a brilliant blue, and a brisk wind swept through, sending chills through everyone present. Ron smiled, regarding the now silent crowd, and spoke slowly. Well then, the foundation of the world government has been thoroughly unveiled. It is now our turn to make our move. Shiki, set sail. Our destination is Marineford. Young ones, hold on tight. The Golden Lion let out a raucous laugh. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, all the ships swiftly changed course, soaring through the air like a flock of birds, charging towards Marineford with great momentum. On the red line, within the world government headquarters, Tsukitani Kenkichi, the last remaining member of the Gorosei, paced anxiously in the conference room, murmuring to himself, "What on earth is happening? Why have Hirano and Sanabu not reported back yet?" Little did he know that his two colleagues, Hirano and Sanabu, had already perished in the explosion of the underworld. As time ticked by, the room felt increasingly suffocating in its silence. Suddenly, a loud ringing echoed through the air, startling Tsukitani Kenkichi. He turned to see a seemingly ordinary Den Mushi. His heart skipped a beat. "I'm Sama." This call could only be from him, and a wave of intense dread washed over him. With trepidation, he approached the phone. "Moshi Moshi. Is this I'm Sama?" The next moment, a cold, emotionless voice responded. "Hirano and Sanabu are dead. You have half an hour to evacuate Marineford. I will take action in 30 minutes. "What?" Tsukitani's pupils dilated in shock. The news was overwhelming, and he struggled to process it. Hirano and Sanabu were dead? Impossible. Suddenly, the call was abruptly severed, snapping Tsukitani back to reality, replaced by a wave of profound fear. Had he just heard that I'm Sama intended to take action personally? That thought lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. Crash! The Den Mushi was hurled to the ground. Trembling, Tsukitani rushed out of the room and into the corridor, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, evacuate Marineford immediately." His voice strained and urgent. The commotion reverberated throughout the entire government building. In an instant, the entire building fell silent, the expressions of the staff frozen in disbelief and skepticism. Evacuate the Holy Land? Surely this was a joke. This was the supreme holy land of the world. Who would dare to cause a ruckus here, demanding their immediate departure? Ding ding ding. Just as doubt hung heavily in the air, a deafening alarm suddenly erupted above the Holy Land, ringing out like a death knell. Panic ensued, whether station personnel or slaves. Everyone fled in a frenzy. They clearly remembered that when the alarm sounded in the Holy Land, everyone must evacuate. Of course, this did not include some celestial dragons, who had grown accustomed to their lofty positions and entitled behaviors. "TCH, what a fuss. I am a celestial dragon. Who dares to offend me? You lot, continue crawling," scoffed a rotund celestial dragon, disdainfully cracking his whip against the ground near the slaves. Alas, it appears that this generation of the five elders is rather inept. Here lies the most esteemed lineage of the celestial dragons, the very abode of the Tenryubito. Who would dare to offend? Beside me stands a youthful woman adorned with a bubble-shaped headpiece, her countenance exuding an insufferable air of superiority. The atmosphere in Marineford is in disarray. The streets are filled with panicked slaves desperately attempting to flee, only to be met with the explosive force of their bomb collars, their lifeless bodies scattered, the ground stained with glaring crimson. A few staff members are also hastily making their escape. This once sacred land, revered like a divine sanctuary, now resembles a refused dump. Its once quiet streets now teeming with a chaotic throng. Each individual, plump and opulently dressed, now appears as a hapless refugee, their predicament utterly disheveled. Chapter 114, Purging the Filth of the World. Swish, swish, swish. Ships descend from the heavens, a multitude blanketing the sky, their sheer presence evoking a sense of insignificance. How ironic it is that such a noble sanctuary can also be so sullied. At this moment, Rayleigh speaks, standing at the bow of a ship. Gazing below as he slowly articulates, "My poor sons have lost their right to live freely on this land, all because of such a wretched group of people. I find myself unable to restrain my wrath." Whitebeard interjects, "Ha! What are we waiting for? Let the swine perish." The golden lion's eyes gleam with a ferocious light as he waves his hand, countless dark specks appearing behind his head. In the next instant, these dark points magnify, revealing colossal stones akin to meteors, cascading down like a meteor shower. Boom, boom. The red Earth continent quakes violently as the meteors strike, splattering vivid red and creating deep craters in their wake. Agonized and desperate roars erupt from below. "You wretches, do you dare offend a celestial dragon? It hurts. It's unbearable. Who dares to do this? I will personally see them dead." The golden lion's expression darkens as he prepares to strike again. "Gulalala. Shiki. This is too much. You've turned the sacred land into such a mess. How can I possibly cleanse it afterward?" Whitebeard proclaims. He unleashes a mighty punch, shattering the very fabric of space, giving rise to countless crystalline fissures, and soon the sea below begins to convulse violently. The waves roar. Layers upon layers of surging tides emerge from below, akin to an army of thousands, obscuring the sky as they charge toward the sacred ground. Boom. The earth trembles as torrents of seawater cascade down, washing away the filth of this world. The waters crash down, and the red Earth continent emits a deafening wail, as the sea envelopes all the impurities of the sanctum, casting them away. The once vibrant sanctuary is rendered eerily silent. Gulalala. At last it is clean. Children, what are you waiting for? Whitebeard turns to Ace and the others, shouting. Upon hearing this, Marco and the others beam with excitement, launching themselves forward like cannonballs, plummeting toward the ground. In the blink of an eye, this place known as the sanctuary has changed hands. Whitebeard and his companions smile. It seems that matters are simpler than anticipated. Let us descend. We cannot keep the rightful owners waiting too long. Rayleigh chuckles, stepping forward with an air of nonchalance, gracefully descending. Indeed, Whitebeard, Akiji, and the others exchange knowing smiles before leaping down, a mere 1,000 meters high, a trivial distance for beings of their caliber. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, figures fall from the sky, creating immense craters upon impact. Marco and the younger generation have been waiting patiently below. Damn it, you've left me behind. The Golden Lion fumed, hurriedly leaping down while the ships continue to float above. It has been years since I last set foot here, and yet it remains the same. The air still rife with a nauseating stench. Zephyr remarks, furrowing his brow in contemplation. While you ponder here, why not venture inside and experience for yourself the divine abode of the celestial dragons? Ron's figure appears unexpectedly, smiling. The others look on in surprise. Mr. Ron, where have you been? Ace inquires curiously. Nowhere of consequence, merely attending to some trivial matters. Ron replies with a smile, then gazes toward the distant main building, stating, we shall discuss this later. First, let us address the immediate concerns. Clang, clang, clang. A cadre of completely black-clad pacifistas emerges from behind the World Government building, their expressions cold and devoid of emotion. Behind them, a multitude of figures resembling naval uniforms, albeit slightly altered, appear, counting well over 100,000. This is another mysterious unit of the World Government, tasked with the Sanctum's security. Eliminate them. Bloodbath Mariewa. The pirates erupt in fervor, led by Ace and the younger generation, charging forth like a tidal wave. As the two factions collide, an astounding force erupts, flames soaring into the sky, plunging the scene into chaos. Dr. Ron, I shall join you. Whitebeard laughs heartily, his pristine cloak billowing as he strides forward. Opposing him stands the last of the 5 elders, Sakaniki Yashikuni, who has not fled but chosen to confront. Behind him stand several masked enigmatic figures, members of the CP0 spy organization. Mr. Ron, I too shall advance. Akiji declares. Ha! Captain Ron, I shall unleash my fury upon the celestial dragons and seize dominion over the world. The Golden Lion cackles as he steps forward. Ron, I am beginning to believe in the era you speak of. Zephyr, silent for a moment, casts a deep glance at Ron before smiling and departing. Mr. Ron, it seems you may not need to lift a finger in the final battle. Rayleigh chuckles, adopting a gentlemanly stride as he too departs. The ultimate battle is about to commence. Ron's lips curve into a subtle smile as he watches them leave, whispering to himself, the final battle, is that really certain? Chapter 115. Kings confront kings. The Red Earth continent is also land. Boom. The flames of war engulf the entire sanctuary. This battle gathers the pinnacle of combat prowess from across the globe, the clash so intense that the entire Red Earth continent trembles. The wind howls, the sea mourns. Frost and flame entwine, and the scent of gunpowder pierces the heavens. Indeed, battling upon solid ground is far more gratifying. A smirk graces Ron's lips as he gazes up, his vision piercing the thick mists to behold the depths of the Red Earth continent. There stands an ancient castle, shrouded in eerie silence. Suddenly, Ron's figure vanishes, unnoticed by all. Shortly thereafter, within Panga City, several dozen kilometers from the sanctum, a series of distinct footsteps shatter the long-standing tranquility amidst the thick smoke. Thud, thud. Ron, clad in a pristine white coat that danced with the wind, traversed the lengthy corridor until he stood before an ancient, monumental stone door. With a thunderous rumble, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a long staircase adorned with a crimson carpet that lay before him. He raised an eyebrow, uttering not a word, and proceeded onward. At the pinnacle of the palace, the void throne, symbolizing the utmost authority, came into view. To his astonishment, a figure occupied the throne, which was said to be forbidden to any mortal. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly leave many in shock. Ron spoke lightly into the air. Above, slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of peculiar crimson orbs, and spoke softly, "So you are Ron?" Ron shrugged nonchalantly, neither confirming nor denying. "A pirate who aspires to upend this world, I find myself intrigued. How about considering an alliance with the world government? I could endorse you as the next ruler." Im suggested. Her tone was calm, yet imbued with an air of superiority, as if bestowing a favor upon mere mortals. The ruler of the world government? Like those 5 feeble old men, forever watching over a herd of swine? Apologies, but I have no inclination to tend to pigs. Ron declined, his refusal unequivocal. Im's eyes narrowed slightly, her crimson gaze flashing with a hint of danger. It appears you have chosen to reject my offer. With a crackle, electricity surged, manifesting around him as blue arcs danced like serpents, radiating a subtle yet menacing glow. Ron fell silent. The next moment, with a resounding crash, Im gestured sharply, and a massive column of plasma materialized from thin air, descending upon Ron before he could react. The excruciating shock, infused with searing heat, created a vast crater upon impact, wisps of smoke rising into the air. Yet, when one looked again, Ron had vanished from the spot. Remained silent, slightly turning to regard a figure not far from her. Can you foresee the future? Ron smiled. Though my foresight may not extend far, it suffices. Is that so? Im replied with a smile, her alluring lips curving into a dangerous arc, before her gaze hardened. Do not forget, the Red Land is also solid ground. As her words echoed, the dimly lit hall was instantly illuminated, crackling lightning filling every corner, transforming the entire Panga City into a realm of thunder. From a distance, it was evident that not just Panga City, but the entire surrounding Red Land was enveloped in arcs of electricity, resembling a colossal dragon of lightning, a truly terrifying spectacle. What is happening? Why is there so much lightning? Ace and the others exclaimed in horror, gazing down at the Red Land, now a hell of thunder, their hearts racing. The king, Rayleigh stated with a grave expression. The king? The crowd gasped, with Marco swiftly turning to the elders behind them. Disbelief etched across his face. The ancient weapon, Uranus? Whitebeard and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be true, as Ron had alleged, that the very land of the world had been transformed into a weapon? But the pressing question remained. This was indeed the Red Land. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, as the expressions of all present turned grim. A grave realization dawned upon them. Where had Mr. Ron gone? Chapter 116. The world has never changed. Only we can change ourselves. Meanwhile, beneath the Red Land, a throng of individuals had gathered, their expressions solemn, clad in diverse attire, hailing from all corners of the seas. At the forefront stood 4 commanding officers, their faces stern, illuminated by the relentless arcs of electricity emanating from the distance. Dragon, what shall we do? Shall we advance? Ambrosio Ivanov asked, his expression grave as he gazed at the figure ahead. The flickering light revealed Dragon's silhouette, his features shadowed beneath a hood, a grimace etched on his tattooed cheek. The king, Uranus. Dragon clenched his teeth. Despite his attempts to overestimate the ancient weapon's might, it was still unfathomable that the Red Land served merely as a launcher for the king. He struggled with his thoughts, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Finally, he sighed. Let us retreat. Retreat. Ambrosio Ivanov was taken aback. The other 3 commanders were equally stunned. Even the countless revolutionaries behind them were left agape at the news. After reaching this point, they were to withdraw? Let us retreat. The king is indeed a weapon worthy of its divine title. For mere mortals like us, no number is sufficient. Dragon's tone was somber. But Ambrosio Ivanov began to protest. Enough. Even Mr. Ron could not possibly contend with such an entity. We have ultimately underestimated the depth of the world government's power. I fear Mr. Ron may already be lost. Dragon spoke slowly. With a rush of wind, his figure vanished, as if he had never been there. Dragon sought to witness how many would remain after this war. In the aftermath, the crowd exchanged glances, a rare sense of disorientation settling among the commanders, unsure of their next move. Let us retreat. Dragon was correct. In the face of such overwhelming might, no one could possibly resist. Ambrosio Ivanov's voice fell low. The others hesitated, their gazes drifting toward the towering Red Land, which loomed like a colossal dragon spanning the sea, its length unfathomable. The blinding arcs of electricity danced across its surface like enchantments, mesmerizing yet terrifying. One by one, members of the Revolutionary Army began to withdraw, as if signaled by an unseen force, dwindling in number. Eventually, only a few commanders remained, desolate in their stance. They had once believed they could change the world, only to realize in the end that the world had never shifted. Tragically, they could only change themselves. Let us depart. The Eastern commander, Belabetti, turned to leave, casting aside the vibrant red flag she had never relinquished, dust rising as the spirit of revolution faded at that moment. Following her, the Northern commander, Crow, took flight, transforming into a great bird as he flapped his wings and soared away. Then, the Western commander, A massive pit appeared as Morina silently vanished from sight. Lastly, the southern commander followed suit. Before long, the area became eerily empty, as if no one had ever been there, save for the countless footprints that served as a reminder of the revolution that had once unfolded. New World, Marine Headquarters. Marshal. The door to the room swung open, and a figure hurriedly stepped inside. Zhang stood by the window, his expression pensive, as if lost in thought. Upon hearing the disturbance, his gaze sharpened, and he slowly spoke. What is it? Ron and his allies have already launched an assault on the Red Earth continent. His aide cautiously reported. A fleeting look of distraction crossed Zhang's face, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding without turning to look back. I understand. Moreover, reliable sources indicate that the entire Red Earth continent is shrouded in a tempest of lightning, making it impossible for anyone to approach. The aide continued. Lightning? A glint of sharpness flickered in Zhang's eyes, and his heart surged with turmoil. It was indeed the Heavenly King, just as the legends foretold. Could Ron and his companions succeed? The room suddenly fell silent. Marshal, shall we remain inactive? The aide inquired tentatively. Zhang snapped back to reality, resolutely stating, no need. Maintain our current stance. The aide hesitated momentarily before nodding. Understood, Marshal. I will inform the generals and ensure the subordinates remain in check. He turned and left, treading lightly, carefully closing the door behind him. Listening to the sounds fading away, Zhang sighed deeply after a long pause. To overturn this world? Ron, I await your arrival. If you truly accomplish this, what does it matter if the Navy supports you? Chapter 117. Has the deity become enraged? Crackling, crackling. Arcs of electricity flickered densely, almost taking on a tangible form. The Grand Pangas city vanished, leaving behind a deep pit in its place. Within this pit, a colossal sphere comprised of electrical currents emerged, with countless streams of electricity converging towards it. Boom, boom. The ground reverberated with tremendous roars. High above, a throne adorned with gold floated, as if a true deity had descended, with I'm seated upon it. She gazed downwards, her exquisite face betraying a hint of disdain, exuding an air of superiority. How dreadfully dull. It seems this round of reshuffling could expedite matters. It would be best to eliminate the D family entirely. If it weren't for the fear of excessive tedium, I would be reluctant to do so. Im mused silently, her gaze drifting across the boundless ocean towards a certain island, where a young man in a straw hat was toiling away. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion below captured Im's attention. The lightning sphere erupted, and Ron slowly emerged from within. Vibrant life radiating from his being, akin to white smoke warding off the encroaching arcs of electricity. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, revealing a dangerous smile. Woman, what are you looking at? Im's demeanor shifted. In the next moment, Ron propelled himself forward, a brilliant golden light erupting beneath his feet, causing him to vanish and reappear above her right side. His speed was so swift that it seemed to touch the very essence of light, leaving him no time to react. With a sweeping kick, he struck downwards. Storm Leg, God Slayer. The scene erupted in a blaze of golden light. Boom. The ethereal throne shattered, and Im was sent flying backward, the air trailing behind her creating a sonic boom, surpassing the speed of sound. Gasping, Im spat a mouthful of blood, her heart ablaze with seething fury. Ron, she bellowed. Right here. Ron smiled, his form flickering as he vanished and swiftly reappeared behind him. It seems your divinity is a tad underwhelming if this is all it takes to injure you. Empowered by boundless vitality, he now resembled a martial god among mortals, his speed and strength surpassing the limits of an ordinary human. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful punch, striking him in the back. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed as Im's spine arched grotesquely, crimson blood gushing forth like a torrent. Ron showed no mercy, denying her any chance to retaliate. His fists raining down relentlessly, their speed reminiscent of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Im's form was akin to a tattered cloth, tossed about by Ron's relentless assault. Bang! 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 With one final blow, Ron's eyes narrowed, and he executed a fierce kick directly to Im's abdomen. Boom! Im's body was launched downward, crashing into the red earth continent below. The ground crumbled, the sea trembled, and a massive mushroom cloud billowed upward, the entire continent splitting apart as if made of tofu. The magnitude of the explosion was nothing short of terrifying. Is she dead? Ron furrowed his brow, peering downwards. Smoke billowed, enveloping the red earth continent, and the lightning vanished without a trace, leaving only the sound of waves crashing back. The entire scene felt eerily silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time trickled by. Humph. Suddenly, Ron let out a groan from above, his expression twisting in agony. He clenched his teeth, involuntarily furrowing his brow. Damn it, has the after effect begun to manifest? Ultimately, it was borrowed power. How unreliable. Ron chuckled bitterly when Whitebeard and the others inquired about his disappearance. He hadn't done much, just borrowed a bit of vitality from the Sea Kings to bolster his strength against the Heavenly King. He had previously discovered that while the Sea King's energy was violent, it could enhance human capabilities across the board. During subsequent observations, he noted Big Mom's continuous improvement. One could say that the vitality of the Sea Kings was akin to a strength-enhancing elixir for humans. The only issue was the severe pollution it inflicted on the soul. However, for Ron, who possessed the ability to manipulate souls at will, this was hardly a problem. The only limitation was that the duration could not be too long, or his body would not withstand it. Ron's body began to spasm, his veins tightening, the capillaries beneath his skin becoming pronounced, gradually spreading throughout his body. At that very moment, boom, a deafening clap of thunder erupted, the smoke dispersing as bolts of lightning reappeared over the Red Earth continent, forming a massive thundercloud that lifted him from below. "You insignificant insect, you have angered me," Im declared, blood at her lips, her eyes dark with fury. "From this moment forth, I declare your annihilation." She raised her arms high, as countless bolts of lightning began to converge wildly. The Red Earth continent was fully activated, and from distant islands, powerful currents surged forth, crossing over in a magnetic upheaval. The sea trembled. The sky transformed into a colossal electromagnetic field, countless white clouds turning black, morphing into electrodes that absorbed and discharged energy. Nearly half the sky was consumed by a tempest of lightning. In that moment, the world trembled. Everyone stood frozen in awe, gazing upwards, their bodies trembling, too fearful to move an inch. A deity. Has the deity truly become enraged? Chapter 118. The final chapter. Above the thunderclouds, amidst the tempest of thunder and rain, Im exuded an air of haughty disdain as she gazed down upon Ron, a mere insect of humble lineage, destined to exist in squalor. "You have dared to offend me. Be obliterated," she bellowed, sweeping her hands with fervor. The tumultuous storm clouds surged, seemingly ignited, cascading downwards like a funnel aimed directly at Ron. Even before their descent, he felt an oppressive weight bearing down upon him, rendering his body immobile and incapable of evasion. Is this the might of Uranus, the weapon bestowed with divine nomenclature? Truly remarkable. Yet, Ron, resolute in his choices, felt no regret. His gaze unwavering, he roared, "Return life." In that instant, the essence of his very being erupted, merging with the vitality he had previously extracted from the Sea Kings, coalescing into a novel energy that surged within him. With a decisive step, Ron shattered a segment of the crimson earth beneath him, vanishing from sight like a beam of light, colliding directly with the looming thunder. The heavens trembled, and in an instant, all became dim and muted. Regardless of one's location, the sight of a colossal mushroom cloud ascending into the distant sky was unmistakable. A fierce shockwave followed, as the sea began to surge, obliterating piece after piece of the red earth, reducing it to ashes, while a torrent of overwhelming energy radiated outward from the world's core. Towering waves, reaching unimaginable heights, raged across every corner of the globe. "Damn you, Ron!" Im shrieked in madness. The thunder was pierced, and Ron's figure transformed into a radiant beam of white light. Clutching a colossal surgical knife emanating a verdant glow, he struck forth. With a swift slice, Im's form was cleaved in twain, releasing countless emerald luminescences that danced upon the breeze. Is this the forbidden vitality of the surgical fruit? Ron mused, brow furrowing in realization. In that moment, he comprehended why Im had endured for so long. She was a mere experiment of the previous wielders of the surgical fruit. How intriguing. A smile graced Ron's lips. Yet it was tinged with a hint of sorrow as he glanced down at his own form, which had begun to dissipate into motes of light. It appeared that death was imminent for him. "Very well, I shall leave the aftermath to you, Rayleigh and Newgate. And to you, Gold Lion. Consider this a fulfillment of your dreams, a compensation for the past." He cast his gaze towards the distant sky, a smile gradually illuminating his features, dazzling in the sunlight. "Dr. Ron, Mr. Ron." Meanwhile, far off, Gold Lion and the others felt a stirring within, instinctively expanding their observation hockey. However, what awaited them was the cruelest of truths. Ron's vitality was fading. Stunned, they froze momentarily. Yet, in less than half a second, they surged forward, frenzied, racing towards Ron. "Damn you, Ron. You promised we would seize the throne of the world together." Gold Lion's eyes glistened with rage and sorrow, tears streaming down his face once more. "Mr. Ron, How could this happen? Rayleigh, unable to accept the reality, found his meticulously groomed silver hair now in disarray. First mate Ron, damn it, you cannot leave us. I miss you so much. Kaido, transformed into a massive dragon, was the first to arrive at the scene, instinctively extending his hands to catch Ron. He was met only with the countless motes of white light as Ron's form disintegrated completely. As others arrived, they too beheld only the fading lights, and a profound silence enveloped them. Memories of Ron flooded their minds, accompanied by waves of grief and longing. Over 40 years ago, a young man had gathered them, continuously urging them to elevate themselves, promising to overturn the world. At the time, he had spoken in jest. Now, more than 4 decades later, that same young man had not changed at all, still threatening them with the same poor excuses and jokes to join him aboard. They had acquiesced and succeeded. Yet Ron had vanished, never to be seen again. Ding. Host detected in a spiritual state. The grand medical system fully activated. Interdimensional travel panel initiated. Next destination, the world of Naruto. In the nebulous void, a barely perceptible voice suddenly resonated. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this, please subscribe and give your support with a like. Until we meet again in the next tale.